In the sacred land of the Red County, blessed by heaven, celestial beings have emerged since ancient times, cultivating in the majestic mountains and vast waters. Mount Kunlun, the ancestral ground of the dragon vein of the Red County, boasts 72 peaks that are both magnificent and steep, serving as the headquarters of the Kunlun sect. At the summit of Zixia Peak lies the Ruiguang Pavilion, a treasure hall where the Kunlun sect stores its magical artifacts. Within the Grand Hall, two venerable masters sit in meditation, while behind them stands a statue of the Jade Pure Celestial Lord, towering at about 10 feet tall. The divine figure, with a benevolent expression, is enveloped in radiant light and holds a jade shur in its hands. Suddenly, the cerulean jade shur bursts forth with brilliance, detaching itself from the hands of the celestial statue. The two venerable masters open their eyes. The master on the left deftly waves his whisk, conjuring 3,000 silver threads that entwine the cosmos, transforming into a vast realm that ensnares the jade shur. Friend Jun Tian, now is not the time for your emergence. The master speaks with a tone of resignation. Our teacher once said that when the 9-in absolute day arrives, you may descend to vanquish demons, accumulating merit to attain a corporeal form. A light chuckle emanates from the jade shur, atop which blooms clusters of pure yang golden flowers. Each flower's stamen ignites with true pure yang fire, shattering the cosmos the master had effortlessly conjured. Simultaneously, the pure yang celestial light sweeps across the Ruiguang Pavilion, activating the numerous magical artifacts sealed within, sending them surging out towards the exterior of the pavilion. The other master's complexion changes drastically. He hastily dispels the incantation meant to prevent the jade shur's escape, and instead focuses on suppressing the scattered artifacts. He exclaims urgently, "Senior brother, we must first subdue these artifacts." Friend Jun Tian, you too are a master of our sect. How can you be so reckless? Should these artifacts fall into the mortal realm, the fault lies with the three of us. Then you shall diligently gather your treasures. Seizing the moment while the two were flustered in suppressing the magical artifacts, the jade ruler transformed into a streak of light and fled from the Ruiguang Pavilion. The departure of the pure, young Jun Tian ruler struck terror into the hearts of the two rotating masters, shattering their composure. Initially, one exclaimed, "Quick, Gung, inform a master about the departure of the Jun Tian celestial spirit. I shall handle these artifacts." As he spoke, Master Ming discreetly concealed several artifacts within his robe, taking advantage of his junior's moment of distraction. Beneath the dragon head cliff of Kunlun, Ren Hong gazed silently at the majestic and towering mountains behind him. Ren Hong remained silent, his once fervent spirit now diminished. Observing the despondent state of his usually spirited junior, the young man sighed and advised, "Do not leave, just yet await my message." With those words, he took to the skies on his flying sword, heading towards Xianyuan Peak. Ren Hong's gaze shifted slightly as he watched his amicable senior depart, a bitter smile forming within him. Do not leave? Even if I wished to escape, the myriad prohibitions of Kunlun Mountain would hinder me with my meager powers. I could not even exit the Kunlun gates without guidance. The Dragonhead Cliff serves as a training ground for the lower-tier disciples of the Kunlun sect, towering at 90 zhang, its shape resembling a dragon's head, nestled beneath the 48 peaks of East Kunlun. It is also the entrance to the Kunlun sect. Yet, despite being the entrance, it remains 100 miles away from the true gates of the Kunlun celestial realm, fraught with protective divine prohibitions. Without the guidance of a Kunlun disciple, one would surely perish under the defensive spells. Ren Hong, arrogant and reckless, has trespassed into forbidden grounds, unleashing malevolent spirits. Henceforth, he shall be stripped of his Dao talisman and expelled from Kunlun. Recalling the words of the elder from the Nine Immortals' Peak, a fierce anger simmered within Ren Hong. Trespassing into forbidden grounds? Why venture into such places? Are you not aware? It is not the people of Mount Jiosian who instigate trouble why would he rush into the forbidden realm to rescue someone? Furthermore, the true instigator of the chaos merely faces 30 years of reflection, yet the one who endeavors to rectify the situation is to be banished from the mountains? What manner of logic is this? Is there truly such enforcement in the world? As Ren Hong contemplated this, his frustration grew, and the pure energy of Yusu surged rapidly within him. Mingling with the demonic aura he had recently encountered in the demon's ceiling cave, creating a tumultuous stir within his meridians, threatening to lead him astray into madness. Suddenly, the Jun Tian Yu Chi plummeted from the heavens, striking the young man's forehead directly. "Hey, wake up!" The Jun Tian Yu Chi retracted its formidable power, merely rousing Ren Hong from his stupor, cleansing him of the demonic energy with pure yang light, and enveloping him in a myriad of colorful clouds. From the outside, the five-colored brilliance formed a sphere around him and the Chur, gradually fading away. "Young man, expelled from Kunlun, are you not furious? Are you not anxious?" Upon hearing the teasing voice emanating from the Yu Chi, Ren Hong's expression turned icy. He was about to unleash a torrent of curses upon the malevolent beings, but suddenly, he sensed that the Yuzu's mystical power resonated with his own essence. The xianxia-sci-fi, adorned with a dragon's head and phoenix's tail, swayed before Ren Hong. Although I belong to Kunlun, I am not an elder, but rather the spirit of a celestial artifact." As Ren Hong had only recently begun his cultivation, he did not recognize that this juror was the revered pure yang Jun Tian Shi, a treasured artifact forged by the ancestral master of Yusu. "I have grown weary of my time in Kunlun and wish to descend the mountain in search of new opportunities. Would you care to join me? Descend the mountain?" Yet, Yu Chi had anticipated this, and laughter echoed constantly. The Kunlun sect leader is currently in seclusion at Yushu Palace with several esteemed elders. Otherwise, how could the Kunlun sect be plunged into chaos, with internal strife and moral ambiguity among the peaks? On the way, many fellow disciples greeted him, but he paid them no heed, making his way directly to Jingguang Palace to pay his respects to Master Yue. "Master, this matter has been handled unjustly." Upon entering, Luo Yu knelt on the mat, pleading for Ren Hong. The calamity was instigated by Fan Yuchen, and it was Ren Hong who rushed to save her. Why should he be banished from the mountain? Seeing his arrival, the master was not angered. Instead, he inquired with a smile, "Do you also perceive this as unjust?" "Indeed, it is unjust," Luo Yu retorted with indignation. "That girl, Fan Yuchen, has been emboldened by her brother's presence at Jioshin Peak, frequently causing trouble at Longzhou Rock without facing any consequences. This has led to her growing arrogance. Now, driven by greed, she ventured into the Fengyao cave in search of treasure, endangering her fellow disciples, who nearly lost their lives. Uncle Chiu merely revoked her opportunity to enter the Celestial Gate, sentencing her to 30 years of reflection on the mountain. On what grounds is that justified? Master Yue responded, "It is precisely because she has a brother who possesses the ancestral treasures. With him around, Elder Chiu must extend some courtesy to Fan. And what of Ren Hong? He went to rescue those sisters. So how has he become the one at fault? In truth, one could argue that he had rendered a favor to Fan Yuchen, rather than the opposite. Do you truly believe that the mischief lies with those three little demons?" Master Yue expressed her disdain. What calamity could possibly arise from a mere nine-headed pheasant and a peepus spirit? Centuries of cultivation pale in comparison to your trifling third-generation disciples. Even that 1,000-year-old nine-tailed fox would succumb to the mere flick of my little finger. In essence, this matter is merely Chiu Yu's vendetta against Ren Hong, determined to cast him off the mountain. The young man was taken aback. But Master Chiu has no enmity with junior brother Ren. What could be the reason? Is it not because of you? Master Yue retorted. Had you not taken that lad to Qi Xingping, how could he have encountered this predicament? Qi Xingping? The young man began to comprehend. Is this yet another calamity stemming from the ancestral treasures? Do you understand why Jiaoxian Peak is targeting you? The celestial spirit, Jun Tian, addressed Run Hong. Qixing Ping harbors 7 relics left by the master of Yisu. To possess even one grants immense fortune and the opportunity to ascend as an immortal. On that day, at Qixing Ping, you inadvertently triggered the spiritual mechanism of the relics, seizing the chance meant for Qiu Yu's little disciple. Ancestral treasures? Ren Hong exclaimed in astonishment. Is that truly the reason? Is there any other? On Qianyuan Peak, Master Yue remarked leisurely, your senior brother sensed the 6th relic's spiritual essence years ago. He awaited the moment to return and claim the relic to bolster Jiaoxian Peak's prestige and confidence. How could he allow Ren Hong to acquire such a treasure? Luo Yu appeared speechless. My senior brother, Chun, has always been easygoing. How could he possibly care about such a trivial relic? Is it possible that without this treasure, he would be unable to cultivate the great Tao? To be chosen by the treasures of the patriarch is not a privilege afforded to the shallow-minded. Indeed, your elder brother remains indifferent. If he truly cared about such matters, he would not have garnered the favor of the patriarch's relics. However, your uncle does care. Your uncle shares a profound bond with your elder brother. One forged over 3 lifetimes. How could he bear to see him deprived of this precious artifact? With one side representing a disciple of 3 lifetimes and the other a mere nominal disciple of the Kunlun sect, is there truly any question of choice? Do the other elders merely stand idly by? Ren Hong, after only 3 years of cultivation, is poised to step into the heavenly gate and undergo the trials of immortality. His progress is astonishing. Why not simply take him under your wing? Once again, the conflict between the leaders of the 9 Immortals Peak and the Qianyuan Peak emerges. Since the ascension of the Yushu master of the Kunlun sect, who bequeathed the leadership to Su Yinyang of the 9 Immortals Peak, internecine strife has plagued the Kunlun's 12 peaks for 5 centuries, particularly between the 9 Immortals Peak, where the chief resides, and the Qianyuan Peak. The Qianyuan Peak boasts the most formidable influence among the 12 peaks, under the stewardship of the Qingxian Daoist, who elucidates the profound principles of Kunlun's rightful path through the Tai Chingwei canon. Conversely, the 9 Immortals Peak prides itself on being the true orthodox lineage, with Su Yinyang, no less than a grand vehicle immortal, expounding the celestial truths within the natural yin and yang treatise, which is regarded as the supreme method of transcending to immortality. For 5 centuries, the 2 peaks have continuously clashed, each establishing its own path within the teachings of Kunlun. Meanwhile, the other immortal peaks find themselves caught between these 2 titans, forming alliances or remaining observant, each with their own strategy. Luo Yes' expression darkens. So, this means I have inadvertently brought harm to my junior. Ren Hong is close to me, and I had intended for him to join us at Qianyuan Peak. Thus, Uncle Qiu is acting specifically against us. The esteemed Master Yue chuckled heartily. Indeed. Upon receiving his mentor's response, the young disciple, still perplexed, questioned, in that case, shouldn't we safeguard our junior brother? Thus, you have come, have you not? Master Yue gestured towards his cherished disciple and continued, you share a close bond with Ren. So what worries do you have about him not joining our Qianyuan Peak? With that, the master instructed his pupil, take Ren Hong down the mountain without delay. Head directly to the west gate of Dongyao City. There, you will find 5 willow trees beneath the 3rd willow. A fortune-telling booth awaits. Guide Ren Hong to that booth and have him pay the fortune teller 3 coins, neither more nor less than a silver. Once the fortune teller has divined for Ren Hong, you must swiftly tear apart the fortune slip and compel the seer to confront you. The young disciple gazed at his master with a look of confusion. The fortune teller is a senior uncle from our Qianyuan Peak, who once, in a fit of pique, descended to the mortal realm, swearing never to employ even a fragment of celestial power. Each of the 12 peaks of Kunlun possesses its own celestial scriptures, and the competition among them revolves around cultivating their disciples into immortals. Ren Hong, endowed with commendable talent and favored by the ancestral relics, was not someone Master Yue could easily forsake. Yet, with 12 peaks in Kunlun and only 7 precious relics, inter-peak rivalries would not permit Qianyuan Peak to hoard an undue share of these treasures. When the day came that his disciple took Ren Hong to Kixingping and they encountered one of the relics, Master Yue, keen to keep this information under wraps, sought to prevent other celestial peaks from whisking Ren Hong away. Alas, the news spread nonetheless. Master Yue had initially anticipated that Ren Hong would have to contend with the other peaks when it came time to establish his foundation. However, this time, Qiu Yuzi of Jiuxian Peak plotted for his disciple, casting Ren Hong down the mountain in advance, and Yue Jinren immediately understood that an opportunity had arisen. Force your master uncle to break his oath, then push the lad Ren Hong before him. Inform him that they should retreat to Qingwei Xianfu for a few years. Qingwei Xianfu is a separate abode established by Qianyuan Peak. Upon hearing this, the young man was enlightened. It is indeed my master who possesses clarity of thought. I shall set off at once. Wait, Yue Jinren handed a fan adorned with swirling 5-colored light to Luo Yu. I borrowed the Wanxiao fan from your junior sister. Just now use this to protect Ren Hong on his descent. The Qinyu Wanxiao fan, one of the 7 treasures of the Yusu patriarch, belonged to a female disciple of Qianyuan Peak. Your junior sister's fan? The young man accepted it and heard his master's further instructions. On your journey, you will undoubtedly encounter individuals from other immortal peaks. Regardless of who calls you from behind, pay them no mind. Remember, after bringing Ren Hong down the mountain, head directly to Dongyao City without any delays along the way. I understand, Master. The young man felt the weight of his responsibility, whether he could successfully bring his closely knit junior brother into Qianyuan Peak now rested upon his efforts. In the tranquil bamboo grove of Jinting Peak, 2 elders sauntered leisurely. The elder clad in purple robes stroked his beard and remarked to the elegantly dressed middle-aged man beside him, earlier, at Jiuxian Peak. Junior brother Qiu may have overstepped his bounds. Do you share the same sentiment, senior brother Zhang? The purple-robed elder nodded as they continued their stroll along the serene path. That child, Ren Hong, is truly innocent. Junior brother Qiu, in his eagerness to curry favor with Master Fan's nephew, shielded his sister while allowing this blameless child to suffer. Hearing the lament of the Jinting Peak master, Elder Gu felt a stir in his heart. I have heard that this Ren Hong lad is quite capable in his cultivation and possesses a commendable disposition. Moreover, he aligns well with our Jinting Peak's teachings. Perhaps. His cultivation is commendable, yet his temper is rather volatile. He confronted junior brother Qiu directly in the law enforcement hall, inciting dissatisfaction among several disciples from Putuo Peak and Yuanyang Peak, which ultimately led to his expulsion from the mountain. It is important to note that although Jiuxian Peak is the lineage of the sect leader prior to Su Yinyang's seclusion, he appointed the 12 peak elders to jointly oversee sect affairs, preventing Jiuxian Peak from having unilateral authority. Any matter must be resolved through a collective vote of the 12 elders. However, Ren Hong is young and headstrong, which led him to confront Qiu Yuzi at Jiuxian Peak, causing other elders to view him unfavorably, thereby facilitating Elder Qiu's proposal for his expulsion. Elder Gu pondered and softly defended Ren Hong, a child of 15 or 16. Being wronged while attempting to do good, how can we expect him to remain calm? The elder in purple replied, that is precisely why he must descend the mountain to temper his character. Please send word to our disciples in the mortal realm to look after this child, Ren Hong. Should he manage to establish a foundation through his own perseverance, we shall endeavor to impart our Jinting Peak's teachings to him. The members of Qianyuan Peak are becoming increasingly unruly. A rebellious young lad dares to persist in his defiance against his superiors. Yinner, you must intercept Luo Yu from Qianyuan Peak at Longsho Cliff, while Xiao'er. You are to expel that Ren Hong child from Kunlun and strip him of his Yushu true energy. Fairy Lingxia hesitated. Master, is this truly appropriate? After all, he did save Sister Fan once. Master Samun's bias towards Jiuxian Peak stemmed from an earlier agreement that Fan Yuchen would become her disciple. Naturally, she would protect her own apprentice and shift the blame onto Ren Hong. At Yuchuan Peak, the elders instructed their peers, Jiuxian Peak's actions are unjust. and Sister Samoon has always been harsh and extreme. I would trouble a fellow disciple to intervene and prevent Putua Peak from taking the child away. Elder of Yuanyang Peak declared, "Children, remain steadfast in your duties and focus on your cultivation. Do not meddle in the conflicts among the peaks." Elder of Yinxiao Peak added, "We maintain amicable relations with Putua Peak. Although Sister Samoon's methods may seem misguided, they are intended to eliminate future threats. Since this disciple has descended the mountain, it would be prudent to eliminate him to avoid any complications in the future." Unbeknownst to Renhong, his expulsion from the mountain had stirred hidden currents among the 12 peaks, with several elders sending their agents into action. However, the celestial spirit Jun Tian was well aware of his intentions. He sought to have Renhong lead him away from Kunlun in pursuit of his own opportunities for enlightenment. As the celestial lights from the various peaks approached, Jun Tian hastily offered Renhong two choices. "You can either accompany me, and we shall seek the celestial texts of Yushu Laozu to establish a new Kunlun sect, or you may choose to descend the mountain and become lost among the mundane. Establish a new Kunlun? I am a celestial artifact of the Kunlun sect. How could I teach you to seek allegiance elsewhere?" The Yuchu laughed heartily. "If we find the current state of Kunlun unsatisfactory, is it not better to create a new Kunlun sect of our own?" As he spoke, the celestial spirit cautiously scanned the sky, wary of the secluded elders who might emerge to reprimand him. Renhong's expression wavered, torn between indecision, until he finally resolved, "Let us do it. What is it but the establishment of a new sect? If those at Jiuxian Peak cannot discern good from evil, then I shall create my own Kunlun." "Excellent." Yuchu twirled around, enveloping the two in a radiant glow as they vanished. Chapter 2. The Legacy of the Ancestor. It is often said that the most perilous places can also be the safest. The celestial beings of the various peaks stirred due to Renhong's actions, while the escape of the magical artifacts from the Ruiguang Pavilion drew the attention of several true immortals from the 9 Immortal Peak. At the Kunlun Mountain Gate, celestial lights shimmered and sword energies surged, creating a lively scene. Yet, Juntian Xianling did not immediately escort Renhong away. Instead, they concealed themselves at the 7-Star Flat. The 7-Star Flat differs significantly from Longsho Rock, which serves as a training ground for the lower disciples who have yet to establish their foundations, and is also home to the Demon Refining Furnace. The 7-Star Flat, however, houses 7 treasured artifacts left behind by the Jade Void ancestor, essential for the flourishing of Kunlun. On the flying peak of Kunlun, there lies a verdant meadow perpetually bathed in starlight, where 7 stone orbs are arranged in an orderly manner. Each stone orb measures approximately 3 zhang and 3 cun in diameter, symbolically aligning with the 7 celestial bodies, forming an innate formation. Renhong and Juntian Xianling arrived at this place. The celestial spirit remarked, "Your expulsion from the mountain and the release of the fox demon, the chicken essence, and the Pipa maiden have merely set the stage for a grand calamity. I have heard that Kunlun had intended to send the 9-tailed fox down to resolve an old grievance." Renhong remained silent, gazing at the stone orbs before him. 3 of the stone orbs had already lost their spiritual radiance, their treasures taken by others. The artifact that Renhong was destined to claim resided within the 6th stone orb. In the past, while visiting the 7-Star Flat under the guidance of his senior brother, Renhong inadvertently triggered the ancestral restrictions within the 6th stone orb, causing a spiritual treasure to emit a power that helped him refine his essence. It was with this artifact's assistance that he managed to achieve in 3 short years what would typically require a decade of hard work for others. Though few were aware of this, Qiu Yuzi had long since prepared for Renhong's actions, having sensed his potential. At that moment, Juntian Xianling's divine consciousness was astray, observing everything unfold, and thus schemed to ally with Renhong to escape Kunlun and establish their own lineage. As he looked at the stone orb, a surge of resentment welled up within Renhong, and he scoffed. "Is Qiu Yuzi resentful that I obstructed his disciple's fortune? Is this why he seeks to twist the truth and sever my path?" Indeed, it was Fan Yuchen who bore the brunt of the blame for the calamity that befell him, leading to his sister and several junior sisters suffering misfortune, while he rushed to the demon ceiling cave to rescue them, only to end up being banished from the mountain. Was it not simply because Fan Yuchen had a brother who cultivated at the 9 Immortal Peak? What a disgraceful elder law enforcer indeed. Truly, the 9 Immortal Peak is filled with nefarious individuals. The celestial spirit continued to stoke the flames of his anger. Is it not true that Fan Yuchen flaunted her arrogance at Longsho Rock precisely because her brother possesses one of the ancestral 7 treasures, the giant xianxia-sci-fi shield, and is regarded as one of Kunlun's most esteemed disciples. With resolve, Ren Hong hastened towards the 6th stone orb, placing his hands upon its surface, exclaiming, "Celestial Spirit, I beseech you to lend me your power." Jun Tian Xianling, understanding Ren Hong's intentions and sharing the same desire, infused him with a strand of pure yang energy. At the same time, the celestial spirit obscured the heavenly mechanisms, erasing any lingering spells left by Qiu Yuzi to prevent anyone from detecting the anomalies at the 7-star flat. With the aid of the celestial spirit's pure yang energy, Ren Hong's Jade Void true energy surged dramatically, resonating with the treasure mirror contained within the stone orb. The 7 artifacts left by the Jade Void ancestor included the Golden Lang exorcising sword, the giant xianxia-sci-fi shield, the 7 treasures Qinxiang palanquin, the Mi Luo De Yin disc, the Qian Yuan Xia fan, the floating Li Hong Yuan mirror, and the Yiqi One Miao pearl. The Golden Lang sword is a weapon of great lethality, one of the 9 swords of the world. The giant K shield serves as a defensive treasure, capable of withstanding assaults from even the most formidable celestial beings. Fan Yuchen's brother's prominence stems from this. It is said that he once wielded the shield against the siege of 8 great primordial spirits and returned unscathed. The 7 treasures Qinxiang palanquin is a treasure for swift flight, once used by the Jade Void ancestor, capable of soaring through the heavens and traversing the earth, breaking all divine restrictions and celestial laws. The Mi Luo De Yin disc is a treasure of calculation, which, when combined with Kunlun's celestial algorithms, can deduce the heavenly mechanisms of the 3 realms and 10 directions. The Qian Yuan Xia fan is a treasure of prohibitions, containing 12 myriad celestial prohibitions personally inscribed by the Jade Void ancestor, capable of manifesting numerous celestial techniques, making it the most versatile among the 7. The floating Li Hong Yuan mirror is a treasure of the Tao, allowing its holder to observe the 3 realms and suppress inner demons, preventing the risk of falling into madness. Ren Hong's rapid progress in cultivation is also attributed to this mirror's assistance, which shields him from the perils of losing control. The Yiqi One Miao pearl is a treasure for cultivation, capable of transforming the essence of heaven and earth, regardless of whether it is celestial, demonic, or spiritual energy. All powers will be devoured by the bearer and transformed into their own energy. From the perspective of sheer might, the Golden Lang sword, Wan Xia fan, and De Yin disc are undoubtedly the most formidable. However, in terms of cultivation, the Wan Miao pearl and Hong Yuan mirror are superior. When it comes to preserving one's life and fleeing, the Qinxiang palanquin and xianxia shield are unparalleled. Ren Hong attempted to refine the celestial artifact with the power lent by Jun Tian Xianling. However, the floating Li mirror within the stone orb trembled gently, causing its reflection to manifest 3,000 worlds, blocking the strand of pure yang energy. Had he failed? After repeated attempts, Ren Hong had no choice but to concede. Much like before, he had only acquired a glimpse of the mirror's shadow. A mirror shadow? Jun Tian Xianling pondered briefly before realizing the floating Li's prohibition. Alas, it still refused to acknowledge him. Ren Hong closed his eyes to examine the situation, and within his consciousness, a treasure mirror radiated a circular light, illuminating his murky spiritual sea. Indeed, possessing that mirror shadow equated to having gained half of the artifact's recognition. However, his current low level of power rendered him incapable of refining it. Jun Tian Xianling understood that the issue lay with himself. Although his power shared the same source as Ren Hong's, both being of the Kunlun Jade Void lineage, the inherent nature of this treasure leaned towards pure yang prohibitions, which did not entirely align with the true energy of the floating Li mirror. This discrepancy caused the artifact to hesitate, merely producing a shadow to aid Ren Hong in his future cultivation. The disturbances at the 7-star flat would inevitably attract the attention of the primordial spirit true immortals. We must withdraw to the immortal abode left behind by the elder. Wait, Ren Hong exclaimed, glancing at the 7-star flat, plucking several blades of grass from the verdant meadow. With this, the jade ruler spun beside him, enveloping him once more in 5-colored mist, transforming into a beam of light as they fled from Kunlun. Ren Hong departed, leaving behind a tumultuous Kunlun. Luo Yu, wielding the Wan Xia fan, hastened towards Longsho Rock, but encountered fellow disciples from Putua Peak along the way. "Brother, please halt." Following his master's instructions, He ignored the calls of the female cultivator and pressed onward. "Brother, how can you be so heartless, having once cultivated together at Longsho Rock? You cannot spare even a moment?" The voice behind him persisted, imbued with an inexplicable allure. Luo Yu feigned deafness, yet inwardly seethed with anger. This female cultivator from Putuo Peak indeed mingled too closely with the Buddhist sect, tarnishing the purity of our Xianmen's Lingxiao Qingyin with her Tian Nu Miaoing charm. The Jade Void Master had accepted 48 disciples, many of whom practiced alongside other sections. While the Jade Void Master was present, he could suppress them. However, with his ascension, currents now surged within Kunlun. As the leaders of Putuo Peak and Yuxiao Peak began to explore the path of joint cultivation with the Buddhist sect, though their cultivation advanced, they were scorned by the other peaks. As he pondered, the calls of the Lingxiao Qingyin grew ever more insistent. "Brother, please stop." Seeing that the Putuo Peak disciple would not relent, Luo Yu swung the wand xia fan fiercely behind him. A streak of crimson mist surged forth, transforming into a divine barrier that sent the female cultivator flying. Fairy Tong Yun, quick to react, hastily employed Putuo Peak's immobilization technique, stabilizing herself in midair. However, Luo Yu's strike left her flushed with indignation. Having cultivated to this point, she was accustomed to being revered as a fairy by all cultivators she encountered. She had thought it a simple task to obstruct Luo Yu, only to find herself thwarted by a mere junior disciple. Moreover, she sensed several spiritual presences lurking in the clouds, leaving her to wonder how her fellow disciples might be laughing at her misfortune at this very moment. The celestial maiden, Tong Yun, was filled with indignation. "Senior brother, we are of the same sect. How could you disregard our 30 years of cultivation together and directly attack me? Is Qianyuan Peak truly this tyrannical?" With that, she flung the Vajra Buddhist beads from her wrist, and the 18 beads transformed into 18 formidable Vajra protectors, encircling Luo Yu. Although there existed internal strife between Qianyuan Peak and Jiuxian Peak, both sects acknowledged the teachings of each other's scriptures as the orthodox lineage of Kunlun. Unlike the dual cultivation of the Buddha and immortals practiced at Putuo Peak. Infuriated by the female cultivator's actions, Luo Yu's sword light momentarily faltered. The Wansha fan in his hand began to rise again, intending to resolve the matter with a single strike. At that moment, a figure riding a white crane appeared in the sky. "Senior brother, your words are misguided. It is said that the golden elixir and relic represent mutual righteousness." "Nonsense." Luo Yu interrupted the arrival from Yunxiao Peak. "The phrase 'the three teachings are one' refers to my three pure ones, the Xuandu, Kunlun, and Bio, and has nothing to do with the Western escape from Zen. If you too intend to obstruct my path, then draw your lines." Another layer of divine prohibition. The nine heavens golden spirit surged forth from the Wansha fan. The visitor from Yunxiao Peak's expression changed dramatically. He knew well the exquisite power of the Wansha fan, and hastily combined his own etching spiritual light with Tong Yun's protective aura. On the crane's back, the man called out, "Senior brother, I have come to mediate your dispute. We have all cultivated for a century. Why must you be so furious?" Despite his words, the actions of the Yunxiao Peak disciple were far from impartial, subtly aiding the female cultivator from Putuo Peak. And even his etching celestial light bore a hint of sandalwood Buddha's radiance. Witnessing the conduct of the disciples from these two peaks, Luo Yu felt a surge of anger. It is said that Qianyuan Peak has established a separate Qingwei immortal manor, intending to sever ties with Kunlun. Yet you peaks are clustering around the Buddhist sect, taking advantage of our master's ascension. Are you not seeking to transform immortals into Buddhas and create golden bodies of the Buddha? As the three confronted each other, a silver-white sword light suddenly sliced through, shattering the tension surrounding them and the spiritual senses of the observing disciples. The sword immortal, the foremost in the art of killing in the Xianmen, with just this one strike, forced numerous disciples to retreat. A figure from Yinquan Peak bellowed, "Everyone, how can you act so recklessly against a mere low-ranking disciple? Is this how you uphold the dignity of the Xianmen? Luo Yu, since you are tasked with escorting someone down the mountain, you should hasten." A singular figure with a sword barred the path at Longsho Rock, compelling the other disciples to refrain from any further action. "Thank you, junior uncle." Luo Yu seized the opportunity to hasten to the place where he parted ways with Renhong. However, Renhong had already been taken away by the Yuchi celestial spirit and was nowhere to be found. Only the solitary Lingxia fairy stood there. Upon seeing her, Luo Yu's first instinct was to suspect Putuo Peak of foul play. Yet, xianxia-sci-fi, being astute, noticed his demeanor and immediately clarified, "Senior brother Luo, I have just arrived. I was tasked to escort junior friend Ren Hong down the mountain, but by the time I arrived, he had already vanished. This is a matter that heaven can witness. If I utter a single falsehood, may I be struck by lightning." Humph. The Thunder Ancestor was established by my sect, which lightning dares strike Kunlun. Nevertheless, Luo, you sensed that xianxia-sci-fi's actions might indeed be innocent, yet it left him pondering the whereabouts of junior brother Ren Hong. Meanwhile, at Ruiguang Pavilion, Master Gung hurriedly arrived with several seniors from Jushin Peak. Master Ming carefully stowed away the treasures hidden in his sleeves and inquired, "What happened? Was there no report to the sect leader?" The Lord of Biling from Jushin Peak replied, "Our master is currently in seclusion with several uncles and cannot be disturbed. Hence, I did not send junior brother Gung to interrupt. Has the Juntian Dao friend caused a ruckus again?" As the foremost disciple of Su Yinyang, Biling Dao Jun was well aware of the conflicts between Jun Tian and his master. Master Ming's expression remained unchanged as he approached his fellow disciples. "This commotion has escalated. The celestial spirit is likely hiding somewhere in Kunlun. Perhaps it has fled to the West Kunlun?" The pure young Juntian ruler was a treasured artifact left behind by the patriarch, and these masters had not considered other possibilities. As long as the pure young Juntian ruler did not act recklessly, it would not stray too far. An artifact escaping Kunlun without its protection might easily be refined by other immortals, and erasing the spirit of the artifact would be a trivial matter. Moreover, since the Juntian ruler concealed secrets of the demonic sect, if they learned of its departure from Kunlun, it could lead to attempts to dismantle the artifact and uncover critical secrets of their sect. West Kunlun, Biling Dao Jun shook his head. The West Kunlun has been sealed for 300 years. Aside from that lady, no one else can enter. The Juntian Dao friend is not there. What about South Kunlun? South Kunlun has only one Guangming Palace, which has also long been declared closed. Thus, Biling Dao Jun paid no heed to Master Ming's words, but rather scrutinized the chaos within Ruiguang Pavilion. Master Ming's expression grew somewhat awkward as he quietly stated, "The Juntian Dao friend has been quite irritable this time. Breaking the prohibitions of the spiritual treasures, several artifacts have already flown to the outside world." What level of mastery did Biling Dao Jun possess? Having crossed into the third realm of the Great Ascension, he was on the brink of immortality. Naturally, he could perceive the faint glimmers of spiritual light emerging from Master Ming's sleeves. However, he chose not to expose it, thinking to himself, Master Ming's resources are limited, yet his disciples are numerous. Allowing him to take some treasures is not unreasonable. Biling Dao Jun could guess at Master Ming's intentions. After all, a brother from Jushin Peak was preferable to letting other immortal peaks take advantage. Biling Dao Jun was among the earliest disciples of the second generation of Kunlun. He witnessed the establishment and flourishing of the Kunlun sect, and he had watched it reach its current state. After the ascension of Master Yushu, there were those who refused to acknowledge their master as the second-generation leader. Xianyuan Peak openly declared the intention to split the 12 peaks, transforming Kunlun into 12 separate sects and establishing an alternative lineage. But this was thwarted by fellow disciples and thus came to nothing. Yet now, there were peaks practicing both Buddhism and Tao, some keeping to themselves, and others establishing their own immortal manners. Although Kunlun boasted over 100 true immortals and more than 10 Tao lords, claiming the title of the foremost sect in Shenzhou, it was also on the brink of internal strife and division due to mutual discontent. In light of this situation, many Tao lords from Kunlun lamented, "Other sects perished due to decline, yet our sect faces destruction due to its own strength." Biling Dao Jun harbored certain calculations regarding the future division of Kunlun. As for his junior brother taking a few treasures from the sect, he chose to turn a blind eye. With more items to contest over in the future, a few artifacts would not make a significant difference. However, the Juntian celestial spirit was one of the 3 treasures deliberately left behind by the patriarch during his ascension to suppress the fortunes of Kunlun. Although Biling Dao Jun was not particularly worried about it, he felt it necessary to express a stance. And this matter should not be made public. Let us keep it known only to Jushin Peak. If it spreads, it may lead to another round of disputes with other immortal peaks. Chapter 3. Beneath the Lotus Mountain. The Demon Lord sets a trap Lotus Mountain, though its name may seem unrefined when one stands atop it and gazes upon the panoramic view. The beauty of the landscape renders all other names inconceivable, save for the term lotus. The grand Kunlun mountain is hailed as the progenitor of all mountains, from which the myriad peaks of the world arise. This mountain is but a gentle spur of Kunlun, adorned with 18 peaks that rise majestically, resembling the petals of a lotus flower in full bloom, resplendent in shades of purple and azure. The term azure refers to the verdant hue of the mountain, as each of these 18 peaks is cloaked in emerald garments, radiating a vivid green essence. Purple denotes the ethereal mists that waft through the mountains, infused with spiritual energy, merging with the sun's essence to form purple clouds, imbued with celestial significance. Ren Hong, invoking the Jade Purity Heart method, summoned the cosmic Jade ruler to navigate the clouds. As he surveyed the earth from above, he perceived a flower of intertwined purple and azure hues. The youth murmured, "No wonder this place is named Lotus." The celestial spirit chuckled softly. It is said that this locale was originally called Handan Mountain. However, the nearby villagers found the name obscure and thus renamed it Lotus. Handan is merely an alternative name for the lotus flower. It is said that the golden lotus, the red lotus, and the blue Handan all belong to the same lineage. Whether referred to as lotus, Handan, or any other name, they are all synonymous with the lotus flower. The Taoist tradition often employs the lotus as a metaphor for the Great Way, signifying that all paths emanate from a singular source. The Great Way shares a common origin, yet it is the ideologies and doctrines that give rise to the myriad schools of cultivation, including celestial beings, Buddhas, demons, and various other entities, resulting in the lotus's myriad hues and forms. The celestial spirit continued in the past. The master engaged in a contest of magic with a demon here and ultimately subdued the fiend. He then preached at Lotus Mountain for 49 days to restore the spiritual veins, leaving behind a separate abode and sealing a volume of celestial scriptures. The master intended for the 7 disciples of Kunlun to acquire the treasures and inherit this lotus abode to refine the demon. Upon hearing this, Renhong's expression shifted slightly. Since the ancestor had long made plans, how could the immortals of Kunlun allow me to take charge? Indeed, the spirit replied with a chuckle. The master has laid intricate traps in the mortal realm, leaving 9 separate abodes. The 7 major abodes belonging to the 7 sons of Yushu have already been determined. This abode, however, is not among them. It serves 2 purposes. One is to enhance the disciples' powers, and the other is for the rehearsal of demon refinement, not to be solely owned by the 7 sons of Kunlun. If one were to insist upon the successful refinement of demons by the 7 sons, this celestial residence would belong to the Kunlun sect as an external abode. Consider the location of Lotus Mountain. Is it not a remnant of Kunlun Mountain? Moreover, you need not worry. This abode is still far from emerging, at least after the abodes of Jinlang and Yumen. Jinlang and Yumen are 2 of the 7 major abodes of Kunlun, with the remaining 5 being Qilu, Yinguang, Xuanjin, Hongwu, and Lingyao. The keys to these 7 abodes are the 7 treasures left by the master of Yushu. Renhong pondered, what of the remaining abode? Besides the northern dipper abodes of the 7 sons of Kunlun and this lotus abode, there should be another. That abode lies in the East Sea and will soon emerge. The spirit revealed. The celestial spirit, seeking to tempt Renhong into seizing the abode and establishing an independent lineage of Kunlun, had its own ulterior motives. Seeing him in contemplation, it quickly encouraged him. I possess the essence of the primordial spirit and can assist you in manipulating the celestial mechanisms, allowing Kunlun to remain oblivious for a century. Furthermore, as long as you inherit the master's teachings, you would be a legitimate disciple of Kunlun. Would they dare to betray their teacher and ancestors? That would be a jest for all the paths of the celestial realm. Reflecting on his expulsion from the mountain, Renhong's heart brimmed with unresolved melancholy. If those esteemed immortals were to address him as their uncle and bow before him, he steeled himself and nodded decisively. Let us go pay our respects to the ancestor. With a playful smile, the celestial spirit enveloped Renhong in radiant light, transporting him to the central pond of Lotus Mountain. The pond lay lifeless, akin to a slab of ink-black jade nestled in the valley. In the middle of the cold pool stood a towering celestial rock, its surface an obsidian hue, exuding a restrained aura. 3 feet below the apex of the celestial rock, a purple celestial herb continuously exhaled misty vapor, forming a halo of rainbows around it. Although the master had ascended, he left behind a trace of his imprint upon this celestial rock, a remnant of his boundless powers. Should you seek the celestial scriptures of the Great Way with sincerity, You shall surely be answered. As the celestial spirit withdrew its luminous veil, Ren Hong approached the water's edge step by step. Merely standing there, he felt the meager essence within him stir, resonating with the presence of the celestial rock. The youth bowed deeply. I am a disciple of Kunlun, expelled for reasons unknown. With a heart directed toward the Great Way, I humbly beseech the ancestor to bestow upon me the celestial scriptures to propagate the true teachings of Kunlun. Do not lose heart. Continue, the spirit whispered, hidden in his embrace, awaiting the outcome. The spirit felt a twinge of anxiety, having secretly led Ren Hong to seek the master's hidden teachings. What stance would the master take? Yet, for the sake of my own path, I have no choice but to take this gamble. As a relic of the ancestor, the celestial spirit possessed extraordinary powers, rivaling even those of primordial spirits. However, it could not escape its corporeal form, preventing it from attaining true celestial enlightenment. Thus, it contemplated the notion of reincarnation, desiring to shed its artifact body and be reborn through its spiritual essence, to once again cultivate the true teachings of Kunlun. Yet, being a creation of the master, it was bound to Kunlun's fate, entangled in the tribulations of the celestial realm. The immortals of Kunlun would not permit it to reincarnate at will. According to the plans of the immortals, the spirit was to wait until the tribulations had passed and the world was at peace before being allowed to reincarnate and join the Kunlun sect. But the celestial spirit, unable to bear the solitude, was unwilling to wait another 300 years, insisting on an early transformation and training amid the resurgence of demons during the 9 absolute days, thus persuading Ren Hong to inherit the abode and establish a new branch of Kunlun. I am a celestial artifact entrusted by the ancestor. I cannot betray the lineage of Kunlun. Yet, it did not explicitly state that it could not establish another Kunlun to illuminate the Great Way. As the day passed, the celestial rock remained unresponsive. Instead, ripples danced across the cold pond, and demonic energy began to stir within the waters. Ren Hong felt a surge of anxiety, reflecting inwardly. Is it true that I am fated to be apart from Kunlun, estranged from the celestial path, destined to live without the pursuit of longevity and enlightenment? If he were still an ordinary child in a county town, devoid of any concept of the celestial path, it would be understandable. However, having witnessed celestial beings soaring to the skies, only to have his aspirations for immortality severed, he found himself languishing in life. His hair graying as he watched the immortals of Kunlun remain forever youthful. Deep within, he felt a profound unwillingness. Child, if you cannot enter the celestial path, why not choose another? A mysterious voice whispered softly in his ear. The myriad paths of the cosmos are not solely dominated by the celestial path. If the celestial road is closed to you, why not join the holy teachings and learn the true essence within my teachings? Before Ren Hong's eyes, the cold pond suddenly transformed, countless blood-red lotuses blossoming throughout the water, and a figure clad in red seated upon a fiery lotus platform emerged. The elder, pointing at the red lotus, cackled, "Child, rise swiftly and step upon the red lotus. That old thief of Yushu will not accept you, but I welcome all beings under heaven to join my fold." Ren Hong gazed intently at the red lotus, which contained boundless supernatural powers. Within it lay numerous scriptures, including the great strength demon magic, 9 illusions blood river canon, 7 killers slaying heaven demon sword, great transformation of the celestial demon, and 12 myriad heavenly demon paths. He even envisioned himself cultivating these techniques, soaring through the skies, and achieving the immortal, indestructible form of a demon god. In that instant, he felt disoriented, his spirit wavering. This is bad. The demon seeks to lead me astray. The celestial spirit sensed the emerging demonic energy within the cold pond and prepared to intervene. However, recalling a certain thought, it restrained itself and quietly observed Ren Hong's choice. Various demonic techniques flashed through Ren Hong's mind, stirring his emotions and causing him to lean slightly. I cultivate the true methods of the celestial path primarily to confront those of Kunlun, to elevate my standing and assert my worth. I do not necessarily need to pursue the celestial way. These holy teachings seem. Suddenly, Ren Hong was struck by a realization. If I were to pursue this path, would it not further validate their decision to cast me down the mountain? Moreover, not just myself, but even Shi Yao and the others would struggle to hold their heads high. Thinking of his younger siblings left behind on Kunlun Mountain, Ren Hong steadied his resolve. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, calmed his thoughts, and patiently awaited at the celestial rock. Under the influence of the malevolent entity, he found himself able to patiently await the final outcome. This waiting lasted an entire day and night. The demon, realizing it could not disturb Ren Hong's steadfast heart, once again conjured its sorcery, summoning enchanting celestial maidens to entwine with him, along with various esteemed practitioners from the demon sect who manifested around him, imparting their arcane knowledge. The ancient fiend in the icy pool truly spared no effort. The celestial spirit within Ren Hong gradually sank into contemplation. The teachings of the demon sect were not without merit. Should he diligently practice according to their principles, he could undoubtedly attain the fruits of their dark path. Moreover, he perceived that among these teachings lay the pinnacle of the 5 great demon doctrines, and even the supreme secret arts of the sect's leaders. Should Ren Hong's heart waver, unable to maintain his focus and tranquility, and begin to heed the seductive incantations of the demon arts, a seed of corruption would be sown within him, severing his ties with the path of cultivation. Ren Hong had yet to complete even the most fundamental foundation of Ascension. He was not but a mortal. How could he resist the allure of such dark powers? The celestial spirit, sensing this peril, contemplated rescuing Ren Hong before devising a further plan. Yet at this moment, amidst the cacophony of sinister sounds, Ren Hong's resolve only solidified. He mused to himself, the pursuit of truth lies in the celestial path. The Buddhist sect seeks emptiness, while the demon cult endeavors to refine the self. Though all 3 paths are avenues to the great way, I have already embarked on the quest for truth. Even if I cannot inherit the teachings of the Jade Void ancestor, I cannot forsake 3 years of diligent practice to stray onto another path. With this thought, Ren Hong entered a state of deep meditation, envisioning the form of the Jade pure, celestial venerable in his mind. At that moment, the mirror spirit bestowed by the floatingly treasure mirror suddenly radiated a brilliant light, harmonizing with the envisioned form of the celestial venerable. The once vague image of the venerable became strikingly clear. He held the floatingly treasure mirror in his hands, illuminating the surrounding obscurity with divine light, while a melodious voice resonated, dispelling the illusory, demonic sounds. The celestial sound suppressed the demonic whispers, and after an indeterminate duration, the sinister noises reluctantly retreated. Yet Ren Hong did not relent. He continued to wait patiently before the celestial rock. For 3 full days and nights, he bowed in reverence, until at last, radiant light cascaded down from the peak of the spiritual rock, enveloping him. The Jade ruler, which lay within Ren Hong's embrace, seemed to possess its own consciousness, repelling him from the luminous glow. The celestial spirit instantly comprehended the situation, retracting its corporeal form and transforming into a youthful visage. Remaining on the shore to bow respectfully towards the spiritual rock, we humbly welcome the arrival of the venerable Lord. Chapter 4. The Jade Void's 5 elements. Purple extreme scripture. Radiant light enveloped Ren Hong as he sat serenely atop the spiritual rock, occupying the same position where the Jade Void patriarch once lectured. He observed countless spiritual fish and shellfish surfacing in the cold pond, while 2 small dragons rested on the water's surface, continuously blowing bubbles. On the shore gathered a myriad of birds and beasts, tree spirits, and stone monsters, as well as immortals who once practiced near Lotus Flower Mountain and a few mortals drawn by the sound. In this moment, Ren Hong felt a profound luminosity emanating from his entire being, with boundless auspicious mist overflowing from within him as he proclaimed the truths of the Tao. The primordial ancestor's calamity gives birth to the heavens. The 3 vistas are the roots of the heavens. The upper essence returns to the ancestor. Only the Tao is the body. The Tao is the foundation of heaven and earth. Heaven and earth are the form of the great Tao. Yin and Yang are the energies of the great Tao. Yin and Yang arise from heaven and earth. Above are the sun and moon. Below are mountains and rivers, giving rise to myriad phenomena. The interplay of Yin and Yang, governed by the Tao, operates in cycles, harmonizing and balancing, thus allowing heaven and earth to endure. As Ren Hong listened to his own declarations of the great Tao, a natural understanding blossomed within him. This was the wisdom imparted by the patriarch a millennium ago regarding the principles of primordial Yin and Yang. According to the Jade Void Master's teachings, heaven and earth originated from the primordial. The primordial itself is the embodiment of the Tao. The Tao then opened the heavens and split the earth, circulating the energies of Yin and Yang throughout the cosmos. The evolution of all things is governed by the principles of yin and yang's ascent and descent. As long as yin and yang are in harmony, heaven and earth can endure for eternity. Perhaps this discourse was not merely about the enduring balance of heaven and earth, but also hinted at the essence of the Kunlun righteous path. Just as heaven and earth thrive through the harmony of yin and yang, could it not be that immortals, too, could endure through the concord of yin and yang? Suddenly, Renhong's consciousness erupted with a powerful insight, as a beam of spiritual light surged forth. The essence of the Kunlun righteous path lies in emulating the Tao through the principles of yin and yang, forming the Tao body, with the fundamental result being primordial. With a single thought, Renhong's consciousness transformed, manifesting as a divine spirit of the great Tao. This form was adorned with radiant light, a nine-dragon aura purifying him from behind, auspicious jewels and ethereal clouds swirling above his head, and beneath him, a lotus blooming with five-colored brilliance. In his sacred hands, he held a jade scepter, symbolizing the operation of the great Tao and the evolution of all things. The celestial master gently tapped the scepter against the surface of the cold pond, causing the waters to surge violently. Within, a blood-red light was shattered by the radiance from the celestial rock, accompanied by a piercing scream. Although Renhong felt no disturbance in his union with the celestial master, the celestial beings on the shore watched in horror as he summoned the scepter to subdue the demon. Indeed, the master had left behind a strand of divine consciousness, and Renhong had made the right gamble. The demon was suppressed in the cold pond by the Jade Void Master. Had Renhong dared to pursue demonic powers, he would likely have met his end at the hands of the celestial rock, severing his delusions. With the Jade Void Master's approval, Renhong reaped genuine benefits. He was drawn into the celestial rock by the master, experiencing firsthand the teachings delivered 1,000 years ago. This not only laid a solid foundation for his Tao, but also truly made him a named disciple of the Jade Void Master. How could one be considered a true disciple without hearing the teachings of their master? Recently tempted by the demon, Renhong found this imprint from the Jade Void Master to be a source of vindication. As the scepter struck the demon, "You have grasped the essence of the great Tao. You may convey the Kunlun teachings." The divine manifestation dissipated, leaving behind a scroll of the Jade Void's 5 elements purple extreme scripture suspended within his consciousness. The scripture radiated with myriad purple lights, with countless profound red characters swirling upon it. Although Renhong could not decipher these characters, their deep significance naturally resonated within him, allowing him to comprehend their meanings. When Renhong opened his eyes again, all the spiritual beasts and immortals who had been listening had vanished. He had detached from the teachings of a millennium ago, and only the celestial spirit remained by the water's edge. Upon seeing Renhong awaken, the celestial spirit hurried over, inquiring, "What transpired? What did the master say?" "The patriarch." "Yes, the master bestowed upon me a volume of heavenly scripture and also imparted the techniques for controlling the celestial abode." Gaining the Jade Void Master's acknowledgement, Renhong felt an abundance of confidence, having grasped the intricacies of this lotus flower mountain abode. This abode was established by the Jade Void Master according to the prohibitions in the Jade Void's 5 elements purple extreme scripture. By fully comprehending the scripture, one could wield the celestial authority. As for the 7 sons of Kunlun, they were merely drawn in by the Jade Void Master to cultivate against demonic forces, not the true masters of the celestial abode. Their opportunity in this abode stemmed from the purple herb on the celestial rock, which activated the imprint within, allowing them to experience the teachings delivered by the Jade Void Master a millennium prior. Only those who comprehend the scripture can govern the lotus flower abode. Thus, this abode belongs to Kunlun Mountain as a whole, rather than to any single individual. Only when a disciple of Kunlun comprehends the scripture can they be considered the true inheritor of the abode. However, with the Jade Void Master's permission, Renhong was now able to cultivate the purple extreme scripture. As long as he mastered the celestial abode before the arrival of the Kunlun immortals, he would be the true inheritor, carrying on the legacy of the Jade Void Master as his named disciple. At this moment, within Renhong's consciousness floated a resplendent volume of heavenly scripture. By focusing his mind, he could peruse its contents and engage in the cultivation of celestial methodologies. After exchanging words with the celestial spirit, Renhong settled upon the spiritual rock to contemplate the scripture, studying the teachings passed down by the Jade Void Master. Renhong's prior cultivation of the Jade Purity Heart method in the Kunlun sect had been rather superficial, lacking lofty aspirations. Yet, this method was fundamentally balanced and could transform the practice of any Kunlun heavenly scripture, serving as the foundational technique of the Kunlun sect. As he delved into the Jade Void's 5 elements purple extreme scripture, the meager Jade Void true energy within him began to undergo a metamorphosis, aligning with the true energy attributes intrinsic to the scripture. The path of cultivation is said to have 4 realms and 12 grades. The 4 major realms are foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, and great ascension. Foundation establishment comprises the refining of essence, the prenatal breath, and the establishment of the foundation. Refining essence means transforming the vital essence within the body into qi, unblocking the meridians. Prenatal breath refers to returning the acquired to the innate, akin to the prenatal breath of the mother's womb. This is the level Ren Hong currently occupies. Once all the true energy within him transforms into innate qi, akin to a fetus in the womb, he would be able to circulate breath underwater, unaffected by the murky qi of the postnatal world. This level is regarded as that of a true grandmaster in the martial realm. As Ren Hong read the scripture, he joyfully remarked, "This illustrates the benefits of a heavenly scripture. Generally, scattered practitioners or masters who enter the Tao through martial means cultivate very ordinary innate qi, merely returning to the innate true energy of their prenatal state, which, when refined during foundation establishment, becomes inferior celestial essence. However, possessing the heavenly scripture allows me to deliberately select true energy attributes that resonate with the scripture during my cultivation of innate qi, thereby gaining an absolute advantage in foundation establishment. The quality of the celestial essence condensed during this phase is graded, with rough classifications into 3 grades and finer divisions into 9 levels. If one were to dissect further, creating 27 levels is also feasible. If one is to pursue this, it is essential to choose the highest quality celestial foundation. This is precisely mentioned in the Purple Extreme Scripture. The philosophy of the Purple Extreme Scripture is to aggregate the 5 elements, refining them into a singular innate purple extreme essence, thereby certifying the Tao fruit of a celestial being. This so-called celestial achievement is the final hurdle among the 4 realms and 12 levels, achieving immortality and eternal life as a celestial being. The cultivation method that culminates in the Tao fruit of a celestial being is deemed worthy of being called a heavenly scripture, a treasure of the celestial palace. In the realm of immortality, purple and azure are esteemed. The Purple Extreme Scripture refines purple qi to ascend as a celestial being and is considered among the upper echelons of heavenly scriptures within the Kunlun sect. It meticulously elucidates not only the initial foundation establishment, but also the golden core cultivation across 3 realms, along with detailed explanations for the later stages of nascent soul refinement. Particularly noteworthy is the realm beyond the nascent soul, known as the divine aspect realm. The divine aspect realm, also referred to as the harmonized Tao divine aspect. Upon achieving great success in the nascent soul, practitioners of the Xianmin tradition refine their own Tao to harmonize with heaven and earth, forming a certain divine aspect of the great Tao. The highest level of the great Tao divine aspect is the embodiment of the 3 purities Tao sovereign. Ren Hong intentionally studied the section concerning the divine aspect of the 5 elements Purple Extreme Scripture, which manifests as the Purple Extreme Emperor. Of course, should the opportunity arise, the Purple Extreme Emperor might also transform into the Jade Purity Tao Sovereign. There is no need for haste. The divine aspect realm is still some distance away. Within the entire Kunlun sect, only 3 or 4 immortals have achieved the title of Jade Purity Tao Sovereign. There is no need for me to rush. My mother once said that one of the gravest mistakes in life is to aspire for unattainable heights. One must progress steadily and with grounded determination. Thus, he sat upright on the celestial rock, transforming the essence of the Jade Void into the pure and refined energy of the Jade, clear purple extremity. This transformation is yet another advantage of possessing the Celestial Tome's profound teachings. The text, known as the Purple Extremity Heavenly Scripture, authored by the Great Tao, can be regarded as a treasure of the cosmos, a divine artifact that assists Ren Hong in his cultivation and the refinement of his magical power. As he transmuted the Jade Void essence, the heavenly tome radiated a purifying purple light, completing the transformation within merely a day. Although both energies originate from the Jade Void lineage, the Jade Clear Purple Extremity energy is far more orthodox and pure, of superior quality. According to Renhong's estimations, having fully converted his energy into purple extremity energy, only 1/3 of his total vital essence remained. At the foundation building stage, it is crucial to saturate one's body with innate energy to face the celestial gate with a full and robust presence. Currently, with the purple extremity energy at his disposal, he would likely require 5 times the amount to proceed. Moreover, the subsequent practice of energy refinement would prove challenging. His original ordinary Jade Void essence was already quite close to the foundation building threshold, and with a little more effort, he could attempt that milestone. However, Renhong maintained an optimistic disposition, quickly adjusting his mindset. At least he is still young, and he possesses the heavenly tome. Why do many individuals, despite knowing that the quality of their foundational energy post-establishment will not be high, insist on forcibly building their foundation? It is because time is not on their side. Across the martial realms of the world, those innate grandmasters endured decades of hardship for a mere possibility of foundation building. Even with the knowledge that the path ahead is fraught with difficulty, should they fail to seize this opportunity and instead solely focus on enhancing the quality of their energy, they may find themselves devoid of any hope for foundation building, ultimately expiring before they can reach that stage. Yet, Renhong, being still in his youth, would willingly invest another decade into the foundation building process, for he possesses the patience to wait. Upon completing the transformation of his energy, Renhong intended to experiment with the methods of the purple extremity scripture. Suddenly, he sensed an eruption of demonic energy and abruptly opened his eyes, gazing into the frigid pool before him. The cold pool had inexplicably taken on a crimson hue, and a foul stench wafted from its surface. It was the demon lurking beneath the waters. Chapter 5. The 9th Absolute Sun. Upon witnessing the transformation of demonic energy, Renhong immediately realized the impending threat. As he was about to take charge of the celestial abode, the malevolent entity would undoubtedly not relent, particularly after his failed attempt to lure him into darkness. Coupled with the reprimand from his master, vengeance was certainly on the horizon, especially while Ren's cultivation remained nascent. "Brother Juntian," Renhong called out, and the celestial youth transformed into a jade ruler, flying into his grasp. As Renhong held the jade ruler, a continuous stream of divine energy surged into his body. "Brother, I have discovered some techniques in the heavenly book that can refine demons and guard the Tao. Allow me to experiment," he stated. He did not intend to wield the jade ruler's innate power directly. Rather, he aimed to utilize the celestial essence from the Juntian jade ruler to perform a spell from the 5-element purple extremity book, specifically the Taiyuan 5 Lotus Purification Incantation. "Very well," Renhong declared, addressing his celestial companion, which delighted the spirit immensely. As a celestial artifact crafted by the Yushu master, it remained non-corporeal, often facing discrimination among the Kunlun practitioners. At times, he overheard their whispers, dismissing him as merely a servant prepared for the sect leader, a mere spirit of a tool, aspiring to achieve celestial Tao. They scoffed. It was already a grace from the Kunlun sect to allow him to retain his consciousness. To his pleasant surprise, the spirit continued to show respect towards him, diligently transmitting a strand of divine energy while ensuring Renhong's meridians remained unharmed. "Purify," Renhong shouted, as the lotus descended into the cold pool, and the aura of dawn swiftly enveloped the waters. As the demonic blood energy made contact, it shattered instantly. The 5 colors of blue, red, yellow, white, and black alternated, as lotus blossoms erupted within the cold pool, forming a unique purification barrier that dissipated the chaotic blood light. Moreover, the radiant light surged skyward, coalescing into a lotus phantom that gracefully descended, creating a barrier upon the water's surface, effectively sealing the boundless demonic energy. This barrier shared its origin with the sealing technique left by the Yushu master, further solidifying the millennia-old seal. From the depths of the pool, an ancient voice vaguely echoed. Sensing the unfavorable turn of events, the demonic intent and power withdrew, followed by a hoarse voice. "Child, wait and see. The 9th Absolute Sun is drawing near. When I emerge, I shall seek revenge on you and your master." Renhong's expression turned grave as he gazed into the cold pool, where he could faintly discern the reflection of a delicate celestial abode. This was the residence left behind by the Yushu master. The malevolent being had been personally subdued by his master, judging by Brother Juntian's words. This formidable demon had been a significant adversary who had engaged his master in a relentless battle a millennium ago, having likely attained a high level of spiritual understanding. Utilizing the purification lotus technique had momentarily intimidated him, relying on the Juntian Jade ruler's capabilities. However, once he truly emerged, the ruler's spiritual essence would be pivotal, as it represented the third stage of cultivation. The next step would be the great Ascension stage, achieving the divine aspect and transcending tribulations to attain celestial Tao. Renhong contemplated the implications. The 9-in Absolute Sun, known in the Xianmen as the Absolute Sun, heralds the eruption of demonic energy and the rise of the demonic path, weakening the restrictions of the celestial abode. If he could not suppress it alone, he would likely need assistance from the Kunlun disciples, risking the chance of them seizing the abode from him. Resolute, he vowed to secure the celestial abode before the 9-in Absolute Sun, reinforcing the seal to confine this malicious entity firmly. Ahead, a celestial figure emerged from an unknown mountain, resembling a captivating flower. A melodious female voice resonated from the riverbank. Renhong lifted his gaze from his reverie to behold a stunning woman by the water's edge. Her beauty was unparalleled, even more striking than any female cultivator he had encountered, including those from Longzhou Rock. He dismissed the women of Putua Peak, including Master Siua, who, though renowned centuries ago, now seemed merely a faded memory. Whispering a few words to Brother Juntian, the spirit enveloped him in radiant light, guiding him ashore. With a master of the perfected primordial spirit nearby, if this female cultivator were to pose a threat, she must be a top-tier expert at the level of divine aspect and tribulation. Dying at the hands of such a formidable being would not be in vain. Upon reaching the shore, the spirit discreetly assessed the situation before conveying telepathically, "Do not worry, it is merely a flower demon, originally a mufurong." Mufurong, also known as the wood lotus, is celebrated for its terrestrial beauty. With this understanding, Renhong anticipated her words and preemptively asked, "This esteemed mufurong, you have called upon me. May I inquire about your guidance?" The mufurong, a flower spirit practicing in the Lotus Mountain, had sensed the unusual disturbances and hurried over to investigate. Upon seeing the youth's striking demeanor, she felt a tinge of fear, suspecting him to be a disciple from a prestigious sect. Furthermore, as Renhong's aura was concealed by the celestial spirit, outsiders could not discern his limited cultivation. However, upon being exposed, the enchanting woman displayed a hint of panic. "I cannot claim to provide guidance. I merely worry that you might inadvertently trigger the sealing laws of this pool and release the evil spirits. I have guarded this place for many years without harming anyone," she hastily replied. It was evident that the celestial being exuded a serene aura, indicating her noble practice as a flower spirit. The Xuanmen's attitude towards such entities is often ambiguous, sometimes referring to them as fairy spirits or derogatorily as demonic spirits, with varying standards across sections. Generally, those who do not harm innocents and cultivate in peace are afforded a measure of merit. Renhong smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, esteemed maiden, I harbor no ill intentions. I'm merely worried about potential complications with my master's seal, which prompted my visit." "Master?" The mufurong's expression shifted to one of intrigue as she scrutinized him. Seizing the opportunity, Renhong confidently presented his prepared explanation. "My master is the Yushu master of Kunlun. I recently acquired the heavenly book from him, inheriting the Taiyuan 5 Lotus celestial abode. I am aware that a formidable adversary of my master is sealed here, which is why I came to oversee the situation. However," he feigned curiosity, "my master once lectured here, and I heard that a divine dragon attended the teachings. Yet, upon my inquiries, I found no water spirits present in the cold pool. What could be the reason for this?" Chapter 6. The Inheritor of the Jade Void Master. The expression of the Lotus Fairy, Hua Jiaotong, continually shifted. Despite her inner doubts, she dutifully explained, "A millennium ago, indeed, an immortal delivered teachings here. In the cold pool, an ancient dragon, guided by an immortal, became known as the Dragon King of the Cold Pool, ruling over a realm of aquatic beings. However, 500 years ago, blood emerged from the depths of the pool, causing countless aquatic spirits to go berserk. The old Dragon King's family, along with many water spirits, fled, including several demon kings from the 18 peaks. The Juntian Yuqi communicated with Renhong telepathically. It seems that the malevolent one grew restless and began assaulting the seal 500 years ago." Renhong pondered this and inquired of the Lotus Fairy. His master had previously sealed the evil within the cold pool. Could it be that the seal had weakened 5 centuries ago? The Lotus Fairy nodded, affirming, Sister Hanhai mentioned the same. Oh, Sister is the Lotus Fairy who received the teachings of the Immortal a millennium ago, growing in this cold pool, and she leads beings like myself, a flower spirit. She spoke of the seal on the water pool, stating that it is struck every 60 years. Disturbed by this, she had to relocate her essence from the cold pool to pursue cultivation elsewhere. Before departing, she inscribed a method of immortality on the spirit rock, saying that in the future, an inheritor of the immortal would arrive here to continue the legacy of refining demons and safeguarding the path. She instructed us to await here quietly, assuring that as long as we do not approach the water pool, we would remain unharmed. The blood demon is suppressed deep within the cold pool, posing a threat solely to aquatic beings, while the flora and fauna on the lake's edge remain unaffected. Having achieved considerable progress in her cultivation, the Lotus Fairy, wishing to seek a master, left after establishing a method of immortality. The Jun Tian Xianling quietly conveyed, I know a bit about that Lotus Fairy. She was the most gifted female demon during the time when the master delivered teachings. Originally a water lily in the cold pool, she received guidance from the master, who bestowed upon her a divine water of the three lights, significantly enhancing her cultivation. Now, she likely possesses a millennium of cultivation and may have entered the golden core stage. After a moment of contemplation, Rinhong asked, Did the Lotus Fairy entrust you with guarding the cold pool? Indeed, she replied. We flower spirits take turns to prevent the immortal from disturbing the evil and to shield mortals from the malevolence of the cold pool. In truth, we have set up certain enchantments around the cold pool to deter intruders. However, the Jun Tian Xianling had visited a millennium ago, and with his formidable powers, he bypassed our illusions to stand before the spirit rock, unnoticed by the flower spirits. You guard the cold pool and protect the area. That is a commendable deed. Rinhong casually inquired, Are there many of you flower spirits? When the Jade Void Master delivered teachings here for 49 days. Aside from numerous celestial beings who came to listen, many spiritual beasts and spirits from the mountains also arrived. Those who had cultivated successfully seized the opportunity to follow the master and have been cultivating in Kunlun ever since. The remaining spirits were mostly fledgling demons, newly awakened and having only absorbed energy for a millennium to achieve their current state. However, these minor demons would pose no challenge to Rinhong unless he employed the Juntian Yuan Yang. She, the Lotus Fairy, smiled wryly. We have been fortunate to have Sister Hanhai's consideration. She recognized that our floral and arboreal lineage faces numerous tribulations in cultivation and has assisted us flower spirits and wood demons, allowing us to survive several thunder-fire tribulations and attain some rudimentary cultivation. Presently, there are merely 12 or 13 of us who can transform. As she spoke, her eyes eagerly turned towards Rinhong. Understanding her subtle intentions, Rinhong contemplated, If I am to oversee the immortal dwelling, I must gather some attendants to manage the estate. Rather than seeking individuals from outside, it would be preferable to enlist these flower spirits directly. Thus, Rinhong smiled and declared, Cultivating as a flower spirit is no easy task, fraught with calamities. I wish to honor my master's wishes by residing here to suppress the evil. I also intend to emulate my teacher and deliver teachings here. If you are willing, you may come to listen to the teachings in 3 days. With a stroke of his jade ruler along the riverbank, the Jun Tian Xianling skillfully employed his magical arts, conjuring a stone dwelling from the essence of the earth and sky. This stone house, entirely crafted from primal energy, was translucent like jade. The door stood ajar, revealing a bright and spacious hall, with rooms on either side, indistinguishable from those where the disciples of Kunlun Dragon Head Rock resided. Upon seeing this stone dwelling, a flicker of emotion crossed Rinhong's face. He mused, Very well. This house shall suffice. If I cannot reconcile this matter, how can I proceed further? Having been expelled from Kunlun, this remained a lingering knot in his heart. If he could not dispel the enmity, this knot would inevitably become a heart demon. Rinhong did not linger with the Lotus Fairy, turning instead to sit in meditation within the stone house. The Lotus Fairy gazed at his retreating figure for some time, ultimately unable to resist the allure of the teachings, and hurried to confer with the other flower spirits. The scenery of Lotus Flower Mountain was exquisite, with each peak concealing a sea of flowers in hidden realms. The Lotus Fairy gathered the various flower spirits at her Tongxia Flower Sea, informing them of the impending teachings in 3 days. The inheritor of the Jade Void Master? The Peach Blossom Fairy inquired, perplexed. There were indeed rumors of that immortal, the ancestor of Kunlun's sect a millennium ago. But is this youth truly the inheritor of the Jade Void Master? How old could he possibly be? If he is the Master's disciple, he must be a venerable elder with a millennium of cultivation experience. The Jade Void Master emerged 2,000 years ago, taking on 48 disciples. The last of his disciples entered the fold a millennium ago. He appears very youthful. The Lotus Fairy hesitated, but it is also possible he possesses techniques to maintain his youth. Yet, he is well informed about the cold pool and the Master's suppression of evil. It should, perhaps, possibly, be genuine. Knowledge of the demon's suppression was not limited to the heir of the immortal. Those aquatic beings and terrestrial beasts from that time were also aware. What does this imply? The Camellia Fairy sharply questioned. Many know about the cold pool demon. What if he is not here to suppress the demon, but to unleash it? Unlikely, the Lotus Fairy replied. I just witnessed him suppressing the malevolent aura of the cold pool, and the aura emitted 5 colors, resembling lotus flowers, much like Sister Hanhai. Having dwelled long in the cold pool, Sister Hanhai was deeply intertwined with the 5 Lotus Byefu. And her method stemmed from the Taiji divine sealing of the 5 Lotus Byefu, sharing a lineage with Rinhong. If all goes well, when the disciples of Kunlun arrive to refine demons, she would likely lead the effort locally, guiding the disciples in their endeavors. Once the Byefu merges with Kunlun, she may seize the opportunity to join Kunlun and oversee matters under its name. The Peony Fairy added, if he harbors ill intent towards us, we would likely have no escape. We should investigate. If he truly is a high immortal, perhaps there are rewards to be gained. After deliberation, the flower spirits agreed, and the Peony Fairy procured fragrant incense. Together with the Plum Blossom Fairy and the Lotus Fairy, they ignited it, filling the flower sea with a fragrant aroma, forming a spectral image of a lotus flower in the sky. The Lotus Fairy silently prayed, and the illusion swiftly ascended, disappearing from view. Within the stone house, the Jun Tian Xian Ling, embodying a celestial boy, sensed something, looking up towards the radiant direction of departure. Is it to notify Sister Hanhai? The 5 Yuan Purple Ultimate Scripture is indeed authentic. This celestial tome serves as the foundational inheritance of the immortal dwelling, held by Rinhong. Should Sister Hanhai wish to advance further, she might have to seek apprenticeship under Rinhong. Having an additional Golden Core Master would be of no detriment to us. The boy scrutinized Rinhong, who was focused on his cultivation, absorbing true energy. Of course, this does not include Rinhong. Having ascended Kunlun at the age of 12 and cultivated for 3 years, this 15-year-old youth has only mastered a few techniques, with no practical combat experience. Within Kunlun's confines, Rinhong is merely a disciple of the scriptures and cultivation, utterly unfamiliar with the concept of battle. However, he is well suited for refining energy and grasping the essence of the scriptures, capable of inheriting the Kunlun doctrine. Since the fall of the Three Pure sect 3,000 years ago, the Xianmen has placed immense value on its own lineage, deliberately nurturing and selecting disciples of the scriptures. When a sect faces existential peril, as long as a disciple of the scriptures remains, they can reorganize the sect's texts based on their learned scriptures. Even if the scriptures are incomplete, the disciples can rely on their understanding to restore the core teachings. This is a significant advantage that disciples of combat-oriented sects and those of various arts cannot compare to. If one day Kunlun were to fall, even if 70 or 80 sword immortals were to escape, those sword immortals, despite their endeavors to reconstruct the teachings of their sect, are unable to fully restore the Kunlun lineage, at best creating a semblance of the Kunlun sword sect. Even if a few masters of artifact forging and alchemy manage to escape, they can only transmit the techniques of forging and pill concocting, failing to pass on the true essence of Kunlun's Jade Void primordial teachings. However, should a single disciple capable of transmitting these teachings manage to flee, it would take no more than a century to reassemble the scattered doctrines and establish a new Kunlun sect. Such disciples typically seek refuge in the 9 Immortals Peak, Golden Court Peak, Xianyuan Peak, or Cloud High Peak. The 9 Immortals Peak, home to the sect leader, places the utmost importance on the inheritance of the teachings. Xianyuan Peak possesses its own lineage, inheriting the teachings of pure clarity. Golden Court Peak focuses on pure Tao practice, with many of its elders emerging from this lineage. Cloud High Peak bears similarity, excelling in the calculation of classics, boasting 800 paths of wisdom. Within Kunlun, these disciples are safeguarded with great care, regarded as the core figures of the lineage. Yet now, as we venture forth to establish a new abode, only I can offer him some protection. Once I undergo tribulation and rebuild, I shall rely on him for my own safeguarding. The celestial spirit of the June heaven quietly frets, without one or two masters at the primordial spirit level to oversee the celestial abode. I cannot find peace of mind. After all, the treasures of the Kunlun lineage are often measured by their combat prowess at the primordial spirit level. Yet, consider the myriad sects and schools throughout the mysterious realms of the divine land. How many possess masters at the primordial spirit level? According to the customs of the divine land, a fully realized primordial spirit is referred to as a true immortal, while one who harmonizes with the Tao is called a Tao Lord. Only the Kunlun sect, with its vast influence, can boast nearly 100 true immortals at the primordial spirit level and 18 Tao Lords. Among these, a third are elders responsible for transmitting teachings. While only a handful of sword immortals skilled in combat, all hailing from Jade Spring Peak, number merely a dozen. It is imperative to devise a means of securing some guardian beasts or nurturing a cadre of celestial soldiers for protection. The spirit's gaze fell upon the flower spirits in the distance. These flower spirits, originating from Lotus Mountain, are ideally suited to serve as the celestial soldiers of the abode. Chapter 7. The Celestial Rock teaches the law, building the foundation of the 5 vital energies. A day later, Ren Hong completed his training. He first transplanted a few miscellaneous plants he had gathered from Kixingping, then eagerly engaged in a discussion with the Jun Tian immortal spirit about the cultivation content in the ZG book. Although the Jun Tian immortal spirit was not in human form, it had followed Master Yusu for a millennium and effortlessly provided answers to these rudimentary cultivation inquiries. However, when Ren Hong mentioned his determination to establish a superior quality foundation, a hint of hesitation appeared on the Jun Tian immortal spirit's face. It mused, "This youth has been humiliated by the Kunlun sect, and his heart is burdened with unresolved grievances. His ambition to cultivate a high-quality foundation might be merely a fleeting passion. But how can such a mindset lead to a successful foundation? Merely competing with others out of spite is hardly the path to immortality. The journey of the immortal way is long and cannot be merely a matter of momentary pride." After some contemplation, the Jun Tian immortal spirit gently advised Ren Hong, "The quality of the foundation is indeed vital. In the Kunlun sect, practitioners with a low-quality foundation are not regarded as true initiates. Achieving a low-quality foundation equates to being cast out, forever barred from entering the 12 celestial gates." Ren Hong nodded in agreement, precisely why he aspired to establish a superior foundation. The immortal spirit continued, "A medium-quality foundation barely allows one to serve as a janitor or a flower attendant within the celestial gates. Only a top-tier foundation can genuinely inherit the true teachings of Kunlun. Do not be deceived by the high standards. Every disciple in the 3rd generation of Kunlun begins with a superior foundation. Moreover, all the masters of the 12 celestial peaks, including your senior brothers and sisters, possess superior quality foundations. Kunlun is the foremost sect of the mysterious gates and is never short of prodigies. In the eyes of Luo Yu's disciples, Ren Hong may appear exceptionally gifted with an accelerated cultivation pace. Yet, in reality, his innate qualities rank him outside the top 10 among the current disciples at Longxian. His half-sister, Qi Yao, possesses the highest talent among this batch of disciples. Furthermore, the so-called superior quality foundations are not rare in the Kunlun sect. Among the 100 primordial spirits, at least a dozen can be counted. Upon hearing this, Ren Hong's expression dimmed slightly. After a moment of quiet reflection, he remarked, "Since my senior brothers and sisters cultivate in this manner, I am certain I can do the same. It seems unreasonable for everyone to possess superior foundations while I alone stand as an exception." Although his competitive spirit was somewhat diminished, it was clear that Ren Hong had no intention of relinquishing this ambition. To reassure him, the immortal spirit added, "The masters of the 12 celestial peaks, personally taught by Master Yusu, indeed have superior foundations. However, not all direct disciples share this trait, including you. The master has taken in 49 disciples. Apart from the 12 peak masters, there are another 36. To attain a common superior foundation is less favorable than achieving a low-quality foundation like Ling Shouzi's." "A low-quality foundation?" Ren Hong asked in astonishment. "Can one truly cultivate with such a foundation?" Indeed, Ling Shouzi is the 8th direct disciple of the master. During his early training, he entered the path with a low-quality foundation. Later, among the 9 grades of the golden elixir, he condensed a low-grade golden elixir. marking an extremely shallow foundation. Yet, while his fellow disciples struggled to refine a superior golden elixir, Ling Xiaozi, relying on his fortuitous blessings, succeeded in forming his primordial spirit before his lifespan concluded. Once the primordial spirit was established, his lifespan increased, while many of his peers perished at the threshold of the primordial spirit. Intrigued, Ren Hong chuckled and inquired, could it be that Ling Xiaozi's primordial spirit foundation is also of the lowest quality? The immortal spirit replied with a hint of disdain. The primordial spirit is the root of the soul, inherently possessed. It carries no grade. The grade pertains to the manifestation of the primordial spirit in the form of auspicious clouds, which also has 9 levels. He remains at the lowest tier, dubbed spirit resembling smoke and clouds, scattered and uncondensed. Subsequently, even in the great realms of the Tao, his initial manifestation was of the lowest caliber. Yet, through this humble manifestation, he gradually ascended in the Tao, eventually achieving the first-tier manifestation, comprehending the teachings of the Jade Purity Daoist, and ultimately following the Master to ascend. As for what follows after ascension, could it be that celestial positions are also of the lowest quality? The immortal spirit retorted, how would I know the matters after ascension? However, the Master once mentioned that transcending tribulations to become an immortal is akin to rebirth, a genuine cleansing of all roots, sculpting the most fitting path for oneself. Whether it be a superior or a low-quality foundation, there is no distinction in the realm of celestial cultivation. Everything returns to the origin, with only a wisp of primordial energy remaining immortal and unextinguished, achieving the pure Yang Dao. There are indeed instances where cultivating a low-quality golden elixir can lead to immortality, while a superior golden elixir fails to do so. Among the Master's 48 disciples, there have been exceptional talents who perished halfway through their journey. The immortal spirit's words finally quelled Ren Hong's competitive spirit. However, this discourse also instilled in him a misguided conception regarding the quality of foundations, leading him to believe that in Kunlun, many great powers and high-ranking individuals are of the true primordial spirit, either low or high, with superior foundations being commonplace. The heavens bear witness. Although there are numerous first-generation disciples of Kunlun, the number who have truly achieved superior foundations is barely half. Currently, only 7 or 8 have ascended to immortality. The path of immortal cultivation is far from the ease Ren Hong had envisioned. Attaining a superior foundation and then ascending to the celestial realm is not as simple as he imagined. Among the myriad sects and lineages of the mysterious gates throughout the Shinzhou, how many possess the backing of ascended immortals? Aside from the Kunlun sect, only Xuandu Palace possesses such confidence, nurturing celestial disciples through their own Tai Ching heavenly book. Yet, with every gain, there comes a loss. Ren Hong, convinced of the ease in achieving a superior foundation, approached his cultivation with a calm mind, inadvertently reaping unexpected benefits. A few days later, Ren Hong sat upon the celestial rock, imparting teachings. Besides the immortal Hu Rong, there were also immortal Mei Hua, immortal Mu Dan, immortal Shi Lu, immortal Xinghua, immortal Tao Hua, and a dozen other floral spirits present. The floral spirits gathered together for discussions multiple times, but cautiously arrived in pairs. Ren Hong gazed down at the assembly of floral spirits by the shore, reflecting, aside from these floral spirits, there are no other guests in attendance. The earliest batch of spirits from Lotus Flower Mountain either took refuge in Kunlun Mountain, enjoying their days in the Kunlun Range, or left one by one due to worries about the cold pool's malevolent creatures. Before the Handan immortal set out to seek the Tao, she feared her younger sisters might be bullied by other spirits in the mountain and sent away the remaining spirits. The terrestrial beasts were dispatched 500 miles away to Lin Mountain, while the avian spirits were sent to K Cliff beside Lin Mountain. Thus, only the flora spirits were able to thrive within Lotus Flower Mountain. Well, there was never any expectation that the momentum of this teaching would rival that of my master a millennium ago. The content of my teachings comprises a portion of the discourse delivered by Master Yusu a millennium ago, combined with the overarching principles of yin and yang, intertwined with the 5 elemental breathing techniques from the 5 Yuan Ziji book, aimed at imparting knowledge to the floral spirits. In his view, these floral spirits would one day become the residents of his immortal palace, and thus he devoted himself wholeheartedly to this teaching. During the discourse, Ren Hong also engaged in a comprehensive review of the teachings of Master Yusu. The treasure mirror within Ren Hong's consciousness resonated, harmonizing with the 5 Yuan Ziji book. The 5 colors of mysterious energies, blue, red, yellow, white, and black, twisted and entwined around the outer edges of the heavenly book under the reflection of the mirror, revealing 5 distinctly different breathing techniques. The Yushu 5 Yuan Ziji book is a treasured tome that directly points to the path of celestial immortality, encompassing the true essence of the Tao. As the mirror's essence disassembled the treasure, it astonishingly extracted 5 breathing techniques from the tome. These 5 techniques transformed into 5 colored runes, swirling around the mirror essence in the heavenly book. As Ren Hong taught the floral spirits, the record of the 5 elemental breathing techniques continuously transformed, evolving into 5 foundational cultivation methods. These 5 techniques correspond to the 5 elemental energies, allowing living beings to select one element for concentrated cultivation. Ren Hong surveyed the floral spirits below. Most of these spirits possessed complex attributes, although belonging to the category of flora. The plum spirit was cold and had a water aspect, while the pomegranate spirit was fiery and represented the fire aspect. Ren Hong mused, these floral spirits seem to reinforce their forms, comparable to foundational cultivation. Yet, each possesses a shallow essence. It would be better to impart these accompanying techniques to them. Thus, Ren Hong opened the door of convenience, bestowing the 5 foundational methods of the 5 elements upon these floral spirits. Jun Tian, the celestial being, sat atop the stone roof, resting his chin upon his hands as he gazed at the celestial rocks. Ren Hong expounded on these teachings, which he was already well aware of. They held little significance for him. However, when it came to the 5 elements' foundational methods, a spark ignited within him. These methods of the 5 elements must be the supplementary teachings accompanying the Book of Purple Extremity, designed for the cultivation of those elemental warriors or attendant disciples. Such supplementary techniques are not exclusive to the Book of Purple Extremity. They also exist within the fundamental scriptures of the 12 celestial peaks of Kunlun. The masters of the 12 peaks extract portions of the Jade Void heavenly book they cultivated from and pass them down to their disciples and warriors. If a disciple is fortunate enough to receive the genuine transmission, they can gradually assemble the complete text and attain the true path of their celestial peak. As for those disciples who lack the fortune of direct transmission, they may still cultivate longevity through these supplementary techniques, albeit under the constraints of the true disciples. Moreover, the supplementary methods possess another exquisite utility. When numerous celestial soldiers cultivate together, their shared elemental attributes can enhance the magical power of the true disciples. This exemplifies the essential element of companionship in the 4 requisites of cultivation: partner, wealth, land, and companionship. Unlike true partners, this relationship is merely one of attachment, existing solely among the celestial beings and their dependent soldiers. The demonic sect has ventured even further in this regard. Theoretically, the foundation of the demonic sect is encapsulated in the true demon canon. The founder of the demonic sect fragmented the true demon canon, evolving it into 5 great demonic scriptures: Great Azura Demon Slaughter Sword Classic, Blood Sea God Slaughtering Method, Heavenly Demon Formless True Scripture, 9 Nether 10 Earths in Demon Strategy, and Black Demon 10,000 Spells Register. Any disciple of the demonic sect who inherits the 5 veins of demonic methods must yield to the authority of the sect's leader. Conversely, when the leader cultivates demonic arts, any disciple who advances in their cultivation can enhance the leader's magical power. In contrast, the celestial path is more subtle. Aside from certain heavenly scriptures that emphasize dual cultivation of yin and yang and advocate for the union of 3,000 maidens for ascension, the majority of scriptures involve the division of texts to cultivate celestial warriors. The master of Kunlun's Golden Court Peak has derived a method from his own heavenly scripture, summoning 5,000 celestial soldiers for cultivation. Not only does this aid in refining his magical power, but it also allows him to deploy the celestial soldiers into battle formations. Although the master of Golden Court Peak possesses limited combat strength, the battle formation formed by these 5,000 golden elixir celestial soldiers deters even the most ordinary of primordial spirits from rashly testing their might. The celestial youth pondered, if I am not mistaken, the supplementary techniques within the 5 Yuan Purple Extremity book are indeed the true techniques of the 5 elements. If he could gather 500 celestial soldiers, with each group of 100 practicing a volume of the true techniques, and have all 500 celestial soldiers surround Ren Hong in simultaneous cultivation, the influx of 5 elements true energy could potentially triple the speed at which Renhong cultivates the purple extremity true energy. These floral spirits and wood demons would serve as excellent candidates. Although these spirits are rooted in flora, the diversity of flowers and trees makes it easy to gather the 5 elemental attributes. The only peculiarity is, the diagram of the 5 elements in the Book of Purple Extremity seems to misalign with the 5 directions and elements diagram passed down in our Kunlun tradition. Chapter 8. Doubts of the Great Way. The conflict of the purple extremity. The celestial spirit of Jun Tian was engulfed in confusion, her delicate fingers tracing a square and a circle upon the rooftop. Within the square, the celestial child drew a diamond shape, subsequently adorning its 4 corners with crosses. My understanding of Kunlun posits that the 5 elements reside in their respective directions. East corresponds to wood, south to fire, west to metal, north to water, and the center represents earth. This is a rigorous framework, a diagram where the 5 elements find their equilibrium. However, the concept of the 5 elements in the Book of the Purple Extremity leans towards a cycle of mutual generation and restraint. Something feels amiss, indeed, profoundly so. Traditionally, Kunlun has upheld the principle of stability among the 5 elements. Even the formations of our mountain gates and palatial structures are meticulously aligned with this 5-fold arrangement. This can be observed from the cultivation station atop Longsho Rock, where the main hall corresponds to earth, serving as the venue for discussions and teachings. Daily practices of meditation, swordplay, and living arrangements are distributed among the other 4 directions. During the once-in-a-century assessment of the celestial origin, Kunlun has consistently advocated for the doctrine of the 5 elements in their respective positions. The assessment of the celestial origin is one of the grandest events in the Xianmen, where disciples from various sects gather once every 100 years to transform their teachings into celestial deities, inscribing them in the divine diagram of the purple extremity, thereby establishing a unique theological system within the Xianmen. The true immortals of the Yuanshan seek to further align with the Tao, selecting suitable celestial manifestations from the divine diagram of the purple extremity. Within this diagram, the 3 pure ones stand supreme, accompanied by the 4 great manifestations of the heavenly sovereign, Earth Mother, Thunder Ancestor, and Star Lord, representing the natural principles of heaven, earth, thunder, and stars. The source of thunder magic is embodied by the Thunder Ancestor, while the pinnacle of star incantations resides with the Star Lord. The ultimate expression of the Tao of the 3 pure ones culminates in the transformation into their essence. This endeavor ensures the preservation of each sect's legacy and clarifies the foundational meanings of the Xianmen. The various celestial doctrines advocated by the Xianmen sects find their embodiment in the divine diagram of the purple extremity, which itself conveys the authentic teachings of the Great Way. By comprehending these manifestations, one can grasp the celestial scriptures and attain unparalleled divine abilities. Jun Tian's celestial spirit remained perplexed. As one of the elemental spirits with a mere Yuanshan level, she felt ill-equipped to participate in the celestial assessment, rendering her unable to assist Renhong in this matter. Moreover, given the stark contrast with Kunlun's principles, whether they would acknowledge Renhong's origins was an uncertainty in itself. Alas, one can only take each step as it comes. Renhong expounded on the Tao for 7 days, instructing the flower spirits to disperse, while he remained seated on the celestial rock, immersed in contemplation of the Book of the Purple Extremity, bathed in the ethereal light of the Yusu. Any disciple of the Yusu sect could achieve remarkable results in their cultivation here. As Renhong perused the Book of the Purple Extremity, he noticed the 5-colored mystic energy swirling around the book, coalescing into a grand and magnificent purple extremity celestial palace within his sea of consciousness. The throne of the palace radiated with 6 stars, and an emperor holding a scepter sat upright. Simultaneously, the mirror of the Fu Li dissected the celestial scripture, transmitting a message to Renhong. The divine being resides in the polar purple palace, mirroring the celestial emperor, known as the divine heart of heaven. The divine essence assists in the transformation of the mysterious, coordinating the 2 polarities and governing the 3 realms. This encapsulates the essence of this emperor, a guardian of the purple extremity, the divine heart of heaven. Regrettably, the purple extremity emperor was merely a manifestation of the Tao, formed by the Yusu during the transformation of the Book of the Purple Extremity, and had not been inscribed in the divine diagram of the purple extremity, thus lacking recognition by the Xianmen. However, according to the rankings of the divine diagram, it at least belongs to the upper echelon. Should Ren Hong succeed in imprinting his essence into the divine diagram, he could potentially manifest the Taoist form of the Yuqing Supreme Being in the future. Such an emergence would inevitably incite disputes. The divine diagram of the purple extremity pertains to the fundamental laws of the Xianmen, and its participants are not without transcendent beings. Jun Tian's celestial spirit was filled with sorrow, aware that as a mere elemental spirit of Yuanshan rank, she could not partake in the assessment, leaving her unable to aid Ren Hong. Furthermore, due to the discord with Kunlun's ideology, the question of whether they would even acknowledge Ren Hong's lineage remained uncertain. Ren Hong pondered for 2 days upon the celestial rock, deliberating the 3 pathways of foundation establishment without arriving at a decision. Ultimately, he descended to consult the celestial spirit of Jun Tian. Upon hearing his dilemma, Jun Tian shook her head repeatedly. Such foundational methods require your own careful consideration. No one else can assist you. The different methods of foundation establishment clearly represent divergent future paths in your cultivation, necessitating your own choice. However, time remains. You have a while before achieving the first completion of your true energy. As for the initial choice regarding the fundamental Tao, I dare not intervene. What I can do is extract the essence of the sun and moon with my own powers, transforming it into a spiritual liquid atop the celestial rock for your cultivation. Without sustenance, how could your mortal body endure this prolonged period of depletion? A celestial being of the Yuanshan realm personally assisted in the transformation of spiritual energy, a privilege that even the most esteemed disciples of Kunlun would not dare to covet. After the passage of another fortnight, Ren Hong's body was suffused with the perfected purple extreme true qi, having absorbed the essence of the sun and moon. Within his meridians, the once vaporous true energy had transformed into a liquid state, flowing like an unending river. To his astonishment, within just a month, he had reached this remarkable stage. The Jun Tian celestial spirit stood by the shore, observing. It had been a month since the two departed from Kunlun. In that time, Ren Hong not only acquired the celestial tome of the Yushu Patriarch, but also arrived at a pivotal moment in his foundation-building journey. Whether he chose to cultivate the purple extreme true qi 3 times, or to engage in the 5 elements techniques individually, or to practice all 6 techniques simultaneously, the outcome remained consistent. The cultivation of the genuine purple extreme true qi, with the sole distinction lying in the functional applications of the true energy. According to the records, the purity of the true qi derived from solely cultivating the purple extreme true qi is unparalleled. In contrast, the simultaneous cultivation of the 6 techniques results in a true qi that is harmonious and steady. On the other hand, dispersing the energy 6 times yields a true qi that is agile and versatile, possessing the greatest magical potency. Upon the celestial rock, Ren Hong's head was adorned with symbols of the wish-fulfilling jewel, lotus, and treasure orb. The simultaneous cultivation of all 6 techniques was directly excluded. If he were to focus on the purple extreme true qi as the primary cultivation path, supplemented by the 5 techniques, it would entail an incessant vigilance against the risk of backlash from the true qi within his body. However, if he could withstand this backlash, suppressing the 5 elements true qi with the purple extreme true qi to maintain perfect equilibrium, he would no longer need to fear succumbing to demonic deviation in the future. This method would cultivate true qi that is most balanced and serene. Imagine being able to harmoniously practice all 6 techniques during the foundation-building phase without the true qi going awry. It would undeniably signify a cultivator's mastery over their own magical powers. Future adversities, such as injuries causing disruptions in true qi or demonic entities obstructing the path and triggering deviations, could be mitigated to the utmost extent. Yet, it was an arduous endeavor, and Ren Hong doubted his own capability to achieve it. Furthermore, with the auspicious connection to the floatingly treasure mirror, his chances of falling into demonic deviation were inherently reduced. Consequently, the lotus dissipated first from atop his head. As for the methods contained within the wish-fulfilling jewel and the treasure orb, Ren Hong pondered repeatedly, yet found it difficult to make a decision. The first method involved transforming the purple extreme true qi twice to forge 3 Tao talismans, capable of operating the dual polarities and the 3 talents, ultimately refining a heavenly emperor purple extreme talisman that could command the myriad energies of heaven and earth, wielding immense power. The second method required dispersing the perfected purple extreme true qi 6 times before transitioning to the 5 elements techniques individually, followed by further dispersal. Finally, he would once again cultivate the purple extreme, true qi, unifying it into a singular, adaptable essence. The first method, the Heavenly Emperor Purple Extreme True Qi, was overwhelmingly dominant, forcibly commanding the myriad energies of the universe. Yet, in terms of operating the 5 elements and accumulating primordial energy, it was not as nimble and versatile as the third approach. The formidable and unyielding nature of the first method could easily inflict harm upon both others and oneself. However, the third method, which involved dispersing the true qi 6 times, presented considerable risks. At this moment, the advantages of being within a sect became evident. If he were to practice such a method within the Kunlun sect, the multitude of fellow disciples would offer support, alleviating concerns about potential mishaps. Ren Hong reflected, I need not worry, for I am accompanied by a peerless master of Yuanshan caliber. During the foundation building phase, with Jun Tian celestial spirit's protection, significant issues should not arise. If even he cannot safeguard me, then my meager magical prowess is utterly futile. With this thought, the wish-fulfilling jewel vanished, leaving only the treasure orb to radiate brilliance. The time had come. The Jun Tian celestial spirit suddenly hovered in midair, intently observing Ren Hong upon the celestial rock. As Ren Hong delved into his cultivation, the purple aura surrounding the spirit grass on the celestial rock gradually surged, flowing into him from above, transforming into the rolling tides of purple extreme, true qi throughout his body. This true qi traversed a complete cycle, and as Ren Hong sensed the surging energy overflowing, he decisively drew the perfected purple extreme true qi into his dantian. When the vast true qi surged into the dantian, it felt as though it transformed into a genuine sea of clouds within the boundless expanse. At its heart, a primordial essence gradually ascended, manifesting the visage of the purple extreme emperor. At that moment, the emperor cradled the treasure orb, reciting the 900 profound verses of the Tao. According to conventional foundation building methods, one should rely on this emperor's manifestation to visualize the heavenly gate, compelling oneself to undergo transformation and bridge the gap between heaven and earth. However, at this juncture of foundation building, I neither wish to ascend nor descend. Such methods are not to my liking. Ren Hong resolutely relinquished all his magical power. All true qi converged into the emperor's manifestation, employing the secret techniques from the foundation building chapter to forge a genuine Tao talisman. Once the seed of the genuine Tao talisman was established, he exhaled a wisp of verdant wood true qi, circulating it throughout his limbs and bones, thereby altering the originally flowing purple extreme true qi into the green wood true method. The green wood method, unlike the purple extreme technique, did not possess the same level of refinement and was even inferior to the ordinary Yushu true qi. Moreover, since this true qi was derived from the purple extreme true qi, it swiftly completed 36 cycles of circulation, possessing 1/3 of the magical power of the perfected purple extreme true qi. The Jun Tian celestial spirit stood amidst the clouds, observing the green energy surging from the peaks of Lotus Mountain. This green energy seemed to respond, all converging toward Ren Hong's location, transforming into spiritual liquid that infused his body. The Hu Rong fairy and others were engrossed in digesting the foundation-building techniques imparted by Ren Hong when they suddenly sensed the spiritual essence of the flora and fauna of Lotus Mountain converging toward the cold pond, prompting them to investigate. The Jun Tian celestial spirit sensed impending danger, gesturing to deploy a barrier to prevent their approach, while mimicking Ren Hong's voice, thunderously proclaiming, I am cultivating in the cold pond, do not come near. His voice resonated like thunder, leaving the flower spirits trembling in fear, unable to take another step. A few flower spirits practicing the green wood foundation building techniques exchanged glances, revealing expressions of confusion. In their perception, there was a shared aura emanating from the cold pond, yet its magnitude far surpassed their own. Perhaps this is the continuation of our cultivation methods? They were astonished by the celestial being's profound cultivation, which exuded such an aura. As the flora and fauna of Lotus Mountain were abundant, the influx of wood energy toward Ren Hong allowed him to re-establish his cultivation to perfection within merely 9 days. The surging true qi manifested as the green dragon dharma form upon the celestial rock. Subsequently, the green wood true qi fused into the purple extreme talisman, forming a pentagram upon the talisman, with one corner displaying the hue of green, representing the Tao talisman of the green wood method. Immediately, the talisman emitted a warm fire attribute, true qi, continuing to circulate within him. The magical power blazed like fire, incessantly searing Rin Hong's meridians. However, after 2 rounds of cultivation, his meridians had become resilient and robust. Furthermore, the greenwood method nourished his body, and as the fire energy dissipated, it compelled the residual greenwood magical power to blend with the flames, gradually tempering the fiery essence. Thus, the extraordinary phenomena upon Lotus Mountain subsided. Chapter 9 unfolds with the interplay of the 5 elements in the Pearl Foundation method. Following the greenwood technique, the red fire technique, born of wood's nurturing of fire, was perfected in just a month. After the vermilion bird's ascension and cry, the focus shifted to the yellow earth section. Utilizing the earth's energy from Lotus Flower Mountain to aid in cultivation, within half a month, great progress was achieved. A serpent-like manifestation began to rise, transitioning into the golden element. Due to Lotus Flower Mountain being rich in plant spirits, the essence of gold lay hidden deep within the earth, making it exceedingly challenging to access. Consequently, Rin Hong orchestrated a collaboration with various floral spirits and wood demons to establish a 5 elements formation within Lotus Flower Mountain, enlisting a group of flower spirits to assist in cultivation. Although their numbers were few, the support of several foundational level flower spirits enabled the completion of the golden element training in 3 months. After the white tiger leaped and danced in the skies, Rin Hong continued his practice. Next came the Blackwater section. Upon finishing his exercises, a trickle of black water energy coursed through his meridians. He leaped down from the celestial rock and calculated, had it been less than 5 months since he last focused on refining his skills? The Jun Tian celestial spirit approached with a smile. Have you forgotten? Each day, I and a multitude of flower spirits gather your vital energy. With the celestial rock assisting your practice, even in Kunlun Mountain, it would be no different. The celestial artifact concentrated the essence of the sun and moon, using pure yang energy to help Rin Hong refine his body. If the progress were slow, it could only be attributed to Rin Hong himself. Rin Hong was momentarily taken aback, realizing that his current cultivation speed surpassed that of Longzhou Rock by a factor of 2. Longzhou Rock, situated on the edge of the Kunlun Dragon Vein, naturally possessed less celestial energy than the 12 Heavenly Gate peaks. However, the presence of a demon refining furnace beneath Longzhou Rock allowed the energy of captured demons to be refined into the essence of heaven and earth, enabling rapid cultivation for the lower-tier disciples. In comparison to other sects, the energy concentration at Longzhou Rock rivaled that of the top blessed lands of ordinary celestial sections. Lotus Flower Mountain, being merely a remnant of Kunlun, had far less energy concentration than Kunlun ruins. The cultivation speed remained unimpeded solely due to the Jun Tian celestial spirits' collaboration with numerous flower spirits to form formations. Reflecting on this, Rin Hong solemnly bowed to the celestial spirit, expressing gratitude. All of this relies entirely on you and the flower spirits. When I later unlock my celestial abode, I will do my utmost to assist you in your reincarnation. With this promise, the Jun Tian celestial spirit felt assured. By the way, those flower spirits brought a considerable amount of dew for you recently. It will assist in your cultivation. Lotus Flower Mountain lacked divine materials or celestial fruits. The only noteworthy offering was the dew they produced while absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. By helping those flower spirits form formations for cultivation, the energy within Lotus Flower Mountain surged, resulting in an abundant yield of dew this year. Rin Hong opened a white jade vial, releasing a fragrant aroma as wisps of spiritual energy emerged, forming clouds at the vial's opening. Upon seeing the dew, Rin Hong suddenly recalled something. He hadn't eaten for over 5 months. The youth touched his stomach, feeling an unexpected appetite arise. Since descending from Kunlun, he had relied entirely on energy to replenish his vitality, not consuming a single meal. Celestials consume dew and drink wind essence. I advise against consuming anything else before establishing your foundation. If you're hungry, just have some dew. Fasting. The celestial spirit nodded. As Rin Hong approached the foundation establishment, he should avoid consuming blood food and even impure vegetarian dishes as much as possible. Kunlun possessed methods for fasting, sealing the mouth, and meditative practices. Consider this a form of fasting practice. If an enemy laid out a feast of dragon liver and phoenix marrow before you, would you partake? If they offered you divine materials, would you accept? Resisting temptation and adhering to one's path is essential for preparing against the temptations of demonic influences. Upon arriving at Lotus Flower Mountain, Ren Hong encountered a sealed great demon's temptation. Had his resolve been weak, he might have been marked by demonic seeds, falling into the path of darkness and becoming a disciple of the demonic sect. Fasting, Ren Hong toyed with the white jade vial. At Longsho Rock, the Kunlun sect had low expectations for these lower-tier disciples. There was even a cafeteria providing 2 meals a day. The decision to fast was entirely up to oneself. Ultimately, Kunlun truly regarded as disciples only those who had entered the foundational stage. Upon completing the foundation at Longsho Rock, 12 celestial paths would rise from the sea of clouds, corresponding to the 12 heavenly gate peaks. Foundation disciples would choose one path, and upon stepping onto the celestial road, their Jade Void energy would automatically resonate with the corresponding peak, purifying and refining their essence. When they ascended the peak to gaze upon the heavenly gate, they would entirely transform into the corresponding peak's attributes. In fact, I am more intrigued by the sealing method. At Longsho Rock, he had met a senior brother practicing the sealing method. This brother, also in the fetal breath stage, remained silent for 3 years, allowing his internal energy to circulate autonomously, already showing signs of foundation establishment. Ren Hong set down the white jade vial, gazing at the celestial spirit. What if I remain silent for the next year? Perhaps I can succeed in establishing my foundation through sheer willpower? A hint of disdain flickered in the celestial spirit's eyes, advising, it doesn't hurt to try, but I suggest you wait until after your foundation is established. At present, there is an opportunity you must seize. Opportunity? Looking at the surging cold pool before him, the celestial spirit remarked, the black water section requires reliance on water for cultivation. However, the depths of this cold pool seal a demon, making it difficult to harness its power, not to mention refining the black tortoise spirit. Regarding Ren Hong's foundation methods, the celestial spirit had begun to contemplate. The recently manifested images of the azure dragon, vermilion bird, and others were clearly the ancient 6 deities. The 6 deities, azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise, soaring serpent, and the gloomy Chan, constitute the 6 divine beasts of the heavens and earth. According to the Juntian celestial spirit speculation, Ren Hong would soon encounter the black tortoise and gloomy Chen's apparitions. Upon hearing Juntian's words, Ren Hong instinctively looked toward the cold pool outside. Indeed, what if he were to be tainted by the pool's demonic energy, leading to his own corruption? After pondering, he responded, Lotus Flower Mountain is not devoid of other mountain springs and dew. I can practice using the mountain's energy without being overly particular. Moreover, this do can aid my cultivation. Since the earthquake in his hometown, Ren Hong had been cultivating in Kunlun Mountain alongside a few siblings. During those 3 years, aside from a ruckus at the demon sealing cave, he had dedicated himself to cultivation, living a peaceful and stable life. The past few months at Lotus Flower Mountain had been no different, maintaining his usual cultivation practices, akin to those in Kunlun Mountain. Gradually, he had developed a reclusive habit, reluctant to venture out. If he could cultivate in peace, why seek opportunities elsewhere? Hey, you're only 15. Why adopt such an elderly demeanor? The Jun Tian celestial spirit mused internally, yet spoke kindly. But how long will such cultivation take you? Ren Hong calculated. Based on the progress of the previous 4 foundation methods, it would take at least a month, possibly 3 if slower. Too slow. The celestial spirit shook its little head. You possess the floatingly mirror's essence. You need not worry about losing your way before establishing your foundation. Furthermore, the Kunlun methods excel at refining energy. There is no need for such caution. Concerns about losing one's way and demonic influences should only be entertained after attaining golden core. Ren Hong's expression wavered. Even with the floatingly mirror's essence, it is merely an external object. I have heard from fellow disciples in Kunlun that cultivation must be approached with utmost caution and should not be undertaken rashly. Forgive me, but you are still a youth. Show a bit of that youthful recklessness. Other sects, wary of mismatched energies and mentalities, prohibit their disciples from consuming celestial pills or elixirs during early cultivation. However, the Kunlun sect does not impose such restrictions. They only consider the tempering of one's mentality after achieving the golden core. Before reaching that stage, many Kunlun disciples exhibit even less composure than mortals, easily agitated or overly joyful. The Jun Tian celestial spirit had never regarded those lower-tier Kunlun disciples highly. viewing them as impulsive and reckless. Thus, among the disciples of Longsho Rock, it had uniquely favored Rin Hong, inviting him to escape together. However, after half a year of companionship, the celestial spirit gradually sensed something amiss. Was this individual's temperament excessively placid? He bore the weariness often associated with the elderly, lacking the vigor of youth. It is not entirely accurate to claim that there is no impulsiveness. Rather, the impulse arises swiftly and dissipates just as quickly, soon returning to a state of tranquility. Could it be that within this youthful body of Ren Hong resides the soul of an elderly man? Such an attitude is decidedly detrimental to his future cultivation. The celestial spirit, Jun Tian, pondered briefly before clearing her throat and stating, I have overheard the flower spirits discussing that 500 miles from Lotus Mountain lies Lin Mountain and K Cliff. Lin Mountain, K Cliff? Ren Hong, during his leisurely moments of meditation, had indeed heard the flower spirits mention these places. It is said that the other beasts and creatures of Lotus Mountain have been sent by the Lotus Fairy to Lin Mountain and K Cliff, where a multitude of avian and terrestrial demons congregate. Do you not wish to witness them? Creatures like the celestial wolf and the white fox, the peacock and the honghu, are all present there. What is there to observe? With this time, I would rather practice my breathing techniques for several more cycles. Rin Hong retrieved a stone basin from beneath the window to water a few silver-green grasses within. These grasses were the weeds he had brought down from the Seven Stars Plateau on Kunlun Mountain. It must be said, these little plants possess astonishing vitality. Despite being confined in Rin Hong's sleeve for several days, they did not wither away. After a few months of nurturing, these grasses thrived remarkably, and Rin Hong named them Seven Stars Grass. While tending to the Seven Stars Grass, he remarked to Jun Tian, the immediate priority is for me to successfully establish my foundation. I have no leisure for indulging in the delights of demon beasts. This is precisely for your opportunity. Lin Mountain is ruled by the Xieji, while K Cliff is home to the Black Owl. However, what I truly value is the river that flows between Lin Mountain and K Cliff, known as the Xiong Water. It may indeed assist you in your endeavors. Regarding Xiong Water, the celestial spirit had personally ventured there and discovered that it harbored celestial treasures, which prompted her to encourage Rin Hong to seek his fortune there. What is the cultivation level of the Xieji? What of the Black Owl? How many accomplished demon beasts reside in Lin Mountain and K Cliff? Rest assured, they shall not best me. Rin Hong was resolute in his decision to remain on Lotus Mountain until he had successfully established his foundation. Though their conversation ended on an unpleasing note, Jun Tian did not relent in her attempts to persuade him. In the following days, she incessantly calculated ways to coax Rin Hong into visiting Xiong Water. It is merely 500 miles, not far at all. I understand. I shall go once I have mastered the technique of flight. There resides the divine beast Xieji. Do you not desire a divine steed? Caring for a divine beast is quite troublesome. Procuring its sustenance is no easy feat. Although Jun Tian had attained enlightenment over the years and interacted with many true beings and Dao lords, her experiences were still limited, having encountered only a few hundred individuals. Encountering a youth like Ren Hong, who bore the demeanor of an old soul, left her at a loss. Yet, Jun Tian refused to surrender. While Ren Hong was absorbed in studying celestial texts, she harnessed her powers to travel to a nearby city and sought out a local study. After casually tossing a piece of gold, she instructed the study's proprietor, please pack all your books for me. All of them. Upon seeing the gold, the proprietor bid it to test its authenticity, then ordered his assistant to pack every book from the study for Jun Tian. In the days that followed, while Ren Hong focused on his cultivation, Jun Tian devoted herself to studying the tomes of humanity, seeking strategies. 3 days later, Ren Hong sensed a burgeoning progress in his internal black water qi. Suddenly, Jun Tian rushed to him, her face pale with alarm. Trouble is afoot. The demon beasts from Lin Mountain and K Cliff are on their way. Seated upon his celestial rock, Ren Hong silently set down the mirror he held. Turning his gaze towards Jun Tian, she spoke urgently. I just ventured to gather information and discovered that the demon beasts from Lin Mountain intend to come to Lotus Mountain to seek their fortunes. It is said that a celestial phenomenon has manifested over Lotus Mountain in recent months, suggesting the potential emergence of treasure. Ren Hong, what shall we do? Ren Hong allowed the mirror in his hand to dissolve into shimmering motes of light as he regarded the celestial spirit with quiet contemplation. Jun Tian wiped the sweat of exertion from her brow, exclaiming, curse it. Perhaps I was negligent. In the past few months while assisting you in refining spells, I failed to obscure the extraordinary phenomena, attracting the attention of those demon beasts. They planned to seize Lotus Mountain. I even overheard them discussing capturing all the flower spirits of Lotus Mountain for their own purposes. Is this acceptable? These flower spirits are destined to become the maidens of our 5 Lotus celestial manor. Jun Tian declared with righteous indignation, as the manor's master. How can you allow such events to transpire? You speak the truth. Watching Jun Tian's impassioned performance, Renhong suddenly leaped from the celestial rock. Feigning fury, those brutes dare to cast their gaze upon Lotus Mountain. Watch as I ascend Lin Mountain and demote them all to guardian spirit beasts. The bait has been taken. Jun Tian inwardly rejoiced. Indeed, the texts from the human realm were correct. This spirited youth was most susceptible to provocation, and the method of incitement proved effective. Furthermore, we shall capture all those feathered insects from K Cliff and pluck their feathers for fans. Renhong vented his frustrations before approaching Jun Tian, his demeanor calming. So, how was the performance? Jun Tian initially intended to stoke the flames further and persuade Renhong to venture to Lin Mountain, but alas, the plan was fully exposed. The celestial spirit felt a flush of embarrassment, her cheeks tinged with red. Renhong scrutinized Jun Tian for a prolonged moment before finally surrendering with a resigned expression. Very well. Since you are so insistent that I visit Lin Mountain and Xiong Water, I shall acquiesce to your wishes. Though it is evident that you intentionally provoked me. There is wisdom in your words. Lin Mountain and K Cliff are not far from Lotus Mountain, and indeed, a show of strength is necessary to deter those demons from disturbing my cultivation. Chapter 10. The Celestial Phoenix Refining Divine Technique. Lianhua Mountain is a remnant of the Kunlun Range, whereas the Qiaoya Cliff of Linshan is situated to the west of the Taichung Mountain Range. The celestial spirit guided Renhong to soar above Linshan, pointing at the splendid mountains and rivers below, saying, "This is the far western part of the Taichung Mountain Range. To the northeast lies the heart of the Taichung Mountain, where the north resides." Renhong had cultivated at Longsho Rock for 3 years and was only familiar with the top 7 sects of the Xianmen, while the knowledge of other sects eluded him. After all, disciples of Kunlun have high standards, and only the 7 sects are worthy of their daily discussions. As for the 5 Sacred Mountains sect or the 9 pavilions and 1 palace, they are but fleeting clouds. What about the north? The youth inquired. The Donghua sect and the Zhenwu pavilion are renowned as the gatekeepers of the 7 great sects of Xianmen. Only by overcoming Donghua and Zhenwu could one claim the title of a top-tier sect. The first 3, Kunlun, Xuandu, and Biyo, are beyond dispute. These 3 sects are regarded as the true orthodoxy of the 3 purities, leading the Xianmen. When Yushu's master, the Xuandu palace master, and the Biyo sect leader walked among mortals, the 18 demon lords of the demonic sect fled to distant seas, too fearful to tread upon the sacred lands of Zhongtu. Let alone the several Dao lords of the Donghua sect and Zhenwu pavilion, the 3 sect leaders could easily triumph over them with a single hand. The Baidu sect held dominion over Xianmen a millennium ago, and though now diminished, the Baidu divine monarch, wielding the great curse of the celestial stars, can still overpower the Dao lords of Donghua and Zhenwu. The pure Yongsword sect, though few in number, boasts fierce sword immortals. The 12 primordial spirit sword immortals are sufficient to contend with other sects, and the pure Yang Sword Lord ranks among the current 4 sword saints of Xianmen, compelling the Donghua sect to seal their mountain for a century. The Donghua sect is a top-tier sect of Xianmen. Their revered Donghua emperor resides at the 2nd tier of the Ziji divine diagram, only beneath the 3 purities and 4 gods. What merit does the north have to compare with the Donghua sect? The celestial spirit could not help but scoff. While the north is the tyrant of the Taichung Mountain, they have yet to settle disputes within the 5 sacred mountains sect, so how can they be compared to the Donghua sect? The hierarchy depicted in the Ziji divine diagram directly illustrates the strength of a sect. Kunlun, Xuandu, and Biyo manifest the Dao forms of the 3 purities. Viewing the great celestial venerable of the 3 purities as their aspiration, subduing the Baidu sect, which is led by the natural stars, and thus becoming the leaders of Xianmen. Following closely is the Baidu sect, whose revered star master is ranked just below the 3 purities, placing them behind the 3 major sections. The Zhenwu Pavilion, Pure Yang Sword sect, and Donghua Dao sect manifest Dao forms in the 2nd tier of the Ziji divine diagram, yet still surpass other sections. Despite this, they are still a tier above the rest. The 5 Sacred Mountain sect, while collectively viewed as one lineage, venerates the 5 Sacred Mountain Emperor as their ancestor. However, The 5 sacred mountains each dominate a region, leading to a dispersed influence. Their foundational texts, when cultivated to completion, merely allow transformation into the 5 sacred mountain emperors, governing the caverns of the 5 mountains. In the Ziji divine diagram, they occupy the 3rd tier, inferior to the Tao forms of Kunlun's 12 peaks. I have heard that in recent years, the Donghua Taishan sect intends to elevate the Taishan emperor to a 2nd-tier deity, uniting the 5 mountains and becoming the lord of the mountains, though the hope is slim. The celestial spirit briefly recounted the entanglements of the 5 mountains sect before turning her attention to the Xiaoya cliff of Linshan alongside Renhong. Within the Xiaoya cliff, the mystical creatures reside apart, perpetually engaged in conflict. Now, as Renhong looked down, he observed the roars of leopards and the howls of wolves at the foot of Linshan, where a multitude of beasts prostrated before a resplendent divine beast. This divine creature resembled a goat with a single horn atop its head, a short tail akin to a snail, and hooves like those of a sheep. This is the Xiexi, a legendary beast of righteousness, known for its affinity for justice. However, Renhong was not in the mood for such thoughts. His immediate priority was to swiftly break through to the foundational stage. Beside the Xiexi were various beasts, including flying bears, chengwang, spirit leopards, white deer, coyotes, and celestial foxes. It appeared that the mystical beasts of Linshan were formidable. The celestial spirit had previously inquired about this and was not surprised, merely commenting to Renhong, "There are 3 golden core mystical beasts in Linshan." The Xiexi's dominance likely stems not only from its own strength, but also from the mountain itself. From a distance, Linshan resembles a qilin lying by the banks of the fierce waters. I sensed it during my last visit. The Xiexi seems to carry the bloodline of the qilin. The qilin, lord of all beasts, as a descendant of the qilin, is naturally able to command the beasts of this region. Renhong stared at the Xiexi for some time, but could not discern any signs of the qilin within it. Subsequently, his gaze shifted elsewhere. Since the beast recognized the Xiexi as their king, a sudden sharp caw echoed in his ears. At the cliff of the Xiaoya, near the fierce waters, a host of birds perched upon jagged stones, surrounding a fowl bird that stood nearly a foot tall. This strange bird was entirely black, with an owl-like face, piercing eyes, a small head, and a large body, with slender, elongated legs. Its shrill cries irritated Renhong, causing him to frown repeatedly. This strange bird was also at the golden core level, exuding a malevolent aura reminiscent of the 9 nether realms. The Xiaoya cliff appears to be much more vicious than Linshan, the celestial spirit remarked. You should focus on dealing with that foul bird. The Xiexi is a creature of righteousness. As long as it occupies a moral high ground, not only will the opponent refrain from hostility, but they may even assist you. However, this foul bird is different. It clearly embodies malice. Renhong acknowledged and continued to observe below. Among the avian flock on the cliff, a white-headed eagle suddenly swooped down, its sharp claws reaching for the blue bull beast on the ground. The blue bull remained unperturbed, its horns pointed skyward. As it leapt into the air, launching a fierce strike at the eagle circled cautiously, skillfully avoiding the bull's assault. Another large bird then dove down, and the beasts on the ground also joined the fray. Seeing the hostility between both parties, Renhong couldn't help but ask, is the relationship between Linshan and the Xiaoya cliff that strained? The celestial spirit pondered. I brought you here precisely because I anticipated they would fight today. If Renhong were spurred on, brought to Linshan, and witnessed the gathering of mystical beasts, he would naturally believe they intended to attack Lianhua Mountain and would take the initiative to strike. But now, Renhong reached out, and before him shimmered a golden light, revealing an ancient bronze mirror. This mirror was the mirror spirit gifted by the floatingly treasure. And through repeated experimentation, Renhong had learned to project the mirror spirit, employing the circular light mirror technique to reflect the surrounding scenes. He aimed the bronze mirror downward, scrutinizing the situation below. After a while, he gleaned. It seems the beasts of the walking and flying factions are fighting over the water source. Between Linshan and Xiaoya Cliff flows a fierce waterway. However, the current is rapid and treacherous, and within the mirror, a faint black mist appeared, sealing the fierce waters and preventing them from being consumed. The Jun Tian celestial spirit manifested in the sky, employing the pure yang prohibition to encapsulate a patch of white cloud, allowing him and Renhong to stand upon the clouds. Then, he calculated, from my deductions, the fierce waters are shrouded by a secret formation. There are 9 drinking points along the fierce waters flowing through Linshan and Xiaoya Cliff. Drinking from any other location would lead to being swept away by the mysterious currents and submerged. Moreover, this celestial water flood dragon formation can also seal the clouds above, such that even flying above the waters would feel the weight of the treacherous waters, leading to a direct plunge into the fierce waters. Consequently, the mystical beasts dare not soar above the surface of the waters and can only contend for the 9 drinking points. Of these 9 points, Linshan occupies 4, Xiaya 4, mostly situated in steep ravines on both banks, making it difficult for numerous flying and walking creatures to drink. Only one spring, the Qinglong Pool, lies between Linshan and Xiaya Cliff, and it is the contested territory of both factions, fighting over the water source. Ren Hong gazed at the mystical beasts below. Could it be that these creatures are too foolish to dig a well? In his youth, during a year of severe drought in his hometown, his family pooled resources with neighbors to dig a well, barely surviving the dry season. How could it be so simple? The underground water systems of Linshan and Xiaya Cliff are similarly governed by the fierce waters, with the fierce waters sealed by secret arts. Even if one were to dig deep into the 9 nether and 10 earths, they would scarcely find a drop of pure water. What about the water-gathering spell? Generally, mystical beasts rely on their innate abilities. How many would possess the knowledge of celestial arts? Moreover, with the fierce waters nearby, employing water-related celestial techniques becomes significantly more challenging. Furthermore, utilizing celestial techniques to procure water would only suffice for a select few mystical beasts. The Linshan and Xiaya Cliff are not merely inhabited by mystical beasts and birds, but also host numerous ordinary mortal animals. In consideration of the ordinary descendants, the demon beasts must also step forward to vie for the water source. Thus, Ren Hong gazed downward, where a fierce battle had already erupted between more than 10 demon beasts and demon birds. Behind these creatures, one could observe a multitude of common avian and terrestrial beings, watching and supporting the fray. However, such days were destined to come to an end today. Jun Tian Xianling raised a fist. As long as you and I retrieve the treasures from the Xian water, it will pose no danger and can be consumed freely. Thus, the conflict shall cease, and one could argue that we are performing a noble deed. Ren Hong remained silent, stroking his chin. Perhaps due to the cultivation of celestial arts, time flowed slowly for him, and even the stubble on his face had yet to develop fully. Let us act swiftly. In the brief moment that passed, numerous ethereal beings had perished below. Upon hearing Xianling's inquiry, Ren Hong's face flushed, and he stammered. Xianling smirked. You have spent 3 years honing your energy and refining your skills in the way of the Tao. I understand your limited exposure to magical techniques. Yet you must have learned a few spells from Kunlun, have you not? Upon hearing the spells Ren Hong had studied, Xianling was rendered speechless. And the last one? The golden light technique? Xianling's spirit brightened. Is that the great incantation that shields the body with golden light and subdues malevolent forces? Not quite. But then again, such incantations would hardly be taught to ordinary disciples. Yet Xianling remained undeterred. Is it our Kunlun sect's secret golden light of the earth technique? No, Ren Hong awkwardly clarified. It is the golden light enlightenment technique, commonly known as the illumination technique. It merely conjures a sphere of golden light to illuminate the darkness. Precisely for this reason, he was reluctant to venture outside. Without any mastery of the Tao, even with true qi to protect him, he would be utterly lost in a battle of spells. Nevertheless, I have learned several incantations from the heavenly book. Besides the Taiyuan purification spell I used previously, there are also wind control and blade severing, among other elemental techniques. Particularly after mastering the foundational methods of wood, fire, earth, and metal, the images of the azure dragon and white tiger have taken form, deepening my understanding of wielding elemental power. Those techniques, however, were not offensive in nature. Xianling felt conflicted. This young man was clearly not on the path of the sword immortal. Bestowing upon him a celestial sword would be futile, and these Tao techniques, what use would they serve against demon beasts of the golden core level? Never mind, I shall take matters into my own hands. Xianling intended to draw Ren Hong closer rather than retrieve the treasure from the Xian water herself, primarily to temper him, allowing him to experience the battles of the celestial realm. Yet, it seemed she would ultimately have to intervene herself. Still, managing to pull him away from Lianhua Mountain could be deemed a success in its own right. By the way, I learned a martial art at Longzhou Rock. Martial art? Xianling pondered internally. You do not intend to join Yuchuan Peak, so why pursue martial arts? Is it the white crane technique or the black bear technique? The martial arts at Longzhou Rock are generally limited to those few. No, it is the heavenly phoenix refining spirit technique. Xianling's voice suddenly shifted. Hasn't that been rendered obsolete? It was gifted to me by a senior brother, the one who practices the closed-mouth method. Once, when he nearly faltered, I assisted him, and in gratitude, he presented me with a copy of the white crane technique. The last page contains the treasure map for the heavenly phoenix refining spirit technique. Ren Hong candidly confessed. I later inquired with my fellow disciples, and it seems this is the beginner's edition of the 9 transformations of the mysterious art? The 9 transformations of the mysterious art, the foremost protective technique of the Xianmen. The 3 great leaders practiced this method together and declared, "Whoever masters the 9 transformations shall be our protector, holding the authority to uphold the law, and all sects must respect them." Indeed, it is one of the foundational texts of the 9 transformations. Xianling asked with excitement, "How is your cultivation progressing?" With the assistance of the floatingly mirror, I can now adeptly employ the 5 animal techniques within the heavenly phoenix section. Impressive. Truly. You are worthy of being a disciple skilled in cultivation. Even the remnants of the 9 transformations can be grasped. The 9 transformations of the mysterious art is the leading body-refining technique of the Xianmen, and its foundational text number 9, with the heavenly phoenix refining spirit technique being one of them. To achieve the first transformation of the 9 transformations, one must master all 9 foundational methods of Kunlun. This presents a complexity far more arduous than Ren Hong's previous dispersals of power. As Xianling was aware, only 3 individuals on Kunlun Mountain had successfully completed the foundational text of the 9 transformations thus far. Very well, then. Later, I shall lend you my pure yang power, and you can utilize the phoenix palm from the heavenly phoenix section. By the way, your zhuke from the 6 harmonies divine beasts can also be put to use. Eagerly, Xianling infused her power into Ren Hong's body. Over the past few months, Xianling had tirelessly refined Ren Hong's body with pure yang essence daily. Thus his body was now sufficiently robust to endure the high-intensity essence she transmitted. The surge of power coursed through his meridians, compressing his meager dark water true qi into an almost imperceptible line of water. Let us begin. Chapter 11. Netherworld's malevolent light without hesitation. Ren Hong activated the Crimson Phoenix Palm technique. A delicate chirp resounded through the heavens as a vermilion firebird materialized from Ren Hong's palm, surging towards the Xiao River with scorching momentum. Just as the Xie was about to engage its age-old rival, it noticed the crimson firebird diving from the sky. A thought flashed through its mind. Has my old adversary enlisted assistance? However, upon seeing the firebird, the black owl betrayed an expression of terror. The Crimson Phoenix Palm technique, originating from the Kunlun sect's Celestial Phoenix Codex, emphasizes the emulation of the phoenix's true essence. A single strike evokes the presence of a phoenix incarnate. As the monarch of avian creatures, the phoenix's might instilled fear in the black owl, a descendant of a northern divine bird, causing its feathers to bristle and its wings to flap frantically, urging forth its inner demonic energy. Rumble. As Ren Hong's palm descended, the fiery phoenix enveloped not only the turbulent Xiao River, but also the Finch Cliff and the Kirin Mountain. The cliffs trembled, and the earth rumbled. Magnificent. The Crimson Phoenix's fiery wings spread, encompassing both cliffs and incorporating the surrounding forests into a sea of flames. Yet, this fire possessed a peculiar mystique, causing no harm to the mountains, forests, or cliffs, but merely encircling all the demonic beasts. Witnessing this, both the Xie and the black owl leapt forth. The Xie's horn emitted a brilliant light, and the black owl's wings stirred forth black smoke as they simultaneously launched an assault on Ren Hong in the sky. White crane form. With the celestial spirit's guidance, Ren Hong swiftly inverted his hand after delivering the palm strike, forming a crane's beak to strike the beast and bird below. A wisp of keen astral energy whistled forth, striking the Xie's horn. Instantly, the divine beast felt a wave of paralysis wash over it. The black owl, struck by the astral energy transformed into a divine bird, plummeted to the ground as well. Ren Hong, with the celestial spirit's guidance, used pure yang fire to encircle the demonic beasts on both banks and plunged into the Xiao River. Upon reaching the river's expanse, the youth immediately sensed the powerful pull of the black water below. Pure yang essence transformed into a sphere of light, enveloping Ren Hong. The celestial spirit inquired, "Ren Hong, what does this river resemble to you?" Floating above the Xiao River, Ren Hong carefully observed the waters below. Nestled between Kirin Mountain and Finch Cliff, the Xiao River possessed a sinuous, meandering channel. This waterway, with its winding curves, resembles a coiling dragon. As for the 9 drinking spots, the dragon pool forms the tail, while the remaining 8 represent the 4 claws, sharp horns, and dragon eyes. Indeed, the layout of this river is peculiar. A sky-piercing dragon formation passed down through the water clans. A master of the water element must be behind this design, intending to birth a dragon and nurture a dragon pearl. Rinhong frowned. If it is already owned, would it be inappropriate for us to take it? Soon, the celestial spirit's laughter echoed in his ears. Rest assured, this item holds a certain affinity with us. As the master of Lotus Mountain, there is nothing wrong with collecting this dragon pearl. The celestial spirit had previously investigated the area, discerning some details about the dragon pearl's origin. Kirin Mountain teemed with beasts, Finch Cliff with birds, and the Xiao River itself was once home to a collection of fish and snakes. 500 years prior, when the Cold Pool Dragon Palace relocated from Lotus Mountain, it passed through this area. The Cold Pool Dragon King conveniently took these aquatic creatures and established the sky-piercing dragon formation in the Xiao River, sealing off the waterway. After the celestial spirit's explanation, Rinhong felt somewhat relieved. Then, the treasure's location must be beneath the dragon's chin? Precisely. The dragon pearl was concealed beneath the dragon's chin. Rinhong flew above the waterway for a moment, guided by the celestial spirit, and located the dragon's chin. At this point, the waterway formed a vortex, constantly drawing in the spiritual energy of the entire Xiao River. Rinhong summoned the mirror soul once more. At the bottom of the vortex within the precious mirror, a dark blue pearl floated. Brother, lend me a hand. Rinhong wielded the jade ruler and, infused with pure yang energy, plunged into the vortex, reaching for the dragon pearl beneath. Beneath the vortex, opposing forces of yin and yang swirled, attempting to tear apart Rinhong's arm. However, the pure yang energy remained as firm as iron, preventing the opposing forces from harming Rinhong and allowing him to seize the dragon pearl. Instantly, the formation that permeated the entire Xiao River vanished into thin air. The black energy within the Xiao River converged into the dragon pearl, resolving the drinking water issues plaguing Finch Cliff and Kirin Mountain. After collecting the dragon pearl, Rinhong hastened to return to the xianxia and the black owl. The beast and bird were both mentally exhausted, especially the black owl, whose injuries from the phoenix's aura were far more severe. The formation within the Xiao River has been dispelled, and the river's water is now safe for consumption. There is no need for further conflict. With that, Rinhong prepared to return to Lotus Mountain on the Jade Ruler. Suddenly, the black owl, prostrate on the ground, abruptly rose. A third demonic eye materialized on its forehead, its jet-black pupil fixated on Rinhong, enveloping the youth in an uncanny demonic light. From the obsidian eye, Rinhong beheld a vision of the netherworld. Winds howling and dark clouds churning. He also saw a bizarre demonic god, its form as vast as a mountain range, its eyes like dim suns. The demonic god lay between the netherworld's Yin mountains, obscured by black clouds of evil. However, even the residual power emanating from it overwhelmed Rinhong's soul, rendering him immobile. Disaster! I was careless. The youth's heart sank, his consciousness fading as he heard the celestial spirit's alarmed cry. Rinhong, be careful. It's the netherworld's malevolent light. Netherworld's malevolent light was a deadly beam forged in the depths of the netherworld. This evil light rivaled the power of divine abilities, and even a golden core cultivator would find it difficult to escape death if they faced it directly. Nearby, the xianxia also erupted. Seeing the evil light engulfing Rinhong, the celestial spirit inwardly cursed its carelessness. As the xianxia surged, it prepared to eliminate the beast and bird. But the xianxia lunged at the black owl, clamping its jaws around its head and forcing the evil eye to close. Only then did the celestial spirit realize, that's right, the xianxia is a benevolent beast. Since we helped it resolve the Xiao River's issues, it would naturally not harm us. After all, we stand on the side of righteousness in this matter. The xianxia suppressed the black owl, and the surrounding beasts also blocked the birds, allowing the celestial spirit to assess Rinhong's condition. The netherworld's malevolent light meant certain death. Even the celestial spirit had no way to save him, and the thought of returning to Kunlun for help flashed through its mind. However, upon seeing Rinhong, the weight in its heart lifted. Rinhong was enveloped in the netherworld's malevolent light, but his eyes did not directly meet the black owl's third demonic eye. Instead, miniature mirror souls materialized in his pupils. Floating dawn mirror soul? The celestial spirit realized. The principle behind the netherworld's malevolent light was the transmission of evil light through direct eye contact, drawing the opponent's soul into the netherworld with its supreme evil power. Only a true nascent soul cultivator could evade it. However, the floating dawn mirror souls shielded the direct gaze of the evil light, purifying it and allowing Ren Hong to escape unscathed. The celestial spirit sighed in relief and dispelled the netherworld's malevolent light, enveloping Ren Hong with a surge of pure yang energy. Only then was the rigid Ren Hong able to move his body. Realizing his momentary carelessness had nearly cost him his life, the youth's eyes flashed with anger. And he seized the jade ruler, smashing it towards the black owl. Wait, don't use my true form to hit it. I don't want this feathered beast's blood on it. The celestial spirit hastily transmitted to Ren Hong and transferred its power. Bang! The black owl died instantly, its brains splattered across the ground. But Ren Hong's anger did not subside. He unleashed the remaining 4 techniques from the Celestial Phoenix Codex, reducing the remains of the golden core demonic bird to a pulp. Finally, he captured its demonic soul and cast it into the netherworld. Since you love the netherworld so much, go suffer the torments of fire and ice within. The demonic beasts and birds, witnessing the black owl's death and Ren Hong's display of true power, obediently sat on either side, daring not to move. Not to mention them. Even the celestial spirit, sensing Ren Hong's anger, dared not directly defy him, silently channeling power and acting as his loyal support. Fortunately, Ren Hong's anger was fleeting. After he reduced the black owl to ashes, he regained his composure before the Xieji, nodding amicably and saying, "You are the beast of justice. I trust you can resolve the issue of the water at Lingshanqia on your own." This time, Ren Hong had learned his lesson. He enveloped himself in pure yang essence before departing with the jade ruler, observing the figure of his adversary recede into the distance. Xieji could not help but reflect. Who would have thought that after Miss Handan, Lianhua Mountain would gain another great cultivator? However, this great cultivator possessed quite a fiery temperament. As he watched the ashes of the black owl rise with the wind, Xieji shuddered involuntarily. Perhaps it was for the best, as it would prevent these creatures behind him from inciting my subordinates to stir up trouble. Xieji's gaze swept over the various demon beasts behind him, all of which were exceptional beings hailing from Lianhua Mountain. After Miss Handan's departure, they had urged Xieji to confront the flower spirits at Lianhua Mountain. However, adhering to his sense of justice, Xieji had promised Miss Handan to keep the demons in check, and he certainly would not allow them to act recklessly. Furthermore, witnessing Ren Hong's wrath had quelled their intentions to target Lianhua Mountain. The ferocity of the black owl was a lesson they had learned firsthand. Yet, seeing such a vicious creature reduced to mere ashes at Ren Hong's hands instilled a deep sense of dread among the beasts, amplifying their reverence for Lianhua Mountain. Chapter 12. The Flowing Pearl of the Nine Curves. The celestial spirit, Jun Tian, cautiously observed the youth beside her. This fellow. I have encountered him several times on Kunlun Mountain, yet I have never witnessed him lose his temper. Does his sister not incessantly proclaim that her elder brother is the epitome of gentleness and kindness? Directly reducing a golden elixir demon bird to ashes, does this truly qualify as gentleness? Is this what they call kindness? Is it not said that mortals, upon their first act of killing, hesitate even at the thought of slaying a mere chicken, gripped by fear? Upon reaching Lotus Mountain, and having gained a profound understanding of Ren Hong's celestial disposition, the spirit discreetly speculated that this lad was unusually mature for his age, having seemingly crossed into the twilight of his years. Yet witnessing Ren Hong's explosive outburst left even Jun Tian feeling a touch apprehensive. He was undeniably akin to a barrel filled with flammable material. One spark, and he would ignite. However, it seemed that this lad's anger dissipated swiftly. Was it because the instigator was slain, and he could not be bothered to pursue the matter further, or, perhaps if one did not provoke him, he might indeed be quite agreeable? Reflecting on her earlier encouragement for Ren Hong to seek treasure, nearly leading to his demise, the spirit felt a pang of unease. Dao brother, why are you lost in thought? Do you not see the patterns within this dragon pearl? Is it not a formation map? The dark blue dragon pearl, upon emerging from the valiant waters, transformed entirely to a pure azure hue, within which faintly discernible twisted dragon patterns could be seen. This must be a formation, the spirit observed, nodding. Indeed, it is the secret formation of the celestial flood dragon. This dragon pearl can naturally serve as a formation device. If you cast it into the water, it will automatically activate the heavenly water formation. While it may be slightly inadequate as a mountain guarding array, it could serve as a temporary defensive barrier while traveling. Noticing that Ren Hong had not held a grudge over her earlier prodding, the spirit felt momentarily reassured. The flowing pearl of the 9 curves? She mused with a peculiar expression. What is it? Is there a problem? No, it is nothing. Merely a recollection of a past event, he replied. Past event? She inquired. Just a few days ago, while perusing a book, I came across a small tale. It spoke of an envoy from a certain nation in the western wilderness who, upon visiting the heavenly dynasty, posed a challenge. He presented a pearl intricately carved with a 9-curve labyrinth and invited the heavenly dynasty to thread a needle and discover the correct path. Oh, the one involving ants and honey? Ren Hong remarked. I recall hearing about it in my childhood. I intended to try it myself. But by the time I caught the ants, it was already late, so I released them instead. Indeed, that is the one. However, the story I read featured ants and an ant queen. Jun Tian continued. When I first encountered this tale, it struck me as familiar, as if it were learned by the Sanxing bird kingdom from our Kunlun mountain. Later, Daoist Su, Lord Guangfa, and Daoist Qing Xian achieved it in the shortest time. Su Yinyang procured a pair of qilin, reduced them in size, placed the cub at one end, and instructed the mother to search from the other end. This method relied on the innate bond between mother and child, the natural affection of all living beings. Daoist Qing Xian employed the Tai divination technique to deduce the correct path from myriad formations, proving to be the fastest in the analysis. Lord Guangfa enlarged the pearl and filled it with water. As the water flowed in, it naturally emerged from the other end, signifying the correct path. Listening to the anecdotes from Yushu Palace, Ren Hong chuckled. Does Master Yushu possess such refined tastes? Celestial beings measure time in millennia. The elder is indeed quite leisurely. Jun Tian replied. If memory serves, that pearl was later sent to the Yellow River, where the formation was transformed into the 9 curves Yellow River Formation, bestowed upon the river god to oversee the waterways. Is that so? Ren Hong mused, absorbing the celestial secret. He then grasped the flowing pearl of the 9 curves, harnessing the water spirit energy accumulated over 5 centuries to cultivate the black water true method. Meanwhile, Jun Tian observed him with a mixture of complex emotions. Reflecting on past events, she was momentarily reminded of her own master. It is said that when the 3 masters convened for tea, they engaged in mutual evaluation. Ren Hong's temperament seemed to have been mentioned back then. During that gathering, the 3 masters, in a private and light-hearted exchange, proposed a game where each would use a single word to appraise the other 2, determining who provided the most accurate assessment. The master of Xuandu added, if that is the case, let us add a twist. Each of us shall present a celestial artifact as a prize. Moreover, the evaluations must be interconnected and contrasting, with each focusing on a different aspect, one on cultivation, one on behavior, and one on character. The master of Yushu stated, I shall add a rule. The 3 of us shall draw upon the 3 talents of heaven, earth, and man. One must use a term from the heavens, one from the earth, and one from living beings. I will begin. I choose living beings for cultivation. The master of Xuandu replied, I select heaven for character. Then the remaining choice belongs to me, said the master of Bio. At that time, Jun Tian was beside the master of Yushu, absorbing the evaluations exchanged among the 3. The master of Yushu described the other 2 using the terms dragon and flood dragon. The master of Xuandu, like a dragon soaring through the 9 heavens, possessed profound and unfathomable cultivation. The master of Bio, akin to a tempestuous flood dragon of the deep sea, held the power to stir the seas and reach the heavens. The master of Bio compared the master of Xuandu to the sea, characterizing his actions as unpredictable, calm, and serene in stillness, yet tempestuous and raging in motion. He likened the master of Yushu to a mountain, steadfast as a towering peak, unyielding, in motion, as formidable as a mountain, heavy as 1,000 Jun. As for the master of Xuandu's evaluation of the other 2, he employed the celestial and the sun. In the heavens, facing the sun below, it could be considered a rough match. Jun Tian vaguely recalled the elder's words. In times of joy, clear and refreshing. In tranquility, as serene as clouds. In anger, a tempestuous storm, fierce as thunder. What am I even pondering? Ren Hong is but a child, his temperament ever-changing. I shall observe him further. If memory serves, did not the master of Bio refine 4 sword talismans, transmitting the Zhu Xian sword technique into the mortal realm? Thanks to the aid of the dragon pearl, Renhong swiftly perfected his cultivation of the black water true qi within a mere few days. The manifestation of the black tortoise dharma rose, as the black water true qi converged within the final aspect of the purple extreme true talisman. As the pentagram simultaneously radiated 5 hues, harmonizing with the original purple extreme qi, a brand new mixed primordial purple extreme qi began to circulate within him. Completing the entire 5 elements section took just half a year. Renhong felt a surge of satisfaction, inwardly exclaiming, "Indeed. What is the pursuit of power and conflict compared to the comfort of advancing one's cultivation? Witnessing my gradual growth and mastery is the most fulfilling achievement." Unlike the 3 treasures of purple extreme qi recorded in the Rui, the current mixed primordial purple extreme qi within Renhong was intertwined with the 5 elements. Transcendent and supreme, possessing the characteristic of encompassing all things. Henceforth, there was no need to disperse the power. He could concentrate on preparing for his final foundation establishment. Chapter 13. The 9 layers of celestial clouds unfurled. The heavenly gate begins to open. The celestial spirit of the Juntian leapt into the sky, closely observing the young man on the immortal rock while simultaneously guarding him. After a year, he had finally taken his first step. Establishing the foundation was akin to overcoming a threshold, reminiscent of the carp leaping over the dragon gate. To succeed meant becoming a cultivator. To fail meant remaining mundane. Only Renhong could truly step into the heavenly gate, becoming a member of our kind. A hint of joy graced the small face of the Juntian celestial spirit, witnessing the extraordinary phenomena accompanying his foundation establishment. It was nearly certain that he would achieve a superior foundation, as Renhong completed the final cycle of his cultivation. The primordial purple essence within him was entirely absorbed into the purple extreme true talisman. Instantly, the talisman transformed from an ethereal and uncertain symbol of the Great Way into the very root of Renhong's foundation, the essence of his cultivation. His consciousness was enveloped by the Great Way true talisman, drawing him into a realm that was both surreal and tangible. Looking up, he saw layers upon layers of the sky, with 9 distinctly different tides of primordial energy spreading across the heavens. The Daoist scripture states, "Heaven has 9 layers." This was its true meaning. While on Kunlun Mountain, Renhong had been curious. If mortals often spoke of the 9 layers of heaven, where exactly did the legendary immortals ascend? At that time, Zhang Feng, Luo Yu, and others laughed heartily, refusing to divulge the answer, simply stating, "In the future, when your cultivation is successful, you will naturally understand." Now, having successfully established his foundation, Renhong witnessed the 9 tides of primordial energy and suddenly realized the 9 layers of celestial clouds did not refer to what one sees after ascension, but rather to the vision of the 9 tides of primordial energy observed after establishing the foundation, yet before ascending. Each layer of primordial energy transformed from chaotic to pure. With each ascent, the layers of energy grew increasingly thick and formidable. Presently, Renhong's consciousness floated within a layer of primordial energy that had just departed the mundane world, still able to perceive the mingling of earthly murk and primordial energy. Ascension, in essence, was the continual transcendence through the 9 heavens, ultimately stepping beyond the 9 layers to reach the realm beyond. In the uppermost layer of primordial energy, Renhong observed surging purple energy transforming into thunder, manifesting various calamity clouds and forming images of divine dragons, phoenixes, celestial beings, and emperors. This was the tribulation of the celestial beings, the 11th tribulation among the 4 great realms. Crossing this tribulation and leaping beyond the 9th tide of primordial energy would elevate one to the status of a true immortal sage, independent from the world. Renhong scrutinized the layers of primordial energy above him, noting that each layer possessed distinct scenery. One layer brimmed with divine beasts and extraordinary creatures, countless energies morphing into divine beasts that danced and swayed. Another layer conjured innumerable demonic entities, rising to form myriad demonic palaces. Yet another layer was devoid of beings, filled solely with pure, crystalline azure light. Suddenly, the layer of primordial energy he occupied began to press down upon him with clouds, attempting to plunge him back into the mundane realm. It would not be so simple. Renhong's true energy circulated, and the Great Way true talisman emanated a violet glow, forming a celestial gate before him, stabilizing his spiritual consciousness as he gradually found his footing within this layer of primordial energy. From the magnificent and enigmatic portal emanated melodious celestial sounds, dispelling the murky earthly energies swirling within the primordial tides, subduing all encroaching ethereal white energy. On either side of the celestial gate stood sacred statues. To the left, a dignified man in a red Daoist robe wielding a scepter. To the right, a beautiful woman in simple celestial garments cradling a colorful lotus. As Renhong steadied himself, the gap in the gate gradually opened. In a moment of reverie, a peculiar scene unfolded before him. A man and a woman seated among flowers, inscribing Dao texts on bamboo slips. The two were intimately close, sharing laughter and whispers. The female cultivator wrote on the bamboo slip, "5 energies converge, untainted by dust, capable of purity and clarity. This is called the unleaking." Renhong's heart trembled. Was this not a line from the purple extreme text? The couple transformed their written foundational teachings into the ethereal forms of a lotus, a scepter, and a precious pearl, embedding them within the celestial text. Indeed, the foundational methods within the scepter chapter were passed down by the male cultivator, presumably Master Yusu. Thus, the true energy emphasized strength and dominance, reflecting the commanding essence of the celestial way. As for the lotus and pearl methods, they were, in essence, imparted by the female cultivator. Renhong pondered. What was the name of this female cultivator? Perhaps Master Mother? Did my practiced powers resonate more closely with her lineage? Suddenly, the celestial gate swung wide open, the statues vanishing to be replaced by magnificent carvings of the 6 divine beasts: azure dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger, black tortoise, soaring serpent, and the dipper. Beyond this grand open portal lay several additional gates. In the distance, 6 more portals stood, each positioned within a layer of primordial energy, their entrances sealed, their brilliance dim. Behind the 7th gate lay the familiar purple extreme divine palace, situated within the 8th tide of primordial energy. The 9 heavens, the convergence of the Great Way. In a moment of clarity, Renhong felt a profound realization. This was the path to my Dao fruit. Upon completing the foundation, he would truly walk the path recorded within the purple extreme text. In the forthcoming convergence of the Great Way, he would inevitably transform into the purple extreme emperor. However, to reach this stage, he must break through numerous heavenly gates. Each gate represented a barrier of realms, standing firm within the 9 layers of celestial energy. One of the marvelous functions of the purple extreme text was to materialize the barriers between realms into 9 distinct portals. With each breakthrough of a heavenly gate, one could ascend to a higher level. At the source root realm, the 2nd heavenly gate would open. The heart fire realm would unveil the 3rd gate. The golden core realm the 4th, the spirit embryo realm the 5th, the purple mansion realm the 6th, and the primordial spirit realm the 7th. Upon entering the 7th heavenly gate, one would arrive before the main entrance of the purple extreme palace. The so-called 8th heavenly gate was the portal to the purple extreme palace. When the 8th heavenly gate opened, Renhong would be able to embody the purple extreme emperor and confront the final 9th heavenly gate. The 9th heavenly gate resided within the purple extreme emperor himself. This step was known as crossing the tribulation. These 9 heavenly gates of the purple extreme law represented the unparalleled secret method contained within the 5 yuan purple extreme text. It was also one of the reasons this celestial text could be classified among the superior immortal texts of Kunlun. Moreover, the 9 heavenly gates served as a protective divine skill. With each elevation in realm, a new heavenly gate would be opened. Once the 9 heavenly gates evolved, they could establish a portal of the Great Way to suppress the universe. Simultaneously, the 9 heavenly gates could store immense power, allowing practitioners to surpass their peers in strength. Currently, as Renhong earnestly contemplated his foundation, a jade-green portal materialized above him. On either side of the portal, 900 red inscriptions emerged, forming profound and ancient Dao patterns. The Kunlun celestial inscriptions? Upon seeing the manifestation of the heavenly gate, the Jun Tian celestial spirit felt a wave of relief. These inscriptions were indeed the true legacy of Kunlun. The purple extreme Dao text could be considered part of the Kunlun lineage, despite differing philosophies. Unbeknownst to the Jun Tian celestial spirit, she mused, the manifestation of this heavenly gate bears resemblance to the 9 heavens opening technique. Perhaps intertwined with the lineage of the 9 immortal peaks? The Kunlun sect leader Su Yinyang possessed a secret technique known as the 9 heavens opening technique. Mastering this technique would allow one to cultivate 9 great primordial spirits beyond their original, manifesting 9 celestial realms. Cultivating 9 primordial spirits simultaneously would exponentially accelerate one's progress compared to other primordial spirit practitioners. The 10 primordial spirits were akin to 10 lives. In the event of a great adversary, one could sever a primordial spirit to preserve their life. This secret technique, embodying both escape and cultivation, was a closely guarded secret of the 9 immortal peaks. After Su Yinyang ascended, he included this technique in the Kunlun Golden Register, designating it as an unparalleled method for the Kunlun Dao masters alone. Suddenly, Renhong on the immortal rock rose and let out a long howl. The force resonated through the mountains, causing the 18 peaks of Lotus Mountain to tremble under this celestial energy, countless trees swaying in the wind. In response to the approaching wave of energy, the Jun Tian celestial spirit, calm and composed, waved her sleeve, dispersing the oncoming force. Indeed, this lad had successfully cultivated a superior foundation. With the foundation established at the 9th rank, Renhong, through 6 cycles of dispersing and refining his energy, stepped directly into the ultimate realm. At this moment, he was truly capable of subduing the myriad flower spirits within the mountain. Even if 13 flower spirits joined forces, they would not withstand the force of his palm. As Renhong opened his eyes, a newfound aura radiated from him, with a hint of celestial brilliance shimmering between his brows. In that moment, he was no longer an ordinary mortal, but a genuine practitioner who had transcended into the realm of immortals. Congratulations, Renhong. The celestial spirit of Jun Tian, treading upon white clouds, arrived at the edge of the immortal cliffs. Being expelled from the mountain gate and achieving foundational cultivation after a year of time is indeed a remarkable accomplishment, even within the sacred peaks of Kunlun. Chapter 14. The 6 harmonious primordial spirit spell and the 5-finger celestial origin technique. May I finally indulge in a proper meal? Renhong gazed eagerly at the Jun Tian immortal spirit. After a year in Kunlun, he had not savored a single substantial dish. When hunger struck, he resorted to consuming the essence of heaven and earth. When thirst arose, he ingested the same. The only variation in his palate came from the exquisite 100 flowers dew. However, the fresh fruits and vegetables sent by the flower spirits were strictly withheld from him by the Jun Tian immortal spirit, who would instead sell them at a pittance in the mortal realm or, with great reluctance, consume them before Renhong's eyes. While eating, the spirit would remark, "Renhong, I do this for your benefit. This fruit is delightful. It is best you refrain from eating before establishing your foundation, to maintain the purity of your Tao body. Oh dear, why do I eat in front of you? It's to bolster your self-restraint. Truly, I am meticulous, a genius among spirit tools." Today, having successfully established his foundation, Renhong temporarily set aside his accustomed hermetic habits, intending to feast heartily in the mortal realm to honor his internal organs. I know you sold those fresh fruits and vegetables sent by the flower spirits for a tidy sum. Even the gold given to me by my fellow disciples during my descent is in your possession. Without dwelling on that, the Jun Tian immortal spirit promptly shifted the conversation. Is there any explanation concerning Tao techniques in the Purple Extreme book? Tao techniques? Renhong closed his eyes in contemplation. After the formation of the Azure Jade Heavenly Gate, he had indeed received a Tao technique from the Purple Extreme Emperor within his consciousness. He had acquired the 6 harmonious primordial spirit great spell. The 6 harmonious primordial spirits refer to the 6 divine beasts that evolve after foundation establishment. This technique is the most aligned with the spells of the Purple Extreme book. With a gentle lift of his left hand, a flame entwined around his wrist, swiftly taking the shape of a 3-foot-tall firebird, the vermilion bird, perched upon the back of his hand. Each crimson feather radiated a flame Tao technique: fire avoidance, fireball, fire crow, true flame, fire escape, precious flame. The immortal spirit scanned with discerning eyes, recognizing that this vermilion bird was a phantasm formed from 18 fire-based spells. Renhong then manipulated his hand, and a black water xuanwu emerged from his palm. The xuanwu was also composed of 18 water-based spells, including cold ice spell, dark water spell, water avoidance spell, and illusion water spell. With the 6 primordial spirits at your command, you need not practice other spells and may freely wield the 5 elements Tao techniques. The spirit could not resist reaching out to grasp the xuanwu. In an instant, the xuanwu phantasm shattered, and the 18 spells transformed into streams of water, directed toward the Jun Tian immortal spirit. The spirit's delicate hand manifested pure Yang Dao light, effortlessly dispelling the streams of water one by one. Essentially, the six harmonious primordial spirit great spell consists of two realms, phantasm and true spirit. Renhong pondered, speculating. Once I cultivate to the golden core stage, I should be able to refine the true version of the primordial spirit great spell, transforming the void into reality, summoning the six divine beasts in truth. The true spirits of the six harmonious primordial spirit great spell are each comparable to a golden core demon beast. With the six spirits accompanying him, he would be formidable against opponents of similar rank. Phantasm and true spirit. It appears that upon achieving the nascent soul stage, you can directly evolve the primordial spirit great spell into divine powers. Divine powers? Renhong's expression reflected confusion. The immortal spirit first discreetly flipped through the notes hidden in her sleeves, then elucidated. In ancient times, immortals practiced not Tao techniques, but divine powers. However, divine powers are bestowed by heaven and earth and are shrouded in complexity. For the benefit of lower-tier disciples, the so-called Tao techniques were established. The Tao techniques recorded in various sect celestial texts, when cultivated to their zenith, will invariably evolve back into divine powers. According to the collaboration between the Elder and the Masters of Xuandu Palace and Bio sect, every cultivator can develop 9 divine powers within themselves. The Xianmen speaks of internal skills and external spells. Spell techniques are merely extensions of profound methods. Each celestial text records Tao techniques that resonate with the essence of that text. One cannot expect to find ice-sealing or water-manipulating spells in the 9 Flames Divine Fire Classic of South Kunlun, nor fire-controlling spells in the Golden Spirit Caves Een Water Classic of Dongyuan sect. The 6 Harmonious Primordial Spirit Great Spell, which Renhong acquired during his foundation establishment, is a culmination of the water manipulation, fire avoidance, and other spells that manifested prior to his foundation, making it the most compatible with the Purple Extreme Book, a precursor to evolving into the Grand Divine Power. The 6 Harmonious Divine Technique. The 6 Harmonious Divine Technique bears resemblance to the 5 Elements Escape, yet it surpasses it. Within the cosmos, it governs the 5 elemental Tao techniques. Attack, defense, and escape can all be enacted through the 6 divine beasts. Furthermore, with the 6 divine beasts protecting him, it is akin to having 6 equally skilled allies, rendering it more versatile than the 5 elements escape. You must diligently cultivate this Tao technique. The Jun Tian Immortal Spirit stated earnestly, for in the future, when you attain pure Yang nascent soul, the 6 harmonious great spell may very well become your first divine power. I understand. Renhong regarded this Tao technique with great significance, silently committing the incantation to memory. Is there anything else in the celestial text for you? There is also a section on the celestial origin sword finger technique, seemingly involving the use of spiritual energy to conjure sword chi. After a moment of thought, Renhong gathered a mass of primordial energy, transforming it into flowing fire to demonstrate the vermilion bird spirit within the primordial spirit great spell. The vermilion bird danced gracefully, and the mass of energy dispersed into flames, twisting before the immortal spirit into a piece of red script celestial text. Celestial origin sword finger. The divine resides in the celestial origin, refining the finger into a sword, commanding the world with chi. The 5 fingers correspond to the 5 stars above, aligning with the 5 elements below, harmonizing with the 5 internal organs, selecting one true essence. With chi concealed in the sword's bone, the Jun Tian Immortal Spirit read the red script and understood. This is a finger technique for swordsmanship, a rather rare form among sword techniques. Generally, cultivators will forge a flying sword for protection. If one specializes in swordsmanship, they will refine their golden core into a sword embryo, forging a personal celestial sword. However, the finger technique is particularly unique, utilizing the fingers to channel sword chi in place of a flying sword, relying on the inner true essence, contingent upon the robustness of one's spiritual power. Suddenly, the Jun Tian Immortal Spirit comprehended why the Purple Extreme Book required dispersing power 6 times. The act of dispersing power itself serves to unify Renhong's spiritual energy, minimizing risks while cultivating the sword finger technique. In this light, had he chosen one of the 2 initial foundation methods, he might have acquired a different technique altogether. Indeed, had Renhong chosen the Ru method, he would have received a form of boxing technique. If he had selected the Lotus method, it would have been a palm technique. Renhong extended his other hand, and the Fuli mirror once again emitted its mirror light, enveloping the red script celestial text. Suddenly, the fiery characters coalesced into a pair of hands as pure and white as jade. The hands resembled lotus blossoms, with 5 colored streams of light swirling at the fingertips, forming a diagram of the celestial origin sword finger technique's operational pathway. Upon seeing this hand diagram, many of the ambiguities surrounding the sword finger technique were resolved. Ren Hong followed the diagram, and 5-colored primordial energy gradually manifested at his fingertips. The Jun Tian immortal spirit marveled quietly. The Fuli mirror possesses such an array of wondrous uses? Truly, this item deserves its reputation as a treasure of cultivation. However, Ren Hong's innate talent for cultivation is remarkable. After merely a few glances, he has discerned the operational method of the sword finger technique. While practicing the sword finger technique, Ren Hong guided the purple extreme mixed yuan qi through his 5 fingers, diversifying it into 5 elemental sword qi. With nimble fingers and those hands, they likely embody the legacy of the Sherma lineage. As for the 6 harmonious primordial spirit, great spell. Within the cosmos, the 6 harmonious spirits govern the supreme Tao. This is evidently reflective of his own teacher, Yu Su's style. After exploring the celestial origin sword finger technique for a while, Ren Hong seized the Jun Tian immortal spirit. Let us depart. I have successfully established my foundation today, and we shall feast in the mortal realm. Chapter 15. The Secret of the Demon Sealing Cave. Today, Ren Hong completed his foundation establishment and, clutching the pure young Jun Tian Jade ruler, hastened to the mortal realm. However, he did not venture to the towns frequented by the Jun Tian immortal spirit. Instead, he tasked the spirit to fly to another county. What brings you here? I know no one in this place. If they were in Changshan County, not far from Lianhua Mountain, the Jun Tian immortal spirit would have established a few connections through regular book purchases and fruit sales over the past year. Yet, in this unfamiliar town, they could only seek out the grandest tavern, relying on the menu to arrange a banquet. You may be unaware, but I am well informed. Bailu County, Tian Yao Tower. This is the most renowned tavern in the region, with an extensive menu. Except for the imperial banquets, all other feasts can be procured here. Ren Hong desired a burning tail banquet, a lavish feast held for scholars upon their successful examinations or for officials upon their promotions. The term burning tail symbolizes the carp leaping over the dragon gate, signifying the ascent to the heavens and the transcendence of the mortal realm, which mirrors Ren Hong's current situation. Upon ordering the banquet, Ren Hong ascended to a private room on the 2nd floor to await its preparation. The Jun Tian immortal spirit remarked, when common spirits transform, the tail is typically the last part to vanish. Thus, the burning tail banquet embodies the notion of shedding the mundane for the extraordinary, does it not? Perhaps. Ren Hong mused as he settled into a window-side seat and poured himself a cup of tea. His choice of banquet was not only to mark the occasion, but also to honor a small promise made with his parents. In the quiet room, the Jun Tian immortal spirit manifested. The youth, seated across from Ren Hong, leisurely poured tea for himself. Given the time, we certainly won't be able to make it by noon, but it should be ready by evening. The preparation of the burning tail banquet involved numerous intricate dishes and luxurious ingredients, far beyond a mere couple of hours' work. Rest assured, Tian Yao Tower is Bailu County's top tavern. With their resources, they will undoubtedly be ready by evening. You seem quite familiar. Are you from Bailu County? The realm was divided into 9 provinces and 33 counties. Bailu County and Changshan County, where Lianhua Mountain is located, both belong to the 5 counties of Jizhou. Indeed, I hail from Lingyang County in Bailu. I have visited Tian Yao Tower a few times before at the foot of Kunlun Mountain. Mentioning past experiences dimmed Ren Hong's spirits, even overshadowing his recent achievement in foundation establishment. At that moment, they overheard whispers from the adjoining private room. Do you think Xiandu Palace will succeed in capturing the demons this time? I hope those immortals succeed. Otherwise, our caravan could face setbacks, and this business deal may go awry. The mention of capturing demons caused Ren Hong to momentarily lose his focus. The immortal spirit, unconcerned, cracked sunflower seeds and said, "Are you worried about the 3 female demons that escaped from the demon sealing cave? Fear not. A mere trio of golden core demons cannot stir significant trouble. This mortal realm is under the dominion of Xiandu Palace. Kunlun, Xiandu, and Baiyu. These 3 sects hold sway over the realm, yet each occupies its unique stronghold. Baiyu Palace has ventured overseas, commanding 108 islands in the East Sea. The Kunlun sect is rooted in the Great Kunlun Mountain, establishing Kunlun ruins to suppress the central region, serving as the ancestral home of the mountains. Conversely, Xiandu Palace collaborates with the imperial court, governing the land of the Red County as if it were divided into 9 provinces. Xiandu Palace has established 9 prefectures and 33 divisions across the realm, with 720 temples. The lords of the 9 prefectures are all Daoists. The 33 divisions are comprised of primordial spirits, and the temple masters possess golden core cultivation. Under such formidable influence, what threat could 3 minor golden core demons pose? I recall when I descended the mountain, a Daoist brother mentioned that these 3 demons have some background. Is there an associated case? I learned from conversations among the Kunlun True Ones that these 3 demons seem to have ties to the mortal dynasty. Xiandu Palace dispatched disciples to negotiate, intending to send the 3 demons back to the mortal realm for observation. Therefore, you need not worry about these 3 demons. Moreover, it is not uncommon for Kunlun sealed demons to escape every 300 years. It is not something to fret over. Even if it were not you and Fan Yechen, others would eventually release them, once every 300 years. Is that not somewhat frequent? Is the seal of Kunlun so weak? It is intentional. When the demon sealing cave was established, Ling Shozi deliberately left a flaw. Every 300 years, this flaw reveals itself, allowing a handful of spirits to escape, bringing with them the accumulated resentment of the demons within the cave. Accumulated resentment? Is Ling Shozi concerned that the resentment within the demon sealing cave might give rise to malevolent spirits? If the restrictions were too harsh, consuming all the demons and evildoers with the demon refining furnace, the lingering hatred would surely lead to the emergence of a malevolent entity. Moreover, the Kunlun masters intentionally left a flaw, releasing some spirits every 300 years to incite infighting among the demons within the cave, providing them with the opportunity to escape. In this manner, although the spirits still harbor resentment towards Kunlun, a portion of that animosity is redirected towards their escaped companions, diminishing the overall demonic potency contained within the cave. Renhong remarked. This aligns with the ancient wisdom that it is better to allow a flood to flow than to block it, does it not? Precisely. Ling Shozi often said, the heart of heaven is most compassionate. Everything must leave a glimmer of hope. Thus, he allowed for a flaw to release pent-up resentment. If the escaped spirits find opportunity, they may even seek to cultivate in Kunlun Mountain. Of course, what the Jun Tian immortal spirit was unaware of was that the escape of demons every 300 years was also a form of trial for Kunlun. Allowing demons to descend from the mountain, only to dispatch disciples to eliminate them, serves to temper the disciples, aiding their path to enlightenment. As for how the escaped spirits were dealt with, it depended entirely on the actions of the disciples. Some disciples, grateful for the spirit's arduous cultivation journey, would take them under their wing as protective spiritual beasts. Others, seeking to enhance their magical powers, would extract inner cores for medicinal practice. Some disciples would directly refine the spirits into magical artifacts. 300 years ago, a serpent spirit and a scorpion spirit escaped from Kunlun. Shortly after, Kunlun disciples descended the mountain, refining the serpent and scorpion spirits into a gourd artifact, completing the 12 refinements, and promoting the artifact to the Yin-Yang Rui. But do they not fear retaliation from the spirits that have escaped? Retaliation? Kunlun disciples only descend the mountain for training after achieving golden core status. Which disciple would fear a minor golden core spirit while traversing the world? Oh, I forgot. You are the exception. Renhong smirked slightly, unwilling to engage in banter with the spirit. Is it impossible for a few primordial spirits to escape? Primordial spirits? The Jun Tian immortal spirit scoffed. Have you ever encountered primordial spirits within the demon sealing cave? Renhong fell silent. The cave was home to countless spirits. However, based on his observations, most were of the true fire and golden core level, far fewer than those akin to disciples like Luo Yu and Zhang Feng. The demon sealing cave did not harbor primordial spirits. At most, a few spirits at the Lingtai realm could be found, with not even a single spirit at the Zifu level, let alone genuine primordial spirits. The demon sealing cave at Longzhou Rock is designed for lower-tier disciples to practice. Occasionally, they would even capture some stone spirits from within to provide practical training for you all. What trouble could 3 minor golden core spirits cause? The primordial spirits that Kunlun suppresses would never be relegated to a place like Longzhou Rock. The eastern Kunlun's 48 peaks certainly offer more suitable locations. Moreover, primordial spirits are treasures in their own right. Even the Kunlun True Ones and Dao Lords would hesitate to send them to Longsho Rock for lower-tier disciples to use as kindling for cultivation. 3 escaped spirits? What calamities could they evoke? Even if they reached the mortal realm, they would not dare to act recklessly. Do you truly think Xiandu Palace merely consumes incense without taking action? Nonetheless, the 3 demons were unsealed due to my involvement. I wish to resolve this debt personally. Furthermore, Renhong harbored a vague sense that slaying the 3 demons might aid in his own cultivation. The 3 female golden core demons were of little concern to the Jun Tian immortal spirit. As dusk fell, Tian Yao Tower completed the preparations for the Burning Tail banquet. After settling the bill, the Jun Tian immortal spirit transformed into a cloud and gathered the numerous dishes, leading Renhong towards Lingyang County. Hey, are you intending to share this banquet with your parents? Is that not permissible? There is nothing inherently wrong with it. Is it not often said by mortals? Returning home in splendid attire? Meeting with family is not an issue. It is merely the fear of being unable to relinquish worldly ties, or that your parents might seek a spouse for you, thus hindering your cultivation. Rest assured, such a scenario will not transpire. Oh, why is that? Do not tell me it is because of your unwavering resolve. I have witnessed many similar instances. Numerous disciples from Kunlun, before descending the mountain, were confident in their powers and resolute in their paths. Yet upon arriving in the mortal realm, they became increasingly enamored with worldly pleasures, ultimately leading to their cultivation faltering and necessitating reincarnation to start anew. That may have been their fate, but not mine. Everyone speaks so boldly before an incident occurs. Yet after the fact, it is a different tale. The celestial spirit of Jun Tian harbors expectations for Renhong, not to seek ascension as an immortal, but simply to achieve a stable foundation in his cultivation, ideally becoming a Dao Lord. In this manner, Renhong could preside over the Wulyan prefecture and establish a separate lineage from Kunlun. Thus, when he ascends, he would have reasonable grounds for explanation before the elder, not deemed a betrayal of Kunlun. Therefore, the celestial spirit is quite concerned that Renhong might delay his cultivation due to worldly distractions. However, a year ago, Renhong did not express a desire to return home, which indeed reassured the celestial spirit. At that time, the two had just escaped from Kunlun, and should anyone suspect their flight together, it was possible that Kunlun cultivators were awaiting them in their hometown. But now, Renhong has achieved foundational cultivation and possesses a preliminary ability to protect himself. Together, they are confident they could escape, provided a true immortal does not confront them. Such an outcome is unnecessary. The celestial spirit rambled on, yet Renhong's thoughts drifted to his hometown, and his demeanor grew somber. Words entered his left ear and exited from the right. He absorbed none of it. Oh, curious? Why have we not yet arrived at Lingyang County? They have flown for quite some time, and even the spirit had turned back in the air a few times, inquiring, I recall Lingyang County is nearby, is it not? Have we arrived? Hey, do not think I am unaware. Though I rarely leave Kunlun, during the Elder's time in the mortal realm, I traversed the vast landscapes of the land. Lingyang County is an ancient city with a history of 1,000 years. I once accompanied Lord Yushu here in my youth. Upon hearing the sound of the bell tower, Renhong's expression subtly shifted, instinctively tightening his fist. He spoke in a low voice. The large lake below is Lingyang County. Let us descend. This is Lingyang County. The surface of the lake reflected the orange hues of the evening glow, with not a trace of the town's remnants visible. Indeed, this is Lingyang County. After a devastating earthquake, the ancient city has transformed into a lake. Renhong endeavored to keep his tone neutral, yet the celestial spirit could still detect a hint of sorrow in his words. An earthquake? The celestial spirit vaguely recalled that Renhong had ascended Kunlun not as a formal disciple, but rather because his family had encountered a great calamity, rescued by the Kunlun disciple Zhang Feng. However, if that were the case, his family, not only would his parents not obstruct his cultivation, but they would also refrain from arranging a marriage for him. Chapter 16. The traitor 4 years ago, when Renhong was but 12, a devastating earthquake struck. Not only did his parents perish, but the entire county sank into ruin, claiming the lives of all his fellow townsfolk. At that time, it was only Renhong who, clutching the hands of 4 other local children, sought refuge in the bell tower of Lingyang County, thus escaping the calamity. Subsequently, a disciple of Kunlun, Zhang Feng, recognizing the potential in these 5 children, took them to Kunlun Mountain for cultivation. As dusk fell, a cool breeze swept through, rustling the long sleeves of the youth's robes. Was it truly so? The celestial spirit, Jun Tian, discerned Ren Hong's melancholy and, enveloping him in pure yang energy, gently set him down on the shore. The spirit then obediently unfurled the pure yang prohibition, meticulously arranging the offerings for the memorial feast. Ren Hong stood silently at the water's edge, gazing at the vast lake before him. For years prior, during that catastrophic earthquake, he and the other 4 children lost their parents, leaving them as the sole survivors. This was the root of Ren Hong's complex feelings towards Kunlun. After the earthquake, he and the other 4 were rescued by the Kunlun sect and resided at Longshou Rock for 3 years, coming to regard the other children as family and that place as a second home. However, following their expulsion from the mountain, especially due to the injustice brought upon him by Fan Yechen, those feelings morphed into resentment. Yet, no matter the depth of his grievances, he could not deny the many who had shown him kindness atop Kunlun Mountain. At present, Kunlun was comprised of 4 generations. The elder Yu Su had already ascended, while Su Yinyang's generation consisted primarily of powerful Daoists, and Xiao Yuzi's cohort represented the backbone of the Kunlun sect. Luo Yu's generation was only just beginning to mature. Given Kunlun's tradition of reverence towards their masters, it was likely that Xiao Yuzi and others would still bow in respect to him. Once the spirit had finished arranging the offerings, he cast a furtive glance at the youth before standing quietly to one side. Ren Hong had made the preparations. Next, he would honor his parents. He lifted the wine jug and poured a full cup for himself and his parents. Then he quietly withdrew, allowing Ren Hong to mourn alone by the lake, while the celestial spirit moved around, searching for traces of Kunlun disciples. I left on the same day as Ren Hong. Although I did not notice it at first, it was inevitable that someone would connect the dots and come to investigate Ren Hong's hometown. After a while, he stumbled upon a small jade tablet beneath a slender willow tree. Indeed, the Kunlun disciples had been here. As he pocketed the tablet, the spirit mused, "Fortunately, I had prepared in advance and found an insider." The fire ears, or Erwo, were linked to Geng. The Geng Jinren of Ruiguang Pavilion had been an inside informant for Jun Tian. It was with Geng Jinren's assistance that he managed to escape successfully. However, the matter of a sect's treasured artifact being missing was of great consequence. To avoid giving other celestial peaks a pretext to criticize Jiuxian Peak's moral standing, Bai Ling Xianjun deliberately concealed the information, permitting only Meng Jinren and Geng Jinren, those directly involved, along with 2 of his trusted disciples, to venture out for reconnaissance. Geng Jinren, due to his covert dealings with the celestial spirit, intentionally took a longer route and arrived at Lingyang County 3 days after Ren Hong and the spirit had left. At that time, Ren Hong was seeking the heavenly scriptures at Lianhua Mountain. Thus, after waiting for a month, the other genuine immortals finally departed for other locations. Before leaving, Geng Jinren discreetly left behind the jade tablet, which contained the discussed routes of 4 immortals, hinting to Jun Tian to avoid detection and meet with Geng Jinren to complete the subsequent transactions. After perusing the information, the young spirit's eyes gleamed with amusement. Although I feel a twinge of reluctance in passing the pure yang divine prohibition to the young Geng, if it ensures a century of peaceful cultivation for myself and Ren Hong, the deal is not unwise. Jun Tian was confident that with the knowledge of several celestial opportunities and Ren Hong's heavenly script combined with the 5 Lotus Mansion, he would undoubtedly enable Ren Hong to successfully form his core within a century, truly inheriting the celestial estate. A ball of spiritual fire flickered in the spirit's hand as he secretly refined the jade tablet. Soon, it transformed into a green jade ring that he adorned on his thumb. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Geng Jinren sensed something and thought, "Has Brother Jun Tian gone to Lingyang County? Does this mean he is indeed with that Ren Hong child? This could spell trouble." He discreetly scanned the 3 disciples beside him. "Recently, we discussed returning to Lingyang County to investigate. What if we were to run into them directly?" The 4 genuine immortals had waited in Lingyang County for a month, but later, due to the laziness of Bai Ling Daojuan's 2 disciple-level practitioners, they found excuses to depart, seeking out Jun Tian on their own. Thus, Meng Jinren summoned his 2 personally taught disciples to serve him, but he did not disclose the matter of the missing artifact, merely stating they were on a journey. "Junior brother." At that moment, Meng Jinren spoke, "I have discerned that my disciples have encountered an opportunity and must leave temporarily. Let us reconvene in Lingyang County in 3 days." Geng Zhenren raised an eyebrow. Opportunity? He scrutinized Meng Zhenren with suspicion. Meng Zhenren nodded, solemnly stating, indeed, an opportunity. Huh. What a farce of an opportunity. Is it not merely a guise to pass a few stolen treasures to your two disciples? The act of Meng Zhenren pilfering treasures had been prearranged between Geng Zhenren and Jun Tian. Once the spirit unlocked the treasure seals, Geng Zhenren would feign his inability to suppress them, thus enlisting Meng Zhenren's assistance to create an escape route for the spirit. Originally, Geng Zhenren intended to expose Meng Zhenren afterward, drawing the ire of Bai Ling Daojun to create chaos, granting the spirit more time to escape. However, Bai Ling Daojun held little regard for those trivial treasures. In her eyes, common spiritual artifacts were of no consequence. Celestial artifacts were the true prize. Yet these two disciples had served me earnestly this past year. It would be fitting to bestow some benefits upon them. Contemplating this, Geng Zhenren chose not to dismantle Meng Zhenren's ruse. Moreover, he genuinely intended to seize this opportunity to reunite with Jun Tian. So he smiled and said, since it is an opportunity, senior brother, let us hasten. Lingyang County is not urgent, and junior brother can go alone. No, we must go to Lingyang County. I have arrangements sealed beneath its surface. If that Renhong child is truly with Jun Tian, there will certainly be traces left behind. Geng Zhenren's heart clenched, though he maintained a facade of calm, seemingly innocently inquiring, oh, is that so? I recall seeing you briefly leave Lingyang County. It turns out you were setting up a prohibition? This was indeed Qiu Yuzi's idea. Had he not informed me, I would have remained oblivious to such secrets beneath Lingyang County. That scoundrel Qiu Yuzi. Geng Zhenren cursed inwardly, yet outwardly, he feigned humility in seeking knowledge. Hearing Meng Zhenren's explanation, Geng Zhenren's heart sank. Although Jun Tian possesses a modicum of cleverness, does he not realize the treachery of human nature? If he fails to perceive this hidden hand, it could prove disastrous. That hot-tempered lad, even he has heard whispers. Meng Zhenren's scheme is likely to succeed. Yet, on the surface, he laughed heartily. Senior brother is indeed astute. However, the two disciples are of utmost importance. We shall reconvene in 3 days. In secret, he discreetly signaled his other ring to the celestial spirit. Do not disturb the earth demon beneath the lake. Chapter 17. Slaying grudges beneath the 10 lands. A gentle breeze swept through as Renhong stood on the riverbank, paying homage to his ancestors. Having learned a lesson from the recent encounter with the Black Owl, he acted with heightened caution. Even in the absence of visible foes, he summoned the 6 great primordial spirits. However, due to his rudimentary skills, the newly established Renhong could only call forth 2 spectral beasts at a time. A 3-foot-long yellow serpent burrowed into the earth, while a 3-foot-tall tortoise swayed gracefully in the water. Should an ambush occur, Renhong could leverage the powers of the earth and lake through these spectral manifestations for defense. Time passed, and suddenly the serpent underground and the tortoise in the lake sensed a disturbance. They detected fluctuations of spiritual energy from beneath the ground and the lake bed. This energy surge roused Renhong, who thought to himself, this energy feels strangely familiar, almost like the forbidden laws of Kunlun. Yes, I vaguely recall that when senior brother Zhang Feng led us up the mountain, he had laid some arrangements here. After some contemplation, Renhong discreetly dispatched the serpent and tortoise to track the source of the spiritual energy. The ethereal projections of the primordial spirits were immensely profound. They not only enabled Renhong to execute various spells, but also allowed him to scout through the eyes of the spectral beasts. As the serpent stealthily traversed underground, Renhong's left eye beheld numerous stones and earth swiftly passing by, eventually encountering a golden barrier. The tortoise submerged in the depths of the water, discovering the remnants of the ancient Lingyang immortal city. In Renhong's right eye, the ruins of his former hometown materialized. Once a vibrant and bustling city, it had now been reduced to mere remnants, transformed into a deep lake filled with river water. Renhong maneuvered the tortoise to investigate the ruins closely. Before the central ruins of the city, he spotted a large drum and its stand, likely remnants of the county office. Nearby lay the ruins of the Yushin Pavilion, and the old pines of the academy were still discernible. Soon, Renhong arrived at the site of his own home. The once grand estate now bore only half a wall. His father's study had collapsed, leaving behind not even a single book. His mother's garden revealed only stone railings and iron fences, devoid of any signs of life. Yet, for reasons unknown, as he gazed upon the desolate ruins through the tortoise's perspective, Renhong felt a peculiar sense of loss. as if something essential was missing from this town. Finally, the tortoise swam to the remnants of the bell tower. Among all the structures in the county, this tower remained the most intact. Although the lower levels had sunk into the earth, the uppermost level and the bronze bell hanging above it were still unscathed. Perhaps our survival back then was connected to this bell tower? Renhong pondered, intending to have the tortoise retrieve the bronze bell. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically, and a murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Through the connection with the serpent, he glimpsed a monstrous figure obscured within the golden seal underground. A demon? How could there be a demon beneath Lingyang County? Wait, that earthquake. For years ago, while playing with Chi Yao in the bell tower, the ground suddenly shook. We escaped together with a few other children. In the distance, we saw ominous dark clouds. At that time, we were too naive to consider it anything more than impending rain. But now, upon reflection, could that have been demonic mist? Could the creature sealed beneath Lingyang County be related to that incident? As this realization struck him, Renhong recalled another detail. Senior brother Zhang Feng saved us and instructed me to keep watch over the others beneath a tree outside the city, while he ventured into town to make arrangements. He then diverted the river waters to create a large lake, claiming it was to protect the town's ruins and to lay our kin to rest. But now it seems, perhaps this was to seal that monster? Considering the possibility of human intervention, Renhong's eyes flared with fury and his inner essence surged. Earth Spirit Serpent, he bellowed, causing the serpent to burst forth from the ground. He then dismissed the tortoise spirit, commanding the serpent to coil around him and guide him underground. In the realm of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, the 9 heavens referred to the 9 layers of vital energy between heaven and earth. As he descended into the earth, he naturally comprehended the concept of the 10 lands, which delineated the 9 strata of the earth beneath the surface realm, deeply intertwined with the 9 hells. As Renhong sensed himself delving deeper, the murky essence around him transformed into a spectral domain, an embodiment of the legendary 9 hells. However, the mysterious nature of the 9 hells deterred Renhong from truly venturing into the underworld. He merely circled the first layer underground. The layer containing the seal was likely aligned with the foundational energy layer. The tortoise commanded the waters, while the serpent traversed the earth. With the serpent by his side, Renhong successfully arrived at the Kunlun sealing site. This was a concealed cavern, shrouded in oppressive, murky energy that made it uncomfortable for someone like Renhong, who practiced celestial arts. Before him stood a radiant barrier, adorned with countless tadpole-like runes. The incantations of the forbidden laws, swirling and moving, formed a special seal to suppress demons, and he could faintly discern the demon lurking behind the seal. This seal bore resemblance to those near the demon-suppressing cave. Having spent 3 years on Kunlun Mountain, Renhong possessed some knowledge and recognized the unique sealing techniques of Kunlun. However, he was unsure how to unravel the Kunlun seal. Before today, he would have had to seek brother Jun Tian's assistance to decipher this seal. Yet now, Renhong extended his right hand, and an ethereal projection of the divine beast Go Chun emerged from his palm. Go Chun, a creature with the head of a dragon and the body of a deer, occupied the position of the yellow dragon, belonging to the Qilin class. This projection of primordial spirit was markedly different from the other 5. The azure dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger, black tortoise, and earth spirit serpent constituted the 5 elemental divine beasts, capable of wielding all elemental arts of the celestial realm. However, Go Chun, residing in the central yellow dragon position and sharing the earth's virtue with the serpent, was aligned with the heavens, embodying the power of celestial authority. Thus, the essence of Go Chun transcended mere earthly virtue. It harnessed celestial might. It commanded the winds, controlled thunder, and presided over extraordinary celestial arts beyond the elemental realm. Illusions, seals, and blessings all fell under the purview of Go Chun. The 18 spells constituting the Go Chun primordial spirit included wind manipulation, thunder incantations, flight, sealing, illusions, blessings, and various talismanic arts. Go. The Go Chun spirit leapt from Renhong's palm, suddenly expanding to 3 feet in size, and positioned itself before the seal, its antlers bracing against it. Although Go Chun was an earthly virtue beast, it resonated with the celestial path, clashing with the oppressive, murky energy within the cavern. Casting the Go Chun spell underground required Renhong to expend nearly 3 times the amount of his usual magical energy. As he sensed his energy rapidly flowing into the Go Chun projection, nearly depleting 1/10 of his essence, Renhong's complexion shifted. Fortunately, My magical energy is robust, comparable to that of someone at the peak of foundational cultivation. Otherwise, this consumption would be unsustainable. Chen gently nudged the seal with its antlers, seemingly sensing the shared essence of the Jade Void magical energy. The seal rippled, successfully revealing a portal. Encircled by the serpent, Renhong advanced through the opening created by Chen. Upon entering, he immediately beheld the demon, shackled by chains. Without hesitation, Renhong unleashed the recently practiced Tian Yuan sword finger. Golden Spirit, Sword Qi. The demon, ensnared by the sealing chains of the spell, appeared lethargic and dispirited. Upon noticing an intruder, it roared in fury, attempting to intimidate Renhong. However, the intruder was unyielding. A streak of white light from the sword Qi struck the demon's neck forcefully, splattering dark crimson blood across the ground. Momentarily stunned, the demon's eyes turned blood red as it unleashed a torrent of demonic energy toward Renhong, extending its arms to seize him in a bid to tear him apart. Yet, at that moment, the Jade Void seal activated. Countless rays of jade-clear, celestial light emanated from all directions, transforming into new chains that ensnared the demon. Renhong chuckled coldly, maneuvering the serpent to shield against the demonic energy. With his left hand, he summoned another stream of wood spirit, Sword Qi. What conquers earth, he mused, believing that for a creature like this earthborn demon, the wood spirit Sword Qi would prove most effective. Moreover, upon entering the seal, Renhong proactively dispelled the Chen projection and summoned the Azure Dragon Spirit, coordinating with the serpent to mount a joint assault against the demon. The demon, already weakened by the Jade Void seal, was in a dire state. Once again, he found himself injured by Renhongjian's wrath, besieged by two ethereal beasts. Soon, his strength waned, leaving him on the brink of collapse. Utilizing the power of the earth to mend his wounds, he remained indomitable. This was why Brother Zhang could only seal him, rather than deliver a fatal blow. Renhong's eyes flickered as a blade of light re-emerged in his right hand. Within the Tianyuan sword point technique, there exists a method of cooperative strikes, intertwining the 5 elemental sword energies into a singular primordial sword energy capable of obliterating souls. However, as the sword energy began to coalesce, a jade talisman at the heart of the earth demon began to flicker with a radiant glow. Chapter 18. The Hidden Dangers of the Sword Renhong. No. As the Jun Tian celestial spirit wandered outside, he suddenly received a message from the real man Geng. Sensing that something was amiss, he hurried to find Renhong. However, following the clues left by the real man Meng, Renhong traced the path to the earth demon's seal, while the celestial spirit could see no one by the riverbank. Infuriated, the celestial spirit exclaimed, "This young man is so brazen even while mourning by the river. Am I to chain him up with iron?" Realizing that Renhong might be attempting to slay the earth demon, the celestial spirit rushed to the underground seal. As he suppressed the Yusu seal with pure yang energy and entered, he happened to see Renhong raising his right hand. Upon entering, the celestial spirit swiftly seized Renhong's wrist, urgently saying, "You must not kill him." He then glanced at Renhong's right hand, where the gathering of the Chen illusion was abruptly interrupted and slowly dissipating. Are you summoning the Chen illusion?" The celestial spirit paused, wondering if the spirit of Chen possessed any offensive capabilities. Startled by the celestial spirit's shout, Renhong replied, "I intended to summon the Chen illusion. Did you think I was going to kill him?" Only then did the celestial spirit turn his gaze to the earth demon, who lay weakly bound by the Yusu divine chain, severely injured yet still clinging to life. Embarrassed, the celestial spirit said, "I thought you were going to slay him. You must absolutely not kill him. There are issues surrounding him." He hurriedly relayed the information he had gathered to Renhong. "Has someone from Kunlun been here? It seems they are not foolish. They must have guessed that we are together. Therefore, you must not kill him, as it would trigger a curse, leading to our positioning." "Oh, I understand." Renhong quietly observed the earth demon. Indeed, he had initially intended to use the primordial sword technique to slay the demon. However, at the last moment, a sharp pain surged from his right hand to his heart, forcing him to abandon the sword Qi. The aftereffects of the Tian Yuan sword point technique, Renhong said with a calm demeanor. His anger slightly dissipating, he felt a tinge of fear. Had he acted impulsively, he might have fallen into a trap, exposing himself to the multitude of Kunlun immortals. Aftereffects. The celestial spirit examined him and understood, "You have overexerted yourself." The combat prowess of a sword cultivator with a flying sword is vastly superior to that of one without. However, the Tian Yuan sword point technique does not rely on external objects. It uses one's own finger bones as a sword, condensing magical energy into sword qi and projecting it through the bones. This is an internal cultivation method, greatly enhancing its efficacy when paired with appropriate mental techniques. Yet, using finger bones as a substitute for a flying sword places immense strain on oneself. According to the forebears who created this sword technique, one should gradually nourish their finger bones with true essence. Only after a certain period can they infuse sword qi into their bones and project it. Even so, it cannot compare to a true flying sword. Thus, the sword technique is not favored by cultivators. They prefer to seek external flying swords rather than laboriously cultivate this technique, which is time-consuming and arduous. Not to mention, if sword qi injures the fingers, the pain is unbearable, far beyond what an ordinary person can endure. Renhong had indeed faltered before this pain. For the first time in his life, he experienced such intense suffering, even if he persevered through the initial agony. In the future, while others wielded flying swords against foes, he would be left to rely on the internal sword technique. Should a flying sword strike, severing his fingers, the scene would be too harrowing to bear. Over time, the sword point technique gradually fell into disfavor among the Xian men. Though it was classified as one of the 12 schools of swordsmanship alongside swords, sabers, halberds, and more, it remained even more obscure than the halberd and needle. Today, upon learning of his enemy's whereabouts, Renhong could think of little else. Having overstrained himself in wielding sword qi, his right hand bore the brunt of the burden. Not only had fine cracks appeared on the surface of his finger bones, but even his blood vessels were damaged, beginning to seep blood. The adage 10 fingers connected to the heart reflects the mortal punishments that can be inflicted through the fingers, with all 5 fingers of his right hand injured. The sudden pain rendered Renhong's mind blank, leaving him unable to project the primordial sword qi. Gazing at his injured hand, Renhong contemplated retreating for the time being, deciding to discuss revenge with the celestial spirit later. But I haven't left yet, and you've come in, he remarked. Hearing this, the celestial spirit silently rejoiced. Thank the heavens, it seems this young man's sword technique isn't adept enough. Otherwise, he might have slain the earth demon. Subsequently, he used pure yang true essence to heal Renhong's injuries, mending his finger bones. You should also be grateful. Had I not nurtured you with true essence over the past year, your right hand would have been utterly ruined. The Tian Yuan sword point technique should have been cultivated gradually, using the purple extreme true essence to refine the 5 elements, solidifying the 5 fingers into sword bones. This process typically requires at least 3 years to elicit the initial sword qi. However, Renhong's initial cultivation of the heavenly phoenix refining spirit technique had made his body sturdier than that of ordinary cultivators. Coupled with the celestial spirit's year-long guidance, although not visibly apparent, Renhong's body was now comparable in strength to that of a true fire realm expert who had mastered the true fire of samadhi. While healing, the celestial spirit inquired, according to reason, the master's celestial book should contain mentions of this. Are there no warnings regarding cultivation? Renhong replied, I did not see it. Indeed, there was none. Unbeknownst to them, the female predecessor who created the Tian Yuan sword point technique perished shortly after its inception due to demonic tribulations. The Yusu sage, upon integrating the techniques, did not conduct thorough research, merely recording them in the celestial book left on the immortal rock, neglecting to include various cultivation taboos. Not only were the cultivation taboos of the Tian Yuan sword point technique omitted, but even potential flaws and dangers associated with the 6 harmonies primordial spirit great mantra were not mentioned in the celestial book. It could be said that while this celestial book contains core techniques and supporting spells, it is also fraught with peril due to its lack of rigorous examination and validation. After the healing, Renhong's right hand gradually improved, and he addressed the celestial spirit. What should we do now? If we cannot kill him, should we find a way to cover our tracks? The celestial spirit responded, that would be difficult. Those individuals are not foolish. Killing the earth demon and then fleeing would certainly lead to greater trouble. The best course of action now is to pretend that we were never here, so they cannot find us. As for this earth demon, the celestial spirit seemed to sense something and reached out to grasp a nearby chain. A chain trembled slightly, and a piece of silk flew before the two. Upon seeing the message, Renhong's expression grew complex. This was a note left by Zhang Feng, a disciple of Kunlun. As a disciple of Kunlun who had descended the mountain, Zhang Feng possessed golden core cultivation, making a mere earth demon no challenge for him. The reason for merely sealing the earth demon instead of slaying it was that he considered the 5 orphans he had brought with him might develop psychological barriers due to the tragedy in their hometown. He deliberately left the earth demon in Lingyang County, intending for them to take revenge themselves after they had cultivated sufficiently. Brother Zhang Feng was indeed acting with great care. Renhong's call to him as brother was sincere. After a moment of contemplation, the young man said to the Juntian celestial spirit, "You handle the aftermath. I will go up and collect the remnants of the feast. Leaving this banquet here is like openly telling others that we have been here. As for this earth demon, I will slay him myself once I have cultivated sufficiently." Indeed, at present, Renhong was unable to slay the earth demon alone. If he were to seek revenge through the Juntian celestial spirit's assistance, it would not sit well with him. There is plenty of time ahead, after all. This earth demon cannot escape, so there is no need to rush. The celestial spirit struck the earth demon unconscious and erased the memory of their visit from the seal. He allowed Renhong to ascend first while he busied himself within the Yusu seal, attempting to eliminate all traces of their presence, while also aiding the earth demon's healing to prevent any unusual occurrences from being detected by real man Meng in 3 days. What the celestial spirit did not disclose to Renhong was that the earth demon was a unique type of demon found in the 10 earths. Born from the tainted energy of the earth, a malevolent entity that could not be exterminated completely and could only be destroyed with true fire. Zhang Feng's decision to leave the earth demon was likely not intended for Renhong to slay alone, but rather for all 5 of them to take turns killing it before ultimately destroying the Yusu seal and burning it to death. The celestial spirit was privy to this. Deep within the Yusu seal lay a piece of jade-clear, divine fire thunder that Zhang Feng had reserved. If the earth demon were to be slain 5 times, leading to the destruction of its seal, the explosion of the divine fire thunder pearl would annihilate the earth demon entirely. That lad has truly exerted considerable effort, Zhang Feng, Luoyu. And that young girl wielding the Wanxia fan. No wonder Qianyuan Peak possesses such unwavering confidence, daring to establish a separate sect and confront Jiuxian Peak head-on. After toiling in the underground for nearly half an hour, the celestial spirits returned to the surface. At this moment, Renhong had already tidied up the banquet. Initially, he had high hopes for this meal, yet after the events below, he completely lost his appetite. He instructed the celestial spirits to roll up the banquet and return it directly to Lianhua Mountain. In the clouds, gazing down at the vast expanse of white mist, Renhong resolved. Once again, he had made a hasty escape, not even daring to honor his parents openly. Ultimately, it boils down to insufficient strength. If I possessed the cultivation of a true immortal and the divine abilities of a Daoist monarch, who would dare to utter a word against me? Even if I boldly seized the Juntian ruler? Chapter 19. 9 heavens and 10 earths. The bright moon hung high in the night sky, casting a silvery sheen upon the surface of the cold pond. Since you enjoy eating so much, I shall bestow it all upon you. For me, I cannot possibly consume such an abundance as a mere artifact spirit. If left until tomorrow, it will surely spoil. The spirit of the immortal gently rubbed its head and scampered into the stone dwelling. Observing Renhong lost in thought, it attempted to console him, saying, "You should feel fortunate. At least you spent 12 peaceful years with your parents. That is quite a blessing." Renhong turned to face the childlike spirit, his expression devoid of emotion. "I am aware of your intentions. I understand this is meant to comfort me. If one were unaware, they might think you are deliberately trying to vex me. 12 years spent together, only to become an orphan after losing both parents. How is that considered fortunate?" The spirit noticed Renhong engaging in conversation and eagerly continued, "Of course, you live in a time of peace and may not realize how precious this life truly is. Imagine a millennium ago, in an era of chaos. Now that was a time when humanity devoured one another. The pure Yang Juntian Qi was a magical artifact crafted by the master of Yusu over 1700 years ago, acquiring sentience a millennium prior. The world it beheld upon its inception was one of rolling dark clouds and a malevolent atmosphere, a realm ruled by demonic forces. At that time, the Northern Dipper sect was the leader of the Xian men, gradually declining, while the Northern Dipper divine court and the dynasty it established teetered on the brink of collapse. Overshadowed by the flourishing demonic path, 18 demon lords and hundreds of demon monarchs rampaged across the mortal realm, and humans were but mere dishes served at the tables of these fiends. I recall one demon lord who had a particular fondness for children. Those who had just turned 3 were his favored delicacies. You may have heard of breeding cattle and horses in the mortal realm. But have you ever heard of breeding humans? In that era, demon lords would deliberately select high-quality mortals, nourishing them with spiritual medicines thrice daily. According to the demon lords, such cultivation rendered the flesh of these mortals most delectable. In those times, merely surviving to the age of destiny was a stroke of divine favor. Had your parents lived in that age, they would have been among the longest-lived mortals. In the eyes of the demon lords, mortals beyond the age of 30 had lost their spiritual essence and were deemed unpalatable. Thus, they would be consumed before reaching that age. That era was marked not only by natural disasters, but also by human calamities. The spirit recounted the deeds of the master of Yusu to Renhong. Eventually, an elderly lord allied with 2 great sages of the Xianmen, jointly sealing the 18 demon lords and vanquishing the powerful figures of the demonic sect, thus leading to the present era of prosperity. Your senior brothers and sisters are survivors from that time. Many escaped the clutches of the demon lords and successfully attained longevity. As for their relatives, Su Yinyang, Wen Changsheng, and the others never even met their parents, let alone received any parental care. Such tragedy? Renhong's expression shifted as he absorbed the gravity of the situation. Did they not seek vengeance afterward? At this, the spirit glanced toward the cold pond. If you doubt me, you may inquire of that demon lord beneath the pond. Indeed, that elder demon was a remnant of that era. However, would it not be reckless for Renhong to provoke him? Renhong, being astute, refrained from approaching. The spirit, with a knowing look, remarked, "If you harbor resentment towards your hometown's fate, let that sentiment linger in your heart, and when your cultivation reaches fruition, you may seek retribution against that earth demon. Keep in mind, the enemies you face are far simpler than those encountered by your senior brothers and sisters. The 18 demon lords emerged from the depths of the earth, while the earth demon you confront is but a creature from the 4th layer of the crust." The 4th layer? Renhong paused, then comprehended. The 4th layer of the crust corresponds to the 4th tidal wave of vitality in the celestial realm, that is, the golden core stage. Indeed, if my eyes do not deceive me, this earth demon has risen from the 4th subterranean layer. It pales in comparison to the formidable demon lords of the 9 hells and 10 earths. In today's world, the realms of the 9 provinces and 8 wastelands revere the 3 paths of immortals, Buddhas, and demons. The immortal path seeks truth, the Buddhist path seeks emptiness, and the demonic path seeks the self. However, the earth demons of the 9 hells differ. They are not formed from human cultivation, but are instead malevolent beings birthed from the earth's corrupt energies in the underground. Similarly, deities and divine beasts are born from the 9th layer of the celestial realm's essence. The divine beasts held by Renhong, such as the 6 harmonies divine beasts, emerged from the essence of the 9 heavens. The vermilion bird embodies the essence of the southern Ming's fire, while the black tortoise embodies the essence of the true martial spirit of the dark. The azure dragon, white tiger, and other divine beasts are also products of the earth and sky's energies. In ancient times, these celestial beings and divine beasts were indeed great foes of humanity. Yet, as the Xianmen flourished and immortals began their cultivation, they gradually encroached upon the 9 heavens, causing the spirits of the heavens to diminish in strength. Today, these celestial beings and divine beasts are either venerated by humanity or serve the Xianmen in their abodes. Moreover, during the process of cultivating qi, immortals might even refine these essence-formed divine beasts into their own bodies, achieving transformation. Under such measures, the spirits of the 9 heavens no longer pose a threat. However, the malevolent beings of the 9 earths are different. The purity of the 9 heavens contrasts sharply with the heaviness of the 10 earths. The immortals excel in traversing the azure skies, and few venture underground for cultivation. Over time, the malevolent beings birthed from the earth's corrupt energies thrived in the 9 subterranean layers, proliferating in vast numbers. These fiends, like cicadas in their cocoons, emerge from below to harass and attack the mortal realm. This constitutes a grave threat to the Xianmen and is the source of the calamity known as the 9-in Absolute Sunday. The 9-in Absolute Sun signifies the rise of earthly darkness, disrupting the Xuanmen's prohibitions and unleashing boundless malevolence from below, a catastrophe of cosmic proportions. The spirit of Jun Tian rambled on, sharing a multitude of tales with Renhong. After discussing the divine beasts and malevolent beings of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, it also recounted various anecdotes about the Buddhist sect and the demonic cult. The relationship between the demonic cult and the malevolence is intricate, encompassing both rivalry and collaboration. The demonic cult possesses a technique known as the 9 heavens and 10 earths demon strategy, detailing the secret arts of enticing the earth demons for refinement. At its zenith, one could usurp the position of the 18 demon lords and transform into the master of the 9 hells. Conversely, the earth demon lords anticipate the demonic cult's invocation techniques to summon them from below, allowing them to wreak havoc on the mortal realm for amusement. Gradually, Renhong's gloom began to lift. Seizing the moment, the spirit of Jun Tian proposed, "We preside over Lianhua Mountain. Those flower spirits will soon be ours. Why don't we invite them over for a celebratory feast?" Invite them? Renhong pondered. "Today marks my foundation establishment. We ought to celebrate. Why not bring them together for a lively occasion?" Indeed, Renhong found the idea appealing. At Longsho Rock, whenever a disciple successfully established their foundation and prepared to enter the 12 heavenly gates, the fellow disciples would organize a banquet to celebrate and wish them well on their path to immortality. Renhong had participated in a few such gatherings and had indeed envisioned holding one of his own after his foundation establishment. Who would have thought that, having been cast out of Kunlun, he would attain success in establishing his foundation outside? Yet, it was already the hour of the pig. Would it be too late to summon them now? The spirit of Jun Tian dismissed his concerns, saying, "We are all cultivators. Do these flower spirits require rest at night after absorbing the sun and moon's essence? Besides, celebrations can extend over several days. You haven't even invited them yet. Rest assured, I will take care of all the arrangements for today's celebration." Chapter 20. The Moonlit Dance of the Flower Fairy, Part 1. The celestial spirit of the heavenly realm confidently patted his chest in agreement. He led Renhong to the edge of the cold pool, where he employed the pure yang forbidden technique to envelop the water's surface with a layer of violet mist. Infused with pure yang spiritual energy, the mist spiraled upward, in harmony with the Jade Void sealing method, further suppressing the demonic presence and preventing the ancient demon of the cold pool from causing any disturbances. Soon, from within the violet mist, emerald lotus leaves emerged in succession. With a flick of his wrist, the celestial spirit scattered the clouds, and exquisite delicacies appeared upon the lotus leaves, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. Finally, the spirit conjured 15 lotus seats around the banquet. "Please, take your seat." He invited Renhong to sit at the main position of the banquet, adding, "Today marks your successful foundation establishment. Do not fear the flower demon's ill intentions. We shall graciously invite them as guests, paving the way for their future inclusion in the 5 lotus abode." Upon this, the spirit, dressed as a celestial youth, hurriedly dashed out, introducing himself as Renhong's attendant, to summon the flower fairies from their cultivation abodes. The flower spirits, encouraged by Renhong's guidance on their techniques, devoted themselves to their practices day and night. The hibiscus fairy, practicing the 5-element foundation establishment method from the Supreme Purple Tome, successfully completed her foundation in the Greenwood chapter, achieving a mid-tier foundation. Though such a foundation might be overlooked in Kunlun, within the vast realms of the Xianmin, a mid-tier foundation was indeed a mark of a genuine cultivator. Upon the spirit's arrival, he directly conveyed his purpose. "My young master has achieved success in his cultivation today and wishes to host a banquet at the cold pool. We sincerely request your presence." "A banquet hosted by a celestial lord? Fear not. I shall prepare and arrive shortly," replied the hibiscus fairy, who had just undergone a transformation in her foundation, elevating from a low tier to a mid-tier foundation, and was thus filled with gratitude towards Renhong. Subsequently, the spirit went to inform the other flower spirits, while the hibiscus fairy arrived at the flower sea spring. By the water, she styled her hair into a lofty bun, adorning it with 2 red flowers. After a brief beautification, she gathered a basket of vibrant seasonal blooms from the flower sea and made her way to the cold pool. Along her path, she encountered several other flower spirits. The peony fairy, donned in a splendid red cloud robe, had her hair elegantly arranged with peony blossoms while holding a basket filled with radiant peonies. Beside her was the red lotus fairy, dressed in green with a large red lotus atop her head, and the mallow fairy, who wore a white feathered robe and had her hair styled in twin spirals. However, these 2 fairies, like the hibiscus fairy, had yet to reach their blooming period, having only gathered a few seasonal flowers. The hibiscus fairy approached, complimenting, "Sister, you are stunningly beautiful, truly deserving of the title of national beauty." The peony fairy, often celebrated by scholars, was among the most beautiful of the flower spirits. "You are not lacking either," she replied, offering a few kind words to the hibiscus fairy while subtly gauging her cultivation level. Observing the hibiscus fairy's successful foundation establishment, she thought to herself, over the past year, owing to the favor of the celestial lord, most of us have successfully reformed our foundations. A few of my younger sisters have yet to do so, but I believe they will soon. Not long after, they encountered the peach blossom fairy and the apricot blossom fairy, who were walking together. The peach blossom fairy wore a flower branch as a hairpin, her hair styled into twin swords, while cradling a vase containing freshly cut peach branches. The apricot blossom fairy similarly held apricot blossoms in her embrace. Seeing everyone adorned with flower baskets and branches, the peony fairy smiled. "It seems we are all thinking alike." The hibiscus fairy remarked, "The celestial lord possesses profound cultivation and unfathomable powers. We have no treasures to present, so we can only gather some flowers to embellish the grand banquet." The mallow fairy, observing the branches held by the peach and apricot blossom fairies, sighed, "Alas, red lotus, and I cannot compare to our elder sisters. As our blooming period has yet to arrive, we can only seek some forsythia and wisteria as a token. This awkwardness is not yours alone." Nearby, the chrysanthemum fairy and the osmanthus fairy approached. The osmanthus fairy complained, "At least the hibiscus has a flower seed to gather from. What flowers can I find in my sweet osmanthus grove?" I had to join the chrysanthemum fairy to gather some crabapple blossoms. Each of them carried a basket of crabapple flowers as they joined the gathering of fairies. The hibiscus fairy chuckled, "If you seek flowers, why not come to me? I have plenty in bloom." Before long, the camellia fairy, the ripple fairy, the pomegranate fairy, and the orchid fairy arrived. The orchid fairy was somewhat fortunate, as orchids bloomed in various seasons, including spring orchids. The ripple fairy lamented, "Alas, I am a bit late. If only I had arrived a few months earlier. I could have provided some water lilies." The pomegranate fairy added, "Sister, you think it is late. I feel it is still too early. If it were 2 months later, my crimson pomegranate blossoms would be in full bloom." The camellia fairy grinned, "My dear sister, consider this. When your pomegranate flowers bloom, the peony fairy's flowers will still be in season. Do you dare to compare your pomegranate blossoms to hers? Placed before the celestial lord, it would be quite the embarrassment. You cheeky girl." The pomegranate fairy shot her a glare. "My flowers may not be pretty, but they are plentiful, and flowers bear fruit. What do you little ones know of the benefits of fruit trees?" Both the peach and apricot blossom fairies nodded in agreement. Fruit trees differ from the blossoms they represent. With their cultivation achievements, they could not only gather branches, but also nurture spiritual fruits. The peach blossom fairy felt a connection. If she could produce fruits, each would contain a year's worth of cultivation power, enhancing the strength of the cultivator. By the way, where is the plum blossom fairy? The peach blossom fairy scanned the surroundings. Her blooming period has passed, and there are no other flowering trees in the plum grove. I had intended to share some of my peach branches with her. Indeed, where is our elder sister, the plum blossom? The mallow fairy inquired. We passed by Jade Snow Peak earlier, but she did not appear. Considering their preparations of flower baskets and branches, the fairies suddenly felt that their gifts were somewhat burdensome. The chrysanthemum fairy expressed concern. The plum blossom is proud. She likely does not think of offering gifts. The peach blossom fairy's eyes sparkled with an idea. Sisters, why don't we perform the dance we practiced during our leisure time in previous years for the celestial lord, as a gesture of our intentions? Dance. The flower fairies pondered. Indeed, their means were more modest than Renhong's. Aside from offering him the essence of 100 flowers, they could only present their graceful forms for the celestial lord's amusement. Furthermore, the plum blossom fairy, being the lead dancer, could still showcase her talents even without presenting flowers. Seeing the enthusiasm among the group, the peach blossom fairy declared with flair, "Then it is settled. Shortly, I and the peony will play the zither and flute while you all perform the rainbow garment dance, and we will invite the plum blossom to lead us." The fairies agreed on the plan, but upon reaching the cold pool, they found the plum blossom fairy already waiting for them. The plum blossom fairy, exuding an aura of cold elegance, held a vase containing 2 or 3 budding red plum blossoms. The fairies were filled with curiosity. The apricot blossom fairy, ever straightforward, exclaimed, "How strange. Sister, your flowering period has passed. Could it be that these branches were nurtured by your spiritual power?" The plum blossom fairy gently shook her head. "To nurture flowers using spiritual power would harm our essence. How could I casually employ such methods? Although those plants lack intelligence, how could I bear to harm my kin? And this plum blossom? The mountain's climate fluctuates, causing many flowers to bloom late or wither early. I traversed many peaks and was fortunate to find this recently bloomed red plum near the Cold Spring Cave. The Cold Spring Cave? The fairies suddenly understood. The Cold Spring Cave was a cavern on the northern side of Lotus Mountain, housing an icy spring that emitted cold air year-round. It was reasonable that a few plum blossoms could remain in bloom in such a chilling location. The Peach Blossom Fairy approached and shared their plan to perform a dance. The Plum Blossom Fairy had no objections. The Celestial Lord has bestowed upon us great favors. It is only fitting that we do so. Chapter 21. The Moonlit Dance of the Flower Fairies. Part 2. The maidens gathered, gazing from the shore towards the banquet venue. The once feared pond now shimmered with resplendent colors, encircling a gathering place paved with purple mist. In the sky, the vermilion bird danced, its wings igniting fireworks that burst forth in the night, illuminating half the heavens. The black tortoise lay in the water, beams of light rising to form a rainbow bridge, welcoming the maidens to their seats. As for the esteemed host of the evening, he sat upright at the head table, awaiting the arrival of the flower fairies. Upon their arrival, Renhong guided the black tortoise to usher them into the banquet. The maidens approached, bowing in greeting, and under the guidance of the celestial spirits, took their seats. Today, I have achieved a great endeavor and have disturbed you ladies to come here late at night. I must first extend my apologies, the young man proclaimed, seated at the main position as he raised a wine goblet. The flower fairies, upon seeing this, quickly rose, expressing their reluctance. After sharing a cup of wine with Renhong, they presented him with a floral basket. Before Renhong could accept, a celestial spirit beside him reached out, causing the floral baskets to rise into the air, scattering countless blossoms that adorned the surroundings of the banquet. Young master, these flowers are the fairies' heartfelt offerings. Let them embellish the feast, the spirit suggested. In the swirling purple mist, a riot of blossoms flourished, peonies and crabapples in vibrant hues clustered around the guests. Forsythia bunched like brocade, wisteria hung like curtains, creating a lively atmosphere along both sides of the banquet. Meanwhile, branches of plum, peach, and apricot extended in the water, forming a sea of red blooms. Observing this spectacle, Renhong mused, no wonder mortals yearn for the path of immortality. Even during the celebrations atop Dragonhead Rock, such a spectacle could not be achieved. The purple mist spread like a carpet over the waves, as flowers competed for beauty amidst the fog, with emerald leaves cradling delicacies. The vermilion bird danced amidst the fireworks, while the black tortoise splashed in the cold pond, adding to the merriment. From an external perspective, this place, once sealed by a demon, had transformed into a realm of divine revelry. Renhong and the maidens enjoyed their feast. After a while, the Peach Blossom Fairy stood and declared, "Esteemed immortal, your achievements warrant celebration. We sisters wish to perform the feathered robe dance in your honor." Immediately, the Peach Blossom Fairy and the Peony Fairy produced a jade zither and a jade flute, while the other sisters positioned themselves on the surface of the cold pond. The celestial spirit gestured, and the undulating waters became tranquil, smooth as a mirror, solid as iron, allowing the maidens to dance gracefully. Renhong, today you are indeed fortunate. Think of Dragonhead Rock, where the foundational disciples host banquets. They could never invite a group of flower fairies to dance for them, the spirit remarked. Indeed, Renhong replied, the Kunlun sect is known for its grandeur, yet this splendor is reserved for esteemed immortals, not for the lowly disciples atop Dragonhead Rock. Up there, it is merely a gathering for the amusement of lower-tier disciples. You must learn from the young master. His luxurious chariot is renowned as the finest in the world, even surpassing the elegance of the lady from Western Kunlun. When Su Yinyang and others travel, they command hundreds of accomplished white cranes to pave the way, with golden boys and jade maidens standing atop the cranes, holding lamps and swords. In the future, when you preside over the Kunlun separate estate and establish a new lineage, you must not diminish its reputation. The most extravagant display of Kunlun begins with 2 Dao lords leading the way, striking golden bells and jade gongs to resonate through heaven and earth, illuminating the 9 heavens and 10 lands with the light of the sun and moon. Then, 2 more Dao lords bear incense burners and floral baskets, summoning mist and scattering colorful lotus petals. Another pair of Dao lords brandish treasure flags, opening the path of celestial light, while yet another 2 wield swords and jade tablets, commanding thousands of riders and chariots to follow in the wake of divine light and auspicious clouds. Lastly, 2 more Dao lords accompany the chariot of the Jade Void Master, trailed by 3,000 golden boys and jade maidens riding white cranes. Indeed, the young master rarely ventures out. Otherwise, every outing would command a grand procession of thousands. On the water's surface, a gentle breeze accompanied the melodious notes of the zither, intertwined with the sweet sound of the flute, conjuring a veil of white mist. Soon, a group of flower fairies clad in feathered robes emerged from the mist, dancing gracefully. Ah, the heavenly feathered robe, how nostalgic, the celestial spirit mused, resting her chin on her hand while savoring a delicacy from the banquet. This tune has its origins in the previous dynasty, having entered the realm of mortals, where it is celebrated as celestial music. Indeed, this feathered robe tune initially hails from Western Kunlun, composed by the mother of Yao. She continued. Western Kunlun? Rinhong pondered, having spent 3 years cultivating in Kunlun and knowing little of the mundane world. To him, the so-called celestial music and dance felt utterly foreign, akin to a cow-chewing peonies. He was more curious about Western Kunlun. When I was atop Dragon Head Rock, I inquired with several senior brothers. Yet none knew the details. I heard that Western Kunlun has been sealed 500 years ago, as the Xianmen established the path of the purple extreme. Nearly all the immortals of your master's generation ascended, including the Lady of Western Kunlun. Naturally, the same goes for the old master of Southern Kunlun. After a moment's thought, the celestial spirit narrated tales of the Kunlun sect's past. Kunlun, Xuandu, and Bo are collectively known as the 3 pure lineages of the Xianmen. In essence, Kunlun is the mightiest among the 3. Besides your master, several other contemporaneous high-ranking figures joined Kunlun. The first leader of Kunlun was indeed the Jade Void Master. But there were also several guest elders of the same generation. It was these guest elders who allowed Kunlun's prestige to overshadow Xuandu Palace and Bo Palace. The mother of Yao from Western Kunlun is the foremost female immortal in the world. Apart from the Lord of Xiang Cave, no other female immortal dares to show her disrespect. The old master of the Guangming Palace in southern Kunlun is the progenitor of the left-hand path of the Xianmen. Additionally, there is the Dinging Daoist, who practices both immortality and Buddhism, rumored to have been comprehending the true teachings of the Buddha in recent years. I believe that the dual cultivation path of immortals and Buddhas at Putuo Peak in Kunlun originated from him. If in the future you encounter disciples from Lingjiu Temple in the mortal realm, they would be the legacy of the Dinging Daoist. Rinhong contemplated. Our Yuqing lineage belongs to Eastern Kunlun. Western Kunlun is led by the foremost female immortal, and Southern Kunlun is the ancestor of the left-hand path. Could it be that the Dinging Daoist represents Northern Kunlun? There is no such thing as Northern Kunlun among the 72 peaks of Kunlun. The celestial spirit cautioned. This is a matter that must never be disclosed. The 36 peaks in the north of Kunlun were utterly destroyed 3,000 years ago during the fall of the 3 Pure sect. A taboo of the Kunlun sect that must remain secret. 3,000 years ago, the 3 Pure sect held sway over the Xianmen. Yet, under the assault of the 9 celestial sun and a host of demons, the 3 Pure sect vanished without a trace, leaving only 72 peaks of Kunlun from the original 108. Among these 72 peaks, Eastern Kunlun comprises 48 peaks, Western Kunlun contains 16. Southern Kunlun claims 1 peak, while the remaining 7 peaks were concealed by the Jade Void Master through great powers, hidden within the Kunlun mountain range. Rinhong's heart stirred. Could those 7 peaks be? Indeed, they are the 7 treasures left behind by your master in Kunlun. Prepared in anticipation of the 9 Celestial Sunday Chapter 22, the lunar clear void palace, where the radiant garments embrace the moonlight. On the water's surface, the maidens dance gracefully in the breeze. The cool wind caresses their feathered robes, resembling a myriad of colorful blossoms blooming upon the water. Observing this ethereal scene while conversing with the celestial beings, Rinhong casually drew forth a jade ruler and swept it across the water's surface. He once more invoked the Taiwan purification incantation, causing 5 colored lotus flowers to blossom on the water, enhancing the allure of the flower fairies. The celestial beings imitated him. Reaching out towards the sky, it seemed as though they had captured the radiant moon suspended in the night sky, bringing it to the banquet. A youthful boy chuckled and remarked, "Tonight, as we feast in the dark, I shall pluck the moon to illuminate our gathering." Plucking the moon? Rinhong looked up at the night sky again. As the celestial being removed the moon, a vast hole appeared in the sky, reminiscent of a collapsing heaven. The young man sprang to his feet, exclaiming, You truly have taken the moon down." The celestial being rolled his eyes, stating, "Surely, one can deduce that such a feat is impossible. If I possessed such power, I would have ascended long ago. Use your Go-Chun divine beast to verify." Ren Hong dispelled the Xuanwu illusion and directed the Go-Chun illusion towards the sky, and he was immediately enlightened. The Jun Tian celestial being utilized his powers to employ the primordial pure yang capture technique, gathering the moon essence above Lotus Mountain and reforming it into a small moon for the banquet. The vast black hole in the sky was merely a remnant of the celestial being's magic. Moonlight cascaded upon Lotus Mountain, redirected through the black void into the celestial being's crafted moon. However, this display left Ren Hong and the flower fairies in awe. Observing the bright moon descending into the cold pond, the flower fairies secretly pondered, "This boy, who calls himself the Little Lord, must surely possess even greater powers than the celestial master himself." Seeing the astonishment of the crowd, the Jun Tian celestial being felt increasingly pleased, even somewhat carried away. "This is merely a trivial trick. I possess even mightier abilities," he declared, as he gently blew upon the moon he had conjured. The small moon shimmered like a bubble, sending lunar light scattering across the surface of the cold pond. Suddenly, grand pavilions and palaces emerged along the water's edge, along with a towering divine osmanthus tree. Its crown dripped with faint golden spiritual light, enveloping the banquet entirely. The osmanthus fairy gasped, "The lunar osmanthus? The tree from the moon?" Ren Hong glanced at the plaque at the forefront of the palace, revealing the ancient characters Qing Su Fu. Legends say that above the sun lies the Fusong Palace, while above the moon resides the Qing Su Palace. "You have manifested the Qing Su Palace? It is not a mere illusion. It is the projection of the lunar Qing Su Palace in the mortal realm." The celestial being summoned the Qing Su Palace, his expression turning serious. At that moment, illuminated by the moonlight, he became fully aware, bowing respectfully towards the direction of Qing Su Palace, and then explained to Ren Hong, "The Qing Su Palace is the sanctuary of the Lunar Mother. This venerable elder is an ascended being of the same generation as the Master." The Qing Su Palace being a sanctum of celestial powers, Ren Hong dared not feign ignorance and similarly bowed towards its direction. Yet, the projection of the Moon Palace did not dissipate, and both were delighted to utilize the Moon Palace space, allowing the flower fairies to continue their exquisite dance. Under the projection of the Qing Su Moon Palace, the flower fairies performed the Nishong melody, subtly integrating strands of lunar essence into their beings, enhancing their magical powers. Even Ren Hong and the Jun Tian celestial being felt a spiritual resonance enveloping them, elevating their magical prowess and cultivation. However, Ren Hong was secretly astonished, seizing this opportunity to focus on his cultivation. The Nishong melody was a celestial tune and dance created by the Golden Mother of the Western Kunlun Yaopool. The dance and music stemmed from the essence of the Great Tao. Even an ordinary dancer or singer, if enlightened by the Nishong melody, could embark on the path of cultivation. Their future cultivation, however, would not lead them to the realm of celestial immortals or Daoist sages, but rather to the celestial maidens accompanying the emperors and sages surrounding the Ziji divine diagram. In other words, the Nishong melody is a method for celestial maidens. Although it does not lead to the path of immortality, it still yields a legitimate fruit. The Nishong melody stirred the spiritual essence, and combined with the essence from the Moon Palace permeating the cold pond, it allowed Ren Hong to further deepen his cultivation and refine his foundation in the Ziji Dao. The Jun Tian celestial being, indulging in food and drink, found himself consuming nearly half of the banquet alone. At the bottom of the cold pond, the old demon listened to the heavenly melodies emanating from the surface, feeling quite vexed. Did this young lad not realize that celebrating in the cold pond would disturb his neighbors? He had even deliberately conjured a small moon, unaware that it would interrupt his slumber. And that Nishong melody, the Qing Su Palace, these damned flower fairies were being empowered, clearly a scheme against him. To the old demon, Ren Hong's actions were blatantly aimed at him. This boy was clearly demonstrating his power. With this thought, the old demon's mood soured further, grinding his teeth in frustration. When the day comes that I break free, I shall capture all of them. Ren Hong will be flayed and turned into a drum skin. The Jun Tian Jade ruler will be sullied and used as a threshold. As for those flower fairies, Glancing at the elegant flower fairies outside, the old demon contemplated. Perhaps I could attempt to corrupt them, transforming them into my foot's servants. In my leisure, I could have them play music and dance. The path of celestial maidens exists not only in the Daoist realm, but also in Buddhism and the demonic sections. However, the ideals they rely upon differ. Daoist celestial maidens adhere to the Tao and accompany divine beings, often serving as attendants to the emperors and sages, leaning towards the essence of the Tao and spirituality, typically holding flower baskets or precious vases. When these maidens accompany, the sounds of Tao resonate, aiding the sages in their cultivation. Conversely, Buddhist celestial maidens are more inclined towards a blissful and free existence. Luo Yu's disdain for the female cultivators of Putuo Peak was related to this. They rely on fragrances, often carrying the scent of sandalwood. The Buddhist celestial maidens in worldly temples frequently wield pianos or bamboo flutes. These maidens are more adept at nurturing beings rather than guiding the sounds of the great Tao, serving as protectors to assist Buddhist disciples in practicing compassion. As for the celestial maidens of the demonic sects, they are adept at seduction and the arts of allure, often scorned by both the celestial and Buddhist factions, yet are frequently the favored playthings of the demonic leaders. The old demon mused over these thoughts, envisioning his future upon breaking free. Yet, he understood that with Ren Hong's arrival, his escape had become significantly more challenging than originally anticipated. Before Ren Hong's arrival, the old demon had meticulously prepared for his escape, even crafting a script. In the first 500 years, he had driven away the aquatic tribes of the cold pond, luring the Lotus Fairy to lead the mountain beasts to the Linshan K cliff. In the 600th year, he gradually released his powers from the seal, manifesting the mortal world's atmosphere on the water's surface to entice the flower fairies tasked with guarding. Of course, the old demon did not expect these foolish flower fairies to fall under his command. Instead, he hoped they would develop mortal affections and become entangled in worldly matters. Then, his disciples would lure these flower spirits to seek opportunities in the celestial palace, creating a chance for him to break free. This script had been arranged centuries prior, and even the old thief of Yushu was aware of it. According to their understanding, they should have seized the initiative and orchestrated a celestial palace tribulation, allowing his demonic descendants to come and corrupt the celestial palace. The Lotus Fairy was a contingency left by the Yushu master, intended to assist the 7 sons of Kunlun in seizing the celestial palace. Faced with the troublesome Lotus Fairy, the old demon intentionally led her away, sending her off to seek cultivation opportunities in the outside world. However, unexpectedly, as one Lotus Fairy departed, another Ren Hong arrived. The old demon pondered deeply, considering that with Ren Hong wielding a celestial artifact guarding the periphery, even the lesser demon heads would not be a concern. Yet, if several major demons arrived, it was likely that the Kunlun Daoists would mobilize their sages. Even more troubling was that these flower fairies were beginning to enhance their foundation through the Nishuang dance. Drawing upon the moonlight, his only chance lay in planting demonic seeds within them during their transformation into celestial maidens, creating opportunities for himself. However, that young lad Ren Hong would surely not allow such a thing to transpire. With this thought, the old demon furrowed his brow once more. Finally, he could only sigh softly in relief. Fortunately, for now, this lad has yet to truly unlock the 5 Lotus Palace. As long as the Celestial Palace remains sealed, everything will be manageable. Chapter 23. The shortcuts of cultivation. As the blazing sun ascended, the flower fairies returned to their caves for secluded cultivation. Ren Hong, rejuvenated, diligently immersed himself in the study of the Heavenly Origin Sword Directive and the 6 Harmonies Primordial Spirit spell, aspiring to slay the Earth Demon in the future and avenge his parents and villagers. Yet, he found himself diverting some of his focus to the practice of spells and sword techniques, causing a slowdown in his progress of refining true essence and magical power. The foundation of cultivation, unlike the embryonic breathing stage, had already been established for Ren Hong. Although he still practiced qi refinement daily using the formations created with the celestial beings and flower essences, the effectiveness was far less than during his embryonic breathing phase. On this day, he sat on the celestial rock, contemplating. At the current pace, it would take at least a year to enter the source root realm. Following the foundation establishment, the stages consist of source root and true fire, both of which precede the golden core stage. The source root is the foundation for cultivating the Tao seed within the body using true essence, known as the yellow bud true talisman. The true fire realm involves the merging of essence and spirit, refining inner fire to produce the three mysteries, and using the true fire to refine the jade liquid, ultimately forming the jade liquid pill essence. This duality is neither overly simple nor excessively difficult. Renhong had solidified a superior Dao foundation, with a singular Dao purple extreme talisman residing within him, serving as the basis for the source root. Provided he could engage in dedicated cultivation for 12 months, he could successfully nurture the yellow bud pill root. However, this timeline felt somewhat slow to Renhong. The Earth Demon was sealed in Lingyang County. Despite the presence of several Kunlun realists, Renhong dared not directly confront him, but also wished for this enmity to cease existing in the world. Together with the celestial beings, he devised a plan. Once he achieved the golden core and formally mastered the Five Lotus Abode, he could walk the mortal realm openly. Even if Kunlun sought to pursue him, the celestial beings would reincarnate, leaving them powerless. Floating Li's mirror. Renhong extended his hand to draw a circle, summoning the floating Li mirror to observe himself. Golden light swirled around him, and the mirror revealed corresponding information. With his current magical power, crossing into the true fire realm and cultivating his own three mysteries, true fire would require a decade of arduous effort. This was under the condition that he focused solely on refining true essence, neglecting his spell and sword techniques. At that moment, Renhong realized why the records of Dao techniques in the celestial scriptures were scarce, and why disciples of the Kunlun sect were categorized into three classes: scripture transmission, diverse arts, and combat. Concentrated cultivation is paramount. Distractions inevitably hinder fundamental progress. Diverting energy to sword techniques would only delay his cultivation pace. A year for the source root, a decade for true fire, and then another 20 years to achieve the golden core. If he continued to let sword techniques impede his progress, his next opportunity for revenge against the Earth Demon would not come until at least 60 years later. The more he pondered, the more entangled his thoughts became, rendering him unable to concentrate on his cultivation. Just then, he caught sight of a purple herb on the celestial rock, and a thought struck him. This was a celestial medicine left by his master, capable of enhancing 900 years of magical power. This is the opportunity of the future 7 sons of Kunlun. How can I take it for myself? But I have the fortune to inherit the floating Li Hong Yuan mirror. Surely, consuming 1/7 should be acceptable? Two conflicting thoughts battled in his mind, and ultimately, he resolutely rose to seek out the celestial beings. At this level, the act of breathing and cultivating bore little significance. Once he reincarnated, all his efforts in this life would be rendered void. As for the novels he cherished, he had already devoured all the books in Changshan County. With nothing to do, he found the celestial beings on the grass near the cold pool, observing 2 groups of ants in combat. You wish to consume the 7-star purple herb? He wiped his mouth. Are you not afraid of future entanglements and disrupting Kunlun's destiny by seizing the opportunity meant for the 7 sons? Even if the celestial beings escaped with Renhong, they did not view it as betrayal of Kunlun, but rather as a recognition of the sect's internal issues, leading them to carry an appropriate Dao seed and re-establish Kunlun to promote the Jade Void lineage. By heaven's conscience, the celestial beings never intended to betray Kunlun. The 7 treasures of Kunlun were designated by the Jade Void Master, promised to align with future destinies. This was a matter of Kunlun's fate, and the celestial beings dared not act recklessly. Nonsense. How could you consume this? Disrupting the opportunity of the 7 sons would lead to our mutual downfall in future demon slaying. But I am connected to the floating Li treasure mirror. I can be considered one of the 7 sons, right? Renhong summoned the mirror. What if I only consume 1/7? The celestial beings were momentarily speechless. The 7-star, 9 yuan purple spirit herb is produced in the purple sun cave of the eastern heaven. It must be consumed in a specific sequence of 7. If you wish to partake, you can only have the 6th herb. How can you single-handedly harvest it? Harvesting the 6th herb alone would ruin the entire celestial plant. Upon hearing this, Renhong reluctantly set aside his desire to consume the celestial herb. Furthermore, the celestial beings continued. If you aim to become the first disciple of Kunlun, why are you fixating on the position of the 7 sons? Renhong furrowed his brow and replied, I am entangled with Kunlun. I was expelled from the mountain. If I do not seek additional support to uphold Kunlun's fate, what if those senior brothers and sisters do not acknowledge me? Relying solely on one celestial abode feels insecure. However, if I possess one of the 7 treasures, inheriting Kunlun's fate, Those who are unwilling will have no choice but to accept my establishment of the Kunlun lineage. Moreover, once the celestial beings reincarnate, I will need artifacts for protection, right? Having spent considerable time with the celestial beings, he had grown disinterested in low-tier artifacts. Wasn't this idea aimed at acquiring several celestial instruments? If not for the rule that each of the 7 treasures must be held by one person, Renhong would have intended to take both the floating Li Hongyuan mirror and the One Qi 10,000 Wonders pearl. The celestial beings shook their head. Rest assured, though Su Yinyang and the others may harbor small schemes, they are never foolish in significant matters. Since you have received the master's favor, they will undoubtedly acknowledge you. However, acknowledgement comes with its own rules. After being marginalized, am I merely to become a supreme elder on Kunlun Mountain? Renhong suddenly countered. Before me, the master had 48 disciples. Yet, Kunlun has only 18 Dao Lords. Excluding those who have fallen, do I not still have some senior brothers who are merely in the nascent soul stage? The celestial beings fell silent. Renhong's statement held truth. The Jade Void Master had 48 disciples, not all of whom were Dao Lords. Some lesser disciples were merely in the nascent soul stage, residing in the back mountains of Kunlun to retire. The celestial beings distinctly recalled that there was an opportunity set by the Jade Void Master in the Eastern Sea's Kunlun abode, waiting for Kunlun disciples to claim it. Then, what if I take in disciples? Taking in disciples was a contingency Renhong had devised during his journey. Since I am a disciple of the Master, I have the qualification to teach and accept disciples. If I take in one disciple and position him as one of the 7 sons, it should be feasible, right? The Jade ruler hesitated. It might not be easy to say. Renhong pointed to the spirit herb on the celestial rock outside. Even if I cannot consume this purple herb, having resided on Lotus Mountain and guarding the celestial medicines for many years, I truly cannot bear to give it to Fan Yuqing. It would not be appropriate to give it to outsiders, but if it were for my future disciple, that would be a different matter. Taking in disciples, the celestial beings pondered. The 7 treasures of Kunlun resonate with destiny. Although they were left by the master, it does not necessarily mean he crafted them himself. Each of these treasures is entwined with fate, involving millennia of secrets, and even I do not fully comprehend them. I only know that the bronze shield held by the Fan family lad is an ancient artifact from a previous emperor, linked to the location of a certain ancient tomb. The Wanxiao fan seems to have some collaborative potential, which could be utilized for repairing the Pure Yang law prohibition in the future. As for the Wanmiao pearl and floatingly mirror, they were forged by the master specifically to assist the 7 sons in their cultivation. However, according to the master's words, these 2 treasures support each other, resonating with yin and yang, especially the Wanmiao pearl, which has a lost calamity awaiting it. While the celestial beings contemplated, Renhong also had his own calculations. The Fan siblings were at odds with him. As the celestial beings mentioned, if they were to be among the 7 sons of Kunlun, the daily interactions would inevitably be awkward. But if I were to have my own disciple become one of the 7 sons, the situation would be entirely different. At that time, the Fan siblings would not only have to call me their granduncle. Even when encountering one's own disciple, one must dutifully address them as Master Uncle while vanquishing demons and banishing evil. At that time, having the disciple parade before them daily, one could leverage the hierarchy to assert control over the future discourse of Kunlun. This line of thought is indeed plausible. Currently, among the 7 of Kunlun, only 3 have been confirmed, leaving 4 slots available. The floatingly mirror stands as one of the tokens. If one could train a few disciples to inherit the treasures, it would align Kunlun's destiny in our favor. In such a scenario, who would dare to claim that Renhong is not the legitimate heir of Kunlun? Chapter 24. The 7 Stars and 9 Origins Herb. However, to achieve this, one must undertake meticulous planning and long-term strategizing. The spirit of the Jun Tian Immortal surged with inspiration, assisting Renhong in his scheming. The master has devised plans for Kunlun, with each of the 7 treasures possessing its own enigma. Furthermore, a flag has been left in each of the 7 corresponding celestial abodes. You hold the essence of the floatingly mirror. Although you may not become one of Kunlun's 7 disciples, you could attempt to craft a new floatingly mirror, seizing the celestial abode in advance to obtain the corresponding opportunity, thereby securing a path for your disciple. It is prudent to ensure that the disciple linked to the floating Li Hongyuan mirror is placed under your tutelage. Naturally, although Renhong had only been cultivating for 4 years, he already envisioned himself as the sovereign of a celestial abode. calculating how to leverage his status as a disciple of the Jade Void Elder to facilitate his own cultivation and to pursue a future in the Tao. As a master disciple, he ought to strive to attain a position as a Tao Lord, right? Moreover, the heavenly scriptures have foretold the fruits of the Tao. He must take a gamble. Merely presiding over the 5 Lotus Abode, despite having the title of Kunlun Elder, would render him no more than a mere elder with no significant influence. Akin to a wandering cultivator, unable to impact the overarching destiny and unable to seize fortune. Becoming one of Kunlun's 7 disciples, however, would allow him to influence the unfolding of destiny from the shadows, transforming his role from a mere pawn into that of a player. Free to maneuver without concern for calamities. Just look at his own master, who began laying plans a millennium ago and continues to propel Kunlun's prosperity even after Ascension. If he were to become the master of a celestial abode, it would be ill-suited for him to engage in direct confrontation. When his master has matters to attend to, the disciple shall bear the burden. Even if there are karmic repercussions of slaughter, his disciples would take on such responsibilities, allowing him to emerge unscathed. The more Renhong contemplated, the more he found his idea to be exquisite. In avenging the Earth Demon and resolving his enmity with the 3 monsters while inheriting the 5 Lotus Abode, he set himself a new goal, to take on disciples and intervene in Kunlun's fortune. Suddenly, the Juntian spirit snapped her fingers. I have an idea. You may consume this celestial herb after all. What does that mean? Pertaining to his own path, Renhong eagerly inquired. The Juntian spirit explained, there are 2 methods for consuming the 7 stars herb. One is as prescribed by the master, where the 7 disciples gather at Lotus Mountain and consume the 7 spiritual fruits in the order of the Big Dipper, thereby enhancing their cultivation by a century to confront the old demon beneath the cold pool. However, the 7 stars herb, aligned with the Big Dipper, has an alternative consumption method. The 7 stars 9 origins purple spirit herb originates from the Purple Yang Cave in the Great Eastern Heaven. There resides a renowned female immortal known as Madame Purple Yang. Before her ascension, the Xianmen often spoke of the Eastern Purple Yang and the Western Yao Mother. The Western Yao Mother refers to the Golden Mother of Kunlun in the West, while the Eastern Purple Yang refers to Madame Purple Yang of the Great Eastern Heaven, who is also the revered founder of the currently flourishing Purple Yang sect. The 7 stars herb is produced in the Purple Yang Cave. It is said that every direct disciple there consumes a piece of the purple herb to establish their foundation, thereby naturally possessing 900 years of magical power. The method of consumption is straightforward. When consumed alone, one should swallow a piece of the herb every 7 days, repeating this 7 times. And when the herb's celestial aura begins to dissipate, swallow the entire herb. This is sufficient to transform an ordinary person, endowing them with a celestial appearance. For cultivators, consuming the herb can augment their magical power by 900 years. Pausing, the spirit continued. In the Purple Yang Cave, there has never been a distinction between the source root and true fire realms. For the disciples of the Purple Yang Cave, there are only 7 major realms: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, spiritual embryo, primordial spirit, divine aspect, and tribulation crossing. After crossing tribulations, one becomes a celestial true immortal. This classification of realms has its origins 1,000 years ago in the Xianmen tradition. Later, for the sake of organization, it was divided into the current 4 major realms and 12 minor realms. After the disciples of the Purple Yang Cave established their foundation and consumed the herb, they naturally possessed 900 years of magical power, being just a step away from the golden core. The delineation of realms among immortals, Buddhas, and demons varies. Yet one point remains universally acknowledged. The so-called 1,000-year Tao achievement is at least that of a golden core cultivator. The term Tao achievement in Xianmen specifically refers to the level of understanding of the great Tao. However, when combined with age, it typically denotes the depth of magical power and duration of cultivation. Speaking of which, I have always harbored a question: who sets the standards for these 100-year and 1,000-year Tao achievements? Renhong recalled this long-standing dilemma. For me, 1 year of cultivation is equivalent to the 10 years of arduous effort by those flower fairies like Furong. Can our Tao achievements truly be compared? After cultivating for 1,000 years, even if he does not become a celestial immortal, he would undoubtedly reach the level of a true immortal Tao Lord. In contrast, the flower fairies like Furong, after a millennium of cultivation, would likely have only just entered the golden core realm. When it comes to the discussion of Tao achievement, using wood essence as a benchmark is apartment. As the saying goes, it takes 10 years to grow a tree, 100 years to cultivate a person. A tree that has matured for a century will possess spiritual energy, thus entering the Tao. A 300-year-old tree spirit gains intelligence, initially forming a demonic body, akin to foundation establishment. A 500-year-old tree essence rivals the source root, while a 700-year-old tree is comparable to true fire. Finally, a 1,000-year-old wood essence crossing tribulations transforms into the golden core. Renhong was taken aback. Why use wood essence? Even if we do not compare with humans, should it not be divine beasts like dragons and phoenixes? Why is a tree spirit chosen as the standard? Because the mount of the Lord of Xiandu Palace is a blue bull transformed from a 1,000-year-old wood essence. This blue bull, originally a millennia-old wood essence, transformed due to heavenly lightning and was born with the power of a golden core. The Lord of Xiandu Palace often compares the achievements of cultivators with that of his blue bull wood essence. As she spoke, the spirit intentionally raised her voice to mimic an elderly tone. This child has shallow cultivation, lacking even 1,000 years of Tao achievement, and is not as formidable as my mount. This Daoist has only recently grasped the Tao, yet possesses 1,000 years of Tao achievement, even rivaling my golden pouch. This Tao friend possesses tremendous magical power, perhaps comparable to my 3 deer bulls. The spirit provided several examples, and then elaborated. It is precisely because the Lord of Xiandu Palace frequently compares cultivators with the Tao achievements of his blue bull wood essence that, over time, the standard of 1,000-year cultivation achieving the golden core realm has become widely accepted. Consider this. A common little tree that breathes in spiritual energy for 1,000 years can become a golden core demon. How much more so for others? Renhong further inquired. I often hear of 1,000-year lingji in the mortal realm. Are they not superior to the herb before us? Would it not be better to procure a few 1,000-year lingji from the mortal realm? The so-called 1,000-year lingji in the mortal realm is merely a marketing gimmick. An ordinary lingji left for 1,000 years would likely have rotted to the core. Moreover, if the lingji could truly absorb 1,000 years of spiritual energy and refine the essence of the sun and moon over millennia, it would rival the power of a golden core cultivator. How could it be casually captured and sold by mortals? Under the watchful eyes of the Xiandu Palace, such things have long been utilized for medicinal purposes. The spirit dismissed Renhong's fanciful notions, pointing to the celestial herb outside. You may consume it if you wish. However, she quickly added, if you consume it prematurely, you must find another equivalent spiritual object as a substitute. This herb was a gift from Madame Purple Yang long ago. If you are to consume this herb, it would be best to seek another of the same kind from the Purple Yang cave. How could I possibly ask for such a favor? I have no ties to the Purple Yang cave. Why would they grant me such a request? Furthermore, if I could procure it, why would I need to consume this one now? It is all about sequence. If you consume this herb now, you will attain the true fire realm within 100 days, just a step away from the golden core. At that time, seeking celestial herbs from the Purple Yang cave will naturally be more convincing than merely being a foundation establishment cultivator. Borrowing. Renhong was familiar with such dealings. Lending money to workers at the beginning of the month and collecting interest at the end of the month was quite similar. Renhong considered the spirit's words and found them to be beneficial. He could consume the celestial herb first to reach the golden core. As for the opportunities for the Kunlun's 7 disciples, they still had ample time to arrive, and he could always think of ways to provide them with opportunities later. This celestial herb has matured over a millennium. Does the Purple Yang cave have suitable celestial herbs? Rest assured, the master of the Purple Yang cave sealed the cave before ascending, claiming it was reserved for those with fate. The current so-called Purple Yang sect and Eastern Sea's Purple Yang Island are merely offshoots. It is somewhat akin to your situation. The legitimate inheritors of the Xiang cave have yet to emerge, leaving only a handful of disciples to establish the lineage externally. Nevertheless, the Xiang sect remains a prestigious celestial sect, second only to the 7 great sects. A few years ago, I heard Su Yinyang and others mention that Kunlun, at the behest of Lady Xiang, is to assist Xiang Cave in preserving its doctrinal heritage. A century hence, when the heavens of Xiang Cave are unveiled, a true successor shall arise. If you can take the initiative to help Xiang Cave identify its heir, acquiring a celestial herb should be a simple task. Chapter 25. The moment greed arises, the spiritual rock crumbles, and the celestial jade Renhong and the celestial spirit devised a plan. After Renhong engaged in fasting and bathing, He selected an auspicious day to harvest the celestial herbs, marking the date as the 18th day of the 4th lunar month. At the hour of Z, Ren Hong prepared meticulously, holding the pure Yang Jun Tian before the celestial rock. The North Star shone brightly today, a perfect moment for consuming elixirs. The celestial spirit advised, stating that if 7 individuals were to partake, the Lingji herb required no particular method. It could simply be harvested and consumed in the order of the Big Dipper. However, if one were to partake alone, the entire Lingji must be carefully extracted, first refined with true essence complemented by the light of the North Star, sealing its spiritual energy before consuming the elixirs one by one. Furthermore, the 7-star Lingji must be aligned with the stars of the Big Dipper, being extraordinary and not to be harvested with mundane tools. Within the eastern heaven's purple Yang cave lies a celestial artifact known as the Big Dipper Scythe, specifically designed for harvesting the 7-star Lingji. My essence is a pure Yang treasure. Although it does not align with the methods of the purple Yang cave, after being refined by my master, it has become a rare celestial artifact, untainted by worldly affairs, sufficient for harvesting this spiritual herb. As the moment approached when the light of the North Star would touch the celestial rock, a vermilion bird appeared beneath Ren Hong, lifting him 3 feet above the rock. With a gentle motion of the Jun Tian jade, the pure Yang celestial light enveloped the Lingji, uprooting it from the celestial rock. In an instant, the entire rock trembled, and boundless spiritual energy surged forth from the roots of the Lingji. Alarmed, the Jun Tian celestial spirit quickly unleashed the pure Yang sealing technique to stabilize the spiritual energy of the rock. It dawned on them that they had forgotten a crucial detail. The master had planted the Lingji on the celestial rock with the intention of allowing the Kunlun 7 to listen to a sermon before harvesting the herb. Did this mean that after these 2 events, the celestial rock would inevitably be destroyed? The celestial spirit hastily remarked, Ren Hong, if we continue this way, your future meditation space may be lost. Heeding the celestial spirit's words, Ren Hong quickly assisted in casting the Taiyuan spell. Let us first work together to stabilize the celestial rock. This rock, imbued with the Daoist resonance of the Jade Void Master, was itself a treasure. Meditating upon it would yield exceptional results, and Ren Hong could not bear to see it harmed. In a flurry of activity, they harvested the Lingji, collecting the North Star's light to seal the herb's medicinal properties and prevent any loss, while simultaneously locking down the celestial rock's spiritual energy to avert destruction. Even the forbidden techniques left by the Lotus Fairy from years past were stirred, as blossoms of lotus flowers covered the celestial rock in an attempt to quell the upheaval. Despite the combined efforts of the 3 parties, the celestial rock ultimately shattered in a violent explosion. As the Lingji was plucked, numerous spiritual stones cascaded into the cold pool below. A beam of golden light shot toward Ren Hong, striking him with force. Pain surged through his chest, and he nearly collapsed into the cold pool. Ha ha ha, serves you right. The old demon of the cold pool, peering from within his seal, attempted once more to breach the Jade Void seal. The celestial rock was part of this seal. Its early collapse might present him with an opportunity. Ren Hong, standing upon the vermilion bird's back, gazed at the shattered celestial rock, his expression darkening, filled with regret. For a fleeting moment of greed, he hastened his path to immortality. Yet now his place of cultivation lay in ruins, a steep price indeed. Ren Hong, stop dawdling. That old demon is at it again. The pure Yang spiritual light, the 5-colored lotus, the misty clouds, and the blood-red demonic sounds swirled in an alternating rhythm. An hour later, the cold pool returned to tranquility. Ren Hong hovered in midair, silently observing the remnants of the celestial rock. The once towering rock had vanished, leaving behind a low square platform barely 3 feet above the water's surface, where a mere splash could send droplets flying. This truly was an instance of attempting to steal a chicken only to lose a rice paddy. We have suffered greatly. Ren Hong touched his chest, pondering the earlier impact of the flying stone. Could it be a punishment from his master for their transgressions? Suddenly, he froze, hastily retrieving a piece of raw jade from his bosom. This jade was pure white and thumb-sized, yet when Ren Hong grasped it, it expanded dramatically, transforming into the length of his arm. Could it have been this white jade that struck me? It is a jade essence. The celestial spirit separated from Ren Hong's grasp, reforming its shape, its expression peculiar as it circled around the white jade, examining it closely. Spiritual stones transform into jade after a millennium. The celestial rock bore the profound Daoist resonance of the master, which, over the years, birthed this jade essence within its core. Yet, why did it fly directly toward me? Moreover, Rinhong clutched the white jade, sensing a faint connection of bloodline. Having cultivated here for a year, your true essence inadvertently mingled with the jade essence, resulting in its refinement. The celestial spirit paused before remarking, "In truth, while our destruction of the celestial rock may seem disastrous, it does carry benefits. Had we waited for several hundred years for the Kunlun 7 to come for the Lingji, the rock's destruction at that time might have awakened the jade essence's consciousness, and you would have gained a new sun. Once the jade essence awakens, it could very well possess a millennium of Daoist cultivation, becoming a formidable entity of the golden core level." Rinhong pondered the jade essence thoughtfully. This object is a spiritual embryo nurtured by heaven and earth, intertwined with my bloodline. Perhaps it would be wise to refine it into my life as treasure? The celestial spirit replied without hesitation, "Of course, a Rui. The pure yang celestial spirit's ultimate treasure is indeed the Rui, and you should naturally refine one for yourself." A Rui? The Kunlun sect possesses a secret transmission of the 10,000 treasures Rui divine sealing, capable of refining and crafting any artifact in existence. The Rui divine sealing consists of 36 levels. The first 12 levels are forbidden to anyone other than direct disciples of Kunlun, while the middle 12 can only be practiced after attaining the golden core stage. As for the final 12 levels, only the Kunlun Dao Lord possesses the qualifications to impart them. You can cultivate the first 12 levels of the Rui sealing technique to refine this jade essence into your life as treasure. Rinhong inquired, "Does this divine sealing technique exist among your teachings?" The celestial spirit shook its head. "I am merely a tool spirit, only versed in the pure yang sealing techniques of my own essence. As for the Rui sealing technique, how would I know? Then what was the point of discussing it?" Rinhong rolled his eyes, placing the jade essence into his bosom. He then summoned the Qinglong illusion to tidy up the platform below. Though the celestial rock had shattered, the remaining 3-foot square platform could still serve as a place for cultivation. "Don't rush," the celestial spirit remarked. "I may not know, but you surely do. If I am not mistaken, the Rui divine sealing technique is recorded within the purple extreme scripture." "Oh, the foundational heavenly tome of Taihua Peak, the yin-yang manipulation strategy, contains a secret technique for transforming the Jade Void's yin-yang true essence into the life and death yin-yang mirror. This technique derives from the Rui divine sealing. The heavenly tome of Qianyuan Peak documents a technique for Qing fire, by refining 9 flames of Qing fire and transforming them into a fire dragon. One could create the divine treasure 9 dragons fire shield. The 3 pure ones each possess their own merits. The Xuandu Palace comprehends the path of refining the heart to its utmost, achieving the highest Tao. The Bio Palace, home to countless celestial beings, has greatly expanded the lineage of techniques, encompassing a vast array of mystifying arts. Meanwhile, the Kunlun sect has perfected the arduous cultivation of magical power. The pinnacle of Kunlun Dao Lords require no external treasures. Their own magical power can manifest all artifacts of the world. Once the 10,000 treasures Rui divine sealing is unleashed, it can replicate all prohibitions of the world, forming various projections of spiritual treasures and celestial artifacts. How one cultivates the 10,000 treasures Rui divine sealing remains unclear to me. But I know that within any Kunlun heavenly tome, there must exist a legacy of the Rui divine sealing. Your purple extreme scripture undoubtedly contains such records. You simply have yet to discover them. The celestial spirit added meaningfully, "Do not think that heavenly tomes merely impart some skills and techniques. Sometimes, you must take the initiative to explore them." "Take the initiative to explore?" Rinhong fell into contemplation, waving his hand to activate the forbidden technique left by the lotus fairy at the base of the celestial rock, summoning a 5-colored lotus throne. Sitting upon the lotus platform, he began to study the Jade Void purple extreme scripture once more. Yet after several readings, he gleaned nothing. Finally, he invoked the mirror of floating Li, enveloping the purple extreme emperor within the light of the mirror. From within the emperor, countless crimson characters of the Tao flew forth, forming a scripture that expounded upon the profound mysteries of heaven and earth. However, similarly, there are no records concerning the prohibitions of magical artifacts. Rinhong intensified his magical prowess and continued to invoke the mirror spirit to read the Tao scriptures. Among them, certain crimson characters abruptly transformed into golden ones under the illumination of the mirror, leaping forth from the scriptures to form a brand new 7-character incantation. Is it truly so? The mirror's light swept across the entirety of the Tao text, revealing that 300 crimson characters had transformed into golden ones, swirling chaotically around Ren Hong. Yet, just as Ren Hong was poised to reorganize them, the mirror's light abruptly ceased, and the golden characters vanished once more. Nevertheless, this transformation allowed Ren Hong to grasp the profound mysteries of the celestial text. The myriad treasures and divine prohibitions, along with other potentially existing esoteric techniques, were concealed within the lines and characters. Whether or not he could uncover them depended entirely on Ren Hong's own comprehension. Fortunately, I brought the floatingly mirror spirit with me when I descended from Kunlun. Otherwise, relying solely on my own understanding, it might have taken me several years to arrive at this realization. Chapter 26. The ingestion of immortal herbs and the entrance of the North Star into the mysterious capital as the celestial being from the Jun Tian realm fortified the seal at the cold pond while studying the heavenly book. The youth, Ling Bo, traversed the waters, sprinkling pure yang spiritual light. He planted clusters of crimson gold lotus flowers on the surface, quickly covering the entire pond. Subsequently, he activated the seals left behind by the Jade Void Master. Beneath the pond, the ethereal image of a celestial palace emerged, accompanied by melodious celestial sounds. Beneath the pond, the old demon raised an eyebrow, preparing to retaliate. Suddenly, countless jade chains surged from the pitch-black space, binding his limbs completely. The jade inscriptions ignited on the chains, forming the manifestation of the jade, clear Tao sovereign, delivering a powerful strike to him. Bang! Stars exploded in the old demon's eyes as he glared resentfully at the dissipating direction of the jade clear. You old thief, wait for me. Once I break free from this seal, I will not only annihilate all your disciples, but also venture to the celestial realm to eliminate all of you heavenly immortals. Soon, the pure young lotus flowers atop the cold pond merged with the celestial palace's prohibitive laws. The flowers expelled pure young talismans, which hung suspended in the air above the pond. Merge. The celestial being formed hand seals, and thousands of pure yang talismans converged around the platform where Ren Hong sat, establishing a comprehensive pure yang demon-subduing system. Waves of golden light enveloped the pond, wrapping it in a gentle veil of radiance, reinforcing the seal. Done. The Jun Tian celestial being exhaled in relief. With this, even if the spirit rock collapses, I need not worry about the old demon breaking free in the short term. However, at that moment, a dark-scaled carp leaped from the water below, splashing him in the face. What bad luck! The celestial being's expression soured, and just as he was about to retaliate against the carp, he suddenly recalled something. There were no aquatic creatures in the cold pond. Where did this carp come from? His face turned pale, and he sensed a chilling, malevolent power surging towards his primordial spirit. Without hesitation, the celestial being exhaled pure yang true fire to envelop his primordial spirit. The blazing fire scorched and refined his being, completely incinerating the trace of demonic power. Yet, that was not the end. He threw several more balls of pure yang true water onto himself, purifying repeatedly. Next, he performed 9 pure yang prohibitive techniques, thoroughly examining his entire body. After completing these tasks, he sat beside Ren Hong, reciting the Tao scriptures several times. Only then did the celestial being feel a semblance of assurance, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. The old demon possesses immense powers. Despite the seal being stable, one must remain vigilant. He did not wish to fall victim to demonic corruption, resulting in a pure yang celestial artifact transforming into a demonic tool. As the moon waned and the sun rose, when the purple mist enveloped the summit of Lianhua Mountain, Ren Hong opened his eyes. Is it dawn? The guardian celestial being beside him also opened his eyes and inquired, how is it? Have you found the method of the divine prohibitions? He had gleaned some understanding of the mysteries hidden within the heavenly book, yet fully deciphering it would prove challenging. The heavenly book is the Tao scripture of the universe. How could a mere foundation-building disciple like him grasp it swiftly? There is ample time ahead. It is better to take it slow. The pressing matter at hand is to consume the herb. The celestial being handed the herb, saying, I have made some modifications to the herb to lock in the power of the North Star. You need only consume it mixed with the 100 flowers do. Ren Hong took the herb and finally had the leisure to examine this celestial fungus. It was the color of purple jade, featuring 3 caps, the largest resembling a cloud. with 7 beans of the size of yellow beans concealed on its underside. These 7 beans displayed varying colors, corresponding to the 7 stars of the North Dipper. From this day forth, Renhong would consume 1 bean every 7 days, and on the final day, he would devour the entire herb, gradually assimilating its 900 years of spiritual energy. Inhaling the fragrant aroma wafting towards him, Renhong's fingers tingled with anticipation. Ever since he first ascended the celestial rock, he had yearned to consume this herb, and now his wish was finally fulfilled. Gazing at the herb for a moment, Renhong declared, "I once mentioned that I would cultivate in silence to hone my will. Let us begin today. I shall practice in silence for a year, until April 18th of next year. To remain silent ensures that spiritual energy circulates within without leaking." The celestial being regarded him skeptically. Whether it be the method of silence or the method of fasting, to me, they are mere minor techniques. Only the profound, prohibitive divine powers are the true path. Retrieving the 100 flowers due from the stone chamber, Renhong consumed the first bean. A hint of sweetness burst on his tongue, causing him to frown slightly as he hastily swallowed it with the dew. Observing his expression, the celestial being remarked, "It seems you cannot consume sweet foods, can you?" Seeing Renhong's reluctance to speak, the celestial being chuckled, coaxing him to respond. "By the way, this heavenly book of yours might not only contain the method of divine prohibitions, but also other techniques, right? You should also investigate those Dao arts beginning with Tai Yuan. I believe they harbor hidden truths." He continued prattling, trying to draw Renhong into conversation. Yet, Renhong remained silent, glaring at him with fury. Haha. Renhong silently cursed this troublesome fellow, opting to ignore him and focus on his cultivation. The celestial being fetched a novel and sat before Renhong, reading aloud. Initially, Renhong felt somewhat irritated, but as his magical power and true essence grew, he gradually immersed himself in the sense of accomplishment and joy that came with this growth. Casting aside all distractions, after an hour, the celestial being ceased reading, setting the book down and quietly observing the youth beside him. This lad was not the type to adhere strictly to rules. He activated celestial herbs and consumed divine medicines. For the sake of his own path, this youth indeed possessed some audacity. Reflecting on it now, the celestial being felt a twinge of fear. What if the master were to blame them? How could their fragile bodies withstand that? This time, consuming the celestial medicine, Renhong would only require a year to attain the true fire realm. Next, careful consideration was needed on how to assist him in forging the golden elixir. If foundation building is a step, then the golden elixir is the genuine threshold. Once he crosses it, the Jun Tian celestial being could rest assured in his reincarnation. Contemplating, the celestial being toyed with the ring on his finger, attempting to communicate with the real person, Gong. Strangely, throughout this time, he had never inquired about the ring. The celestial being vaguely sensed something, but remained perplexed upon further reflection. Forget it, let us not ponder that. With no leads on the Kunlun pursuers, the Jun Tian celestial being felt slightly relieved upon hearing this good news. However, being entangled in the secrets of the demonic sect, concerning the inheritance of the 18 demon lords, he needed to be cautious not just of Kunlun, but also of the movements from the demonic sect. After cautiously inquiring about the demonic sect's activities, the celestial being began to calculate how to enhance Renhong's combat capabilities. 7 days later, Renhong consumed the second bean. This apricot-colored bean was sour, and similarly, the starlight's spiritual energy dispersed within him, transforming into Jade Void magical power. Renhong's face displayed a peculiar expression. This bean was far more palatable than the previous one, tasting akin to a regular apricot. "Do you find the flavor different?" the celestial being asked. "I have heard the master say that the 7 beans of the 7-star immortal herb correspond to 7 distinctly different flavors. In earlier years, before the Purple Sun Lady took on disciples, she would pluck the 7 flavored beans from the immortal herb and, using great magical power combined with clear dew, create delectable snacks that were quite favored by the master, Yao Mu, and others. 1 bean can augment 100 years of magical power, and the master treats them as snacks?" Renhong pondered asking, but held his tongue, silently refining his power. In the following days, he consumed the 5 remaining beans, savoring the bitter, spicy, salty, and numbing flavors. On the final day, he swallowed the whole herb along with the last bean. Aside from the necessity to eat, he had refrained from speaking a single word for 49 days. As the herb entered his belly, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted within him, akin to swallowing burning coals. His body felt unbearable, almost compelling him to expel this fierce fire. The youthful visage flushed red as the star energy surged violently, painfully coursing through his meridians, even causing blood to seep forth. "Do not speak," the celestial being admonished sternly. "If you choose the path of rapid advancement, consuming celestial medicine to enhance your magical power, you absolutely must not falter at the last hurdle." Ren Hong inhaled deeply, forming the seals of the purple extreme book with his hands. A violet cyclone ascended above, striving to harness the purple essence to consume the stellar energy, transforming it into the ethereal purple essence. Simultaneously, within the purple extreme palace, the emperor unexpectedly released a stream of refreshing purple mist from his brow, circulating throughout his being to help harmonize his magical power. One of the wondrous applications of the Heavenly Book is its ability to assist practitioners in transmuting their magical energy of the same nature. Upon sensing the stellar energy, the Heavenly Book projected a mantra into Ren Hong's mind. The 5 energies govern the 3 talents. The dual polarities of stellar energy shall intertwine in succession. A flicker of realization sparked within Ren Hong as the purple essence began to diversify into 5 colors, subtly forming a celestial palace within his chest. The stellar spiritual force was enveloped by the 5-colored essence, and, after undergoing a process of refinement within the celestial palace, it was transformed like gentle lambs, which Ren Hong subsequently absorbed and refined. True fire? This thought flashed through Ren Hong's mind as the true essence within him ignited into a blazing flame, resonating with the profound truths of the Daoist Dantian. Indeed, I have increased my magical power by 900 years in one breath. The foundational root and the dual realms of true fire were astonishingly completed in unison. As the Heavenly Book fulfilled its purpose and withdrew, it also extracted a North Dipper star seal from the spiritual energy of the 7 stars immortal herb, which fell into the purple extreme palace. The celestial spirits, guarding from the outside, suddenly noticed a silver spoon-shaped star seal flashing upon Ren Hong's brow. Upon closer inspection, the mark vanished without a trace. The celestial spirit's expression shifted. It appears to resemble the Dao seal from the lineage of the Purple Sun Cave. Disciples from the Purple Sun Cave must consume the immortal herb during their foundation establishment. One of its purposes is to push their magical power to the critical point of forming the golden core. Another goal is that upon consuming the entire immortal herb, they will receive a North Dipper star seal. This seal, inheriting the light of the North Dipper, can double the cultivation speed of practitioners of the stellar Tao, enhancing their sensitivity to star incantations and even aiding in the cultivation of the stellar Tao forms. However, for Ren Hong, this disciple of Kunlun, the North Dipper star seal was merely an optional boon. In fact, due to the difficulty of taming the stellar essence, the stark contrast between the North Dipper star essence and the ethereal purple essence nearly caused him to expel the medicinal properties from his mouth. Were it not for the ambiguous connection between the Heavenly Book of ethereal purple extreme and the North Star deity lineage, the drawbacks of consuming the herb would have manifested immediately. As he tamed the medicinal properties of the stellar essence, Ren Hong's demeanor gradually relaxed, and a rotating diagram of the North Dipper appeared behind him, resonating with the stars of the North Dipper above. Threads of silver descended from the heavens, gathering starlight into clouds, bringing a gentle rain to Lotus Flower Mountain. After some contemplation, he resolved to venture into the mortal realm to search for the traces of the 3 demons while Ren Hong was in seclusion refining his techniques. Chapter 27. The 9 provinces and 8 desolations. After absorbing the celestial mushroom, Ren Hong's cultivation base surged by 900 years, transcending the origin and true fire realms. Within him, the grand Tao purple extreme true talisman, the nascent form of his golden core, was gathering the jade liquid true essence refined from the true fire in his chest, forming a nebulous Tao core within his Qi and Dantian. However, the subsequent core formation was an arduous process. Having cultivated for only a few years, Ren Hong needed to consolidate his knowledge and temper his Tao heart rather than hastily seeking breakthroughs. Only then could he avoid being misled by celestial demons and external forces during the core formation, leading to his demise. Moreover, to forge a superior Tao core, he had to diligently cultivate his magical power instead of relying solely on elixirs. Thus, the young man temporarily ceased his breathing exercises and focused his efforts on deciphering the secret incantations hidden within the celestial tome and practicing the 6 harmonies grand spell and the five-finger swordplay. Dedicating himself to the daily routine of circulating energy through his body, time flew by, and winter arrived. Blanketing the Lotus Mountain foothills with snow and encasing the cold pool in thick ice. On this day, Ren Hong was studying the celestial tome, the Lesser Rui Restriction, derived from the Kunlun Jade Palace's supreme divine restriction technique. The Myriad Treasures Rui Divine Restriction contained the first 12 layers of the Myriad Treasures Rui Divine Restriction, totaling 360 hand seals and incantations. By refining these hand seals and imbuing them into an item, one could imbue it with spiritual energy, granting it the qualities of a celestial magic treasure. Ren Hong mused, "So, these are crafting hand seals?" He opened his eyes, retrieved the white jade essence he had been carrying, and began imbuing it with the 360 incantations one by one. Initially, he was clumsy, but under the correction of the Mirror Soul, he managed to complete the entire set of incantations in just 3 days. Instantly, the jade essence emitted a 10-foot-long aura of white light that soared into the sky. Ren Hong smiled faintly, and with his increased magical power, he gently suppressed the phenomenon, preventing it from escaping the Lotus Mountain boundary. "Ren Hong, I found the whereabouts of the Pipa demon." A crimson light descended from the overcast sky, arriving excitedly at Ren Hong's side. Noticing the white jade in Ren Hong's hand, the celestial spirit paused. "You've mastered the Myriad Treasures Rui Divine Restriction?" Ren Hong took out a jade tablet and wrote, "I just comprehended a lesser Rui restriction. I tried to create a natal magic artifact. Would you consider it a success?" He handed the white jade essence to the celestial spirit, who glanced at it and returned it to Ren Hong. "You haven't even completed the first refinement. How can it be considered a magic artifact?" Celestial magic treasures were generally divided into 3 grades, with the initial grade being magic artifacts. After refining divine restrictions into an item and completing 12 refinements, it would advance to a magic treasure. Currently, Ren Hong had only imbued the lesser Rui restriction into the white jade essence and had not even completed the first refinement. Forget about that. I've discovered the location of the jade-faced Pipa in the mortal realm. We must hurry. If we're late, others might get there first. For months, Ren Hong had remained silent, sealing his body's orifices to prevent any loss of the 900 years of celestial mushroom potency, locking it all within himself. This act had also tempered his will, making him more composed and unperturbed. The celestial spirit said, "The task I posted at the profound capital palace was accepted. They said they saw traces of the Pipa demon in the southern mountain half a year ago. The female demon traveled south, leaving the Jingliang border, and seems to be hiding in a large mountain in the southern wilderness, calling herself the Jade Sound Great King." The southern wilderness? Ren Hong frowned. During his months of refining his Daoist arts and studying the celestial tome, the celestial spirit would read poetry and books to him, recounting tales of immortals and demons. He now had a general understanding of the world he inhabited. Between the 9 heavens and 9 earths lay a vast and boundless land, with the great Kunlun mountain at its center, revered as a pillar of heaven. To the east of Kunlun was the Crimson County Divine Province, also known as the Central Continent. The Xian sect propagated its teachings here, flourishing its Daoist legacy. However, beyond the Crimson County Divine Province lay the 8 desolations, each with territories no less vast than the Crimson County Divine Province. The Western Wilderness was the origin of Buddhism, the location of the Pure Land of ultimate bliss. Separated by the Kunlun Mountains, the Buddhist tradition could not spread to the Crimson County on a large scale. The Purple Mansion continent was the Eastern Wilderness, suspended above the Eastern Sea, and was the ancestral home of the Eastern Flower sect. As for the Southern Wilderness, south of Liang and Jing, it was where many demonic figures fled after the Xian sect's 3 leaders joined forces to expel the demonic sect. Many demonic sect traditions were located in the Bai region of the Southern Wilderness. With the jade-faced Pipa hiding in the Southern Wilderness, Ren Hong dared not venture there rashly. "Don't worry, I've made inquiries. The imperial court intends to send troops to the Southern Wilderness. We can take this opportunity to go. There are many fellow immortals there, so it's safe." The celestial dynasty of the Crimson County Divine Province was mighty, subjugating surrounding countries and possessing immense power. Its emperors, all wise and ambitious, expanded their territory, constantly conquering the 8 desolations and expanding the Crimson County Divine Province's dominion. However, the Western Wilderness was separated by the Great Kunlun Mountains, and the Purple Mansion continent was blocked by the Eastern Sea. The emperors could only set their sights on the Southern Wilderness, where, with the help of the Xian sect, They confronted the demonic sect of the southern wilderness, gradually encroaching upon its territory. Renhong gently brushed his hand across the water's surface, and the Xuanwu phantom slowly rose from the water. The spiritual turtle exhaled bubbles, carrying a map of the Crimson County and the southern wilderness on its back. He wrote, "How far is the Pipa Demon's location from the southern wilderness battlefield? There are 12 passes between the southern wilderness and the Jingliang provinces, each guarded by golden core cultivators and famous generals of the dynasty. The Pipa Demon escaped from Tiger Roar Pass and is currently here." The celestial spirit first pointed to Tiger Roar Pass, then slowly moved to a mountain-shaped landmark on the southern wilderness map. This is Xuanmu Peak, 1,000 miles from Tiger Roar Pass. 1,000 miles could be covered by a golden core cultivator in less than an hour. Renhong asked again, "How many demonic sect members are along the way?" "How would I know? But you can ask the local garrison at Tiger Roar Pass. Besides, with me here, there's no need to worry about that." The celestial spirit looked at Renhong and said sincerely, "I know you don't like going out, but you can't hide here forever. You must know that it is a gathering place for the demonic sect. If they discover the origin of the pure Yang Juntian ruler, I fear that a group of primordial spirit demons will come out of the mountains." Thinking of this, Renhong wrote, "Very well, we'll make this trip." The celestial spirit was delighted, but Renhong wrote again, "We must not reveal our identities. We'll disguise ourselves as rogue cultivators." Disguise ourselves as rogue cultivators? The Jade Tablet wrote, "Yes, we'll directly pretend to be golden core cultivators. I can't speak, so you'll have to speak for me." "All right, but the name?" On the Jade Tablet, Renhong wrote 2 large characters. Hong, June. The celestial spirit suddenly realized, taken from our names? "But although my true form is the Juntian ruler, my name is Ascension." "No, this name is not good, and it's too obvious. Aren't you afraid that the Kunlun pursuers will associate it with us and expose us?" Renhong tilted his head, looking at him inquisitively. The celestial spirit thought for a moment. "My pure Yang true fire must not be revealed, or it will be too conspicuous. But you have little experience in combat, so I'll have to assist you from the side. Therefore, using Yang-attributed techniques is the most convenient." On the Jade Tablet, Renhong wrote 2 more characters, Vermilion Bird. "Yes, you'll use the Vermilion Bird Phantom in the 6 Harmonies Grand Spell to control the Southern Bright Fire. The Southern Bright Fire is intensely Yang, making it easy for me to mimic. I'll also help you reverse Yin and Yang to obscure the heavenly secrets, disguising you as a cultivator skilled in the Southern Bright Fire and practicing the Vermilion Bird lineage." Using Vermilion Bird directly is not safe enough. Change it a bit. I remember there's a Fire Crow curse among the Vermilion Bird Phantom's 18 techniques. Twist the Vermilion Bird's appearance into the shape of a Fire Crow. There are many methods for cultivating Fire Crow techniques in the Xin sect. The Southern Kunlun's Zhu Daoren is an expert in this. He summons Fire Crow soldiers to form the Myriad Crow's Heavenly Fire Formation, which can sweep across the 9 provinces. Fire Crow soldiers are the most common path. You can use this. As for the name, what do you think of Luya? Luya? Renhong nodded in agreement. Chapter 28. The Slaying of Demons Before the Tiger's Roar Pass. The Tiger's Roar Pass, renowned for its iron prison, is situated at the juncture of Jingliang and the Southern Barbarians. It is one of the 12 divine passes of the Celestial Empire, established to suppress the myriad tribes of the south. Here, countless soldiers have stained the battlefield with their blood over the years, their souls forever lingering in this land. The commandant of the Tiger's Roar Pass, Chang Wuho, rode forth with several cultivators to observe the ominous black mist rising not far ahead, obscuring the undulating hills beyond. "Esteemed masters," he inquired of the venerable practitioners beside him, "your profound abilities surely allow you to discern whether this strange stone formation can be breached?" Chang Wuho, mounted upon a dragon steed, looked expectantly at the Taoist practitioners. A few of them rode on clouds or lotus flowers, while 2 Daoists were mounted on a goat and a fiery bull. The cultivators exchanged troubled glances. One elder, clad in a crane cloak, waved his dust whisk and gestured towards several peculiar stone pillars within the black mist. "My lord," he said, "it is not that we lack resolve, but this mist originates from the 9 nether realms. It is a concoction of the dark arts, blended with the heart's blood of countless infants, forged by malevolent cultivators. Furthermore, those stone pillars are totems worshipped by the southern tribes for many years, harboring myriad spirits and demons. In essence, we face a demonic cultivator accompanied by thousands of demonic soldiers. Though Daoist Lu and I possess golden core powers, we are hardly a match for such a foe. Our strength falls short when it comes to dismantling this formation amidst the demonic entanglement. Another gaunt elder added, to breach this formation, one must first dispel the malevolent energy, then slay the demonic soldiers, and finally eliminate the main array's demonic cultivator. Chang Wuho fell silent, due to the significant support from the Xuandu Palace. Although the Celestial Empire had not directly transformed into a divine dynasty like the Northern Dipper Court, where officials were deified to govern the land, it was commonplace for cultivators to descend from the mountains to assist the imperial court in combating the southern barbarians. The 12 passes of the south were often accompanied by guest cultivators, who could gain merit and fortune as they transformed the southern mountains into the frontier of the 9 provinces. The 2 Golden Core cultivators, Sun and Lu, had cultivated a friendship with Chang Wuho over the years, and he naturally trusted their counsel. After a moment of contemplation, he proposed, I shall invoke the secret arts of martial prowess, combining the blood and spirit of the troops to forge a military soul. Might this assist us? Daoist Lu chuckled ruefully. My lord, while your martial arts have reached great heights, facing this 9 nether array still leaves much to be desired. The martial generals of the court carry some level of cultivation, but even with elixirs to aid them, they can only attain the foundation establishment stage. In the past 5 centuries, the number of martial grandmasters who have ascended to the Golden Core realm is exceedingly scarce. Most have either joined Kunlun or sought further training at Xuandu Palace. The last known martial grandmaster of the court perished 5 years ago. Daoist Sun concurred. Daoist Lu speaks wisely. The infusion of 9 nether energy into your being could harm your foundation. He glanced at Chang Wuho, hesitating to say more. Daoist Lu understood his unspoken thoughts and subtly shook his head. Martial leaders, having endured years of warfare, often had short lifespans. Should Chang Wuho truly become tainted by malevolent energy, it would jeopardize his progeny. However, such matters could be discussed privately. They ought to maintain some semblance of dignity for Chang Wuho. After further contemplation, Daoist Lu inquired, My lord, aside from this formidable array obstructing our path, can we not seek an alternate route? We could employ the 5 ghosts transporting technique to lead our forces through another direction into Black Cloud Mountain. Black Cloud Mountain stretches for 800 miles, dotted with countless barbarian encampments, and blocks the advance of the 3 passes. It is an impossible task. There are only 3 entrances to Black Cloud Mountain. Besides the young lord, 2 colleagues are advancing from the other directions. It is said that they too face obstruction from malevolent cultivators, sealing off their entrance. Chang Wuho sighed. Winter has now set in. Although the climate of the southern barbarians differs from that of the central plains, in a few days, we may find ourselves unable to mobilize and cleanse Black Cloud Mountain this year. Daoist Sun fixated on the swirling black mist and suddenly had a flash of inspiration, asking, Might my lord wait another 10 days? Chang Wuho's eyes brightened. Does the Daoist have a plan? If we, as fellow cultivators, join forces to refine a thunderous incantation, perhaps we can dismantle the grand formation directly, but preparing the incantation requires time. Before Daoist Lu could respond, several other practitioners chimed in. One remarked, Elder Sun, you wouldn't be contemplating that idea, would you? While we can assist, this method requires talismans. Do you have any talismans from the Thunder Lord on hand? Another voiced his concerns. Refining the thunderous incantation takes time. Is there still enough time? He quickly added, I must admit, I am not well versed in the thunderous incantation. The styles of our various incantations differ greatly. Are you planning for us to assist in refining your specific thunderous incantation? The group engaged in lively discussion. Yet to Chang Wuho, it was evident they had devised a plan. He interjected, 10 days seems rather lengthy. Coordinating with the other 2 parties may prove difficult. Could we not shorten that time frame? That Daoist Sun hesitated. Nearby, Daoist Lu spoke up. Recently, many wandering cultivators have arrived at Tiger's Roar Pass. I hear they intend to venture to Xuannu Peak to capture demons. With Black Cloud Mountain obstructing their path, they too are hindered. Perhaps we could enlist their assistance? Refining the thunderous incantation would be a trivial matter, and it would facilitate their journey to Xuannu Peak. Surely, they would not refuse. As the group conferred, Daoist Sun was about to seek help when a radiant light suddenly streaked in from the north. The crimson light, ablaze with flames, shot straight towards Black Cloud Mountain. Not good. Another fellow cultivator ventures south. Daoist Sun's expression changed as he hurriedly told Daoist Lu, Quickly, we must rescue him. In recent days, numerous practitioners from the Xuandu sect had arrived in the southern barbarians for the purpose of capturing demons. However, due to their lack of experience. Many had been harmed by the fiends within Black Cloud Mountain, and were currently recuperating within Tiger's Roar Pass. The radiant light approached Black Cloud Mountain, where the ominous clouds suddenly extended a shadowy hand to seize it. Yet, the radiant light was agile and transformed gracefully, sweeping the dark hand away with its fiery tail. Seeing this, Daoist's son felt a surge of joy. Could it be a fellow cultivator at the Golden Core stage? As he and Daoist Lu joined forces to assist, he called out, "Friend, Black Cloud Mountain is guarded by demonic sect practitioners. They have set a formation to obstruct our forces. Might I request your presence within Tiger's Roar Pass to discuss strategies to vanquish the demons?" The two Golden Core cultivators worked together to shield the radiant light from the demonic energies surging forth from Black Cloud Mountain. However, the radiant light paused momentarily in midair, circled around Black Cloud Mountain, and then plunged back into the 9 nether mists. Witnessing this scene, Daoist Lu's face darkened. This fellow cultivator is quite reckless. Does he dare to charge into the 9 nether mists alone? Is that not courting death? How could one so impetuous achieve the Golden Core? While Daoist's son repelled the demonic light, he shouted in anger, "What is the point of your lamentations? We must hurry to rescue him." In recent days, due to matters concerning the Jade Sound King of Xuannu Peak, many cultivators had come to capture demons. Some had recklessly entered Black Cloud Mountain, only to be overwhelmed by the demonic practitioners. The two Daoists, motivated by their camaraderie, had focused on rescuing others these past few days. Now, witnessing another Golden Core cultivator act so rashly, they felt a deep frustration, yet still flew toward the 9 nether mists. At that moment, a scream suddenly echoed from within the black mist, followed by a burst of fiery yellow flames igniting within the darkness. The two Daoists hesitated. It sounds as if it could be the primary erased demonic cultivator. They exchanged uncertain glances, pondering, could this fellow truly be breaking the formation? They landed outside the array to observe carefully. Shortly after, a thunderous roar erupted from within the mist, and the flames coalesced, rising into the sky to form a massive fire crow, which then surged back into the black mist. This strike thoroughly dispersed the malevolent mist from the 9 nether. Subsequently, a gray-robed Daoist emerged, holding a grotesque human head in his hand, slowly stepping out from among the strange stones. Upon witnessing the dissolution of the mist, Chang Wuho, riding his dragon steed, hastily approached Sun and Lu, disregarding the protests of his personal guards. "Masters, what is this?" Daoist's son replied dryly. "It appears this fellow cultivator has indeed broken the formation." The annihilation of the 9 nether mist was within the capabilities of both Daoist Lu and himself. It was not beyond possibility to confront the demonic soldiers and evil spirits alone. In a confrontation between a practitioner and a demonic cultivator, one might achieve success individually. However, when 3 tasks are undertaken concurrently, it becomes a perplexing endeavor. Yet, this particular fellow practitioner single-handedly dismantled a formidable demonic formation, and it appears he still possesses considerable strength. Who might this practitioner be? Could he possibly hail from one of those esteemed sects? At that moment, the gray-robed Taoist approached the assembly. "Are you planning to assault Black Cloud Mountain? Who stands as the commander of the defenses? Consider this head as my greeting gift. Let us deliberate on how to vanquish the enemy." He discreetly scrutinized the Taoist, whose countenance bore the marks of middle age and whose voice was gravelly. "I am Luya, a mere wandering cultivator, with the whole of the 9 provinces as my home." Chapter 29. The bro net awaits the yellow sparrow. As the maze was unraveled, Lord Changwu immediately dispatched personnel to station at the mountain pass, preparing to lead an assault into the Black Cloud Mountain at dawn to eradicate the 100 strongholds. This evening, he hosted a welcoming feast for the recently arrived Daoist Luya. Not only Daoist Luya, but also the practitioners who had rushed to Tiger Howl Pass in recent days were invited to discuss plans for the annihilation of Black Cloud Mountain. In the Grand Hall, Lord Changwu occupied the main seat, flanked by 2 loyal guards, while the guest seats were filled with various cultivators from the immortal sections. On the left side sat Daoist's son and Daoist Lu, alongside those who had joined the army to assist Lord Changwu in the campaign against the southern barbarians. On the right side were the newcomers, with Daoist Luya seated prominently, directly facing Daoist Sunday. Under Daoist Luya's influence, several loose cultivators bore expressions of delight, their spirits uplifted as they glanced across the table. This group had eagerly come to the southern barbarians to hunt demons, only to suffer setbacks in Black Cloud Mountain. leaving them to hide in Tiger Hell Pass to recuperate. Over the past few days, they had endured mockery from the military cultivators for their ignorance and reckless bravado. Yet, in the end, it was these practitioners from the Central Plains who aided in their escape and dismantled the formations. Reflecting on this, the loose cultivators grew even more enthusiastic towards Daoist Luya, raising their cups in toast. Daoist Luya remained impassive, drinking each toast offered by the others. However, secretly, the celestial spirit of Jun Tian evaporated the wine. You are underage, drink less. Daoist Luya was a new identity prepared by Renhong. He had the celestial spirit employ transformation techniques to temporarily alter his appearance to that of a 30-year-old cultivator. The celestial spirit communicated through ventriloquism, while he provided instructions from the side. Observing the lavish feast, Renhong felt no appetite. Killing humans was unlike slaughtering beasts. Not long ago, he had plunged into a demonic formation to slay a demon lord, even carrying the severed head in a show of bravado before Lord Changwu. To this day, he still sensed the lingering stench of blood on his hands, rendering even vegetarian dishes unappetizing to him. The practitioners present often practiced fasting. So when Lord Changwu noticed Renhong's lack of appetite, he paid it no mind. After 3 rounds of toasting, Lord Changwu tentatively inquired, Daoist Luya, what brings you to the southern barbarians? For the Jade Sound King of Su Nlo Peak, came the reply. Another mention of the Jade Sound King? Daoist Sun and Lu exchanged glances, pondering the origins of this female demon that had attracted so many to hunt her. Are you also here for the Jade Sound King? A man in red asked in surprise. Did you come at the invitation of the Southern Yudao sect? Or? I saw a notice at Su Ndi Temple seeking an ancient musical instrument for refinement. Coincidentally, I heard the Jade Sound Demon was hiding in the Southern Barbarians. So I made my way here. Months prior, the Celestial Spirit had posted a notice at Su Ndi Temple, masquerading as a practitioner from the Eastern Sea seeking assistance from fellow cultivators across the 9 provinces to locate an ancient musical instrument to serve as a treasure embryo, offering as compensation a tome detailing inner alchemy practices. Ah, that notice, the man remarked, his expression revealing a flicker of realization. Su Ndi Palace's influence spanned the 9 provinces, with temples established in various locales to accommodate practitioners from all directions. When a practitioner needed assistance, they would post a notice at Su Ndi Temple, disseminating it across the 9 provinces to seek help from others, similar to a government proclamation, but more tailored to practitioners. Daoist Luya turned his gaze to the man. It seems the Southern Yudao sect is also involved with this demoness? This was something Renhong and the Celestial Spirit were unaware of. To evade detection by the pursuers from Kunlun and to create a legitimate excuse to confront the demoness, they concocted this notice to justify their visit to the southern region. The Daoist's eyes flickered with fiery intensity as the man in red sensed the pressure of a golden core-level presence and quickly averted his gaze. I heard the demoness stole a treasure from the Southern Yudao sect, inciting their wrath and leading them to widely invite fellow practitioners to hunt her down. A treasure? Daoist Luya raised an eyebrow but remained silent. With the celestial spirit of Jun Tian at his disposal, he indeed held no interest in anything less than an immortal artifact. I will consider it, he said, but has the Southern Yudao sect sent people as well? They are not at Tiger Hell Pass, but stationed at another border. It is said that several direct disciples have arrived, and with their assistance, they should be able to dismantle the formations there. In a few days, we can take down Black Cloud Mountain. Ah, I see. The celestial spirit whispered to Renhong. Mockingly, these loose cultivators regard the minor power of the Southern Yudao sect as a grand sect. Renhong concealed his right hand within his sleeve, discreetly writing on the Jade ruler. The Southern Yu sect is, after all, a sect that establishes the Tao and cultivates the ruler. Naturally, they differ from these loose cultivators. Surveying the room, apart from Daoist Sun and Lu who had reached the golden core stage, the other practitioners exhibited varying levels of foundational roots and true fire. Using the floating mirror to secretly observe the flow of their spiritual energy apart from the 2 golden core masters, Renhong's power could easily overwhelm everyone present. The celestial spirit remarked, against these loose cultivators, you need not employ sword techniques. A single punch would suffice to take them down. Hearing the loose cultivators extol the Southern Yudao's teachings while disparaging their own teachings infuriated the celestial spirit. Renhong smiled gently, silently writing words of comfort to the spirit. At this moment, Lord Changwu invited everyone to join in the assault on Black Cloud Mountain. Esteemed mortals, You must pass through Black Cloud Mountain en route to Xianxia-sci-fi Peak. The demonic cultivators of Black Cloud Mountain are wreaking havoc, and we urgently require your assistance. Rest assured, esteemed immortals, regardless of your intentions, as long as you are willing to partake in this battle, I, the young lord, will ensure your contributions are duly recognized. Daoist Sun added, esteemed friends, though you may enjoy a leisurely existence and shun mundane riches and titles, aiding in the dragon's teaching brings merit. And there are elixirs from Su-Nd Palace as rewards. What could be more delightful? Daoist Luya remained contemplative, while a loose cultivator inquired. After the eradication of Black Cloud Mountain, will the court establish a mountain office or convert the mountain into farmland? Nothing has been decided yet. But the Earth's energy is surging and shifting. Esteemed friends, your assistance would be welcomed. To enlighten the 9 provinces with the holy Tao and to suppress the myriad tribes with royal authority has been the tradition of our dynasty for centuries. Each time we expand our territory, we seize the spiritual energy of the new lands to incorporate it into the 9 provinces. The reason why the land of the Red County is blessed with exceptional individuals and rich resources is closely tied to the transfer of the dragon vein and the absorption of the spiritual energy from the vast northwest wilderness. In ancient times, a divine being battled at the northwest pillar, leading to a collapse of the heavens in the northwest and a sinking of the southeast, transforming the continent into a wasteland while an immeasurable amount of spiritual energy merged into the central plains, leading to the establishment of the great Kunlun Mountain and the profound fortune of the 9 provinces. Having tasted the sweetness of expansion, the Red County actively sought to extend its reach, nourishing the dragon vein of the 9 provinces with the earth spirits of the 8 desolations. Should Black Cloud Mountain fall, the inhabitants of the 100 strongholds would be forcibly relocated to the central plains for resettlement. The entire Black Cloud Mountain would be integrated into the provinces of Jing and Liang, either dismantled to allow the earth spirits to nourish the great mountains of the 2 provinces, or purified for the establishment of another blessed land by Su-Nd Palace. Throughout this process, practitioners participating would be able to share in the benefits of the earth spirits. The celestial spirit whispered, the earth spirits are indeed valuable. They can transform the foothills and enrich the spiritual veins. If we could gather a portion of the earth spirits from Black Cloud Mountain to nourish Lotus Flower Mountain, it would greatly benefit your future endeavors to establish a heavenly abode. Rinhong remained impassive, riding on the Jade Ruler. We'll discuss this later. However, since Black Cloud Mountain obstructed their path, they would need to traverse it to reach Xianxia-sci-fi Peak. Though the celestial spirit could transport him alone to Xianxia-sci-fi Peak, doing so would leave them isolated in the demon-infested domain, vulnerable to attacks from ancient demonic beings, and would risk drawing the attention of Kunlun pursuers to their presence. Thus, the optimal plan was to navigate through Black Cloud Mountain, diverting the focus of the demonic cultivators, allowing Rinhong to blend in with the group of practitioners as they journeyed together to Xianxia-sci-fi Peak. Dao brother, later you should coordinate with the loose cultivators. Inform them that if we obtain the Dao book, we can all study it together. The Kunlun Dao texts are numerous, and those classified as superior immortal texts must certainly be the great Dao texts transmitted from the Golden Quarters and Purple Mansions. However, Rinhong's text might be somewhat lower in rank within the Kunlun texts. Regarding the assault on Black Cloud Mountain, Rinhong did not hesitate and readily agreed alongside the other loose cultivators. In the stillness of the night, he and other wandering cultivators took refuge in the residence of the Marquis of Changwu, preparing for the upcoming demon-slaying expedition. As the night deepened, a figure stealthily departed from the estate, soaring 300 miles away to a small hill. Atop the mountain, a cultivator clad in azure robes meditated in tranquility. Upon opening his eyes, he addressed his companion. Thank you, Songshiti. What is the situation? A total of 12 cultivators had arrived due to the presence of the Pipa demon. A man in red sat upon the ground, reporting, however, we have yet to locate the predecessors Rinhong and Jun Tian. Not at all. Chu Shidao's expression turned curious. How many among them possess mastery over thunder and fire or pure yang techniques? Chu Shidao and Song Han were disciples of Bailing Daojun, sent to search for the pure Yang Jun Tian. They had chosen to part ways with Meng Geng under the pretense of a different mission. A few months prior, Chu Shidao had discovered the whereabouts of the jade-faced Pipa, thus sparking his interest. After Jun Tian Xianling was dispatched on a task from Xuandu Temple, he deliberately leaked information regarding the jade-faced Pipa to lure Rinhong and xianxia-sci-fi into the open. As for Song Han, he had directly assumed the guise of a wandering cultivator, mingling with the crowd under the pretext of demon catching. Among those skilled in thunder, fire, and pure yang techniques, there were 5 in total. A pair of brothers from the Chang family, twins who shared a profound connection, despite being in the Foundation establishment realm, could rival true fire realm experts with their combined thunder and fire techniques. There was also a cultivator named Yanyanzi, adept in fire spells and accompanied by an earth spirit of fire. A thunder mage named Jia Yu wielded thunder spells that resembled the techniques of the 5 Thunder sect. Additionally, a Daoist named Luya of the Golden Core realm was present, employing the Fire Crow technique. Is there no one else? Chu Shidao inquired. None, came the reply. Chu Shidao fell into contemplation. Ren Hong had only recently begun his cultivation. Should he attempt to capture the Peepa demon, it would undoubtedly be a ruse orchestrated by Jun Tian, thus indicating a connection to the pure yang path. Senior brother. Even if our speculation holds true and Jun Tian brings a disciple from Longxian down the mountain, would the inexperienced Ren Hong truly venture forth? Should he not be diligently cultivating in some secluded mountain? You raise a valid point. However, if they retreat to a remote mountain for decades without a trace, how might we locate them? Thus, Chu Shidao, like Master Ming, sought to trace Ren Hong as a lead. One remained vigilant at Ren Hong's home, while the other awaited opportunities along the escape routes of the 3 demons from years past. Moreover, I have another purpose for seeking the jade-faced Peepa at this time. Another purpose? The Peepa demon has stolen a treasure from Nanyue. Are you aware of this? I have heard whispers, Song Han scoffed. Had it not been for the shallowness of Nanyue's disciples, lured by the jade-faced Peepa, the commotion would not have attracted so many wandering cultivators. Originally, according to their calculations, the jade-faced Peepa was a golden core demon. Even if they spread word of it, only a handful of golden core cultivators would come to subdue it. They intended to engage with each one to ascertain the whereabouts of Jun Tian Xianling. However, the Nanyue sect had broadly invited fellow practitioners to descend and capture the demon, causing quite the uproar. Some wandering cultivators came to curry favor with the Nanyue sect, while others sought the so-called treasure. With the 3 armies from Heiyun Mountain converging, along with members of the Nanyue sect, over 100 individuals had gathered. Senior brother, you don't intend to covet that treasure for yourself, do you? Let me be frank. What treasures could possibly originate from the small realm of the Nanyue sect? In this regard, both Song Han and Jun Tian Xianling shared a common disdain for the Nanyue sect. Even if it were a treasure forged by the Nanyue sect, such as the Hengshan staff, it would hardly pique my interest. Yet this treasure is different. Chu Shidao suddenly smiled. You must be familiar with the Nanji Ding? The Nanji Ding resides within the Nanyue sect? Song Han's expression turned peculiar. How? Is that even possible? That is a question for our junior brother Bai Luo. Regardless, our encounter with the Nanji Ding is merely a serendipitous opportunity. Should we encounter it, splendid, but if not, it is of no consequence. What matters most now is Jun Tian Xianling keep a vigilant eye on those 5 cultivators. It is possible Ren Hong and Jun Tian Xianling are among them. I shall investigate the other 2 locations. I hope they may be found here. Although dispatched down the mountain as part of a confidential mission entrusted by our master, could it be that they have been idling in the mortal realm for so long without completing their task? As for the matters concerning Heiyun Mountain, Chu Shidao remarked nonchalantly, a mere gathering of demonic brats. Junior brother, your presence among these wandering cultivators will be of assistance to them. As the leaders of the Xianmen, it is our duty to extend a helping hand to fellow practitioners in distress. If possible, strive to preserve the lives of these wandering cultivators. Chapter 30. The 100 Scales slaying immortal sword. The next day, General Chang Wu led his army into the mountains. Ren Hong, disguised as the Daoist Luya, moved alongside other cultivators. He rode upon a fire crow, a manifestation of the vermilion bird, soaring through the air with the rest. Daoist's sun pointed towards the ominous, cloud-covered mountain ahead. Within Black Cloud Mountain, there are 8 golden core demon cultivators. They have set up prohibitive laws within the mountain, and the mysterious black clouds before us obscure our spiritual senses. Thus, we must maintain communication and avoid reckless actions. Of course, Brother Lu helped us slay a demon cultivator yesterday. That demon hails from Wushan Village, and our route today takes advantage of this opportunity to capture Wushan Village along with 18 nearby outposts. Observing the rolling dark clouds, a man in red hesitantly inquired, "What of the other 2 armies? Yesterday, Lord Jun transmitted messages to the other two forces. Last night, the comrades from the South Yu sect broke through the obstructive formations. While we have yet to receive news from the other route, our alliance with the South Yu sect should suffice. For golden cores? The red-clad man's expression shifted. The South Yu sect possesses exquisite techniques. With 4 golden core cultivators united, they should be capable of subduing Black Cloud Mountain. We, on the other hand, have 3 golden core experts. Yin Yinzi clapped in approval. The efforts of those golden core cultivators will be much appreciated. The other scattered cultivators also displayed expressions of delight. 7 against 7. With so many experts on their side, they felt assured of their safety. At this moment, the celestial spirit whispered to Ren Hong, "Look, this is vision. This is the disparity. Merely 4 golden cores, yet they carry themselves so. In the eyes of the Kunlun Dao Lords, only those with true spirit could be deemed truly capable, possessing a place in Kunlun ruins." The golden core stage was still a phase of earnest cultivation, necessitating patient nurturing. The other 6 sects of the 7 great sects generally adhered to this tradition. Golden core was the initiation, while true spirit was the true mark of a master. However, this perspective differed for sects like Xiang and South Yu. For them, nurturing a single golden core disciple was already a monumental achievement. A golden core cultivator is capable of standing alone, serving their sect. As for true spirit, look at the true spirits of Kunlun. They are often dispatched by the Dao Lords on various missions. In contrast, within the South Yu sect, a true spirit is a pillar of strength, a stabilizing force for the sect's fortune, not to be casually commanded. The South Yu sect had dispatched 4 golden core cultivators this time, which undoubtedly stirred genuine ire among scattered cultivators like Yin Yinzi. Yet, for those hailing from Kunlun, such as the celestial spirit of Jun Tian and Song Han, the sentiment was different. A flicker of disdain crossed the red-clad man's eyes, though he concealed it, applauding instead. The South Yu sect truly lives up to its reputation as a great sect of the Immortal Gate, sending forth 4 golden core great cultivators for a mere peep of spirit. It was not that he underestimated the South Yu sect, even without comparing it to the entirety of Kunlun. The strength of the 9 celestial peaks alone could easily overpower the South Yu sect. The 5 mountain sects combined had only 5 Dao Lords, while the 2 lineages of 9 celestial peaks and Xianyuan Peak together boasted 5 Dao Lords, including 2 at the pinnacle of Great Ascension. On the verge of Ascension themselves, Song Han mused internally. The 4 golden cores of the South Yu sect could likely be subdued by just a single golden core disciple from our 9 celestial peaks. After General Chang Wu led his army into the mountains, a sudden blaze swept through the withered branches and yellow leaves, igniting a fierce inferno that manifested as a 10-foot-tall flame giant. The army appeared somewhat flustered, yet under the imposing presence of General Chang Wu, they maintained their formation, awaiting the cultivator's response. In the void, Yin Yinzi guffawed, feeling the opportunity arise. "Fellow Daoists, this is a technique of wind and fire manipulation. Allow me to handle this." Just as he was about to unleash his fire spirit to consume the giant, a cacophony erupted nearby. By the time he realized it, the flame giant had already been devoured by a fire crow, which then perched upon the arm of the gray-robed Daoist. "Protect the army. I shall take my leave first." With that, Luya took flight atop the fire crow. Song Han intended to pursue, but reconsidered, deciding to hold back for the moment. As a golden core cultivator, even if besieged by multiple golden cores, he deemed it unlikely he would lose his life. Beside him, Sun and Lu exchanged wry smiles. "Luya truly has a hasty temperament. Very well, let us hasten, lest our friend encounters danger alone." After contacting General Chang Wu, he promptly accelerated the march towards the nearest black bamboo village. Ren Hong, under the guise of Luya, flew upon the fire crow for a while until the celestial spirit of Jun Tian called to him. "That will suffice." Coming to a halt, Ren Hong stood upon an ancient pine, surveying the darkened forest. He silently inscribed on a jade ruler, "How is your yang spirit sense?" After reaching the foundation establishment stage, one could forge their mental energy into spiritual perception, projecting it outward to sense the subtle movements of their surroundings. However, upon entering the black clouds, Ren Hong found his spiritual perception interfered with by an inexplicable force, severely suppressed, allowing him only to perceive a mere area around him. "My yang spirit sense is also suppressed, though to a lesser extent. I can at least observe a distance of 1 or 2 li." Upon hearing this, Ren Hong inscribed another line. "Perceive the nearby mountain villages. We shall execute targeted strikes. General Jiang Wu had previously provided detailed information about the circumstances within Black Cloud Mountain. Within the 800-li stretch of Black Cloud Mountain resided 8 golden core demon cultivators, each inhabiting one of the 8 major villages. They were revered by the villagers as deities, enjoying offerings of blood sacrifices. Beyond these 8 demon cultivators, other mountain strongholds had also been established by various other fiends, who either had affiliations or were subordinate to the 8 major demon cultivators. Each of these smaller villages typically housed at least one foundation establishment demon cultivator. As General Jiang Wu's army sought to dismantle these strongholds, they aimed to eradicate each one and capture all villagers to relocate them for re-education elsewhere. Having secluded himself in Lotus Mountain for nearly half a year, Ren Hong had scarcely engaged in combat. Aside from a skirmish at Xiaoshui and an encounter at Lingyang County, as well as the slaying of a demon cultivator the previous day, it seemed he had not fought since descending the mountain. Nodding, Ren Hong wrote, "Let us proceed to Cueyun Village. You shall lead the way." Cueyun Village, one of the 8 major strongholds of Black Cloud Mountain, was also the oldest village on the mountain. According to the information provided by General Jiang Wu, the villagers had inhabited this place since the time when Black Cloud Mountain was still known as Cueyun Mountain. The master of Cueyun Village, Elder Baizhu, wielded the 100-scale slaying immortal sword and had secluded himself for 300 years. This elder demon was known for his patience years prior. When the Black Cloud trio had fled to this area, he did not confront them, but rather restrained the villagers of Cueyun Village, allowing them to remain hidden. Even when the trio renamed Cueyun Mountain to Black Cloud Mountain and obscured the once clear skies, this elder demon did not take action. If General Jiang Wu's information is accurate, I suspect this elder may be affiliated with the Spirit Serpent sect. The demonic sect comprises 5 cardinal directions and 72 paths, with the Spirit Serpent sect being one of the Earth Fiend's 72 paths, adept at taming serpents. The 100-scale slaying immortal sword is one of the 7 secret swords of the Spirit Serpent sect, said to be capable of combining into the Great Azure Demon Slaughter Sword Classic upon achieving mastery. You must be extremely cautious with this elder demon. Ren Hong had first encountered the Great Azure Demon Slaughter Sword Classic when the Cold Pool Elder introduced him to it upon his arrival at Lotus Mountain. As the foremost sword classic of the demonic sect, it is unparalleled in its ruthless efficacy, rivaled only by the Celestial sect's extermination sword techniques. Given the methods of sword refinement derived from this demonic sword classic, Ren Hong naturally could not afford to be careless. Upon reaching the vicinity of Cueyun Village, Ren Hong summoned forth the Fire Crow. While it appeared as a fire crow on the surface, it was, in fact, a vermilion bird nurtured by the southern Ming Li fire. Under the celestial spirit's magical influence, this vermilion bird, though still in the realm of illusion, was vividly lifelike. Its feathers fully manifested, rivaling even golden core cultivators. The vermilion bird, a divine creature, is the nemesis of serpents. As the vermilion bird appeared near Cueyun Village, the serpents kept within the village began to stir restlessly. Who goes there? A gleam of azure sword light burst forth from the village, aiming directly at Ren Hong. Chapter 31. The 3 crows ignite fire. The divine sparrow refines the banner. The azure sword energy surged menacingly, its lethal intent piercing directly towards Ren Hong's face. Yet, his expression remained unperturbed as he calmly commanded the Jun Tian Xianling to deploy the transformation of the rainbow technique to evade the attack. The spot he had just occupied was struck by the azure light, emitting a hissing sound as wisps of emerald clouds billowed forth, revealing the chaotic dance of 100 serpents that corroded the surrounding meadow into a deep pit. Indeed, it is you, the elder in the hemp robe, brandishing his sword, charged forth. Upon witnessing Ren Hong's transformation of the rainbow technique, he suddenly understood. Humph. You killed the old crow yesterday. Today, you have set your sights on me? Elder Baizhu, on high alert, summoned the 100 scales severing sword, which emanated tendrils of azure mist, enveloping his surroundings entirely. The previous day's execution of the demon cultivator from Wushenzhai had brought their 7 members together in consultation. They had concluded that the practitioner of the fire crow technique was the most formidable, particularly due to his mastery of the transformation of the rainbow. Although golden core cultivators could traverse the skies, their speed was constrained by various factors. Generally, a golden core cultivator could fly 1,000 miles in an hour, with the faster ones reaching about 2,000. However, Renhong's speed in executing the transformation of the rainbow had already reached 3,000 miles in an hour. To the demon cultivators, this was evidently a secret celestial technique passed down from the school of Luya, reserved for the premier sections. Which sect do you belong to? Nanyu sect? Or perhaps Songshan sect? Or is it Li Huadao? Elder Baizhu could not fathom that this was merely the Jun Tian Xianling utilizing its spiritual essence to simulate flight, cheating with the speed of a true immortal. The demon pondered. This practitioner is extraordinarily swift. I must be cautious. And that fire crow, if I am not mistaken, it bears the faint aura of the Nan Ming Li Hua. Yet, having emerged from a powerful demonic sect, his experience was vast. This fire crow seemed to follow the path of shedding crow feathers, emerging sparrow plumes, merely yet to transform into a true vermilion bird, nonetheless. A golden core fire crow should not be underestimated. The old demon gently stirred the severing sword, summoning a flicker of spiritual essence from within. Suddenly, a charming laughter echoed amidst the azure mist. From the clouds, a beautiful serpent with a woman's upper body and a serpent's tail emerged, ethereal and alluring. The celestial spirit had previously speculated that the 100 scales severing sword might be a flying sword that underwent a transformation. However, it now appeared that it had been forged from the remains of a golden core serpent demon, having completed its third transformation. Renhong, with caution, propelled the fire crow towards the old demon. The golden core serpent demon expanded in size to 3 zhang, using its tail to shield Elder Baizhu while repelling the oncoming fire crow. After being driven back, the crimson-yellow fire crow did not return to Renhong, but instead soared aloft, its wings flapping to conjure additional fire crows. These fire crows were not the illusory spirits of the Six Harmonies great spell, but rather the most common fire crow spells from the Xianmen. However, under the enhancement of the Nan Ming Li Hua, over 100 fire crows charged with disregard for their spiritual power towards the Serpent Maiden. Upon impact with the azure mist, the fire crows ignited the poisonous cloud, forcing the Serpent Maiden's spiritual essence to gradually diminish. What formidable fire crows! Elder Baizhu realized he could not afford to delay, executing the demon sect sword technique against Luya. A series of transformations in his 100 variations of the spirit snake swordplay manifested a torrent of serpent shadows surging towards Renhong. Unfazed, Renhong once more employed the radiant light to evade. In his stead, a new fire crow emerged, equally vigorous. Akin to a divine beast lunging at the sword-wielding Elder Baizhu, the massive serpent tide, resembling a colossal azure snake, suddenly halted. And the elder's expression changed drastically. How is this possible? This fellow can summon 2 golden core fire crows. He hastily swung his sword to defend himself. Fortunately, after years of cultivation, he was experienced and adept, swiftly altering his sword technique. The azure sword light spun in an arc, narrowly avoiding the fire crow. However, the serpent tide, formed from the sword energy, was obliterated amidst the flames. Jun Tian Xianling observed this scene and secretly transmitted a message to Renhong. The Six Harmonies great spell can actually summon 2 identical spirits simultaneously. He had always believed that the Six Harmonies divine beasts possessed uniqueness. Yet now, it seemed that multiple entities could coexist. Could it be that 6 vermilion birds or 6 azure dragons could simultaneously exist? If so, perhaps he could utilize certain secret techniques from Kunlun? Renhong smiled nonchalantly, evading into the sky once more, summoning a 3rd fire crow disguised as a vermilion bird. Jun Tian Xianling fell silent, astonished by the extent of Renhong's progress over the past 6 months. Simultaneously summoning 3 Six Harmonies divine beasts, now under the enhancement of celestial power, was tantamount to 3 golden core vermilion birds besieging Elder Baizhu. The old demon was indeed unfortunate. Renhong had just embarked on his path when he encountered this predicament. With a gentle clap of his hands, the 3 fire crows encircled Elder Baizhu, spewing forth Nan Ming Li Hua to envelop him entirely. The Nan Ming Li Hua, one of the 9 great divine fires of the world, was not something to confront head-on. Elder Baizhu felt a sense of foreboding and swiftly invoked a spell to counteract. The sword light slashed, forming phosphorescent serpents that lunged towards the fire crows amidst the toxic mist. Though the flames were fierce, for a time, the serpent tide obstructed the advance of the fire crows, preventing them from encroaching within 3 feet of Elder Baizhu. The celestial spirit advised Renhong, be cautious. This old demon values his life and is likely preparing to flee. Renhong, with a smile, silently commanded the fire crows. The flames intertwined, and each fire crow unleashed the fire crow spell, their wings flapping to generate 300 fire crows that danced through the inferno, extinguishing the serpents in their path. Witnessing this spectacle, the elder panicked, calling out to Luya in the heavens. What skill is it to rely on the kin of the fire crows? If you possess the ability, come down and compete with me in swordsmanship. Renhong did not spare him a glance, directing the 3 vermilion birds to consolidate their power in unison, attempting to refine the 3 vermilion birds with the diminutive Ru-E forbidden technique. The flames shifted once more, and behind each fire crow, a crimson banner unfurled. The 3 banners converged, creating a tri-flame inferno array that ensnared Elder Baizhu, sealing off all avenues of escape. The celestial spirit observed Elder Baizhu enduring amidst the sea of flames for a good half-hour, his sword energy weaving a nearly impenetrable defense. Even exhibiting signs of spiritual awakening, clearly a master of swordsmanship approaching the realm of spiritual essence. Jun Tian Xianling sighed inwardly. What a formidable master of demonic swordplay. Yet he has not even managed to draw out a single strand of Renhong's sword energy. Such a tragic fate. However, if Renhong were to engage him in swordplay, he might very well lose all 5 fingers. Seeing Elder Baizhu's swordsmanship prowess, the celestial spirit understood. Even with his assistance, Renhong could not surpass the elder in martial skill. Swordplay is the most demanding form of combat, where a single misstep could lead to demise. Yet, their compatibility was woefully poor. The spirit thought, as a divine bird, the vermilion bird inherently counters serpents and insects, particularly against the 100 scales severing sword. Coupled with the all-consuming nature of the Nan Ming Li Hua, Renhong need not approach. Merely relying on the 6 harmonies great spell could easily vanquish him. Elder Baizhu, a veteran demon of a great sect, endured for a full hour under the searing flames of the 3 vermilion birds before ultimately succumbing to Renhong's relentless assault. Amidst his final cries of anguish and curses, the azure mist gradually dissipated within the flames. Chapter 32. Renhong's combat style with the demise of the Elder Banju. Only the 100-scale sword of immortal slaying remained amidst the raging flames. Renhong gradually subdued the fire, summoning the 3-headed vermilion bird banner through the lesser Ru-E forbidden. As the 3 crimson banners approached, they spontaneously disintegrated into fiery blasts that surged forth. If the Lihua could vanquish the aged demon Banju, Renhong, still a tender youth with delicate skin, would certainly not allow the flames to mar his visage. With a gentle flick of his sleeve, a serene azure light emerged, conjuring a mysterious tortoise spirit that extinguished the southern Lihua with the true water of Xianyuan. Renhong, how did you come to use the lesser Ru-E forbidden to refine the spirit, while summoning the celestial serpent to retrieve the 100-scale sword of immortal slaying? Renhong inscribed on his jade ruler. The vermilion bird spirit is a manifestation of my magical power. The lesser Ru-E forbidden can refine magical energy into treasures. Hence I made this modest attempt. Alas, it was unsuccessful. Quite impressive indeed. To conceive such a notion shortly after learning the lesser Ru-E forbidden and to materialize the vermilion bird banner. This lad's perceptiveness. The celestial spirit smiled bitterly to itself. If the Kunlun crowd were to know, they would surely be envious. The spirit recognized that Renhong's approach aligned perfectly with the vision of his master from years past. The Kunlun sect practiced the art of magic to substitute treasures with their formidable power, seamlessly blending the essence of the Xian Forbidden and the Red Book. The 9 Dragons' divine fire shield of Qianyuan Peak was birthed in such a manner, refining 9 azure divine flames to nurture a true dragon, which was then transformed into a treasure. Renhong's 6 harmony great spell inherently possesses form, embodying both illusory and true spirits. Should he attain enlightenment in the oneness of primordial energy and the essence of all things, he could naturally transform the 6 divine beasts into temporary treasures. Summoning them as needed would negate the necessity of dispersing them into magical energy or the tedious daily ritual of treasure refinement. As the celestial serpent coiled around the sword of immortal slaying, Renhong grasped it just as the sword suddenly emanated azure vapor, revealing a captivating azure-tailed serpent maiden. The Honorable One has slain the Elder Banju, avenging my demise and the loss of my treasured artifact. I am willing to serve you. The serpent maiden, shrouded in blood mist, clearly was no benign entity. Renhong, having been warned by his mother in his youth about the fable of the farmer and the snake, felt no compassion for this mere demoness. His expression remained unchanged as he summoned the vermilion bird spirit to reignite the southern Hua against the sword of immortal slaying. The azure serpent maiden cried out repeatedly, "Spare me, honorable one. If you grant me mercy, I shall bestow upon you a celestial opportunity." Her pleas reached a crescendo, as she even offered to become a consort to secure her survival. "My sister once obtained a celestial opportunity. Upon her death, it passed to me. If only you." Ren Hong chuckled coldly, a flick of his flame erasing the demoness' essence from the sword. The celestial spirit, observing the scene, inquired curiously, "Are you not intrigued by her so-called celestial opportunity?" Ren Hong silently inscribed on the jade ruler, "Do you believe her knowledge of celestial opportunities surpasses yours?" Indeed, the spirit conceded. The Li Hua refined the flying sword, and soon the malevolent aura surrounding the 100-scale sword was entirely purged, transforming it into a pristine, white-boned sword. Ren Hong wrote, "Such demonic artifacts are unfit for the true sect of the Xianmen, the direct lineage of Yuling." It was not arrogance that led Ren Hong to this conclusion, but rather a genuine perception of a subtle demonic essence within the sword. Even after being scorched by the southern Li Hua, a trace of that demonic seed remained hidden within the blade. Should he remain in its company for long, that seed could gradually corrupt his heart and lead him astray into demonic paths. This is precisely where the deceptions of the demonic path lie. As long as a demonic item persists, the seed remains, capable of reshaping the demonic realm through the lives of many. The pure Yang Dao excels at purging demons. And with the celestial spirit by his side, Ren Hong would not succumb to the corruption of his heart nor fall into the demonic path. Of course, the exception lay with the Cold Pool demon, a formidable being capable of contending with the Yushu Patriarch, an entity not to be trifled with. Ren Hong temporarily stowed the sword of immortal slaying, accompanying the celestial spirit on a tour of the Xin stockade, incinerating various demonic entities and venomous serpents. He left a letter for General Chong Wu before proceeding to the next stockade. The 8 major stockades of Black Cloud Mountain were distanced from one another, and Ren Hong chose not to venture far, but instead focused on eliminating the demonic cultivators associated with the Elder Banju in the vicinity of Tsiyun Stockade. These demonic cultivators were not even at the Golden Core level. Ren Hong had no intention of providing them with magical energy, allowing them to attempt extermination on their own. Upon arriving at the Daoist Stockade, the demonic cultivator couple emerged to confront him. At this juncture, the celestial spirit observed from a distance, merely safeguarding Ren Hong's life with its magical power. As the battle commenced, a smile graced Ren Hong's lips as he executed a premeditated tactic. 2 fire crows emerged from the southern Li Hua. Albeit lacking the celestial spirit's assistance, they were only of true fire caliber. The opposing demonic cultivators hesitated momentarily before brandishing their artifacts to confront the approaching fire crows. However, before they could launch an attack, the flames enveloping the fire crows intensified alarmingly. "Wait, my dear, those fire crows are about to self-destruct." The female cultivator sensed the peril and attempted to withdraw, but both fire crows exploded simultaneously, unleashing a torrent of heat that ignited the female cultivator's hair and garments. The male cultivator fared no better, despite summoning a protective artifact. He was hurled through the air by the blast, tumbling thrice before landing. Yet this was not the end. Following the explosion of the 2 fire crows, Ren Hong summoned 2 more to detonate before them once again. Boom! The fire crows detonated, birthing yet more fire crows. Controlling 3 illusory spirits was Ren Hong's limit. Yet he found no strain in continually instigating their explosions and summoning new ones. The results were remarkably gratifying, as each true fire crow detonated. Even the swiftest of the demonic cultivators could not outpace the speed of the fire crows, which were infused with the essence of the vermilion bird. After the 12th fire crow exploded, the remnants of the 2 demonic cultivators were reduced to ash. Hey, aren't these vermilion bird spirits, not thunderfire pearls? The celestial spirit could no longer contain itself. Ren Hong had transformed a long-term combat ally into a disposable explosive artifact. Are you not concerned about exhausting your magical energy? Surprisingly, as Ren Hong commanded the explosion of 12 vermilion birds, he had not even expended half of his energy. This was the marvel of the 7-star immortal herb. With a sense of pride, Ren Hong inscribed on the jade ruler, 900 years of magical energy, I fear not. This was the combat strategy he had devised prior to embarking on the journey to the southern barbarian lands. His combat experience was limited, and he held no advantage against any demonic cultivator. However, his formidable magical energy could be leveraged to employ a self-detonation tactic. This insight was imparted to him by the celestial spirit during their travels. When facing an enemy, remember not to stand too close. Should they find themselves cornered, they may resort to self-detonation as a final gambit. The devastation caused by a self-detonation at the same cultivation level is immense and violent. Even if you wish to escape, chances are you will not evade the blast radius. Through the celestial spirit's counsel, Renhong's mind sparked with inspiration. If self-detonation was so formidable, then let the 6 illusory spirits take turns in the fray. Whether soaring through the skies, running on the ground, or swimming in the waters. Even if the enemy attempted to flee, he could unleash the corresponding divine beasts to explode. Moreover, while controlling 2 illusory spirits for self-detonation, Renhong prudently retained 1 spirit to protect himself. Chapter 33, Mysterious Restrictions, Red Manuscripts, Yellow Talismans in the Wasp Fortress. 5 white tigers took turns self-destructing, resulting in the demise of the Wasp Fortress Master. At the Green Serpent Fortress, 3 soaring snakes emerged from the ground, exploding and annihilating all the demonic snake cultivators within. At the White Spring Fortress, 2 azure dragons cooperated with 10 vermilion birds in a self-destructive display, successfully eradicating the demonic cultivators. Without the aid of celestial spirits, Renhong fought alone, utilizing self-detonation tactics to defeat all 7 demonic cultivators from the surrounding mountain strongholds near the Emerald Cloud Fortress. Remarkably, he had only expended a little over 10% of his magical energy. Observing his achievements, Renhong, with a smile on his face, caressed the jade ruler in his possession and inscribed a line in the sky with flames. On this outing, I unexpectedly feel confident, believing my strength is not lacking. It goes without saying that in the Kunlun sect, your combat standard is undoubtedly at the bottom tier. However, this is contingent upon whom you compare yourself to. When measured against the well-trained disciples of large sects, your experience may indeed be inferior. Yet, when faced with ordinary loose cultivators and demonic beasts, if you cannot triumph, you might as well throw yourself against a tofu block. Nevertheless, the celestial spirits had not anticipated that Renhong could employ such a combat style. In taking down the 7 strongholds, Renhong had not unleashed a single sword energy. He annihilated all the demonic cultivators through the self-detonation of illusionary spirits. Observing Renhong's demeanor, he showed no remorse for the magical energy he had expended. 50 illusionary spirits had self-destructed. What ordinary loose cultivator would dare to play such a game? Even the 2 brothers from the Chang family, with their foundational magical energy, would struggle to survive if they were to gather 2 vermilion birds. The celestial spirit remarked softly, "It is indeed because you hail from Kunlun that you can execute such a combat style. There is an ancient saying within the mysterious sect. The 3 great ways to court death in the mysterious sect are to debate with the Xiandu, duel with Kunlun, and compare spells with Baiyu. The understanding of the Tao at Xiandu Palace is unparalleled. Every direct disciple of the Xiandu sect possesses a perfected heart of Tao and profound cultivation. Competing against them in Tao cultivation is tantamount to courting death. In the past, the master of Baiyu Palace debated with the elder of Xiandu for 9 days and nights under the arbitration of the Yushu master. Ultimately, the Baiyu Palace master, red-faced, revealed 4 immortal swords to fan the elder of Xiandu, barely achieving a tie. The Kunlun sect excels in refining magical energy. Their members possess formidable magical strength, capable of molding their energy into magical artifacts for entertainment. Engaging in a contest of power with Kunlun might lead to a swift demise at the hands of their celestial elders. Even the ancient demon lord at the bottom of the cold pool did not dare to withstand the full force of a Yushu master's palm. The elder's ability to overturn heaven and earth is immense. The demon lord has much to say about this. Had it not been for the Yushu master condensing his magical energy into a treasure seal in the palm of his hand, he would not have been suppressed for a millennium. As for the Baiyu Immortal Gate, it is needless to say that the Baiyu Palace commands 36 islands and 72 isles, with countless demon immortals and a plethora of spells and techniques emerging ceaselessly. To engage with them in spellcraft is akin to the old immortal hanging himself, lamenting his long life. Even if one could slightly surpass in spellcraft, could one truly outmatch the swordsmanship of the Baiyu Palace Master? The Daoist of southern Kunlun once contended with the Baiyu Palace Master using his left-handed techniques. Initially, he gained the upper hand through curses, yet when the Baiyu Palace Master unleashed a beautifully intricate swordplay, even accidentally severing a lock of the Daoist's hair, The Southern Kunlun leader conceded defeat. This combat style of yours relies solely on the profound magical energy of Kunlun disciples. The flames in the sky suddenly shifted. But this is also my advantage, is it not? Indeed, at present, the self-detonation method is particularly suited for Ren Hong. After toppling the 7 strongholds, Ren Hong, well aware of the principle of moderation, proceeded to gather with others, keen to observe their combat styles. Upon witnessing the scene, Ren Hong was momentarily taken aback. The forces of Chang Wuho had arrived at the Wushan fortress, which now hosted numerous dark, cloud mountain demonic cultivators. Both sides regarded this location as a battlefield, with armies clashing against the barbaric soldiers of the fortress. While the celestial cultivators confronted the horde of demons from Dark Cloud Mountain, the cultivators displayed their extraordinary abilities, with talismans and sword lights alternating in a dazzling display. Particularly noteworthy were the yellow talismans they wielded. Each talisman demonstrated immense power, with some spells rivaling Ren Hong's grand spell of unity. Ren Hong, expressionless, silently inscribed on the surface of the Jade Ruler. Why have I never encountered such talismanic techniques? The spells they are casting cannot possibly be inferior to those of Golden Core cultivators. Is it certain that these are Foundation cultivators? Are they truly loose cultivators? I suddenly feel that the outside world is quite perilous. Jiayu, merely at the source root level, waved his hand to invoke thunder spells that summoned the celestial thunder of Xianxia. Each silver bolt of lightning struck with the force comparable to that of a Golden Core cultivator's attack. With a glance at the thunderous bombardment, even Golden Core demonic cultivators dared not approach. Ren Hong quietly assessed. This power is likely comparable to that of my self-detonating illusionary spirits. Ren Hong blinked, silently writing to the celestial spirit. Why are their spells so formidable? Moreover, it seems they consume very little magical energy. According to Ren Hong's calculations, his 40 illusionary spirits self-destructing roughly expended 10% of his magical energy, allowing for 400 applications of the self-detonation strategy. However, observing Jiayu cast his thunder spells, it appeared that his energy consumption was even lesser than Ren Hong's. Although he could not summon 100 thunderbolts, he had not consumed any immortal pills. This comparison shattered Ren Hong's fleeting sense of pride. It is because they employ talismanic techniques, rather than the internal refinement methods you practice. The celestial spirit explained, cultivators' techniques generally fall into 3 categories: mysterious restrictions, red manuscripts, and yellow talismans. Mysterious restrictions have the earliest origins. It is said that the natural treasures nurtured by heaven and earth contain innate divine prohibitions. Ancient immortals referenced these prohibitions to create magical artifacts, evolving a system of divine restrictions across the heavens. These restrictions can be used for refining treasures, as well as for combat and sealing demons. The Jun Tian celestial spirits, like the one you possess, engage in combat through the techniques of mysterious restrictions. Your small wish-granting restriction also belongs to this category of mysterious restrictions, transforming magical energy into artifacts, infinitely versatile and profound. The red manuscript techniques are an advancement of the mysterious restrictions, derived from various celestial texts and talismans that come with inherent spells. Their cultivation direction does not involve evolving spiritual treasures, but focuses on internalizing the techniques into oneself, achieving divine abilities in harmony with the Tao. The future direction of your grand spell of unity aligns with this category. As for the yellow talismans, this represents a recently emerged system of techniques over the past few centuries. By utilizing the divine forms depicted on the purple ultimate divine map, one can borrow the power of the divine to cast spells, making the process more convenient and smooth. For example, ordinary Golden Core cultivators invoke heavenly thunder by drawing upon their own magical energy to channel the power of heaven and earth into lightning. Their own energy accounts for 10%, while the power of heaven and earth comprises 90%. This process requires great caution to avoid backlash from the thunder. However, the yellow talismans allow a Foundation cultivator to draw talismans and summon deities, leveraging the power of the Thunder Ancestor and various Thunder Lords depicted on the purple ultimate divine map. By using the purple ultimate divine map as a medium, they can unleash thunder attacks comparable to those of Golden Core cultivators, requiring only 2% of their own magical energy to summon a striking force akin to that of a Golden Core cultivator. After the celestial spirit explained this to Ren Hong, his face turned pale, nearly bursting into curses. Yet he quickly composed himself and continued to write. This is simply too convenient. He had painstakingly studied the grand spell of unity and refined the Tian Yuan sword point. But what purpose did it serve? Of course, it is useful. The yellow talismans rely on the techniques of the purple ultimate divine map and draw upon the power of the divine, which is not inherent to one's own being, and thus comes with various limitations. One such limitation is that they cannot be employed against fellow cultivators of the mysterious sect. In other words, when engaging in combat with fellow cultivators of the mysterious sect, one cannot utilize yellow talismans or summon the power of the purple ultimate divine map. This provision was established by the three founders to suppress demonic and malevolent entities, providing convenience to disciples of the mysterious sect. The power of their spells derives from the divine forms on the purple ultimate divine map, which is represented by the various celestial lords of the mysterious sect. It is clear that the techniques of mysterious restrictions and red manuscripts are far more convenient. Chapter 34. The South. The yellow talisman draws upon the power of the path and the divine abilities of the deities. For the Kunlun Dao sect, which possesses 18 path lords and controls the authentic purple extreme divine map, this is a task of utmost simplicity. As long as one possesses yellow talismans and vermilion cinnabar, they can communicate with the path spirits in advance and seal their magical powers, revealing a yellow talisman when necessary, which proves devastating against demons and monsters. The pressing matter at hand, however, is dealing with the demonic cultivators. The art of yellow talismans originated 500 years ago, when three great sages of the Xianmen established the purple extreme divine map, defining the various path manifestations for the Xianmen. Since then, the art of yellow talismans has been passed down within the Xianmen, allowing only its disciples to cultivate it. The demons have been suppressed by this method, struggling to raise their heads again. The group of demonic cultivators at Black Cloud Mountain exemplifies this, as 7 golden core demons avoid the thunderous spell summoned by Jiayu alone. He has exhausted his talismans. Seeing Jiayu unable to produce any yellow talismans to cast spells, 3 golden core demons strike simultaneously, unleashing their demonic light and flames. Daoist Sun and Daoist Lu quickly intervene to protect Jiayu. Meanwhile, an extraordinary force of magic gently swirls around Jiayu, allowing several beams of demonic light to narrowly miss him. The Jun Tian fairy observes the battlefield, sensing something amiss, and ultimately locks onto the figure of the man in red. This fellow, this magic. The Jun Tian fairy feels a sense of alarm and instructs Renhong. You too should assist, using your self-exploding fire crows. I cannot intervene at the moment. She intends to carefully observe the wandering cultivator to discern if her suspicions are correct. Not convenient. Renhong asks no further questions and summons 3 fire crows to attack a demon. Boom. The gray-robed Daoist, as taciturn as ever, waves his hand to conjure 3 more fire crows aimed at another demon. Song Han, concealed within the crowd, combats several demons while secretly safeguarding the Xianmen cultivators. Upon witnessing Renhong's self-explosion tactic, Song Han is taken aback. The fire crow spell can be utilized in such a manner? Fortunately, Renhong possesses magical power comparable to the golden core level, coupled with the tremendous might of the fire crows. Even without the Jun Tian fairy's involvement, Song Han does not suspect him at this moment. The fire crow technique of Daoist Luya operates effortlessly, showing no traces of external magical interference. He deduces it cannot be him. Not only does Song Han scrutinize the impersonating Luya, but he also meticulously examines the other suspects. He detects no foreign powers exerted upon them and finds no trace of the Jun Tian fairy. At least the bell she carries does not ring. The Lord of 10,000 Mountains, the 9 Earths Might God, commands the southern realm under the edict of the Jade Purity Talisman, above Black Cloud Mountain. For cultivators stand at each corner, reciting incantations in unison. Are these the golden core cultivators of the south? Renhong gazes at the 4 cultivators, who hold talismans, emitting crimson light that gathers in the sky. Long-lasting blessings and longevity, steadfast and righteous, wise and insightful, unmatched might, bestowing virtue upon the world. Praising great compassion and great aspirations, the great sage of South. The 4 cultivators simultaneously shake their talismans, and amidst the confluence of the crimson light in the sky, an image of the emperor, familiar to Renhong, materializes. When he was at Kunlun Mountain, he had seen this red-robed deity in the 3rd row of the purple extreme divine map. Clad in a robe of crimson light, wearing a crown of 9 suns. Holding the Nightlight True Treasure Seal, he rides dragons into the sky. This deity is the manifestation worshipped by the South and the last existing path lord of their sect, as well as the honorable lord of South worshipped by mortals. He reigns over the southern mountains and governs the various southern mountain deities. Black Cloud Mountain, situated between the boundaries of the 9 provinces and the southern barbarians, aligns with the southern mountains in the ideology of the 5 directions of the Red County Divine Land, thus falling under the jurisdiction of the South. Consequently, the disciples of the South, upon arriving at Black Cloud Mountain, reveal their trump card and invoke the projection of their ancestral master. The Yellow Talisman art, centered on summoning and worshipping deities, though considered a minor technique, wields immense power. Since the ascension of the Jade Void Master 500 years ago, the Jun Tian Fairy has rarely stepped out of Kunlun. While she is somewhat familiar with the newly emerging art of yellow talismans within the Xianmen, she has never experienced it firsthand. Yet, witnessing the marvelous application of the yellow talisman method, the Jun Tian Fairy is compelled to admit that the Xianmen has successfully subdued demons and monsters for 500 years, keeping the demonic sects from rising. With the yellow talisman art playing a monumental role, the 5 golden core cultivators unite to summon the power of the Path Lord. As the towering red-clad emperor extends his hand, gently sweeping over Black Cloud Mountain, the ominous clouds enveloping Black Cloud Mountain shatter with a thunderous crash, and the 7 demonic cultivators are sent flying without any chance to retaliate. One by one, the demons, engulfed in swirling black smoke, shriek as they flee deep into the southern barbarians. Renhong gazes in awe at the celestial image of the South in the sky. This is the Path Lord, the sovereign of the heavenly ways. Merely a projection possesses the power to shake the heavens and the earth. At this moment, the fairy exclaims, "No, Renhong, we must hurry to Xianlao Peak. The South has taken the initiative." Initially, Renhong is somewhat puzzled. However, as he reflects, the realization dawns upon him. The disciples of the South have drawn the attention of the Black Cloud Mountain demons with their ancestral deity's projection, with the sole purpose of facilitating another contingent from South to directly capture the Jade Sound King at Xianlao Peak. This scheme mirrors Renhong's own plan. However, the Jun Tian Fairy, wary of the man in red, refrains from employing the rainbow transformation technique and instead instructs Renhong to fly using the vermilion bird. Once they leave Black Cloud Mountain, they swiftly navigate the rainbow light towards Xianlao Peak. Yet, upon Renhong's arrival at Xianlao Peak, he discovers 3 golden core cultivators uniting to summon heavenly soldiers to besiege the jade-faced Pipa. It truly is her, this female demon, entwined with malevolent winds and sinister energy, is one of the 3 female demons encountered at the Demon Ceiling Cave. Renhong clenches his fists, striving to suppress his anger. Fortunately, his grievances with the 3 demons are not too severe, far less than those with the Ling Yang Earth Demon and the Black Owl that ambushed him. He manages to restrain his impulse and quietly observes from the sidelines. Surrounding the female demon are thousands of beast-headed, human-bodied creatures. They encircle their sovereign, forming a rudimentary formation. Opposite them, 3 red-clad disciples of South summon 800 heavenly soldiers. Each of these silver-armored soldiers possesses foundational cultivation, with 10 divine generals radiating crimson light and holding various divine weapons, all exhibiting golden core power. Undoubtedly, they too were summoned using the yellow talisman technique. In past battles, even when cultivators had their own trained Dao soldiers assisting them, the cultivation of high-level Dao soldiers is demanding, and aside from the rich foundations of major sects, ordinary wandering cultivators could hardly summon many Dao soldiers. The fairy's tone grows somber. Renhong, we need to reassess the art of yellow talismans. These 3 golden core cultivators possess magical power comparable to the jade-faced Pipa. However, with the 800 divine soldiers summoned from the purple extreme divine map, the demon soldiers of the jade-faced Pipa are swiftly eradicated. Only the female demon herself barely withstands the onslaught, using her golden core power. Yet, one of the golden core cultivators steps away from the fray, illuminating another talisman in hand to summon the demon-slaying power of Yumaozhen Jun Yumaozhen Jun. A true immortal of the Xianmen skilled in subduing demons, perished in the Dao transformation tribulation. However, before his death, he inscribed his own path shadow in the purple extreme divine map, becoming a 4th-tier heavenly master. He transformed his own magical power into numerous demon-slaying spells. allowing any Xianmin cultivator to borrow his power when vanquishing demons. With a foundational cultivator utilizing a talisman, one can summon the might of a celestial being to easily subdue a golden core demon. Furthermore, several golden cores working together can even summon the power of the Path Lord. Renhong realizes why those low-powered wandering cultivators dared to approach and capture golden core demons. It turns out each of them possesses their own trump cards. The purple extreme divine map facilitates the understanding of divine manifestations for Xianmin true immortals, enhancing their success rate in comprehending their own paths from 1 in 10,000 to 1 in 1,000. For Xianmin cultivators, this is an immense boon. If not for this, how could the ancestral masters of the 5 mountains and many current path lords achieve enlightenment? 1,000 years ago, would not every sect have been draped in white banners, mourning their losses? The road of the Path Lord is a fierce contest against the heavens and the earth. It is a struggle to imprint one's essence within the vastness of the cosmic Tao, transforming from a mere ant of the earth into a being that coexists with the cosmos, or even a sovereign of the great Tao that commands the heavens and the earth. The purple extreme divine map assists the primordial spirit in advancing further, and its accompanying yellow talisman for invoking deities facilitates lower-tier disciples of the mystical sect in vanquishing demons. However, the habitual reliance on the yellow talisman technique hinders the cultivation of the forbidden techniques and red book Taoist arts. Should the purple extreme divine map ever collapse, the mystical sect's advantages would vanish instantly, leading to a counterattack from the demons. I shall not relinquish the Little Rui forbidden technique and the heavenly book Taoist arts. Renhong inscribed a line with the Jade ruler. The yellow talisman is an external force, while proficient in exorcising demons. The true essence of immortality lies in the red book Taoist arts and the forbidden techniques. The red book Taoist arts inherent in the heavenly book can evolve into the practitioner's own divine abilities. The forbidden techniques can refine magical treasures. And the Little Rui forbidden technique, in conjunction with Kunlun's celestial power, can transform myriad treasures of the world. What can the yellow talisman achieve in its ultimate cultivation? The yellow talisman invokes and venerates deities, simultaneously offering incense and heartfelt wishes to the Taoist body. Ultimately, it culminates in the purple extreme divine map, embodying the sacredness of the Tao manifested atop the divine image. Renhong perceives clearly that the yellow talisman technique is a tool employed by the mystical sect, utilizing the purple extreme divine map to combat demons and protect lower-tier disciples. When a practitioner ascends to the golden core stage and becomes a true immortal, they must still cultivate the forbidden techniques and red book arts. It is understood. Indeed, my younger brother is not one who relishes battle. He prefers to seclude himself on Lotus Flower Mountain for cultivation rather than venture outside. Even when practicing the yellow talisman technique, he finds no suitable application. On the Jade ruler, Renhong wrote another line. Currently, disciples of the South Yu sect are present, and it is inconvenient for us to act. First, help me locate the treasures of the South Yu sect. I shall negotiate with them in exchange. Even in the guise of Luya Daoist, Renhong is reluctant to make enemies indiscriminately. He is indifferent to the treasures of the South Yu sect. It would be wiser to acquire them first, and then barter with the South Yu sect for the female demon. I shall make an attempt. Without the ominous clouds of Black Cloud Mountain obscuring the sky, the celestial spirit of the Jun Tian unleashed its full primordial power, surveying the cave of the King of Jade Sound. At that moment, a sudden chime of silver bells rang in his ears. Alas! Upon hearing the bell, the celestial spirit inwardly cursed. I was careless. It is the Yaoyin bell of the Kunlun sect. Chapter 35. Exposed movements upon detecting the actions of the South Yu Dao sect. Chu Shidao hastened to Xianlao Peak. Shortly thereafter, the bell hanging at his waist began to tremble and ring. The Yaoyin Immortal Bell, a treasured artifact from the Yushu Palace, is capable of sensing the essence of Yushu. Before his arrival, the Bailing Daojun had sealed the pure yang essence of the Jun Tian Xianling within the 4 bells. As long as the Jun Tian Xianling was nearby and utilized its Daoist techniques, it could be sensed. Although the Jun Tian Xianling had surmised Song Han's identity, it was unprepared for their swift arrival, waiting at Xianlao Peak. As he searched for the treasures of South Yu, the bell at Chu Shidao's waist rang out, causing the immortal spirit to be greatly alarmed. Renhong, trouble is afoot. The Kunlun pursuers have found us. In a flurry of panic, the spirit cast several pure yang concealment spells upon Renhong without a moment's hesitation. Rinhong's lips moved slightly, nearly breaking his silence. As the essence of true power was unleashed, it further allowed Chu Shidao to pinpoint their location. Before Rinhong could inquire further, a figure in ordinary attire suddenly appeared in his line of sight. The man held a bell in his left hand, a broad smile on his face as he began to speak. However, Rinhong could only read his lips, hearing not a single sound. Chu Shidao's communication technique was only effective against those of the true person level, leaving only the Jun Tian Yuqi able to hear. Senior, you are one of my Kunlun artifacts. Why have you strayed from the path? Senior, if not for your own sake, you must consider the young friend Rinhong, yes? The spirit's quest for the Pipa essence had thoroughly revealed its association with Rinhong. Chu Shidao, having learned from Bailing Daojun, was a third-generation disciple of Kunlun. Although he could also take on disciples, Rinhong would end up being a fourth-generation disciple, which he presumed both Rinhong and the spirit would be reluctant to accept. Furthermore, his own master was a Daojun, the future inheritor of the Nine Immortals Peak. Being a disciple of the Daojun would greatly benefit Rinhong. The only downside was the constant encounters with Chiu Yuzi. Rinhong gazed at the man, perplexed. The man stood before him, yet appeared to be oblivious to his presence, continuously communicating through secret techniques. The Yuqi displayed a line of text. He possesses a Yushu treasure, capable of detecting my earlier manifestation of Yang divine awareness. However, as I am an immortal artifact, I have managed to conceal our whereabouts. He shall never discover us. Whether to reassure Rinhong or himself. The Yuqi continued to flash lines of purple-gold characters. Do not fear. He cannot find us. Surely cannot. Under no circumstances should you move, nor create any sound. Having inherited the celestial scriptures of Yushu, Rinhong was already a recognized disciple. Although he was unaware of how his sect would handle him, at least his life was secure. Thus, he felt a sense of calm, contrasting sharply with the spirit's anxiety. After pondering, Rinhong wrote again. What is the principle of the treasure? When was it detected? The Yuqi's form turned crimson. How would I know? The spirit, exasperated, quickly flashed more characters. But I know that the red-clad man who spoke to you yesterday is undoubtedly from Kunlun. Moreover, he is a true person of the Yuan Shun. That fellow was right beside us yesterday. He must have discovered us already. Damn it, Xianlao Peak is a trap. Lost in thought. The spirit lamented its reckless actions this time, having directly collided with two Kunlun true persons. Rinhong contemplated, his fingers writing. If they detected our movements yesterday, why not simply capture us? It is far easier to apprehend people at Hushao Pass than in the southern barbarian lands. Indeed, if they had noticed something amiss with the two of them yesterday, then why not act directly? The southern barbarians are a stronghold of the demonic path. Such a venture would be risky. Those two must not be foolish. Thus, a question arose. Since you inscribed a spell upon me when departing Lianhua Mountain, disguising my appearance as Luya Daoran, if the opponent captured our movements through true essence awareness, we should indeed have been exposed yesterday. Moreover, I also possess Yushu true essence, and even this immortal itself does. So how could the target not be confused? Rinhong pinpointed the issue, causing the spirit to suddenly awaken and regain composure. The art of transformation is a technique that was previously inscribed upon you. Once the spell takes form, it generates a layer of protective essence upon your surface, allowing it to operate autonomously. This is a permanent kind of mystical prohibition, far superior to the yellow talisman technique. The spirit's ventriloquism technique operates similarly, having previously left a pure yang prohibition in Rinhong's throat, allowing its voice to emanate through the prohibition as if Rinhong himself were speaking. Since the transformation and ventriloquism cannot be detected, then surely my earlier concealment technique went unnoticed by Chu Shidao as well. Following Rinhong's remarks, the spirit regained confidence. I am an immortal artifact, crafted by my master with 36 pure yang divine prohibitions, far surpassing this fellow's capabilities. Very well. The two of them conferred and sought a suitable opportunity. Since the senior does not emerge, I shall force him out. The immortal bell emitted jade light, and fine strands of lightning began to manifest upon its surface. The Yuqi's text rapidly updated. The 10,000 calamities divine sky thunder curse? This brash child is serious. Rinhong, act now. Without hesitation, Rinhong unleashed a blue dragon that lunged at Chu Shidao. Upon seeing the blue dragon charging towards him, Chu Shidao chuckled. A blue dragon illusion of the golden core level? It does possess some semblance of a true dragon. The bell trembled lightly, and the lightning met the blue dragon, simultaneously spreading around Chu Shidao. The unique domain of the Yuan Shun true person enveloped 100 miles, suppressing the Jun Tian Xianling hidden within this realm. Even the disciples of South Yu and the Pipa essence were affected. Yet at this moment, the spirit summoned all its strength, the red light piercing through the domain as it fled northward. Chu Shidao remained composed, sweeping his sleeve to erase the traces of the two before closely pursuing them. The Jun Tian Xianling, renowned as the sect's immortal artifact, though currently in a low period, still boasted a speed of escape driven by its essence that surpassed Chu Shidao, hastily retreating towards the central plains. Chu Shidao, in hot pursuit, utilized the trace of lightning left behind by the Jun Tian Xianling to follow closely, denying the spirit any opportunity to refine its essence. Realizing the thunderous light rushing behind him, the spirit cursed in frustration. This fellow is truly relentless. It understood that if it lingered even for a moment, Chu Shidao would intercept it. Additionally, there was another Kunlun true person at Heiyun Mountain. It could not escape that way and had to change its course. As the Jun Tian Xianling contemplated this, a shocking demonic light surged towards them in a tidal wave, accompanied by a soft, feminine voice. "Look at what I have found. A Kunlun true person? Pray tell, why have you strayed from your grand Kunlun ruins to venture into our holy sect's domain?" Chapter 36. The Antarctic Immortal Cauldron in the vast expanse of heaven and earth. Is there a place that the disciples of Kunlun cannot reach? Master Chu stood upon the clouds, embodying the relaxed and carefree demeanor of a true immortal, gazing into the inky tide where two female cultivators emerged. Although tracking down the celestial spirit of Jun Tian was of paramount importance, it was merely an internal conflict within Kunlun. Before setting out, Lord Bai Ling had explicitly instructed, "Disciple, while it is indeed crucial to pursue the friend of Jun Tian, you must remember that this friend's safety is intertwined with the hidden secrets of the future struggle between immortals and demons. It must not fall into the hands of the demonic sect. Ensure his safety at all costs." Thus, when the demonic sect's formidable practitioners were mobilized, Master Chu chose to forego the pursuit of Jun Tian's celestial spirit and instead actively intervened to halt the demonic tide. As for the two female cultivators amidst the tide, upon catching sight of Master Chu, they regretted their decision to venture out of the palace that day, cursing their impulsiveness. They lamented, "How could we have known that an immortal daring to come to the southern barbarian lands would be of such caliber? Had we known it was him, we would have never attempted to obstruct him. Master Chu, the cold-hearted man, how could he possibly be in the southern lands?" Feigning indifference, Master Chu adjusted his appearance and remarked, "I made a wager with my fellow disciples while intoxicated, vowing to slay 3 true demons today. However, the southern lands are vast, and you demonic scions are well hidden. I thought I would fail in my wager, but with a slight ruse, I orchestrated a chase that led you two right to me. Therefore, you shall assist me in fulfilling my wager." Sensing the sliver of thunderous power he had affixed to them being refined away, Master Chu mused regretfully, "What a splendid opportunity, squandered. I wonder how my junior brother is faring." With a defiant expression, Master Chu incited the ire of the two demon cultivators, their faces hardening with frost. What a conceited Kunlun master. The two women felt a surge of murderous intent, yet recalling Master Chu's identity and experience, they hesitated and regained their composure. Master Chu, a disciple of Lord Bai Ling, was one of the 4 great true masters of Kunlun's 3rd generation. These 4 masters had practiced longer than some of their uncles, and Master Chu had even been personally guided by the esteemed Yu Su for a year, making him a candidate likely to ascend to the rank of Yu Qing Daozun. One of the female cultivators stirred the demonic tide, cautiously shielding her companion, while they plotted how to ambush Master Chu. In response, Master Chu's eyes glimmered with disdain as he calmly inquired, "If I am not mistaken, you two hail from the Demon Charm sect? How fares your senior sister, the Xianyin Maiden? After escaping from my heavenly palm imprint back in the day, she ought to carry herself with pride." At the mention of this, both female cultivators' eyes blazed with fury. The Demon Charm sect was one of the 72 sects of the demonic faction and had a considerable scale. They practiced the Heavenly Maiden lineage, extracting further benefits from the demonic allure of the Heavenly Maiden. By enticing a true master, they could easily seize his foundation and ascend to true master status. Not only the righteous sects, but even the members of the demonic faction regarded the Demon Charm sect with trepidation. However, despite the emergence of numerous true masters from the sect, they lacked a demon lord to command them, thus not qualifying as a true top-tier force in the southern lands. A century ago, the senior sister of the demon charm sect, feeling the limitations of her own techniques, intended to seduce Master Chu to seize his foundation and enhance her own lineage using Kunlun's secret methods. Yet, after 3 years of association with the Xianyin maiden, Master Chu discerned her intentions and countered with a heavenly palm imprint. The resentment from their past, coupled with the humiliation of today, ignited the fury of the 2 female cultivators, who joined forces to attack Master Chu. Ren Hong and Jun Tian's celestial spirit narrowly escaped, taking refuge in a cave in the southern lands. Upon their escape, Ren Hong felt a wave of relief and was tempted to howl at the sky in exultation. However, recalling the need for discretion, he suppressed his urge and asked the celestial spirit, "Is it wise to let that Kunlun true master confront the demon cultivators?" Hearing this, Ren Hong felt somewhat reassured. The celestial spirit continued, "Kunlun has already sensed our presence. Our immediate priority is to return to the Central Plains. However, we cannot take the route through Black Cloud Mountain. We must find another way." Before Ren Hong could interject, the celestial spirit suggested, "Let us head to Xianlao Peak." With Master Chu's appearance, the attention of the demonic sect had shifted, rendering Xianlao Peak an unobserved locale, thus enabling the 2 of them to achieve their objective. Ren Hong paused briefly, then continued to write, "If necessary, let Dao Brother capture the Peepa spirit using your primordial spirit's power." The celestial spirit pondered for a moment and agreed with the rationale. The most perilous locations often proved to be the safest at that moment. No one would suspect that the 2 of them would return to Xianlao Peak. Thus, enveloped in a radiant glow, Ren Hong set out once more for Xianlao Peak. At that moment, not only were 3 disciples from the southern mountains surrounding the Peepa spirit, but even scattered cultivators led by Jia Yu had arrived. Of course, there were also numerous individuals from the demonic sect seeking to stir the waters. Although many skilled individuals had been drawn away by the southern mountains' Daoist presence and Master Chu's influence, some demonic cultivators still aimed to seize treasures from the southern mountain. Meanwhile, Song Han, who had gone to assist her fellow disciple, was absent from the scene. As Ren Hong observed the heavenly soldiers and demons clashing, the celestial spirit led him directly to the demon's lair. "When I sensed with my primordial spirit earlier, I discovered a hidden space within the cave that could not be scrutinized. The treasure may reside there." Navigating through the winding passageways, they arrived at the Peepa spirit's secret chamber. A mere artifact from the southern mountain was not of great significance. One could deliver it back to the southern mountain sect in exchange for the Peepa spirit's true form. Suddenly, the celestial spirit's words faltered. The jade scepter flew from Ren Hong's embrace, circling the towering cauldron before them. Just as Ren Hong was about to inquire, the celestial spirit erupted in anger. "What nonsense! This is clearly a Kunlun artifact." In the chamber's center, a red copper cauldron with double ears and 3 legs emitted purple mist, suffused with celestial radiance. Upon seeing the grand cauldron nestled within the cave, Jun Tian's celestial spirit exploded with rage, cursing the southern mountain sect for their shamelessness. Once he regained his composure, he addressed Ren Hong. "Forget about the Peepa spirit for now. We must take the Antarctic cauldron. This is the alchemical furnace of Brother Ling Shou." "Brother Ling Shou's celestial furnace?" Ren Hong expressed surprise, stepping forward to channel a stream of purple true essence towards the Antarctic cauldron. Although the purple extreme book differed from the scriptures passed down by Ling Shou, both belonged to the Yu Su lineage and did not reject Ren Hong's power. Gently lifting the lid, a delightful fragrance wafted forth. Ren Hong's heart leaped with joy. Having heard from the Dao brother that Ling Shou was a rare alchemical master in Kunlun, perhaps he had left behind some celestial elixirs. However, as the fragrance dissipated, only 3 scrolls of treasure were found within the cauldron, with no trace of any celestial pills. The celestial pills had likely been taken by others. Since this cauldron had been obtained from the southern mountain sect, it was probable that the celestial pills had been claimed by them. The celestial spirit muttered a few words, using a strand of pure yang power to lift the 3 scrolls for examination. After a moment, his expression grew peculiar. "Ren Hong, are you not curious about the yellow talisman technique? Very well. Within this Yu Qing Lei Jing is the Kunlun sect's incantation for summoning the 5 thunder deities using the Shun Shao thunder spell. Additionally, there is a manuscript by Ling Shou on alchemy and a South Pole longevity spell." At that moment, the commotion outside escalated, as several scattered cultivators began searching the cave. "Quickly, we must retreat." Ren Hong realized time was of the essence and rolled up the Antarctic cauldron along with the scrolls, slipping away once more in a radiant glow. As the Antarctic cauldron was stolen, the jade-faced Pipa spirit sensed the impending doom and thought, "Cursed little thief. How dare you steal my treasure for enlightenment?" The Antarctic cauldron, impervious to demonic power, had become a means for the Pipa spirit to purify her demonic energy after months of contemplation. Given a few more years, she might entirely cleanse her demonic essence, transforming her demonic pill into a golden core of the righteous sect and achieving the status of a demonic immortal. At that point, she could present herself at the Bo Palace, and who would not address her as the Pipa immortal? However, with her path to enlightenment obstructed, preserving her life took precedence. The Pipa spirit gracefully raised her hand, launching a divine fire thunder pearl into her cave. This thunder, acquired during her seduction of the Southern Mountain disciples, held immense power, instantly shattering the demon's lair and injuring several scattered cultivators. Moreover, she used the destruction of the Southern Mountain's treasure as a pretext to draw their attention, seizing the opportunity to escape like a whirlwind. Watching the Pipa spirit, Ren Hong's gaze turned icy as he inscribed, "We pursue." Chapter 37. Identity Verification. The exquisite Pipa spirit, adorned with a jade visage, deftly commanded the winds of the demon realm to escape from Xuanla Peak. Upon arriving at a secluded grove, a sudden strike of golden sword energy descended upon her. Caught off guard, the female demon was knocked to the ground by the fierce blow. From within the forest, a voice resonated. Your sword energy is impressive, and your mastery of the Tianyuan sword finger technique is commendable." The forceful golden sword energy exacerbated the injuries of the already wounded Pipa spirit. "Who goes there?" The demoness shrieked, her body vibrating with the melody of the Pipa, as she directed a barrage of sound waves towards the source of the sword energy. Just before the ethereal music could detonate the air, another wave of fiery sword energy cleaved through the atmosphere, creating a vacuum that silenced the impending explosion. Ren Hong approached slowly, flanked by 3 Zhuke birds. Flames formed intricate characters in the air. "Demon, we meet again." In a bid to exact a righteous revenge and dispel his inner turmoil, Ren Hong deliberately dropped his disguise, revealing his youthful form. Upon seeing the boy, the Pipa spirit hesitated briefly, then exclaimed, "You? Impossible. You haven't even attained the foundation building stage. How could it be you?" As ominous winds stirred, the female demon prepared to flee. Ren Hong immediately summoned the South Bright Fire, encircling her with the 3 divine birds. The fiery characters shifted abruptly. "You 3 were the ones who caused my exile from Kunlun. Today, we shall settle our scores." Initially flustered, the Pipa spirit refused to beg for mercy from Ren Hong, the young cultivator she once looked down upon. "You think a mere flicker of flame can extinguish me? The great king?" she scoffed, sitting amidst the inferno. "What's wrong? Have you become mute in the 2 years since we last met?" Ren Hong stood at the edge of the flames, observing the Pipa spirit with calm detachment, disregarding her taunts. The life of this demoness, destined to perish by his hand, did not warrant the breaking of his silence. The fiery characters quivered slightly and morphed anew. "Where are the other 2? Do you think I would tell you?" she retorted. Suddenly, the flames intensified as one Zhuke flapped its wings, summoning 100 fiery crows to peck at the Pipa spirit. With blossoms of flame consuming her, she gritted her silver teeth, declaring, "Don't even think about it. Even in death, I will not betray them. Just wait, my sisters will avenge me." The 3 female demons were not particularly close allies. Otherwise, the Pipa spirit would not have dared to steal the South Polar Cauldron and hide in the southern barbarian territory to cultivate. Yet, faced with her former adversary, the Pipa spirit, aware of her impending doom, placed her hopes on the other 2 women. No matter how fervently Ren Hong urged the flames, she would not disclose the whereabouts of the other 2, even though she truly did not know. "Just wait. My sisters will surely achieve the primordial spirit Dao and then slay you to avenge me." With a resounding explosion, the fire subsided, leaving behind only a jade pipa. This instrument appeared to be a natural creation, devoid of any signs of human craftsmanship. However, it was remarkable for possessing 9 strings. The spirit mused, "How strange. I've heard of 4-stringed and 5-stringed pipa, but a 9-stringed one is indeed a rarity." The fiery characters transformed into a new script. Perhaps it was crafted in resonance with the 9-tailed fox and the 9-headed rooster. A futile endeavor. Ren Hong stored the pipa away, akin to the former Baolin's sword. and reforged it with divine fire. However, the corporeal form of a golden core demon rivaled that of a magical artifact. Despite his scorching flames, the jade pipa remained unscathed. With matters concluded, it was time to return to Lianhua Mountain. No, wait, Renhong interjected. We must return to Xuanla Peak. I intend to continue using the identity of Luya Daoist. Skilled in the art of the fiery crows, Renhong found this disguise particularly advantageous. As long as he could dispel the suspicions of the Kunlun pursuers and wield this identity overtly, it would greatly facilitate his movements in the mortal realm henceforth. Upon returning to Xuanla Peak as Luya Daoist, he found the place reduced to ruins due to the Pipa's spirit's destructive explosion, resulting in injuries to the Chong brothers and several rogue cultivators. Noticing that the Kunlun masters were absent, Renhong utilized the power of the Juntian Jade ruler to rescue a few individuals from the debris of the cave. This fellow Daoist, a disciple from the Southern Yu sect, though disheveled from the last explosion, approached Renhong with no injuries. I am Chao Yang, the steward of the Southern Yu sect. How shall I address you, fellow Daoist? Luya, he replied briefly, uninterested in idle chatter. Citing the need to tend to the injured Jiayu, he transformed into a beam of light, leading everyone back to Huxiao Pass. This rogue cultivator certainly has a temper, remarked another disciple from Southern Yu, his expression revealing discontent. Chao Yang understood that the South Polar Cauldron was vital to their sect's path. The Eastern Yu sect was conspiring to unify the 5 mountains and ascend the divine throne of the Eastern Yu Emperor. The Central Mountain Songshan sect harbored similar ambitions, aspiring to consolidate the 5 mountains for their own ascension. The Southern Yu sect, less powerful than these two, had to seek alternative routes to elevate their sect's offerings. Their objective was the immortal cauldron left behind by the Kunlun Jade Purity True King. Due to the influence of the Tsusher Dao, Renhong encountered no southern barbarian demon cultivators and returned smoothly to Huxiao Pass. Upon his arrival, he entrusted the injured individuals to his companion. I am not versed in healing arts. I leave everything to you. That won't do. Renhong shook his head. Writing on the table, the Southern Yu Emperor has appeared. We must hasten to Xuanla Peak. According to you, there is a Kunlun master searching the Black Cloud Mountain. He can personally vouch for Jiayu and the others to clear their suspicions. However, I am not the same. Renhong continued. Thus, I must grant them an opportunity for a thorough examination. After meditating with closed eyes for a night, he did not dare to bring out the South Polar Cauldron. Instead, having the Juntian spirit envelop it in pure yang prohibitions and store it within the Jade ruler's internal space. The next day, as Luya Daoist practiced his sun-refining techniques in the courtyard, a man in red burst in, exclaiming, Luya, Dao brother. The red-clad man entered, congratulating. I heard you broke several strongholds yesterday. It seems Chong Wuho is drafting a commendation for you. Renhong's brows furrowed, and he turned to the man. You were fortunate to have avoided injury. Haha. Indeed, I am quite fortunate. The red-clad man chuckled awkwardly, then changed the subject. By the way, have you heard? Not only did the Southern Yu sect summon the Emperor's Dao form yesterday, but it is said that one of Kunlun's 4 great masters, Chu Sherdao, also arrived. The battle from yesterday was earth-shattering. Master Chu single-handedly contended with 12 true demons and managed to retreat unscathed. Oh, Dao brother, why are you leaving? As the conversation progressed, Luya abruptly turned to leave. The space rippled, and Chu Sherdao slowly materialized beside him. Gazing at the departing figure of Luya Daoist, Chu Sherdao pondered. It seems that perhaps he is not who I think he is. I have always maintained that although I did not see him at Heiyun Peak, he is undoubtedly a genuine golden core cultivator, adept in the fire crow techniques, following the path of the South Bright Fire. This cannot be feigned. Chu Sherdao remained silent, harboring lingering doubts. By the way, did you inquire about the search at Xuanla Peak last night? Was the South Polar Cauldron found? No, the Immortal Cauldron is missing. Likely taken by someone else. Taken by someone else? Songhan frowned. Are you certain it wasn't secretly taken by the Southern Yu sect? It shouldn't be. Could it be buried underground? I recall that junior brother Baluo mentioned he obtained the South Polar Cauldron's elixir when the snake and scorpion spirits dragged it from the depths. This cauldron seems to possess a function of self-concealment. Before Ling Shouzi ascended, he had a cauldron of elixirs that was yet to be refined. He mixed his treasured Dao scriptures and cast them into the depths to refine the elixir using the Earth's core fire. 300 years ago, the snake spirit couple escaped from the Kunlun Dragon Head Cliff's demon ceiling cave and unearthed the South Polar Cauldron from the ground. Bailuo had casually mentioned this matter to the two seniors during leisure. They were both aware of the details. By the way, I remember that when junior brother Bailuo resolved this issue, he encountered a high-ranking figure from the demon cult. As Song Han spoke, a smile graced his lips. It is indeed unfortunate for the old demon of Bamboozle. 3 centuries ago, the serpent spirit couple stole the southern polar cauldron and sought refuge with their sister, a green serpent demon. Coincidentally, they crossed paths with the old demon of Bamboozle, who was in search of materials for the 100-scale sword of slaying immortals. The green serpent, caught in a stroke of ill fortune, fell into the hands of the old demon. Meanwhile, Bailuo, a disciple of Kunlun, who was tracking the serpent couple, arrived on the scene. A chaotic battle ensued among the celestial, demonic, and monstrous factions. Ultimately, Bailuo claimed the southern polar cauldron and refined the serpent couple into a treasure gourd. The old demon of Bamboozle, fleeing with the corpse of the green serpent, managed to forge the 100-scale sword of slaying immortals. Yet, in the end, he was encountered by someone and was brutally refined to death by the flames of the southern Ming. However, the brothers were unaware of Ren Hong's true identity. Otherwise, they would have lamented. The heavens administer their retribution without fail. Once harmed by the disciples of Kunlun, now perishing at their hands. This old demon had committed numerous atrocities in his earlier years, and his demise was well-deserved. At this point, Chu Sherdao let out a long sigh. What's the matter? Are you still pondering over the southern polar cauldron? Chu Sherdao nodded. The southern polar cauldron holds a scroll of the Jade Clear Thunder strategy left by our esteemed ancestors. I wish to study the thunder laws. With this, Song Han naturally understood. The 6th Purple Extreme Conference was about to commence. The contention for the Lord of Thunder among the 4 great Tao forms had been unceasing since the inception of the Purple Extreme Conference. Now, despite the multitude of Kunlun immortals, none had comprehended the Thunder Ancestors' Tao form nor cultivated into the Jade Clear True King's Tao body. Are you planning to cultivate the Thunder Ancestors' Tao form to reclaim our Kunlun's authority over the Thunder Tao? He inquired. Brother, while those esoteric sects vie for the superiority of their Tao forms, our sect already holds the supreme position, with the Jade Clear Decree governing the Xianmen. As long as we maintain the metaphysical authority of the Jade Clear Great Deity, our status remains unshakable. Though those words rang true, could one bear to let outsiders seize the title of Thunder Ancestor? Moreover, the internal stability of Kunlun was also in question. Reflecting on the 12 peaks of Kunlun, Song Han fell silent. Xianyuan Peak thrived, boasting 3 Tao lords within a single sect, eclipsing even the 9 Immortal Peak where the sect leader resided. Chu Sherdao's eagerness for achievement in seeking to comprehend the Jade Clear True King was also a desire to alleviate the burdens of their master and grandmaster, aiming to temper the arrogance of Qianyuan Peak. Upon their return to Lotus Mountain, Ren Hong and the fairy spirit promptly released the Antarctic cauldron. Wisps of ethereal violet vapor emanated from the copper cauldron's orifice, invigorating Ren Hong's spirit. Ren Hong, observing the lotus platform within the cold pond, discreetly concealed it and positioned the Antarctic immortal cauldron on the square platform he typically used for cultivation. Instantly, violet energy diffused from the cauldron, tinting the pond water with a rosy hue. Within the seal, the old demon, detecting the movement of immortal energy, hastily peered outside with his demonic eyes. Erupting in a tirade, that shameless brat. He's actually brought the Longevity Star's immortal cauldron. With the immortal cauldron looming outside, the old demon felt the difficulty of breaking the seal increase. At that moment, Ren Hong and the fairy spirit circled the Antarctic immortal cauldron. The fairy spirit clapped its hands in admiration. Serendipity. This is serendipity. With this immortal cauldron, we can gradually plot many things. Ren Hong, unfamiliar with the wonders of the Antarctic immortal cauldron, prompted the vermilion bird spirit to condense into fiery text. Is this cauldron an immortal artifact? Of course. This is the immortal Longevity Star's furnace, a genuine immortal treasure. How does it compare to you? Me? The fairy spirit's little tail perked up, and it proudly declared, I am the epitome of immortal artifacts. Although the Antarctic cauldron is also an immortal artifact, the disparity is still considerable. Roughly 10 Antarctic cauldrons combined would equal one of me, perhaps. I am among the top tier of immortal artifacts. Hearing this, Ren Hong disregarded the fairy spirit's boastful words. He circled the alchemic cauldron, the text automatically shifting. I am not versed in the art of alchemy, nor are you. Are we to learn through the secret manual left by senior brother? Unnecessary. This is an immortal cauldron, No need for such complications. Listen to me. Try using the Antarctic Immortal Cauldron to gather the violet aura and mist of Lotus Mountain. The two returned to Lotus Mountain at dawn. The morning light bathed the east, coalescing into a violet aura above Lotus Mountain. Ren Hong, following instructions, activated the Immortal Cauldron, and the copper lid opened on its own accord. Buzz! A golden light swept from within the cauldron towards the sky, capturing all the violet clouds. Quick, close the lid. Ren Hong sealed the cauldron, and a buzzing vibration emanated from within. Shortly after, 3 elixirs ejected from the orifice. The fairy spirit, prepared in advance, swept out a ray of light, retrieving the elixirs and presenting them to Ren Hong. Look, the violet cloud elixir is complete. All 3 elixirs were pure violet, the size of longans, exuding ethereal spiritual energy. Ren Hong inquired with doubt, "These are immortal elixirs?" Of course, what did you think an immortal cauldron was? Even without an alchemist's control. Simply toss the materials into the immortal cauldron, and the furnace will extract the medicinal power, harmonize the dragon and tiger yin and yang, and condense immortal elixirs. However, self-condensed immortal elixirs must be those with fewer techniques and simple properties of creation and destruction. Elixirs like the Violet Cloud Elixir and Azure Cloud Elixir only need to absorb spiritual energy to condense, lacking even the creation and destruction of medicinal materials, making them the simplest of elixirs. Violet Cloud Elixir and Azure Cloud Elixir, spiritual elixirs refined by collecting clouds, are collectively known as flying cloud elixirs. Their effect is to allow cultivators to forego the effort of absorbing spiritual energy, simply swallowing the elixirs to obtain the spiritual energy within. If it were more difficult elixirs, such as the 7 Aperture Elixir or 8 Treasure Elixir, with complex alchemic techniques, it would be impossible to rely on the Immortal Cauldron to refine them independently, requiring your assistance. But it should be easy to get started, as this Immortal Cauldron can increase the success rate of alchemy. Immortal Longevity Star used the Antarctic Immortal Cauldron to refine countless elixirs, and this Immortal Cauldron contains boundless alchemic energy. Even a novice alchemist, with a little adjustment, can use the alchemic energy within to condense batches of superior spiritual elixirs. The 3 Violet Cloud elixirs we have condensed are of the highest quality. The fairy spirit slapped its forehead, realizing, I remember the South Mountain Daoist sect has a fundamental cultivation method called the Violet Cloud Flying Cloud Scripture, which requires the practice of Violet Cloud elixirs. I heard that the quality of the Violet Cloud elixirs they have condensed in recent years is superior, no longer requiring the assistance of the profound Capital Palace. Could it be because of this Immortal Cauldron? The Antarctic Immortal Cauldron is valued by the South Mountain Daoist sect not only for the 3 Daoist books within, but also because this Immortal Cauldron can independently refine Violet Cloud elixirs, allowing the South Mountain Daoist sect to practice the Violet Cloud Flying Cloud Scripture with greater ease. It seems that the South Mountain Daoist sect is wasting its potential. They may not have comprehended the Daoist books, but they are merely using it to refine Violet Cloud elixirs. Thinking about the South Mountain Daoist sect squandering, the fairy spirit shook its head. At this moment, Ren Hong had already stored the 3 Violet Cloud elixirs and went to examine the 3 heavenly books carried by the Immortal Cauldron. He already possessed 900 years of cultivation, without the need to consume spiritual elixirs to increase his cultivation. He was more curious about the Daoist books. Senior Brother Longevity Star is said to have ascended with teacher Jade Void as an immortal. What secrets do his Daoist books hold? The first book Ren Hong perused was the Jade Purity Thunder Strategy, which Chu Shi Dao wanted to observe. This Daoist book centers on the Jade Purity True King as the main deity, recounting the Kunlun Divine Firmament Thunder method. In addition to the yellow talisman technique mentioned by the fairy spirit, drawing talismans and chanting incantations to attract the Jade Purity True King's power. There is also a crimson script method for cultivating Jade Purity power to invoke thunder. Ren Hong held up the thunder strategy and read a few pages, tentatively injecting a wisp of purple zenith true essence. Instantly, a silver light flew out from the Daoist book, condensing above his head into a feathered celestial monarch riding a chariot of 5 thunders. The celestial monarch was surrounded by thunder, with a rumbling spiritual sound. But this was just the beginning. Then, a crimson divine being appeared, riding a great swan, and a female immortal flew out on a cloud, holding a thunder mirror. Streams of spiritual light flew out from the Daoist book, totaling 36 thunder god dharma forms, some riding clouds, some sitting in chariots, each with a different image surrounding Ren Hong. Ren Hong seemed to understand. The 36 Thunder Lords of the Jade Purity Divine Firmament? Correct? These are the 36 Thunder Gods under the Jade Purity True King and the most orthodox Divine Firmament Thunder method of the Xian sect. There are many Xian sect Thunder methods, including the 3 Purities Thunder, 5 Thunders method, 9 Heavens Thunder, 10 Extremes Thunder, Divine Firmament Thunder, and so on. Among them, the Divine Firmament Thunder method is passed down from Kunlun, which can comprehend the Jade Purity True King Dao form and prove the Thunder Ancestor Dao form, which can be called infinitely potential. Now, just the 36 Thunder God phantoms surrounding Ren Hong made him feel a faint threat. As long as the 36 Thunder Gods moved the thunder slightly, Ren Hong would be blasted into dust. The celestial fairy of cosmic balance thought for a moment and also released a wisp of his magic power. Immediately, the 36 Thunder Gods transformed into 36 divine drums. Each divine drum inscribed with great Tao divine patterns, containing a kind of divine thunder origin. The sound of drums was like thunder, resounding in the cold pool, startling the old demon at the bottom of the pool, making it difficult to practice demonic skills, and constantly cursing. Ren Hong heard the sound and realized the Tao and Thunder Tao mental methods surged into his mind. Jade Pivot Thunder, Jade Mansion Thunder, Jade Pillar Thunder, Wind and Fire Thunder, Purple Mansion Thunder. A total of 36 kinds of thunder, each of which is a secret thunder method passed down by the Xian sect. Choose one to practice, and you can reach the upper realm of the Yuanshan. If the 36 thunder methods are practiced together, it is expected to cultivate the true Jade Purity Divine Firmament form. Ren Hong, did you see that? These 36 thunder drums are spiritual treasures formed by the great Tao of heaven and earth. After the Purple Zenith Divine Map was completed, Longevity Star invested the virtual shadow of this set of spiritual treasures into the Divine Map. All the disciples of the Divine Firmament Thunder method can use the power of the Thunder Drum to fight against the enemy. Ren Hong activated the Floating Dawn Mirror Spirit, deducing the cultivation method of the Thunder strategy. After all, he was a disciple of the scripture-passing lineage. Ren Hong quickly understood the cultivation method of this Daoist book from the Jade Purity Thunder strategy. The Jade Purity Thunder strategy is very simple to practice. First, condense the Jade Purity Profound Thunder True Essence in the Foundation Establishment realm, and then choose one of the 36 Thunder Gods to practice. After condensing the thunder origin of this Tao, you can start to sacrifice and refine the thunder drum of the main line, and then gradually dabble in the other 35 thunder methods. If all the mental methods of the 36 Thunder Gods can be cultivated in the Yuanshan, you will comprehend the true Jade Purity True King method, and you can expect the Thunder Ancestor Tao form. However, this Daoist book stops at the Divine Appearance realm and does not have the final step of Ascension. Looking at the Kunlun Daoist books, it is only in the middle rank. Because there are countless Kunlun heavenly books, only heavenly books can be counted as the upper rank. However, the mystery of the Thunder strategy should be more than that. Ren Hong took the Floating Dawn Mirror Spirit and shone it on the thunder drum in front of him. 5 color rays of light enveloped the 36 thunder drums. Suddenly, the thunder drums released billowing clouds, their jade surfaces swaying rhythmically, each drum forming layers of celestial clouds, cascading with misty auspicious light. The 36 drums, representing the 36 heavens, coalesced into a divine realm above, faintly assembling a celestial palace of thunder. In an instant, a phrase floated into Ren Hong's mind, the lofty celestial palace, where divine essence illuminates the halls. Brilliant golden light surged forth from the celestial palace, and through the haze, a resplendent figure of the Tao emerged, articulating the profound truths of the Jade Clarity Thunder strategy. A fleeting thought crossed Ren Hong's mind. The Jade Clarity True King birthed by this celestial palace bore some resemblance to the sovereign within his own purple extreme palace. He promptly closed the Jade Clarity Thunder strategy, dispelling the various phenomena. The celestial spirit inquired, "Why do you not continue to observe?" Ren Hong shook his head. As the vermilion bird upon his shoulder exhaled flames, "I am not an adept of thunder techniques, so what purpose does it serve me to gaze upon this?" Nevertheless, the teachings of the Jade Clarity True King had illuminated an alternative path for Ren Hong to cultivate the celestial thunder. There was no need to refine the 36 divine thunders. One could merely focus on envisioning the Jade Clarity True King from the outset, performing daily rituals to honor the True King's statue with the technique of yellow talismans, thereby inviting a thread of divine light from Jade Clarity. This would allow him to establish his own 9-layered celestial palace in the foundational realm, forging a personal celestial thunder of destiny. Upon attaining the golden core stage, he could rely upon the celestial palace to manifest his 36 divine thunders. Once the 36 divine thunders reached fruition, he could then strive to transform into the Thunder Ancestor and attempt to merge with the Tao. Ren Hong, being a novice in cultivation, was unaware of the secrets hidden within the Jade Clarity Thunder strategy. The immortal Shozi had left this thunder strategy, imparting 2 methods of cultivation, one manifest and one concealed, one true and one false. Among them, the method to establish the celestial palace and cultivate the Jade Clarity True King was the orthodox path. The choice to cultivate one of the 36 divine thunders was merely a diversion. Only by dedicating oneself to the practice of celestial thunder from the very beginning would one gain the acknowledgement of Shozi. Acquiring the 500 years of thunderous true essence concealed within the strategy, along with the fortune to continuously listen to the True King's teachings. This moment of the True King's teachings was crucial for Chu Shidao's desire to read the Jade Clarity Thunder strategy. Were it not for the recorded Daoist scripture personally inscribed by Shozi, elucidating the mysteries of the heavenly Thunder Dao, how could Chu Shidao, who practiced the natural classic of the 9 immortal peaks, find value in a thunder strategy devoid of Ascension methods? Not only Chu Shidao, but even those from the 5 Thunder sect or other adept practitioners of thunder techniques would stand to benefit immensely from hearing the True King's discourse, potentially avoiding a century of detours and hastening their entry into the divine manifestation of the merged Tao. After perusing the Jade Clarity Thunder strategy, Ren Hong turned his attention to the Southern Polar Longevity spell. This was a spell for enhancing longevity, concise in its entirety, comprising merely 300 words, and also related to the Purple Extreme Divine Diagram. It required daily worship of the Southern Polar Longevity Lord and the Southern Dipper's 6-star lords. When the spell is partially mastered, reciting it 10 times could extend one's lifespan by the span of a finger snap. At its full potential, it could harness the power of the Southern Dipper to augment one's own or another's lifespan. Upon observing the patterns of the Southern Polar Longevity Lord's Tao figure, Ren Hong instinctively compared it to the Jade Clarity True King from the Jade Clarity Thunder strategy. The celestial spirit seemed to comprehend his thoughts and remarked with a smile, "The Southern Polar Longevity Lord is also one of the Tao figures that Shozi has contemplated." He began his evolution from the lower ranks of Tao figures. His trajectory of ascension is roughly as follows: Longevity Lord, Southern Polar Star Lord, Southern Polar Longevity Lord, Master of the Celestial Palace, Thunder Ancestor, Jade Clarity True King. He not only defined the Thunder Ancestor for Kunlun, seizing the heavenly Thunder Tao for his own use, but also appointed the 6-star lords of the Southern Dipper as guardians, becoming one of the 72 divine protectors of Kunlun. After reading both texts, Ren Hong refrained from delving into the 3rd book on alchemical secrets. After all, he was already pressed for time in comprehending the Daoist scriptures and cultivating his powers, let alone pursuing alchemical arts. Currently, the Southern Polar Cauldron could autonomously refine low-level elixirs, which sufficed for his needs. Chapter 39. The Northern Dipper and Southern Ladle. The polar convergence setting aside the Daoist texts, Ren Hong commenced the ritual refinement of the Southern Polar Immortal Cauldron. Remarkably, this marked Ren Hong's inaugural attempt at refining a magical artifact. The Jun Tian Immortal Spirit had already manifested as an independent entity, thus requiring no assistance from Ren Hong for either its refinement or recognition of ownership. Although the 100 Scales Sword of Immortal Slaughter is indeed an artifact, Ren Hong was evidently reluctant to wield this demonic blade. Though this was his first endeavor in artifact refinement, Ren Hong was already well versed in the techniques from his prior experiences atop Kunlun Mountain. The essence of artifact refinement lies in the arcane prohibitions. By embedding one's true essence and spiritual awareness into intricate prohibitions, one could manipulate the artifact's corresponding functionalities. The Southern Polar Immortal Cauldron possessed 28 heavenly prohibitions, and all Ren Hong needed to do was envelop his spiritual awareness with his true essence and infuse it into the outermost layer of the first prohibition. As the spirit observed Ren Hong's hands pressed upon the crimson copper cauldron, continuously channeling his true essence within, it cautioned him, "The mysteries of the artifact's prohibitions are profound. You only need to refine the initial prohibition to establish ownership. Other matters can be addressed gradually." When Ren Hong's true essence and spiritual awareness made contact with the first prohibition, he beheld a vast expanse of billowing clouds. Within this ethereal sea of clouds rose a golden wall, interwoven with demonic energy and traces of pure yang magic. Simultaneously, Renhong sensed the oppressive weight of this wall. This was the prohibition of the southern polar immortal cauldron, akin to a formidable celestial barrier safeguarding the cauldron's core and preventing outsiders from refining it. Renhong pondered. Perhaps it was precisely the difficulty in refining the southern polar immortal cauldron that led the Southern Mountain Dao sect to be unable to retain this artifact for themselves. Both the demonic energy and pure yang magic adhered to the surface of the wall, unable to penetrate further into the prohibition, indicating the Southern Mountain Dao sect and King Yu Yin's failure in their attempts. As Renhong infused the Jade Void Purple Extreme True Essence into the prohibition, he initially expected to experience a similar fate to the previous two attempts, with the magic flowing merely on the surface before gradually attempting to penetrate deeper. Unexpectedly, upon sensing the Jade Void True Essence, the wall of prohibitions emitted a resonance of thunder. A deafening roar erupted, and the strand of spiritual awareness he had invested into the prohibition was jolted to the core, reverberating back to Renhong himself. Renhong, do not withdraw your hands. Continue. The spirit, recognizing the opportunity, urged, the prohibition has taken notice. It is probing your true essence attributes. Proceed. Renhong intensified the flow of his true essence, and soon it enveloped the outer layer of the wall. The purple mist true essence melted the golden wall, forming a portal of white light. Effortlessly, Renhong's spiritual awareness traversed the wall, delving deeper into the cloud sea. Amidst the swirling mists, a pathway emerged beneath him. Flanking the path were three statues, each clad in red robes, with bearded visages and holding jade tablets. Renhong's expression shifted. The 6 star lords of the Southern Dipper? At the end of the path, guarded by the statues, stood another golden wall. A second prohibition? Contemplating this, Renhong propelled his strand of spiritual awareness, enveloped in true essence, forward. The spirit, providing protection, suddenly witnessed the southern polar immortal cauldron radiating brilliance, its belly shimmering with 6 hues, drawing upon the power of the 6 stars of the Southern Dipper. The Southern Dipper seal? The spirit mused. It is said that the spirit longevity star governs the southern pole. It seems the southern polar immortal cauldron was indeed forged using meteorites from the 6 stars. The 6 beams of starlight swirled around Renhong, and the spirit observed as the second and third prohibitions were simultaneously breached. Within the cauldron's transforming ethereal realm, Renhong approached the wall representing the 4th celestial realm. Having passed through 3 prohibitions, aside from the artifact's ability to capture, Renhong had also gained insight into the manipulation of size and the control of celestial flames. At this moment, he deeply understood why the Jun Tian immortal spirit executed its spells through pure yang prohibitions. For the prohibitions symbolized the artifact's functionalities, as well as the techniques employed by various artifacts. By refining 3 prohibitions, aside from the initial recognition of ownership, Renhong could utilize the artifact to capture adversaries, alter the cauldron's size, and command the flames for combat. Naturally, the southern polar immortal cauldron's quintessential ability remained alchemical refinement, to reopen 3 prohibitions in one breath. This young man possesses remarkable fortune. The spirit comprehended that this was the limit of the shared true essence, to breach additional prohibitions beyond this point. Unless one practiced the techniques of the spirit longevity lineage, Renhong, as a disciple of Kunlun, would need to invest time in refinement. A seal, rising from the southern polar immortal cauldron, wavered momentarily before swiftly entering Renhong's brow. The Southern Dipper's 6 stars and the Northern Dipper's 7 stars ascended at opposite ends of the purple extreme palace, standing in distant opposition. It is said among mortals that the Southern 6 resemble a ladle, while the Northern 7 represent a dipper. Together, they form the celestial dance within the purple extreme palace, intertwining their starry light and embodying the transformations of the cosmic constellations. The astral phenomenon illuminated the purple extreme palace, transforming this celestial domain into a tapestry of starry constellations. With his eyes firmly shut, Renhong hastily withdrew his hands, sitting cross-legged upon the platform, silently invoking his celestial tome. The purple extreme emperor radiated with brilliance, waves of majestic celestial light surging forth, enveloping the starlight from both the northern and southern sides. In that moment, a phrase inexplicably flashed through Renhong's mind. to command the two poles and govern the three realms. The two streams of starlight morphed at the side of the purple extreme emperor. To the left, the 7 stars of the northern dipper transformed into 7 celestial lords. To the right, the 6 stars of the southern dipper manifested as 6 celestial lords. Both the northern dipper's 7 luminaries and the southern dipper's 6 lords were of the 3rd tier of the sacred purple extreme divine diagram, equal in stature to the 5 mountain emperors. Yet within the purple extreme palace, they all clustered around the purple extreme emperor, extolling the great truths of the Tao and venerating the supreme purple extreme, the god of all deities. Renhong immersed himself in this experience, comprehending the profound principles conveyed by the celestial tome. Meanwhile, in the external realm, the spirit stood guard, observing the emergence of 13 stars above Renhong's head. Interweaving and shifting, it drew forth a piece of white jade essence from Renhong's grasp. This is a refining treasure? The spirit noticed Renhong's eyes closed. Yet his right hand rose of its own accord, as if stepping into some transcendental realm, his fingers tracing upon the white jade essence. Each stroke infused the essence with a prohibition composed of the great celestial script. The first prohibition, embodying the essence of transformation, succeeded. This lad has already mastered the minor transformation prohibition, making it his own. Though the spirit could not impart the transformation prohibitions to others, it understood their essence. The arcane secrets handed down by the major sects derive from the traces of celestial treasures or their own teachings. Through these intricate prohibitions, one could formulate an artifact best suited to their disciples. However, the transformation prohibition unique to Kunlun was different. It was not a conclusion derived by Kunlun, but rather a tool for seeking answers. By contrasting and merging it with one's own cultivation techniques, one could construct a unique system of transformation prohibitions. The Yin-Yang transformation prohibition of Taihua Peak, the celestial transformation prohibition of Jiuxian Peak, and the azure transformation prohibition of Qianyuan Peak all evolved from the Kunlun transformation prohibition. Now, Renhong, engrossed in the celestial tome and grasping the great Tao, was utilizing his minor transformation prohibition to derive a unique system of the purple extreme transformation prohibition exclusive to the 5 yuan purple extreme book. The fundamental essence of this transformation prohibition does not reside in yin and yang, nor in the 5 elements, but rather in the mastery of the 2 poles and the 3 realms, governing the temporal shifts of celestial bodies. As the first transformation prohibition materialized, the external form of the jade essence began to transmute into that of a jade ladle. Subsequently, silvery light illuminated the surface of the jade body, and the second transformation prohibition took shape. This was the purple extreme northern dipper prohibition, capable of channeling the power of the 7 stars of the northern dipper. With another flash of silver light, the third prohibition emerged, the purple extreme southern dipper prohibition, able to summon the influence of the 6 stars of the southern dipper. The fourth, the purple extreme convergence prohibition, represented the art of inverting the polarities of yin and yang. For transformation prohibitions, the spirit's eyelids twitched. Is he not refining a treasure for the first time? Is he attempting to inscribe multiple transformation prohibitions in one go? Encasing Renhong in pure yang magic, the spirit noted that his internal essence did not exhibit any severe depletion, allowing a sigh of relief to escape its heart. Perhaps this truly was his fortuitous opportunity? The 5th, 6th, and even the 7th prohibitions subsequently took form. At this juncture, the white jade essence had fully transformed into the shape of a ladle, with both ends adorned with cloud-like patterns. One side inscribed with the 7 stars of the northern dipper and the other with the 6 stars of the southern dipper, while the ladle's center gently curved, revealing cloud motifs. Yet Renhong's fingers did not cease, continuing to etch the arcane prohibitions. In November, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to the following supporters. 1. Ma Xian, a distinguished figure. 10,000 Qijian coins. 2. A pseudonym yet to be decided. 3,000 Qijian coins. 3. Blue Dream 97. 2. 700 Qijian coins. 4. Lu Lian, who is not fond of durian. 2. 300 Qijian coins. 5. The blooming flower of the other shore. 2. 000 Qijian coins. 6. Yu Fuyao. 2. 000 Qijian coins. 7. The Demon Lord Mingi. 1. 000 Qijian coins. 8. Xiao Pei, pushed to the edge by life. 1. 000 Qijian coins. 9. Wei Shenuo. 1. 000 Qijian coins 10. Sea like heart, 1, 000 Qijian coins 11. The Wanderer of the Void, 500 Qijian coins 12. Wei Xianzhu, 500 Qijian coins 13. Odremo, 600 Qijian coins 14. Hongchen Fanshi, 600 Qijian coins 15. Winter, my beloved, 500 Qijian coins 16. Chuchuan Chongyue, 500 Qijian coins 17. Tu Qingshan, not far away, 500 Qijian coins 18. Ellen Fengyun Batian, 300 Qijian coins 19. The Sound of Rain Falling, Qijian Reading iOS, 200 Qijian coins 20. Bonash Box T, 200 Qijian coins 21. The Final Piece, 200 Qijian coins 22. The Third Disciple of the Supreme Palace, 100 Qijian coins 23. Madamadan 2, 100 Qijian coins 24. The Gentle Breeze and Bright Moon, 100 Qijian coins 25. Spring Bright, The Bell of Heaven, 100 Qijian coins 26. Grant Me a Bowl Full of Tears, 100 Qijian coins 27. The Unchanging Charm of Novels, 100 Qijian coins 28. Lan Yi Cao, 100 Qijian coins 29. Xiao Huangxian, 100 Qijian coins 30. The Astonishing Flying Clouds, 100 Qijian coins 31. Life is but a Dream, 100 Qijian coins 32. Pi Yuanzi, 100 Qijian coins 33. The First Batch of Wanderers, 100 Qijian coins 34. Starry Dragon Shadow, 100 Qijian coins 35. Warm and Tender, 100 Qijian coins 36. Crispy Mouse, 100 Qijian coins 37. St. Isaac Cool Road, 100 Qijian coins 38. How You Air, 100 Qijian coins 39. Star Moon Dream Feather, 100 Qijian coins 40. Speak Shui Fu, 100 Qijian coins 41. The Frog in the Well, Unaware of the Sea, 100 Qijian coins 42. Amit Ba 079, 100 Qijian coins 43. Z Hang T, Qijian Reading iOS, 100 Qijian coins 44. Wan Jun, Qijian Reading iOS, 100 Qijian coins 45. Book Friend 1606-0116-295-8936, 100 Qijian coins 46. Book Friend 201908-021251355562, 100 Qijian coins 47. Book Friend 20191129153848853, 100 Qijian coins, Chapter 40. The Convergence of Dualities and the Manifestation of the Great Dao Renhong. Accompanied by the ever-changing celestial bodies within the Palace of the Purple Extreme, delved into a profound state of enlightenment as the celestial script unfolded before him. His fingers moved slowly yet powerfully, inscribing intricate patterns upon the jade core, where arcane seals radiated with ethereal light, forming the essence of the magical artifact. The celestial spirit mused, could this lad intend to forge a magical artifact in one go? The crafting of such a treasure is, after all, the cultivation of arcane seals. The hierarchy of magical implements comprises 12 celestial prohibitions, each representing a unique mastery of the Tao. Generally, when a regular magical instrument is elevated to a treasure, these 12 prohibitions coalesce into a singular spiritual seal. Subsequently, one must reforge and nurture this seal to cultivate the artifact's power until the 24 celestial seals are perfected, allowing for the formation of a grand celestial prohibition. This process continues until the 36 celestial prohibitions are fully realized. Yet, the great sects of the Mystic Gate have taken a different approach, studying the arcane seals after the model of the heavenly treasures. High-level arcane seals directly encompass either 24 spiritual seals or 36 celestial seals. Utilizing these advanced arcane methods to forge magical implements not only enhances their power compared to ordinary artifacts, but also simplifies the subsequent ascension to treasures and celestial tools by merely stacking these seals. The Southern Polar Cauldron and the Juntian Ruler were forged using this technique. Renhong utilized the essence of white jade, employing the secret Kunlun method of the small Rui prohibition, which allowed him to augment the seals at will, eventually evolving into a treasure and a celestial tool. If this lad could successfully evolve 13 Rui divine seals in one breath, he could indeed elevate the white jade essence into a true treasure. The celestial spirit paced nearby, wearing an expression of anticipation. The higher Renhong's achievements, the more it confirmed the spirit's initial judgment. It indirectly indicated that the people of Kunlun Mountain were blind to his potential, driving a genuine prodigy out of their gates. In the days to come, When he ascended to the higher realms and encountered the Venerable One, his excuse for leaving would undoubtedly hold more credibility. The white jade essence was a millennium-old jade soul, imbued with the Tao rhythm of the Jade Void. It was more than sufficient as the embryo of a magical artifact, even serving as a crucial material for a celestial tool. However, as Ren Hong inscribed the 9th Rui divine seal, a sudden halt in the flow of mystical energy enveloped him, leaving him pale and seemingly unable to continue. The celestial spirit quickly intervened to replenish his magical energy. Indeed, witnessing this scene, the spirit felt a mix of disappointment and understanding. After all, this was Ren Hong's first attempt at forging a treasure. Despite utilizing materials of artifact caliber and the exquisite applications of Rui divine seals, the toll on him was considerable. That's enough for now, Ren Hong. Cease for the time being. The 9 seals inscribed upon the Jade Rui are already comparable to some of the finest magical instruments perfected with the 12 celestial prohibitions. Suddenly, from both ends of the white Jade Rui, beams of starlight burst forth, drawing upon the cosmic forces of the polar stars. 13 beams of starlight converged around Ren Hong, manifesting as the phantoms of 13 celestial lords. Within the purple microcosm, the great sage of the middle heaven, serene and profound, drew upon the roots of the great Tao. The 7 lords of the Northern Dipper appeared as youthful figures, reciting the Northern Dipper incantation. The only distinction lay in the fact that, apart from their synchronized speech, they each bore the names of their respective palaces, the Heavenly Origin Palace and the Earthly Origin Palace. Conversely, the 6 lords of the Southern Dipper resembled ancient sages, holding jade tablets while chanting, Majestic Red Emperor, dividing the 6 luminaries. Resplendent Dan Ling, Eternal Longevity. Their words were similarly adorned with the names of the 6 great celestial palaces belonging to the Southern Dipper, the Northern Dipper Lords and the Southern Dipper Lords. This was indeed a manifestation of the great Tao's homage. The celestial spirit stood to the side, dumbfounded by the sight of the 13 celestial lords surrounding the artifact. Whenever celestial cultivators achieved supreme divine powers, unparalleled elixirs, or transcendent treasures, various extraordinary phenomena would accompany them. 5 centuries ago, such phenomena often included the showering of heavenly flowers, a cascade of luminous jewels, and swirling red mists. Each sect's unique cultivation methods invoked distinct manifestations, making comparisons impossible. However, after the purple extreme divine chart refined the heavenly and earthly Daoist into a divine manifestation, everything changed. The phenomena of the mystic gate were further organized by the divine chart into 9 distinct levels. Incidents such as golden flowers and fragrant essences, auspicious spirit beasts, and rolling celestial mists were merely mid-tier occurrences. They merely reflected the minor spiritual responses elicited by the purple extreme divine chart's attunement to the cultivator's methods. These phenomena were but embellishments beside the myriad divine manifestations. Within the hierarchy of mystic gate phenomena, the highest form was the manifestation of Tao homage, regardless of one's pursuits. Attracting the divine manifestation of the purple extreme divine chart signified the utmost auspicious sign. As the celestial spirit recalled, the current master of the Xuandu Palace had once drawn forth the manifestation of the Supreme Taoist during an elixir refinement 3 centuries prior. Furthermore, each instance of the Supreme 9 turns golden elixir emerging into the world was accompanied by the presence of the Old Lord riding an ox. When the celestial lord of the Northern Dipper performed his methods, he had once summoned the Northern Dipper lords to pay homage. Now, as Ren Hong simultaneously attracted both the Southern Dipper and Northern Dipper lords, it was undoubtedly the pinnacle of treasure-forging phenomena, a manifestation of Tao homage. However, the artifact he crafted possessed celestial properties. The celestial spirit pondered. First, he forged the Northern Dipper Tao seal, and now he has activated the Southern Dipper Tao seal. If one were unaware, they might think he belonged to the Star Palace, the Northern Dipper sect, or perhaps the Purple Yang sect. Yet, upon reflection, the spirit realized that by bringing Ren Hong down the mountain, rather than allowing him to defect to the Northern Dipper sect, they had truly accomplished a significant feat for Kunlun. Such a genius, attracting the admiration of celestial lords, if discovered by the Northern Dipper sect, might not only lead to the Tao Lord personally taking him as a disciple, but also transmitting the sect's teachings, potentially nurturing another Tao Lord who embodies the Star Master Tao. As the 13 celestial lords lingered, they further augmented the power of the white Jade Rui. The starry lights of the southern and northern dippers empowered Renhong, enabling him to inscribe the remaining 3 Rui seals into the artifact. The 12 prohibitions coalesced, resembling a white dragon swallowing starlight, achieving a state of perfection in the magical artifact. As for the celestial spirit's fantasy of a treasure, Renhong's small Rui prohibition only had 12 layers. How could he possibly inscribe a 13th arcane seal? His limit in treasure forging lay in refining this piece of white jade into a top-tier magical implement, only a hair's breadth away from becoming a treasure. Renhong held the Rui aloft with both hands. This artifact he had forged was intrinsically linked to his own bloodline, requiring no effort to refine as his spiritual consciousness naturally emerged within the 12th prohibition. With a mere thought, the core arcane seal of the artifact emulated the southern polar cauldron, crystallizing a realm within its confines to accommodate his spiritual consciousness. The 12th prohibition transformed into a palace, housing the imperial form of his spiritual essence. The 11th prohibition morphed into the palace gates, while the 2nd through 10th prohibitions formed 9 vermilion walls, securely enclosing the palace. The outermost 1st prohibition manifested as a heavenly gate. Any outsider attempting to seize Renhong's artifact would have to start from the heavenly gate, methodically unraveling the prohibitions, until they could breach the palace and vanquish Renhong's spiritual essence to claim control over the treasure. Suddenly, a thought crossed Renhong's mind. I wonder if the southern polar cauldron, with its 28 celestial prohibitions, still harbors a trace of my senior brother Ling Shouzi's consciousness at its core? However, this thought was fleeting, and Renhong chuckled inwardly. I have no intention of wielding the southern polar cauldron as a weapon. On ordinary days, when refining elixirs, I need not invoke all 28 prohibitions. Even if my senior brother's consciousness lingers, what concern is it of mine? Renhong opened his eyes, and the 13 celestial lords gradually faded away, leaving a 9-inch-long white jade Rui suspended before him. Though termed a Rui, its shape resembled a jade hook. The front end arched upwards, resembling the northern Dipper star map, while the tapered end curved downwards, forming the southern Dipper star map. The middle section exhibited a peculiar arc, suggesting it was not a treasure meant for brute force. The celestial spirit observed for a while before chuckling. It seems this artifact is intended to channel the Dao arts through those prohibitions. Renhong silently nodded in agreement. The greatest advantage of this jade Rui, once forged, lay in its capacity to harness the power of the polar stars, particularly at the southern end, which could assist in employing the longevity incantation left behind by Ling Shouzi. Moreover, the Dao arts inscribed within the Purple Extreme Book, when wielded through this Rui, would amplify their potency threefold. With a gentle shake of the Rui, flames erupted forth, transforming into a phoenix that perched upon his shoulder. However, this vermilion bird surpassed the phantoms he had previously summoned in size by a considerable margin. Its scarlet plumage flickered with hints of flames, already exhibiting signs of materialization. Undoubtedly, this was the effect of the Rui's enhancement. While engaging in combat, this Rui assisted in the art of Taoism. As for true combat, it seemed a sword would be necessary. The celestial spirit alluded to was undoubtedly the famed 100-scale, slaying, immortal sword. This sword was forged from the bones of a golden core serpent demon, its essence composed of a magical artifact shell. However, the malevolent enchantments inscribed upon it had been meticulously erased, significantly diminishing its potency. Yet, with the re-establishment of the Xuanmen's prohibitions, it could potentially transform into a treasure of the immortal realm. Nevertheless, Renhong harbored an intrinsic aversion to demonic artifacts. Cast out from Kunlun, he never perceived the path of immortality as synonymous with righteousness. Yet, he felt no fondness for the demonic path either. Even demonic artifacts were laden with numerous taboos. In Renhong's eyes, his white jade Rui might not compare in rank to the 100-scale slaying immortal sword he had acquired from the southern barbarians. But as a magical artifact refined through the Rui's prohibitions, it resonated with him far more than that sinister object, and he had no intention of wielding that sword again. Chapter 41. The Northern Celestial Cloud Market. The floating Li treasure mirror is a precious artifact for cultivating the Dao, enabling one to accelerate their enlightenment. Just by observing Renhong's adept use of a single mirror shadow to deduce the Jade Clear Thunder strategy, one can discern its profoundness. Should this treasure mirror be reforged, Renhong's comprehension of the heavenly texts would undoubtedly hasten significantly. Although the mirror spirit possesses a portion of restrictive spells, it merely requires the crafting of the artifact's foundation. However, The shell of the floatingly treasure mirror cannot be borne by ordinary materials. The celestial spirit remarked, "The 7 treasures left by our master are mostly remnants from predecessors or gifts from others. Only the floating Li Hanyuan mirror and the Qi of 10,000 Mysteries Pearl were personally refined by our master after achieving mastery of his techniques. The suite of prohibitions within the floating Li Hanyuan mirror, along with the profound restrictions of the Qi Pearl, were both derived from the unique interpretations of the Jade Void ancestor. Indeed, Ren Hong's ability to swiftly evolve his own purple extreme divine restrictions using the lesser in conjunction with the heavenly texts is also attributable to the floating Li Mirror's spirit. The mirror spirit embodies 1/3 of the floating Li prohibitions, which similarly originated from as did the prohibitions within the Jun Tian ruler and the Southern Polar Cauldron. This is akin to possessing a comprehensive toolkit along with 3 ready-made outcomes for reverse engineering. Thus, Ren Hong could rapidly grasp his own. The celestial spirit continued, "I recall that the Qi Pearl was painstakingly crafted by our master over a century, using primordial Qi of the mixed essence refined within his palm. As for the floating Li mirror, it was forged from a piece of ancient bronze of unparalleled quality. If you wish to reforge the floating Li mirror, you must acquire a piece of millennium-grade copper essence. However, within the Lotus Flower Mountain, such materials are simply unattainable." Ren Hong pondered, formulating a plan. What if I exchanged it for purple cloud pills? Since he could not procure the materials himself, seeking out other cultivators for trade seemed prudent. If the purple cloud pills were insufficient, he could offer the original body of the 100-scale sword or the jade pipa. The celestial spirit concurred. Indeed, we can utilize the Southern Polar Cauldron for exchanges. However, the purple cloud pills may attract too much attention. It would be wiser to trade for a variety of elixirs. The flames danced before the celestial spirit. "Please take charge of these trivial matters." Ren Hong, engrossed in his cultivation, was disinclined to manage such affairs. He entrusted the Southern Polar Cauldron to the celestial spirit and immersed himself in his studies. Satisfied with his concentration, the celestial spirit thought, "Very well. These trivialities need not distract him. I will handle them." Each took their designated role, and soon the seasons changed, leading to the 18th day of the 4th month the following year. On this day, a year prior, Ren Hong had enacted a closed-mouth technique, remaining silent for an entire year to refine his mental fortitude. Now, he had finally completed this year-long practice. A resounding cry echoed like thunder, reverberating across the mountains and fields. The flower spirits, engaged in their own cultivation within the floral realms, sensed the overwhelming presence enveloping Lotus Flower Mountain and emerged to investigate. In the sky, the azure dragon and vermilion bird soared alongside, while a pillar of pure white energy shot skyward. "I am refining my techniques. You need not concern yourselves." Ren Hong then subdued the extraordinary phenomena and sought out the Jun Tian celestial spirit. The celestial spirit, cradling the grand cauldron, was gathering the essence of white clouds near Lin Mountain and Xiong water, utilizing the Southern Polar Cauldron to refine the white cloud pill. "Dao brother, I appreciate your hard work these days." Upon seeing Ren Hong approach on the back of the vermilion bird, the celestial spirit scrutinized him, noting the vibrant energy emanating from him. "Have you completed your closed-mouth technique? How do you feel?" "After a year of holding my breath, my magical prowess has been thoroughly refined into my Dao body. As for a year of silence, it has slightly increased my composure. However, it is still too little." Ren Hong shook his head. After all, a year is a fleeting duration, not particularly challenging for one of his caliber. Thus, he concluded that this method was of little utility. While it might serve as a brief boost in foundational stages, enhancing composure and grounding one's mindset, the celestial spirit had never held it in high regard. Yet, since Ren Hong consumed celestial herbs, this method facilitated his absorption of spiritual energy, prompting the celestial spirit to withhold objections. "I observed some of my fellow disciples practicing this technique on the mountain, sparking my curiosity. I thought to give it a try, and now my curiosity is satisfied." Ren Hong did not wish to dwell further on the matter and redirected the conversation. "Dao brother, how many elixirs have you refined?" "I have gathered 300 white cloud pills, 50 blue cloud pills, and 170 purple cloud pills. These elixirs, crafted from cloud essence, are not particularly rare, categorized as common commodities. While the quantity is substantial, they may not fetch a high price." The celestial spirit had also made inquiries into market conditions in the northern Yuetian market during recent days. According to the market here, Acquiring a piece of millennium-grade copper essence would require at least 500 elixirs. Rinhong frowned slightly. In that case, let us not rush to acquire the copper essence. We should first purchase some talisman paper and cinnabar. During his leisure, Rinhong had been studying the Jade Clear Thunder strategy and had developed a clear understanding of the yellow talisman technique. This technique, based on the purple extreme divine diagram, could summon the power of the Tao. While this power was only a minor means for subduing demons, its greatest utility lies in accelerating one's personal cultivation. Yellow talisman technique. I spotted a few books on related practices in the market. Shall we purchase some? After deliberation, the two rode the flames toward the northern Yuetian market. Naturally, Rinhong assumed the identity of Luya Daoist once more. With the experience from their last visit, they were more cautious, ensuring they would not be discovered by those from Kunlun. The northern Yuetian market is nestled within the heart of the Taichung mountain range, which boasts undulating peaks and is home to many solitary practitioners and sections. Where there are people, there are exchanges. Hence, the Northern Yuetian sect established a marketplace known as the Northern Celestial Cloud Market. Here, practitioners from all corners of the Taichung mountain range converge, sharing cultivation insights and trading spiritual goods and elixirs. It was a rare occasion for Rinhong to venture out, and the celestial spirit eagerly explained. The cloud market is a blessed realm cultivated by the Northern Yuetian sect from a spiritual tree. It shares the same roots as their Cloud Tower classic. Here, 2 golden elixir cultivators from the Northern Yuetian sect are stationed. Though I am here to protect you, you must remain cautious. Those 2 cultivators can exert extraordinary prowess due to their connection with the cloud tree that aligns with their sect's teachings. Under the celestial spirit's guidance, Rinhong arrived at the edge of a cliff. Amidst the vast white mist stood an ancient celestial tree. This celestial tree, rooted in the abyss, extended its branches from the unfathomable depths, its verdant crown completely shrouded in mist. This is the Cloud Tower Celestial Wood, a unique root of the Northern Yuetian sect capable of summoning clouds and mist. The celestial spirit remarked, "This tree is ideal for crafting flying palaces and divine carriages." Our Kunlun sect has established trade relations with the Northern Yuetian sect. Many structures among the 12 peaks of Kunlun are fashioned from the heartwood of the Cloud Tower. The celestial spirit imparted the incantation for opening the door. Holding the white jade, Rinhong gently swept it through the mist, causing the clouds to part, revealing an invisible pathway. Peering ahead, Rinhong could see an unfathomable gorge, but his spiritual sense informed him that the celestial bridge lay just before him. Though he walked in midair, it felt as if something supported him, guiding Rinhong beneath the cloud tower to enter the cloud market. The cloud market, established in reliance on the Cloud Tower Celestial Wood, was filled with ethereal clouds and abundant spiritual energy. Remarkable. The spiritual energy here is not inferior to that of Lotus Flower Mountain. That is due to the scarcity of spiritual energy on Lotus Flower Mountain, the celestial spirit replied, somewhat exasperated. Had I not assisted you, do you think you could cultivate so swiftly in such a place? Have you not seen how even the Lotus Lady has departed? Amidst the swirling white mist, numerous azure cloud platforms emerged. A rough count revealed no less than 100. Do you see the 12 connected cloud platforms in the center? Those are the 12 crowns of the Cloud Tower Celestial Wood, which also serve as the marketplace established by the Northern Yuetian sect. Here, one can exchange elixirs, Tao techniques, magical artifacts, and spiritual beasts. As for the adjacent cloud platforms, they belong to other sects or solitary practitioners. While private transactions may offer lower prices, they also carry risks. I understand. The Northern Yuetian sect values its reputation and would not quibble over trivial profits. Rinhong paid no heed to those lesser cloud platforms and proceeded directly to the designated area established by the Northern Yuetian sect, seeking out books on the yellow talisman technique. Chapter 42. The Daoist Scriptures of the Profound Deity. Supreme Three Purities. As Rinhong was about to step into the scripture pavilion, he suddenly heard a call from behind. Turning around, he saw Jiayu, clad in a dark robe, approaching him with a look of delight. The celestial spirit, taken aback, communicated silently with Rinhong, pondering why this fellow, who should have been in South Yu, was now in North Yu. Concerned that this might be a spy from Kunlun, Rinhong maintained a calm demeanor while growing wary of Jiayu. However, Jiayu, brimming with enthusiasm, expressed gratitude. Thanks to your timely assistance in the south, we were able to return to Tiger Howl Pass. Rinhong, still playing the reticent Luya Daoist, turned, and continued towards the scripture pavilion. Noticing this, Jiang quickly inquired, "Are you here to purchase Daoist texts? I must have forgotten. You initially ventured to the south for the alchemical scriptures." Jiang speculated that Ren Hong's visit to North U was likely to continue his search for alchemical texts, as scattered practitioners like them faced significant challenges in their cultivation. "No, I am seeking the art of yellow talismans," Ren Hong replied, suddenly recalling that this disciple, who seemed to hail from the Five Thunder sect, might possess expertise in this area. Yet, he quickly reminded himself that Luya Daoist, being a golden core practitioner and a solitary cultivator, had likely spent many years in seclusion and thus adopted this taciturn demeanor. The art of yellow talismans, a relatively new practice in the past few centuries, was probably unfamiliar to him. With this in mind, and remembering the favor he owed, Jiang smiled broadly. "You seek the art of yellow talismans? My sect specializes in this craft. Come, let me assist you in choosing the appropriate texts. The practice of yellow talismans involves invoking divine powers, so we must not be negligent." Ren Hong, appreciating the gesture, silently permitted Jiang to accompany him into the scripture pavilion. Inside, the atmosphere was ethereal, with clouds of auspiciousness drifting through the expansive hall. Each cloud enveloped a Daoist text, radiating a spectrum of celestial light. Jiang quickly scanned the surroundings and located a volume on yellow talismans, guiding Ren Hong towards it. "As you cultivate the fire crow technique, it would be best to select the sacred Daoist manifestations from the Southern Correct Division, Divine Fire Division, and Pure Yang Division." Intrigued, Ren Hong asked, "Are there distinctions within the art of yellow talismans?" Jiang explained, "The essence of the yellow talisman art lies in our daily worship of the great Tao, channeling the spiritual resonance of the Tao that pertains to us, allowing us to utilize it. However, as a practitioner of the fire crow technique, if you were to invoke the sea god, and daily found yourself enveloped in moisture and dew, wouldn't that hinder your fundamental cultivation?" Jiang elaborated on the practice of yellow talismans, emphasizing that the talismans must be inscribed on yellow paper with vermilion ink. Each deity possesses a unique seal, and one cannot simply prepare a few sheets of talisman paper to summon divine powers indiscriminately. Typically, only those deities with whom one has a connection would lend their strength. This necessitates daily rituals and offerings to establish a connection with the divine. Both Ren Hong and the celestial spirit were novices in this regard, and as they listened to Jiang's explanation, their expressions transformed to one of enlightenment. The celestial spirit transmitted a thought, "I understand now. The secret Daoist talismans of Kunlun's 12 peaks, as well as those that disciples must wear after foundational cultivation, are all employed for this purpose." As Jiang continued, he noted that each deity inscribed with the purple extreme divine diagram had its own exclusive talisman. To worship a deity, one must either learn or be granted a talisman. He added, "There are both public and secret talismans. Secret talismans are fundamental to the major sects, representing the innate manifestations of their respective Daoist lords, and are rarely shared. Unless you join a specific sect, you cannot invoke the ancestral deities of the various sections. Otherwise, if you keep invoking their powers without any connection, wouldn't that annoy them?" Contemplating this, Jiang lowered his voice and discreetly advised Ren Hong. "Although the North U sect is prestigious, their highest manifestation is the Northern Supreme Emperor, which may not align with your nature. If you truly wish to cultivate secret talismans, it would be better to seek the South U sect, the Divine Fire Tao. Of course, the best option would be to join the East Hua sect." "And what of the public talismans?" Ren Hong inquired. Jiang explained, "Public talismans are those that the higher-ups of the sects, out of compassion for lower-level practitioners like us, selflessly offer as a portion of the Daoist scriptures. Any disciple of the Xianmen may cultivate them. As a disciple of the Five Thunder sect, Jiang had no fear of lacking talismans. His remarks primarily catered to the feelings of the solitary Luya Daoist. Among the publicly accessible talismans, the supreme three talismans undoubtedly belonged to the three purities. Jiang's eyes sparkled with admiration. These three Daoist lords are foundational to our Xianmen. It is said that 500 years ago, when the purple extreme divine diagram was established, the three saints of the Tao merged the talismans of Yuqing, Shangqing, and Taiqing into the diagram, integrating completely with this realm. Thereafter, any practitioner of our Xianmen who glimpses the true essence may comprehend the three purities talismans from the profound Tao of heaven and earth." At that moment, a guardian of the scripture pavilion interjected, while Kunlun and Xuandu may say so, who has truly comprehended the three purities talismans in the past 5 centuries. It is merely a gimmick devised by various sections. Consider this. The three purities talismans are peerless, even superior to the 4 divine manifestations. The talismans of the Thunder Ancestor and Star Lord are also secretive, let alone those of the three purities. Hearing this, Jiayu raised an eyebrow, retorting with sarcasm. Unfortunately, Kunlun is indeed generous. The 5 Old Lords' talisman practiced in Northyu is also a selfless gift from them, is it not? The Northyu sect's steward's expression darkened. But after a moment's thought, he swallowed his indignation, choosing not to create a scene on his own territory. It was one thing to speak ill of the Kunlun sect privately. If it became public knowledge, it could lead to repercussions, especially given the proximity and ongoing trade relations between the two sections. Rin Hong absorbed this exchange, contemplating. The 5 Mountains sect, inheriting the 5 Mountains talismans, falls under the upper 3rd tier. However, Jiayu mentioned the 5 Old Lords, which likely refers to the Kunlun 5 Olds, classified as upper 2nd tier. In Northyu, does this relate to the Northern Black Emperor and the 5 Spirits? It is understandable that the Northyu sect would focus on the cultivation of the Northern Black Emperor. Yet, it seems Jiayu holds a certain admiration for Kunlun. At this moment, the celestial spirit chimed in. The 5 Thunder sect venerates the Thunder Ancestor as their master, who was once expounding the Tao under Ling Shouzi. With this revelation, Rin Hong understood. It seemed there was a historical connection between the 5 Thunder sect and Kunlun. Reflecting on this, he recalled a scene on Kunlun Mountain and discreetly communicated with the celestial spirit. I vaguely heard that the Thunder Child of the 5 Thunder sect intends to contest the Thunder Ancestor's manifestation with Kunlun. The contest for the Thunder Ancestor's manifestation is not quite accurate. Rather, it concerns differing interpretations. According to Kunlun's perspective, the Yuqing True King incarnates as the Thunder Ancestor, sovereign of thunder and lightning. Here, Yuqing precedes, and the Thunder Ancestor follows. In contrast, the 5 Thunder sect posits that the Thunder Ancestor is supreme, serving as the nexus of yin and yang. The Yuqing True King is the primary deity, alongside the 4 great incarnations such as the Eastern Thunder Lord and the Northern Dipper Thunder Lord. The combination of the Yuqing True King with these 4 Thunder Ancestor incarnations forms the 5 Thunder sect's veneration of the 5 Thunder Gods. This divergence, where one prioritizes the Yuqing True King and the other the Thunder Ancestor, highlights the rift between the 5 Thunder and Kunlun sections. In the past, while Ling Shouzi was present in Kunlun, he unified the Tao of heaven and earth regarding thunder, rendering his interpretations beyond reproach. However, with his departure, the 5 Thunder sect naturally revealed their own theory. Although they still honored the Yuqing True King as the foremost of the Thunder incarnations, the hierarchy had shifted. For Kunlun to counter this, they could not rely solely on their 18 Daoist lords. They needed another to incarnate as the Yuqing True King to continue advocating their thunderous doctrine. The most evident characteristic of the Xuanmen's Purple Extreme Kuyuan Assembly was that whoever comprehends the Tao and expounds upon it holds the truth in their practice. For instance, the Northern Yu Daoist sect possesses the exclusive authority to interpret the Northern Yu Emperor. Any Daoist faction aspiring to define this deity must first obtain the consent of the Northern Yu sect. Currently, the Kunlun sect has no members aligned with the Tao of Thunder. On what grounds can they challenge the 5 Thunder sect's interpretative rights concerning the Way of Thunder? You assert that it was you who defined it in the past? Are you not aware that with the passage of time, the laws of heaven and earth have transformed? Chapter 43. The Jade Purity Tao Codex and the Command of the Deities. After conversing with the celestial spirits, Rin Hong's fondness for the 5 Thunder sect slightly diminished. Although he had severed ties with Kunlun to establish his own path, he still held a certain admiration for his senior brother Ling Shouzi, whom he had never met. After all, he had managed to acquire the celestial cauldron from him, and Ling Shouzi lacked any orthodox lineage, not being counted among the 12 peaks. Jiayu, however, remained oblivious to the twists and turns within Rin Hong's mind. He was searching for suitable techniques of Luya Daoist in the Huangfu department. Yet, after a thorough search, he was left greatly disappointed. Not only was there no Qi Di Dao Codex, but even the authentic texts under Qi Di's command were conspicuously absent. The messenger from the Northyu sect remarked, "This is within the territory of Northyu. How could we possibly acquire the practices from Southyu? Moreover, while the Tao Codex of the 5 Elders is accessible, it is still exceedingly precious, being the foundation of the 5 elements Tao Codex of the Xianmen. It cannot be easily bestowed. Even within their North Yu sect, few had the fortune to receive the Tao Codex of the 5 elders. Contemplating for a moment, Jiayu pointed to a book titled The Feathered Cattail Celestial Command. My fellow Daoist, I suggest you consider this one. The celestial monarch of the feathered cattail? Ren Hong recognized this figure, revered in rural towns as a deity who subdues demons and vanquishes evil. The book contained a rough description of the 32 authentic texts and 81 talismanic spells associated with the celestial monarch. These authentic texts symbolized 32 distinct incantations, while the 81 talismans each possessed their own mysteries. Among the 32 authentic texts were techniques for exorcising demons and powerful incantations, while the 81 talismans included purifying air, detoxifying, summoning heavenly soldiers, and more. Cradling the Tao book, Ren Hong attempted to access the spells inscribed within, only to be met with a formidable barrier. After a moment's reflection, he inquired, to employ the Huang Fu techniques, must I memorize all these Tao texts? Naturally, replied the North Yu disciple, as if it were self-evident. Although the predecessors have selflessly passed down their techniques, allowing us to harness the power of the ZG divine chart, you must draw upon their strength by inscribing talismans and reciting incantations to invoke the corresponding divine power. The Tao texts are the spiritual essence transformed by the divine manifestations. Only by employing the corresponding Tao texts can you invoke the relevant divine might. Is there not a simpler way? It seems there are quite a few authentic texts and talismans associated with the celestial monarch of the feathered cattail. Too many? If you find it troublesome, you need not learn them. You should know that some individuals go their entire lives unable to wield the Huang Fu techniques of the Xianmen. This referred to demons and malevolent beings who could not perceive the ZG divine chart and thus could never employ the Huang Fu techniques. My fellow Daoist, your cultivation seems commendable. Allow me to clarify. The authentic texts are not merely chosen by you. The celestial monarchs are also selecting you. Do you think that after offering sacrifices to the deities, they are obliged to grant you their power? Such matters are determined by fate. The North Yu disciple spoke with a certain fervor, while Jiayu silently nodded in agreement. The authentic texts pertain to the profound spiritual rhythms of the Tao, a closely guarded secret among various sections. Even though Kunlun and Xiandu had made a portion of their Tao texts accessible, not everyone could wield them. Some authentic texts scattered among the Tao kings and celestial monarchs came with peculiar requirements. For instance, a particular authentic text from the North Star sect could only be practiced by cultivators born on the 18th of April. The Dongyuan sect, on the other hand, mandated that offerings be made on the 15th of October to begin sensing their ancestral teachings. The collection of the 3 pure authentic texts? Ren Hong pondered internally, maintaining a composed exterior as he regarded the North Yu disciple. The disciple, undeterred, retrieved a sizable book from a drawer. Here it is, a gift for you. A gift for me? Luya hesitated, uncertain whether to accept. But Jiayu hastily clarified. This collection of authentic texts was published by Kunlun and is distributed freely within the Xianmen. If you are merely seeking to understand the authentic texts, this volume will suffice. The North Yu disciple added, moreover, when you purchase other Huang Fu Dao books, they will typically include a copy of the collection of the 3 pure authentic texts as a bonus. The cover of this authentic text collection depicted 3 talismans, one inscribed with jade purity, one with upper purity, and one with grand purity. These 3 intricate and profound talismans represent the source of all authentic texts within the realm of the ZG. As Ren Hong cultivated the Jade Void true essence, upon receiving this book, his gaze fell upon the Jade Purity Tao Codex, and he felt an instinctive resonance with it. Observing his intense focus on the 3 pure Tao Codex, the North Yu disciple smiled. In truth, there exists another method to practice the Huang Fu techniques. If you can refine the fundamental seal of the 3 purities, there will be no need to learn any other Tao texts or talismans. As long as you form a command with the Jade Purity Tao Codex, the protective deities inscribed upon the ZG divine chart will not defy you. What is the 3 pure seal? Because the 3 purities are supreme. The Tao texts rooted in the 3 purities possess the authority to command the deities of the ZG. The 3 pure seal? Ren Hong suddenly recalled the phrase Jade Purity command uttered by the disciples of South Yu when the Emperor of South Yu manifested. Indeed, these deities were all under the command of the 3 pure Tao sovereigns. Thus, if he could refine a Jade Purity Tao Codex, would he not be able to summon the deities? Jiayu, upon hearing the North Yu disciples' words, fell into silence. Theoretically, cultivating the Jade Purity Tao Codex could indeed allow for commanding the deities. Moreover, the Jade Purity Tao Codex is unique. There is no need to study an abundance of other talismans. However, the Jade Purity Tao Codex is graded. The Ziji Divine Chart has 9 ranks and 10 tiers. And the Jade Purity Tao Codex also has 9 grades. The 9th grade Jade Purity Tao Codex may not even summon a few yellow turban warriors. Renhong, I just remembered. Just as Renhong was about to speak, the celestial spirit suddenly conveyed a message. It is indeed the Jade Purity Tao Codex. Kunlun possesses a secret transmission of the Jade Purity Tao Codex that can command the deities. Learn this. This collection of the 3 pure authentic texts will suffice. Without further ado, Luya tucked the authentic text collection into his sleeve. He did not linger in the scripture pavilion, but instead strolled around Yun City with Jiayu. In the shadows, he inquired of the celestial spirit. The spirit's voice carried a hint of excitement. I understand now. If we regard the Ziji Divine Chart as a repository of the world, authentic texts are the keys to open the various boxes within this repository. Each box corresponds to a specific authentic text. However, the entire repository is established by the 3 pure Tao sovereigns. In other words, the Jade Purity Tao Codex is the master key to unlock the grand repository. In the Kunlun sect, disciples receive 3 seals upon establishing their foundation. One is the 9 Palace Seal, one is the Du Tian Secret Seal, and one is the Jade Purity Seal. The 9 Palace Seal is the emblem of the Kunlun Mountain Guarding Formation, a mark worn by disciples of Kunlun. The Du Tian Secret Seal is the Tao Codex privately imparted by the 12 Peaks, capable of guiding the ancestral manifestations of the 12 Peaks. As for the Jade Purity Seal, Kunlun disciples inscribe their names into the Jade Register, allowing entry into the Ziji Divine Chart. If I am not mistaken, the purpose of this collection of the 3 pure authentic texts lies here. It guides Xianmin disciples to inscribe their own seals into the Ziji Divine Chart. Only in this way can they be recognized as disciples of the Xianmin and wield the Huang Fu techniques. By having their own seals branded into the Ziji Divine Chart, they will receive the fortune of the Xianmin and, in a manner of speaking, resonate with the Ziji Divine Chart. This is akin to the 3 pure Tao sovereigns helping you unlock the grand repository, allowing you to select suitable authentic texts from within. Thereafter, one could cultivate the authentic texts, summoning the corresponding divine power. However, the cultivation of authentic texts did not merely involve selecting from those within the repository. The 3 great keys outside the repository could also be cultivated. The 3 venerable ones disseminated the profound essence of Huang Fu techniques throughout the Xianmin. Yet these cultivators, lacking insight, failed to grasp the deeper meaning behind the 3 venerable ones' intentions. Kunlun's free publication of the collection of the 3 pure authentic texts signifies that the authentic texts inscribed within serve as a foundational method for cultivating Huang Fu techniques. By sensing the authentic texts and choosing one for sacrificial refinement, one would naturally attain resonance with the Ziji Divine Chart. Renhong, the Jade Purity Tao Codex symbolizes the lineage of the 3 pure sect. It goes without saying, you will certainly choose the Jade Purity Tao Codex. Following this, with your Jade Void true essence, you can sense the Jade Purity Tao across the heavens and earth, thus elevating the Jade Purity Tao Codex. If you can elevate the Jade Purity Tao Codex to the 1st grade, even the 12 divine beings secretly transmitted by Kunlun or other true monarchs from Kunlun's lineage will grant the Jade Purity Tao sovereign a measure of respect and heed your commands. Furthermore, you could also summon the 72 guardian spiritual officers of the Jade Void Palace. At that point, it would not merely be a matter of establishing your own path. Rather, you would assume dominion over the Jade Void Palace. The esteemed Yuqing Dao Lu, also known as the Daozuan Seal, symbolizes the authority of the Kunlun sect. The Sanqing Dao Lu serves as the origin of all things, from which the 9 palace sigils of the Kunlun sect and the secret of the 12 peaks are derived. The so-called capable of traversing the 9 heavens and communicating with the gods is the highest form of the Daozuan Seal. Should you be able to wield the Daozuan Seal, it signifies that you have attained the divine visage and can transform into the Yuqing Daozuan. The ultimate goal of the Xianjin technique is to refine the spiritual treasures of heaven and earth. The pinnacle of the Qishu immortal arts lies in cultivating one's innate divine powers. Meanwhile, the culmination of the Huang Fu technique is to transmute the crafted Dao Lu into one Dao-Ist's own Dao aspect. If Ren Hong can elevate the esteemed Yuqing Dao Lu, he could ascend dramatically, achieving the Dao aspect of the Yuqing Daozuan. At that time, not only would the gods of the Yuqing lineage be at his beck and call, but even the deities of the Xianxia and Taqing sects, provided they are of the upper 3 grades, would dare not defy his commands. The celestial spirits expressed their enthusiasm. Even the upper 3 grades of the Taqing and Xianxia paths would be compelled to heed his summons, with the 3rd grade able to issue commands and the 2nd grade considering assistance. Of course, should you utilize the resonance of the Yuqing Dao Lu to invoke the 1 Qi transforming into 3 Qing's secret method to summon the other 2 Daozuan. It is not beyond the realm of possibility. The only great Dao aspects that the Sanxing Dao Lu cannot mobilize are the Heavenly Sovereign, Earth Mother, Thunder Ancestor, and Star Master. I inquired earlier if you had any interest in capturing a steed. A steed? Jia Yu appeared somewhat bashful. A few days ago, my friends and I discussed the possibility of capturing some demon beasts for transportation in the Taichung mountain range. I was wondering if you might be interested. Suddenly, Ren Hong understood. Jia Yu's eagerness today must be due to a request. He pondered for a moment. Where do you intend to go? Lin Mountain. It is said that there resides a divine beast known as the xiexi. Capturing a xiexi as a mount? Ren Hong's expression turned peculiar. Chapter 44. Entering the Purple Extreme. The fundamental Taoist script. Why did you agree? That is our neighbor. Moreover, I intend to claim the xiexi as my own, to serve as the guardian beast of Lianhua Mountain. Ren Hong's compliance with Jia Yu's request displeased the celestial spirit. In any case, it is settled for 2 days later. There is no rush. Since the xiexi has already been detected by the cultivators, this calamity is unavoidable. To refuse hastily would hinder our assistance. Now that we have infiltrated the enemy's ranks, it is more beneficial to aid him in escaping. We can concoct a reason to help him out of this predicament when the time comes. Pausing, Ren Hong sighed deeply. It is indeed not easy for an aberrant being to attain enlightenment, especially in proximity to renowned sects where a single misstep could lead to being captured and turned into a mount. However, Ren Hong's sentiment did not resonate as profoundly with the Jun Tian celestial spirit. The path of enlightenment for a spiritual entity is far more arduous than that of ordinary demon beasts or divine creatures. Were it not for the leniency shown by the Jade Void Master, it is likely that the moment of awakening would have resulted in the obliteration of its consciousness, reverting it to a mere tool of celestial manipulation. Ultimately, it is the Master's disdain for my weakness, as I cannot compare to the other more formidable magical treasures. The celestial spirit felt a tinge of discomfort, but remained silent, watching as Ren Hong began to peruse the collection of the 3 pure, true scripts, refraining from interrupting and quietly guarding him. Ren Hong's reading of the collection of the 3 pure, true scripts was far more efficient than he had anticipated. As his spiritual awareness lightly brushed against the cover of the Jade Pure Taoist script, it soared upward, propelled by the Taoist script, and plunged into the azure void of the 9 heavens. The heavens possess 9 layers, and the divine has 9 tiers. Now, enveloped by the Taoist script, Ren Hong's consciousness ascended once more to the 9th layer. He beheld the tumultuous waves of primordial energy, witnessing countless divine beings within the celestial expanse of the 9 layers. Previously, while observing the purple extreme divine diagram amidst the Kunlun clouds, the deities had gathered together, forming a vivid tableau. Yet now, gazing upon the 9 heavens, he could distinctly perceive that these divine beings occupied 9 entirely different dimensions. They appeared to stand together, yet were separated by vast distances. Immersed in the tidal waves of primordial energy, each bathed in a distinctly different power. At this moment, Ren Hong felt as if a new binding had been placed upon him, as if he had forged a deeper connection with the purple extreme divine diagram. Is this what it means to receive the script, to be imprinted into the purple extreme divine diagram? Guided by the Jade Pure Taoist script, a fragment of his spiritual awareness transformed into a purple light and entered the 1st layer of the clouds. In this layer, there were yellow turban warriors crafted by various sects, celestial maidens bearing baskets, and armored heavenly soldiers. These warriors and soldiers belonged to different sects, but could be broadly categorized under the 3 pure Taoist lineage. Ren Hong sensed a connection between some of these Taoist soldiers and himself. If he so wished, he could summon these warriors and soldiers using the Jade Pure Talisman. Suddenly, a celestial sound resonated in the sky, and the dense clouds parted before Ren Hong, revealing the magnificent 9 heavens palace. At the pinnacle of the palace, the jade pure Taoist lord sat upright, holding a wish-fulfilling jewel. Surrounding him were esteemed figures such as the Eastern Bright Taoist Lord and the Purple Void Taoist Lord, along with numerous high-ranking Taoist manifestations. The 5 old lords from Kunlun and other celestial peaks of Kunlun, including the Tai and Tianhua manifestations, were also present. Below these upper-tier manifestations stood multitudes of protective divine generals within the exquisite palaces. The 72 pathways of protective divine generals encircled the Jade Void Heavenly Palace, with countless chariots and divine birds carrying the generals and spirit officials, all manifesting the grandeur of the Jade Pure. The Jade Pure's might was immense. One could only wonder how the Upper Clear and Grand Clear would compare. Ren Hong then attempted to gaze towards the other 2 factions. The Upper Clear side also boasted countless Taoist soldiers and numerous manifestations surrounding a singular Upper Clear Taoist Lord. The Grand Clear lineage mirrored this, with an unending stream of spirit officials and divine generals. This is the power of the Purple Extreme Divine Diagram. If someone from the 3 pure Taoist lineage could embody a Taoist Lord, they could manifest all these protective divine generals, and with merely 3 individuals, they could sweep through the entire cultivation realm. As the celestial sound echoed 9 times in his ears, everything Ren Hong had seen vanished. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself still seated on the lotus platform of the cold pond, but now his mind was imbued with a Jade Pure Taoist script. This script bore some distinctions from the Jade Pure Taoist script depicted in the collection of the 3 pure true scripts, being uniquely his own. I belong to the Jade Void lineage, and upon receiving the script of the Purple Extreme Divine Diagram, my innate imprint naturally evolved into a Jade Pure Taoist script. I believe my senior brothers and sisters have experienced similar transformations. The method of utilizing this script presented itself intuitively in Ren Hong's mind the moment it was formed. Rising to his feet, he raised his right hand and proclaimed, "By the decree of the Jade Pure, where are the yellow turban warriors?" With a resounding shout, 2 bolts of lightning appeared from thin air, followed by the emergence of 3 towering yellow turban warriors from the void. After bowing in respect, they stood ready beside Ren Hong. The yellow turban warriors were not living beings. Although they possessed a semblance of spirit, they were mere puppets sculpted from primordial energy, projected into the mortal realm through the imprints on the Purple Extreme Divine Diagram, akin to Ren Hong's 6 Harmonies Phantom Spirit. However, they consumed significantly less magical power. Estimating, Ren Hong deduced that summoning several hundred of these yellow turban warriors would barely equate to the consumption of a single 6 Harmonies Phantom Spirit. With his utmost effort, he could conjure an army of over 10,000 yellow turban warriors. The yellow turban warriors, you say? The celestial spirit remarked knowingly. These are indeed the master's most frequently employed protective servants. The yellow turban army ranks 13th among the 72 protective divine generals of the Jade Void, led by the Xian Huang Divine General, a 4th-tier Taoist deity who has transcended the realm of puppetry to become a true divine being. Creation from the void. Ren Hong had heard of this. Upon reaching the highest levels of cultivation, one could fabricate life from primordial energy. Indeed, he affirmed, he was enlightened by the master and ascended alongside him. The 5 ghosts of the underworld army, too, were taken by the master. When one attains enlightenment, even their kin can ascend, a truth vividly demonstrated when the Jade Void Master ascended, bringing countless immortals with him. The number of golden boys and jade maidens who followed him is beyond reckoning. Looking at the 3 yellow turban warriors beside him, Ren Hong pointed towards a stone house on the shore and instructed, "Go, tidy up the house." The 3 yellow turban warriors immediately soared through the clouds and transformed the stone house into a pristine state. The celestial spirit, observing this, inquired curiously, "What is the current level of your Jade Pure Taoist script? How many entities can you summon?" The 9th-tier Jade Pure Taoist script can merely command some warriors and heavenly soldiers, Ren Hong replied, waving his hand to summon 10 more heavenly soldiers by the cold pond. They, too, were manifestations of primordial energy, possessing foundational cultivation levels. Such spells would certainly be effective against demons, particularly against their demonic soldiers. However, when faced with profound and formidable demons, both shook their heads in unison. The Celestial Gate's Purple Extreme Divine Diagram is divided into 3 major tiers. The upper 3 tiers consist of manifestations of the great laws of the Tao, representing the ultimate goal of true beings in their cultivation. The middle three tiers mostly comprise the ancestral masters of various sects or numerous true beings revered through incense offerings. While they can also lend their powers, few regard these manifestations as their cultivation goals. The celestial spirit noted, only those who are unworthy of the righteous path, those who follow the left-hand paths due to their own inability to achieve the great Tao, would consider the fourth-tier manifestation of the anathema, true monarch, as their source. The anathema, true monarch, also known as the forefather of left-hand paths, is a shamanic figure. Some practitioners of the left-hand arts, particularly those inclined towards incantations, may choose him as their fundamental manifestation. Mastering this manifestation allows one to automatically grasp all left-hand techniques and carve a path to transcendence from these arts. This is currently the only known method of advancement through the left-hand paths among the various sects of the Celestial Gate. I recall that the Yu Mao Taoist Lord seemed to be a fourth-tier manifestation. The Yu Mao True Monarch had long since passed, leaving behind his manifestation, which was merely an amalgamation of incense offerings combined with the residual aura left by the True Monarch, preserved as a divine being within the world. This relates to the grand aspirations of the Yu Mao True Monarch. Should he complete the monumental merit of subduing millions of demons, he might yet be reborn. The celestial spirit, unwilling to delve into these external methods of incense offerings, redirected the conversation. Within my Jade Void Palace, there are 72 divine generals, most of whom can be classified as middle-tier manifestations. The lower tier consists primarily of yellow turban warriors and protective heavenly soldiers. Given your current Taoist script level, you can only summon the lowest tier soldiers. Ren Hong wore a helpless expression. Is it the case that few would specifically cultivate the Yuqing Dao talisman because the path ahead is shrouded in uncertainty? Perhaps. Holding the Kunlun heavenly book, he is a recognized disciple of the Yushu sage. With profound and necessary Yushu true essence, he has achieved the true fire realm and opened the third heavenly gate, allowing him to immerse himself in the tidal waves of the third Yuan Qi. Yet, despite this, his Yuqing Dao talisman has merely evolved to the 9th grade, enabling him to summon only the heavenly soldiers or warriors of the Foundation establishment realm. It is easy to imagine why, aside from Kunlun, no other cultivator would toil in vain to cultivate the Sanqing Dao talisman. Although the Sanqing Dao talisman ultimately possesses the potential to evolve into the 3 venerable forms and leap into the realm of harmonization, the lack of visible hope for the future renders such an endeavor exceedingly arduous. However, your cultivation of the Yuqing Dao talisman provides an advantage over loose cultivators. While loose cultivators can indeed summon the heavenly soldiers and warriors of the Yuqing lineage, Kunlun's 72 guardians only permit the use of 12 to outsiders. In the external world, only the 12 guardians of Kunlun are known, while only those of Kunlun's own bloodline can freely dispatch all 72. It is crucial to understand that these 72 guardians represent 72 distinct attributes of Daoist warriors, including celestial soldiers adept at flying and wielding fire, cavalry capable of commanding flying beasts, and warriors specializing in traversing the netherworld or the seas. Through the diverse heavenly soldiers and warriors, Kunlun disciples can traverse the 9 heavens and 10 earths at will. As the Daoist saying goes, in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, is there a place where Kunlun disciples cannot venture? The direct disciples of the Sanqing enjoy considerable advantages on the Ziji divine map. Renhong initially believed that his teacher and the other 2 elders' openness regarding the Sanqing Dao talisman was a manifestation of selflessness. However, upon reflection, it appears they have reserved some advantages for themselves. In the lineage of the Xianmen, the Sanqing holds supremacy. Do you think this is mere rhetoric? It is also because you have not acquired the identity of a Xianmen guardian. Otherwise, even as a disciple of the Xianmen, you could wield the yellow talisman techniques. Renhong pondered this, his expression shifting. What does this mean? Wasn't it said that the yellow talisman techniques are not applicable to the internal disciples? The celestial spirit's expression turned peculiar. If you could manage to attain the identity of a Xianmen enforcer, you could employ the Sanqing Dao talisman against the disciples of the Xianmen themselves. However, the specifics of how to do this remain unknown to me. It is merely something I overheard while those from Kunlun were conversing. 200 years ago, the Holy Mother of Bio Palace hosted a banquet for various Dao lords and immortal beings. During the feast, one Dao lord, inebriated, spoke out of turn, seeking to impose himself upon the Bio Palace master, attempting to usurp her position on the Bio bed. This provoked the palace master's ire. prompting her to invoke the decree of the upper clear and summon the 64 guardian deities, apprehending that Tao Lord on the spot. With a long sigh, the celestial spirit continued, as Ren Hong's gaze turned towards him. The Sanqing Tao Lords are fundamental to the Xianmen. Although that Tao Lord had once cultivated the great Tao divine form and ranked among the esteemed on the Ziji divine map, he was utterly powerless against a decree from the upper clear and was not only captured at that moment, but was also suspended on the Sea View platform by the Eastern Sea, enduring the elements for a century before being rescued through intercession by the people of the Xuandu Palace. It is said that a century ago, at the Ziji Yuan conference, the Bo Palace master sought to use the Sanqing's authority to diminish the status of a rival's Tao form. Ultimately, it was only due to the intervention of Su Yinyang and the Xuandu sect leader that a disaster was averted. However, it appears that was also the occasion when the rule was established that no Xianmen enforcer should meddle in the internal conflicts of the guardian deities. Otherwise, should the Sanqing sect turn hostile, possessing the Ziji divine map, they could potentially challenge all other Tao lords of the Xianmen in unison. Of course, the domineering side of the Sanqing lineage is not something the celestial spirit would wish to disclose to Ren Hong, who has only recently embarked on his path as a Yuqing successor. It is essential to maintain the illustrious and righteous image of the Sanqing lineage. He subtly indicated the other party's rudeness, then glossed over the subsequent turmoil that had provoked the anger of the Bo Palace master. Chapter 45. A Dreamlike Illusion. Celestial warnings in the depths of L-Nshn. The xianxia lay soundly asleep in its golden cave. Suddenly, a fragment of its spirit was drawn into the ethereal realm of dreams. Observing the pitch-black expanse of the dreamscape, it paid no heed and continued to slumber. At that moment, a crimson light pierced the darkness, and a divine chariot, accompanied by a majestic procession, appeared in its dreams. For celestial maidens, bearing flower baskets, emerged around the chariot, scattering petals of myriad hues. Lord of L-Nshn, calamity approaches. Do you still indulge in sleep? Rang out a jovial voice from the chariot. Uncertain, the xianxia inquired, a dreamlike illusion? Are the celestial beings warning me? Ren Hong summoned 18 celestial soldiers from the realm of Su Ning and commanded 4 yellow turban warriors to carry the dream chariot directly into the xianxia's dream. In the previous encounter, I vanquished the Black Owl with your assistance. Now, as misfortune looms over you, I extend my compassion and reveal the means of your escape from calamity. Ren Hong's voice echoed lazily from the divine chariot. Yet, one individual was engrossed in a different matter. The celestial spirits expressed their disdain. Such wasteful talismans of the jade purity. The Su Ning division ranks only 66th among the 72 protectors. Its leader, the Su Ning Tai Su envoy, is a 5th-tier Daoist deity. Yet we cannot summon even this. The 18 Su Ning celestial soldiers were adept at dream manipulation. Leading them, Ren Hong directed the 4 yellow turban warriors to carry the chariot closer. However, the scattering maidens were mere illusions conjured by the Jun Tian celestial spirits. The chariot they occupied was not the Tai Su floating dream chariot of the Su Ning division, but rather a modified version crafted from the celestial soldiers' departing illusionary vehicles. The xianxia, lacking discernment, could not recognize this. With a wry smile, Ren Hong listened as the celestial spirits continued. This is already too much. At least we should have summoned a dream guiding envoy. Yet, we lack even that. The dream guiding envoy, ranked 8th among the celestial soldiers, was beyond his authority. Ren Hong sighed, lamenting the inadequacy of both himself and his peers who wielded dream techniques far more impressively than his current display. As the celestial spirit projected an image into Ren Hong's consciousness, it revealed the grand procession from a past visit to the dream realm orchestrated by Ling Shouzi. In Ren Hong's mind, a procession of hundreds appeared, led by a golden chariot adorned with a dragon's head, with a spirit officer holding a talisman to guide the way, flanked by celestial soldiers. This officer was indeed the Su Ning Tai Su envoy, commanding the celestial soldiers of the Su Ning division. Behind the chariot, there were pairs of departing illusionary vehicles, over 100 in total, bearing banners. 18 golden-clad attendants illuminated the path for the Grand Tai Su floating dream chariot. The dragon-headed chariot was adorned with ancient copper bells, and at each corner stood a pair of fan-holding attendants serving the elder seated at the center. This elder, with hair as white as snow yet a youthful visage, grasped a peachwood staff of longevity. Is this Ling Shouzi? Ren Hong mused as he noted the petals cascading from the sky, accompanied by the faint strains of ethereal music. Upon closer inspection, he saw the celestial maidens of departing illusion playing drums and making music, scattering flowers and fragrances. The procession included flower-scattering maidens, celestial musicians, fan-holding attendants, vehicle drivers, banner-bearing soldiers, dream-guiding envoys, Su-Nim-ing celestial soldiers, and Tai-Su spirit officers. The Su-Nim-ing division alone had 8 categories of ceremonial soldiers, their rituals exceedingly elaborate. After witnessing this, Ren Hong could not help but exclaim, "No wonder it is said, the teachings of propriety in the world stem from the divine land. And the rituals of the Su-Nim-ing emerge from Kunlun. Our Kunlun-s rituals seem rather cumbersome by comparison. However, in light of my senior's grandeur, our current display feels rather meager." The xianxia shook its head, becoming more alert as it scrutinized the grand procession appearing in its dream. The chariot was borne by 4 yellow-turban warriors, their feet surrounded by red mist and light. 8 Su-Nim-ing celestial soldiers encircled the chariot, with another 8 positioned at the front and rear. The final 2 soldiers brandished long spears at the forefront, while 4 maidens scattered flowers above. To the xianxia, this was enough to convey an air of authority. Yet, upon seeing Ling Shouzi's dream procession, Ren Hong felt a pang of sorrow. Ultimately, his cultivation was insufficient, his magical prowess lacking, and his talismanic ranks too low to summon even the spirit officers. Prostrating on the ground, the xianxia respectfully inquired, "Are you a celestial being from Lotus Flower Mountain?" "Indeed," Ren Hong responded. "I have been cultivating atop Lotus Flower Mountain when, prompted by a sudden inspiration, I discerned that a great calamity looms over you. Someone seeks to capture me as a mount." The xianxia was initially startled, then puzzled. But why? Is there a need for reason when celestial beings capture demonic beasts as mounts? Yet this is the territory of the Hengshan sect. Hengshan? Ren Hong's mind stirred. Indeed, the xianxia had been here for many years. Why had the Hengshan sect not acted against it? Scratching its head, the xianxia continued, "O celestial being, with your vast powers, could you perhaps divine whether the Hengshan sect is in trouble?" In its early years of cultivation, it had some connection with a certain true immortal from the Hengshan sect. Logically, it should not be facing any trouble. Need you even ask? It is clear that the Hengshan sect cannot manage it, the celestial spirit scoffed. Although the Hengshan sect is a major faction of the Su-Nim-ing, it pales in comparison to other similarly ranked sections. When encountering other Daoist factions of equal standing, even the other 5 sacred mountains would not fare well. Why? It is precisely because of the misfortune that has befallen the Daoist lord of the northern mountain. Rinjia, without a doubt, is from the 5 Thunder sect. While the 5 Thunder sect has only one Daoist lord and has recently attained enlightenment, their foundation is not deep. However, they are rich in talent. And Tian Lazy is notably well-connected, a mere golden elixir beast despite its noble lineage. How would the Hengshan sect dare to confront the 5 Thunder sect for its sake? Ren Hong nodded in agreement and advised the xianxia to depart swiftly. However, the xianxia appeared reluctant to leave L'Nshn, as it harbored hidden mysteries that greatly aided its cultivation. If it left, where else could it go? If you do not depart, even if you fend off the cultivators this time, they will surely return to capture you, Ren Hong urged. You are a beast of justice. Yet without entering the world to cultivate, how will you awaken your bloodline gifts? The xianxia was revered as a divine beast of justice due to an ancestor that had assisted a human king thousands of years ago, achieving great success. That ancestor had infused its insights into its bloodline, allowing all descendants of the xianxia to awaken their gifts. However, awakening such powers necessitated descending into the world to face trials. The notion for the xianxia to experience worldly trials originated from the Juntian celestial spirit. The xianxia, with a troubled expression, replied, "Celestial being, to enter the world and endure trials, to purify my bloodline with human virtues, is indeed the path of maturity for my xianxia lineage. Yet, my cultivation is modest. I fear I may struggle to transform. If I venture into the mortal realm, transforming into human form was far more challenging for divine beasts than for ordinary spirits. The xianxia required a profound divine soul and cultivation to achieve such a transformation." At that moment, laughter resonated from within the chariot. "If I allow you to enter the world, I have my own strategies. However, should you embark on this journey, you must agree to 3 conditions." "What conditions?" The xianxia perked up instantly. To enter the world and face trials was a crucial aspect of every xianxia-sci-fi's cultivation. If it could commence its worldly experiences sooner, it could temporarily set aside the opportunities awaiting it in LNSHN. First, upon leaving LNSHN, you must ensure that the bayou of Kia Cliff remains undisturbed and that you do not recklessly descend the mountain to trouble the mortals. The xianxia-sci-fi, as a divine beast of justice, had long restrained its subordinates to cultivate in the mountains. Heeding Renhong's words, it nodded repeatedly and promptly agreed. The small beast would soon pass authority to the nine-tailed fox, entrusting her with matters of LNSHN. As for the Kia Cliff, several demon birds were vying for dominance, with no demon king having emerged yet. I will intimidate them to ensure peace for the nearby mountain dwellers for the next decade. After considering the decade's timeframe, Renhong silently nodded. His involvement in this matter stemmed primarily from the unique status of LNSHN and Kia Cliff. Though these regions lay in a remote corner of the Taichung mountain range, with numerous demons gathering, they formed their own lineage. Should the xianxia-sci-fi lose control, it would not only jeopardize the nearby mountain dwellers, but also disturb the tranquility of his own Lotus Flower Mountain. In this regard, Renhong's perspective was more comprehensive than that of the celestial spirit. Subduing a mount may be simple, but managing the chaos of LNSHN and Kia Cliff would indeed pose a considerable challenge. Jia Yu and his companions did not cultivate in the Taichung mountain range. They simply captured 2 demon beasts and departed without a second thought. However, Lianhua Mountain lies adjacent to Lin Mountain, and it is inevitable that the flower spirits of Lianhua Mountain will face disturbances. Rather than forcing a confrontation that would compel Renhong to incinerate the horde of demons and eradicate all demon beasts at Lin Mountain's K Cliff, it would be far wiser to make adequate arrangements from the onset, seeking to instill fear in the spirits of both regions. Renhong contemplated, 10 years should suffice. Once I attain the golden elixir Dao, I shall personally intimidate the spirits of Lin Mountain's K Cliff, no longer needing to rely on the residual power of the xianxia-sci-fi. Moreover, by that time, I may even be able to subjugate all the demon beasts of both regions, transforming them into the guardian spiritual beasts of my 5 lotus abode. Subsequently, Renhong continued, secondly, you must venture into the world to refine your own merits. Yet, you must remember not to bring calamity upon the mortal realm, nor to act against the heavens. Upon hearing this, xianxia-sci-fi quickly swore a poisonous oath. In response, the divine chariot emitted a radiant beam, landing beside xianxia-sci-fi and transforming into a pure yang talisman. This talisman can conceal your unusual aura and facilitate your transformation. This was inscribed by the celestial spirit of the Jun Tian. Although he is an extraordinary being, his mastery of the arts may not rival that of the Kunlun true man of the same rank, yet he is unparalleled in the art of transformation. As for the third matter, it would require the Lin Mountain Duke to perform a scene alongside my esteemed self. At that moment, xianxia-sci-fi suddenly awakened. Upon regaining consciousness in the cave, he found a crimson talisman right beneath his claws. Could it truly be real? Realizing that calamity was imminent, his fur bristled, and he hastily arose to consult the nine-tailed fox. Chapter 46. The Northern Division and the Southern Division. A clever distinction on April 20th. Renhong arrived once more at the Northern Sky Cloud ruins, piloting the 5-flame light chariot. Jia Yu and several companions had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing Renhong's chariot, Jia Yu's eyes lit up. My fellow Daoist, what manner of chariot is this? The 5-flame light chariot belongs to the Fire Crow division of the Kunlun's 72 guardian deities. Its entire body is a vibrant red, drawn by 5 fiery crows ablaze with flames. As it traverses the skies, it leaves a trail of rolling red clouds and crimson mist, with 8 guardian celestial soldiers appearing as divine beings. However, among the 7 types of flying chariots possessed by the Fire Crow division, the 5-flame light chariot is deemed the weakest, primarily utilized for celestial battles. Nonetheless, this is the pinnacle of what Renhong could summon through divine invocation. Reflecting on the grandeur of Kunlun's 72 divisions and the 365 types of divine chariots, the 5-flame light chariot stands as the finest vehicle at his disposal to conceal his identity and prevent the disciples of Kunlun from discerning his true nature. He deliberately disguised the 5 crows as 3 vermilion birds and camouflaged the chariot with Southern Ming's departing fire, rendering its original red hue as if it were forged from pure gold. The open-top chariot was adorned with a fiery cloud canopy, and on either side, 8 divine fire banners and blazing spears were affixed, with 4 windfire wheels positioned at the front and back. These embellishments were summoned from other chariots using yellow talismans and then disassembled and reassembled. After this transformation, even the most discerning Kunlun disciples would fail to recognize this chariot as belonging to their own guardian deity. When Jiayu inquired, Rinhong smugly replied, "This is the Sanyang Crow Divine Chariot." The celestial spirit, concealed within Rinhong's sleeve, quietly mused upon hearing Rinhong's proud declaration. "Is this chariot truly worthy of your boast? I suggested you replicate the Sun Emperor's celestial chariot, yet you insisted on your own misguided tinkering." The Sun Emperor's celestial chariot, also known as the Golden Chariot of the Sun, is the foremost chariot of the Fire Crow division, drawn by 9 golden crows, radiating like 9 suns in the sky. A spectacle rivaling the grand entourage of the Jade Void Supreme Master. This is the customary vehicle of the Southern Kunlun S.G. Daoist. The guardians of Kunlun's 72 paths are not solely protectors of the Jade Void Palace, but also guardians of the Yaoqi lineage and the Bright Palace of Southern Kunlun. Although the Fire Crow division's deity's strength ranks lower among the 72 guardians, it is favored by the Zhi Daoist of Southern Kunlun, thus securing its place as the 8th among the guardians. Similarly, the Qingwan division, favored by the Yaoqi goddess, also ranks in the top 10. Rinhong piloted his chariot, engaging in light conversation with Jiayu before leading the way in departure. The other cultivators who accompanied Jiayu expressed dissatisfaction, remarking on Rinhong's arrogance, considering him merely a golden core cultivator who disregarded them. Jiayu, hailing from the 5 Thunder sect, may not rival the 7 major sects. Yet his sect has recently gained considerable prominence. His closest companions predominantly belong to the Xianmin sections. One of them, a disciple of the Jade Sword sect named Qiu Feihe, spoke up. This sect is a branch of the Zhenwu Pavilion, and its founder, the Jade True Person, is a renowned nascent soul master, only a step away from Dao Junjia. You quickly interjected, "Brother Luya is generally reticent, but he is warm-hearted. His choice to travel by chariot rather than employing the rainbow technique is to accommodate us." Brother Luya's mastery of the rainbow technique is exceptional, even among golden core cultivators. Jiayu speculated that the reason for not using the technique was to consider the slower pace of his companions. The group then produced their respective magical artifacts to ride the clouds and soar into the sky. Along the journey, Jiayu smiled contentedly, thinking, "Brother Luya is merely lending a helping hand. Given his chariot, he is unlikely to compete with us for spirit beasts. Why not wager a bet on who can capture the superior spirit beast?" Zhang Hua scoffed, "In the land of Linshan, only that Xieji is worthy of our attention." "Brother Jia, are you suggesting we compete for that Xieji?" Jiayu smiled as he glanced at the 2 quiet companions beside him, a pair of siblings from the Dunjia sect. The brother was charming and debonair, while the sister was strikingly beautiful. They stood upon a cloud woven with 8 golden chains, appearing as a perfect couple. Tang Lan and Gu Xiaowen exchanged glances, and the female cultivator smiled, saying, "If Brother Jia is interested, my brother and I would like to join. Since we are wagering, why not add an incentive? I have a pair of Chiwen hooks that we can use as our stake." Jiayu responded, "I shall contribute 3 Thunder Essence Pearls. The 5 Thunder sect excels in thunder arts, and these 3 pearls were crafted from the essence of the celestial thunder, specifically designed to counter malevolent entities." Zhang Hua pondered for a moment, weighing the value of the Chiwen hooks against the Thunder Essence Pearls, and then produced a white brocade cloud flag, stating, "I will use this flying cloud flag." Qiu Fei he then revealed a sword command. "This is a sword command I personally infused with a decade's worth of mana, capable of delivering a strike nearly equivalent to that of a golden core." The 5 of them settled their wagers and hurried to catch up with Rinhong, who had slowed his pace. Rinhong was engaged in discussion with the celestial spirit about their plans when he overheard the others wishing to catch the Xieji and requesting him to serve as an arbiter. A peculiar expression crossed his face. The celestial spirit covertly mocked, "Rinhong, shouldn't you inquire how they will adjudicate if they fail to capture the Xieji?" The Xieji was certainly destined to escape in their plans, so how could these individuals hope to capture a future guardian spirit beast of Lianhua Mountain? Rinhong, adopting Brother Luya's signature silence, glanced at the 5 individuals and waved his sleeve to collect their stakes. "Understood. I shall serve as the arbiter and evaluate your captured spirit beast shortly." He then settled into his chariot, closing his eyes in tranquility. The other 5, recognizing the need to respect this golden core cultivator, continued their journey on their magical artifacts. Once they were out of sight, Rinhong leisurely opened his eyes, calmly observing the 5 cultivators who struggled to keep pace. Noticing their slow speed, he continually reduced his chariot's velocity. He sighed, "These individuals are remarkably slow." Although the 5-flame chariot is the least powerful of the Fire Crow Division's flying chariots, its speed still surpassed that of the 5 cultivators trailing behind. In fact, he and the Celestial Spirit began to critique their flying techniques. The Celestial Spirit noted, "I have heard of Lingdu's sect. It seems to be a branch of Xuandu Palace, known for its mastery of the void traversing technique. Do you see that yellow talisman in his hand? He is employing talismanic arts, certainly utilizing Lingdu's sect's secret talismans to assist his Dao body." Zhang Hua stood upon a white cloud, his garments billowing, embodying the image of an outstanding young man. Yet, regrettably, his speed was abysmally slow. This was not riding the clouds, but rather crawling upon them. Riding the clouds and traversing the mist is a fundamental skill for immortals, dependent not only on one's own magical power, but also on external conditions. True mastery involves harnessing the spirit clouds from the 4th level of the Yuan Qi tide. This layer of spirit clouds is ethereal and can counteract the pull of the Earth's gravity, which is why the Golden Core realm is often referred to as the realm of celestial ascension. As for the foundational realms prior to the Golden Core, the true fire's dual levels, even if Rinhong drew upon the spirit clouds from the 3rd level of the Yuan Qi tide, he would still be unable to completely evade the Earth's heavy gravitational force. Rinhong did not echo the Celestial Spirit's remarks. By the Spirit's standards of ridicule, he too belonged to the category of crawling upon the clouds. He silently observed the other 3 individuals. As for Qiu Fei, he of the Jade Sword sect, he was employing the sword escape technique. The Celestial Spirit remarked, "This young man's sword lacks quality. It is unlikely he has fully refined it even to the 12th level, let alone the 9 prohibitions. This sword can only traverse the 1st level of the Yuan Qi tide. If he attempts to ascend to the 2nd level, it would surely be shattered by the Yuan Qi." In contrast, Jia Yu's artifact was superior. He soared by casting a thunder net, drawing upon the 1st level of the Yuan Qi tide to summon thunder, transforming it into a silver lightning beast beneath his feet, riding the power of thunder to soar. This thunder net appeared to carry the essence of the 5 Thunder sect, and rather intriguingly, bore traces of the 9 Heavens Thunder Lord from the Yinghua sect. The myriad manifestations of the Thunder Ancestor are 5-fold, including the Master of the Divine Sky from the Kunlun sect, the Eastern Realm Thunder Lord from the Donghua sect, the Northern Polar Thunder God from the Beidou sect, the 9 Heavens Thunder Lord from the Yinghua sect, along with the ancient thunder deity. In the Celestial Spirit's perception, this thunder net harbored layers of thunderous laws, evidently reflecting the lineage of the Yinghua sect. The 5 Thunder sect integrates the 5 Veins Thunder method, establishing its own unique path. This method of refining the thunder net appears to draw inspiration from the response and transformation sect's celestial adaptation techniques. He paused for a moment before explaining. Unlike our esteemed sects, which derive their profound secrets from the treasures of heaven and earth, their teachings begin from humble origins, establishing doctrine through incense offerings and employing mental power as incantation. By employing a method of pathic accumulation, they elevate 360 thunderous incantations into a singular magical prohibition. If my intuition serves me right, the thunder net wielded by Jia Yu is seamlessly unified, forming an atmospheric phenomenon of thunderclouds, and it has likely completed the 12 refinements of magical artifacts. Oh, Rinhong raised an eyebrow. How does this artifact compare to my Rui? It is difficult to say. This artifact commands thunder and is, in itself, a veritable thunder pool. However, your Rui is beyond comprehension. After all, it is a magical artifact of Daoist origin. Despite his extensive knowledge, he still cannot grasp the intricacies of the world. Then allow me to demonstrate the marvelous capabilities of my Rui. Rinhong retrieved the white jade Rui from his sleeve and placed it upon the circular disc at the center of the flying chariot. The 5-fire chariot typically requires a skilled hand to navigate and discern its course. Yet, when Rinhong set the white jade Rui in the center of the chariot, the northern end, marked by the Big Dipper, suddenly radiated light, resonating with the brilliance of the North Star in the sky, forming an almost imperceptible silver thread that guided the Rui directly northward. Rinhong then released his grip on the 5-fire chariot, allowing it to navigate autonomously under the Rui's influence, steadily advancing toward Lin Mountain. The Celestial Spirit observed this scene, exclaiming, "Is it not akin to pointing the sword at the celestial pole while the tail directs toward the southern ladle?" This refers to a technique from the Kunlun's twofold Yuan magnetic sword method, which aims to draw the light of the North Star, reversing the polar magnetic fields to ensnare foes, thereby preventing their escape through evasion techniques. Ren Hong, detecting the celestial spirit's astonishment, could not help but burst into laughter. "My friend, do you think my Rui merely speaks in jest when it commands the polar star alignments? Wherever the Rui is placed, the north and south poles are determined. Currently, due to my insufficient cultivation and the Rui's inadequate grade, it merely follows the guidance of starlight to navigate the chariot. However, should the Rui evolve to the level of an immortal artifact, it would genuinely possess the power to invert the three realms of heaven and earth. With but a gentle flick of the Rui, the entire expanse of stars would be compelled to rotate in unison, pointing the Rui toward the east. He declared that this direction is north, compelling the North Star to obediently shift from the northern skies to the eastern skies, thus redefining the North Pole. When Ren Hong asserts that the south is north and the north is south, the southern dipper and the northern dipper would follow suit in their reversal. The ability to define the northern and southern directions is a function I have been contemplating over the past few days. Chapter 47. Swift arrival let the Ru-E guide the 5 fire cars to move forward autonomously, while Ren Hong decisively severed his own magical attributes. Without your magical power, how can you control the 5 fire cars? The celestial spirit was about to speak when she suddenly noticed that Ru-E emanated a continuous stream of magical energy, with a jade-clear talisman floating at its center, drawing the projection of the 5 fire cars from the ZG divine map, allowing them to continue their flight. Though we have fashioned the magical vehicle to resemble a flying chariot, we know that it also represents the application of Daoist arts. Ren Hong could distinctly feel his magical energy depleting as the vehicle soared. Had it not been for the minimal consumption of the yellow talisman's method, coupled with his substantial magical reserves, he would have succumbed long ago. However, I can still utilize Ru-E to summon starlight to compensate for my depletion. But this jade-clear talisman on Ru-E, does it not imply that Ru-E itself is employing the yellow talisman technique? Ren Hong smiled and explained. The jade-clear talisman is my imprint on the ZG divine map. Ru-E is my life-bound magical artifact, so they resonate with each other. The celestial spirit mused. Could it be that the yellow talisman technique can indeed be utilized in this manner? If so, does that mean the Sanqing seal is? Her voice trailed off, becoming increasingly soft. Brother Lu Ya's magical vehicle is indeed remarkable, while Ren Hong and his companions murmured among themselves. Jia Yu and others were also discussing Brother Lu Ya's flying chariot. In our aerial travels, we are reliant on spells, artifacts, and mounts. Yet, the most extravagant means of transportation is undoubtedly the flying chariot. Indeed, Brother Lu Ya's vehicle is quite splendid. It appears exquisitely crafted. Could it possibly be made of golden essence and mysterious iron? The enchantment of riding clouds and mist is the most taxing on magical energy and is notably slow. Only upon entering the golden core stage can one traverse the 4th layer of vital energy tides, harnessing the power of the clear sky to roam the heavens. Jia Yu possessed artifacts capable of summoning wind, clouds, and thunder, allowing for a leisurely flight. However, such artifacts are merely of lower grade. Truly superior flying treasures are specifically designed as flying chariots. Sitting atop such a chariot, one can comfortably enjoy the picturesque scenery of the world while arriving at their destination. The interior of the celestial chariot forms a unique space, serving as a personal celestial abode. However, these two types of constructions are prohibitively expensive. Besides the Kunlun sect, which occupies the central Kunlun Mountains and possesses the exquisite resources of the Middle Earth to create numerous flying vehicles, only the Bio Palace, relying on the abundant strength of the 100 islands of the East Sea, can sustain such expenditures. Even among the Xinqing sect, the Xuandu Palace can hardly produce many flying chariots, let alone the ongoing maintenance costs. The 5 individuals gazed in admiration at Brother Lu Ya's Sanyang Divine Crow Chariot, showering it with praise. Subsequently, Gu Xiaowen lamented, "The flying chariot is beyond the means of us disciples. Even our Dunji sect's leader possesses only a single jade tiger chariot, which is cherished and only used during grand ceremonies. Indeed, due to the exorbitant cost of flying chariots, they are typically reserved for the leaders of various sects, while ordinary cultivators rely on mounts. Each major sect maintains its own Tianma and Yuyang, along with other common beasts like deer, cattle, donkeys, tigers, leopards, and wolves. Higher-end options include dragons, phoenixes, and xianxia. Some peculiar choices, such as koi and butterflies, are also not unheard of. However, the common mounts raised by their sex fail to capture their interest, and those premium options remain beyond their reach. Zhang Hua stated, "Thus, we must capture spirit beasts. Not only can they serve as mounts, but they also provide assistance in battle." The five secretly envied Rinhong's 5 fire cars, pondering their maintenance. Magical vehicles required diligent upkeep. How does Brother Luya manage theirs? Could it be refined with Li Hua? Little did they know the exquisite nature of the Daoyun magical vehicle. Few, even within the Kunlun sect, can directly draw the Daoyun from the Ziji divine map to commandeer the flying vehicles of celestial generals. Such techniques are not only taxing on magical energy, but with Kunlun's ample resources, it's unlikely they cannot produce a single flying chariot. From the esteemed Yushu master down to the third-generation golden core disciples of Kunlun, who does not possess a few flying vehicles, the celestial spirit engaged in casual conversation with Rinhong, reminiscing about an event from 700 years ago. Back then, the master had crafted the 7 treasures of Sandalwood Chariot and held a grand flying chariot competition, inviting cultivators from across the realm to Kunlun to compete. I remember Bo Palace managed to squeeze into the top 10 with their 4 symbols chariot and 7 fragrance chariot. The other 8 spots were all occupied by Kunlun. Not only did the master's 7 treasures of Sandalwood Chariot earn a good rank, but your senior brothers and sisters' chariots also performed admirably. By the way, it seems that Mother Yao also participated. Her Qingwan chariot secured 4th place. Stop it. The more we speak, the more bittersweet it becomes. Reflecting on his arduous training on Lotus Flower Mountain, Rinhong wiped his face and lamented, "The master delights in crafting flying chariots. I wonder if he left behind any vehicles in the 5 Lotus Abode? If so, I would no longer need to rely on the magical vehicles transformed from the great Daoist spiritual rhythms for my travels. Rest assured, there are definitely none," replied the celestial spirit. The 5 Lotus Abode was conjured by the master using the method of spatial creation. He scarcely spent any time there. Inside, there are not even a handful of magical artifacts, let alone flying chariots. Oh, and don't even think about spirit herbs or divine plants. While it is indeed a fully furnished celestial abode, to live comfortably, one must gradually acquire various necessities. Flying chariots? Magical artifacts? Gardens? They all exist in dreams. But this is reality. As they conversed to pass the time, they soon beheld a peak resembling a Kirin before them. Rinhong quietly stated, "We have arrived. Now it is time for the Daoist brother to take the stage." The celestial spirit silently departed from Rinhong's sleeve, stepping forward to the Qilin mountain. Once she left, Rinhong gently lifted Ru-Yi, slowing the 5 fire cars to allow the 5 behind him to catch up. The reason for not employing the rainbow transformation technique, but instead manifesting a 5 fire car, was to maintain the guise of Brother Luya's identity even after the celestial spirit's departure. Daoist brother. After a moment of waiting, Jiayu and the others caught up. Upon seeing the Qilin mountain cliff, their spirits brightened. However, before they could take action, they were immediately halted by Brother Luya. The Daoist stepped out from the magical vehicle, his expression grave. "Something feels amiss. Let us observe first." Just as Gu Xiaowen was about to inquire, the sky suddenly roiled with azure waves, strands of green mist coalescing into shadowy tree silhouettes, enveloping the Qilin mountain cliff. Witnessing this grand spectacle, the 5 displayed expressions of astonishment. Rinhong feigned nonchalance, remarking, "Before us, it seems another Daoist has arrived. Do you need to point that out?" One retorted, "Just look at these vast azure waves. It is likely a formidable cultivator." Jiayu stepped forward, whispering, "Daoist brother, do you think you can confront this individual? If it is a demon or a golden core realm cultivator, we can rely on our yellow talisman secrets to summon our ancestors for assistance. But when faced with a practitioner of the Xianmen sect, we are at a loss. It is hard to say. We shall test the waters first." Rinhong first concealed the magical vehicle, then raised his palm, summoning flames that swirled around him thrice before transforming into a fierce fire crow that soared towards the azure waves. Yet the azure waves were layered upon layers, reminiscent of a true ocean. The fire crow disappeared shortly after plunging into the azure waves. Observing Brother Luya's complexion turn pale, Jiayu and the others immediately withdrew their hands, casting worried glances at the azure waves. "Daoist brother, are you all right?" The 5 were anxious about Brother Luya's safety, and equally concerned about the enigmatic newcomer. No harm done. Renhong forced out a weary visage, retracting the Zhuke illusion, feigning backlash from his own technique. He then lowered his voice. This individual is definitely not a mere golden core. Their spiritual embryo level does not seem to match either. They are at least at the Purple Mansion stage, and it is highly likely they are at the nascent soul level. As for higher realms, such as the Dao Monarch level, neither Renhong nor the Celestial Spirit dared to boast. After all, Dao Monarchs are few and far between, and exaggerating could easily lead to their exposure. Gu Xiaowen, feeling anxious, asked, "Then why has this senior come to Qilin Mountain?" Zhang Hua replied coldly, "What else could it be? At the very least, it is not for us." Tang Lan gently patted her junior sister's hand, reassuringly stating, "Do not worry. We hail from the Xianmen sect. We bear no enmity with this senior. He will not implicate us. Rather, it is that mythical creature, the Xieji." A few among them understood that what kept them lingering in Lin Mountain was not only that divine beast. Chapter 48. This beast is fated to meet me in the west, constrained by the azure waves and the cerulean mist. The 6 individuals hesitated to venture into Lin Mountain to ascertain the truth. It was only when the azure light receded and the waves parted to reveal a passage suitable for a single person that Luya Daoist spoke. "This is where the esteemed senior invites us. Let us proceed." Proceed? But how can we discern whether this esteemed senior is a foe or a friend? Jia Yu and the others wore expressions of uncertainty, reluctant to take a step forward. Ren Hong, possessing clarity of mind, understood that this was indeed the purpose of his appearance. He remarked, "If that esteemed senior harbors ill intentions, our meager powers would be utterly helpless. Wavering and indecision could offend the senior. We should first observe." In a flash of firelight, Ren Hong, disguised as Luya Daoist, was the first to enter Lin Mountain. The Luya Daoist had been summoned by Jia Yu. Instantly, Jia Yu felt a heavy burden upon him. Yet out of a sense of loyalty, he hastily addressed his companions. "Dear friends, since Brother Luya has accompanied us, we cannot allow him to face danger alone." With that, he produced a thunder net and followed suit. Though it was their first encounter with the Luya Daoist, the others had known Jia Yu for many years. Observing Jia Yu's boldness in entering Lin Mountain, they could not simply stand by. Tang Lan instructed her junior sister to relay a message to their sect before they both stepped into the passage. As for encountering demons or monsters, well, that would be the time to let them experience the secret techniques of the yellow talismans. Jia Yu wielded the thunder net, the dense flashes of lightning swirling around him. Upon swiftly traversing the passage, he arrived at the foot of Lin Mountain, where he found Luya Daoist standing still not far away. "Daoist brother," he called as he rushed over, only to discover a man and a beast before Luya Daoist. The man had a white beard and wore an apricot-colored robe, holding a crimson tail in his hand. With an aura of celestial grace, he sat upon a large blue stone, soothing the divine beast that lay prostrate beside him. Upon noticing the creature, Jia Yu could not help but exclaim, "Xieji?" Indeed, the divine beast by the old immortal's side was none other than the master of Lin Mountain, the king of all beasts. Gu Xiaowen and the others soon followed, seeing Xieji at the old immortal's side, and felt a pang of regret. How could they not know that this divine beast had been subdued by the old immortal? Luya Daoist observed the old immortal for a while before respectfully inquiring, "Esteemed senior, your arrival here is to subdue this beast?" The old immortal, with a benevolent demeanor and a smile, responded, "Indeed, this beast has a connection to my western domain." Feeling a calling, I specifically journeyed from the western wasteland to take it under my wing and comprehend the profound truths of the Tao. Luya Daoist's expression grew serious. He remained silent, but subtly indicated to his companions, "He is a grandmaster of the primordial spirit." Upon hearing this, the others' expressions changed drastically, and they immediately adopted a respectful demeanor. The old immortal then inquired, "Young friends, have you come here for this creature?" Jia Yu stepped forward, stating, "We have heard that Lin Mountain is a dwelling place for myriad beasts, and that the divine beast Xieji roams here. Indeed, we had such intentions. However, since the esteemed senior has already succeeded, we shall take our leave." "Not so fast, not so fast," the old immortal interjected, smiling. "Your journey to Lin Mountain has not been easy. How can I allow you to leave empty-handed?" He lowered his gaze to Xieji, who let out a low growl, as if they were communicating. After a while, the old immortal addressed the group again. "Lin Mountain is home to countless beasts. Although I have taken Xieji with me, there are many other extraordinary and spiritual creatures here for you to seek out. I trust that with me present, no vile beasts will harm you." Upon hearing this, Jia Yu and the others displayed expressions of delight. With Xie captured, they had initially thought their journey would yield nothing, but unexpectedly, the old immortal was amenable and even intended to assist them in capturing mounts. However, Gu Xiaowen quickly interjected, "But what of the conditions?" The old immortal replied, "This little beast, though inclined towards the Tao and accompanying me to the western wasteland for cultivation, remains the master of Lin Mountain, the king of all beasts. It wishes to uphold the dignity of its subordinates and intends to establish rules. As long as you young friends can pass a trial, you may select a spiritual beast." Trial? The group felt a twinge of dissatisfaction upon hearing this. They, as disciples of esteemed sects, had come to capture mounts. When had they ever needed to heed the opinions of beasts? Jia Yu glanced at Xie, who was glaring at them, baring its teeth. This creature was a golden elixir divine beast and had the support of a primordial spirit grandmaster. It was unwise to provoke it now. Caught in indecision, he was interrupted by Qiu Fei He, who boldly declared, "Since the esteemed senior has expressed an intention, I, Qiu, shall accept the challenge." The Yujian sect, lacking profound roots, held even greater trepidation towards a primordial spirit grandmaster than Jia Yu, and thus they were unwilling to rebuff the good intentions of such a celestial being. After discussing amongst themselves, Gu Xiaowen and her fellow disciples also agreed to the proposal. "According to this little beast's wishes, you shall compete with the spiritual beasts. If you can subdue the demon beasts, they will acknowledge you as their master. But blades are blind, and fire and water are merciless. With the old immortal present, how could he merely watch as you shed blood?" The old immortal raised his hand, and the azure waves in the sky slowly descended. Swirling around the group, "I shall establish a formation, summoning 9 beasts into the array. If you can break the formation, you shall earn their submission." With that, the azure light enveloped the group entirely, casting them into the formation above. In the final moment, Jia Yu caught sight of Luya Daoist arguing with the old immortal. "I came along with others. I shall not participate. Since you young friends have arrived, why not enter the array and give it a try?" Without allowing Luya Daoist to resist, the old immortal tossed him into the formation as well. Witnessing this scene, Jia Yu sighed inwardly. "We have dragged brother Luya into this predicament." The azure waves surged, changing like an endless sea. Gu Xiaowen, caught in the formation, quickly summoned a pink handkerchief. On the reverse side of the handkerchief, Daoist patterns emerged, forming chains in the air that temporarily allowed her to hover midair, preventing her from plummeting into the azure sea. Lin Mountain was situated inland. How could there be any sea water? This azure sea must be an illusion created by the formation, and I must not carelessly immerse myself in its depths. The celestial maiden cautiously floated in midair, observing her surroundings. At that moment, she noticed Luya Daoist also ensnared within the formation. However, he appeared calm and composed. Upon entering the formation, he flicked his scarlet robe, unleashing bursts of fire from his sleeves, which resonated with the cries of crows in the air. Gu Xiaowen watched as 3 divine crows emerged, drawing a chariot of 3 young divine crows to carry Luya Daoist. Seeing this, she quickly called out, "Brother Luya, I am here." It seemed that Luya Daoist had only just noticed the celestial maiden, and he promptly maneuvered the crow chariot to rescue her. Yet, just as the chariot sped towards her, Luya Daoist's expression shifted in surprise, and he extended his hand, unleashing a torrent of fierce flames towards Gu Xiaowen. The flames were fierce and overpowering. At that moment, Gu Xiaowen fully felt the might of a golden elixir cultivator's power. Under this wave of flames, her essence and spirit were entirely drawn in, leaving her with no capacity to resist. "My life is at an end." As the flames descended, this thought flashed through her mind, along with the regret of not having confessed her feelings to her senior brother. Chapter 49. The unyielding Luya Daoist. The flames blazed fiercely, yet as they surged toward Gu Xiaowen's face, they suddenly split in 2, transforming into 2 fiery crows that circled around her and crashed into the shadow behind her. The shadow let out a piercing scream as it was struck by the crows, then vanished into the surging waves. At that moment, Luya Daoist arrived, skillfully maneuvering the divine crow carriage. Gu Xiaowen, filled with uncertainty, found herself at a loss for words. Luya Daoist, however, merely stated in a calm tone, "Get in the car." Gu Xiaowen hesitated momentarily, unfamiliar with Luya Daoist's demeanor. Had he just saved her? Ahead, 3 fiery crows danced and screeched in the air, while the fierce flames whipped around them, propelling the two onward. Gu Xiaowen glanced at the silent man beside her, who was solely focused on driving the divine crow carriage across the sea. She felt a tinge of frustration. If only Jia Yu were here, at least someone could engage this esteemed cultivator in conversation to alleviate the discomfort of the atmosphere. The two were not acquainted, and being alone together left them at a loss for words. Suddenly, the divine crow carriage came to a jarring halt. Gu Xiaowen, lost in thought, nearly stumbled forward. A gentle gust of wind caught her, and Luya Daoist pointed down toward the waves, saying, "It is here." Gu Xiaowen peered into the tumultuous surf, where a shadow lurked amid the crashing waves. The senior sent 9 monsters into the formation. "This is the beast that ambushed you earlier." Realization dawned on Gu Xiaowen. Luya Daoist had brought her here in pursuit of the creature that had attacked her. After a moment's thought, she promptly bowed to Luya Daoist, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Dao brother. Go subdue it. I will handle the rest," he replied. With that, the divine crow carriage jolted slightly, casting Gu Xiaowen out, though she had initially felt a surge of gratitude for Luya Daoist's assistance. That feeling dissipated entirely with the sudden throw. Quickly, she retrieved her 8 trigram scarf and prepared to confront the lurking beast below. Does this Dao brother truly not understand the meaning of consideration? Gu Xiaowen felt a mix of embarrassment and irritation, yet soon redirected her focus to the hidden monster in the sea. She recited the calming incantation, suppressing her distractions. This creature was intertwined with the formation, and had Luya Daoist not intervened, she might have been cast into the azure depths, failing her trial. Thus, her primary strategy became defense, followed by the arrangement of her escape techniques. Ren Hong sat within the divine crow carriage, placing the Rui aside as he let the starry light guide the vehicle. He leisurely observed the formation and Gu Xiaowen's battle with the beast below. Suddenly, the laughter of the celestial spirit echoed in his ears. "Your combat experience is limited. You can observe how they fight this time, especially the escape technique sect, which does not excel in close combat or swordplay, but specializes in strategic techniques and numerical calculations. Do not underestimate this girl, even with your formidable powers. In calculations, she might surpass you." Ren Hong remained silent, subtly moving his fingers within his sleeve before turning his gaze toward a particular spot in the waves, offering a smile in that direction. Previously, when Ren Hong and the celestial spirit had crafted a facade for Luya Daoist, they intentionally designed him to appear unremarkable. However, this smile added an air of grace to the typically taciturn Luya Daoist. "Hey, where do you think I am now?" the celestial spirit asked, astonished. Ren Hong casually scanned the chaotic waters, replying softly, "What brings you to hover above Gu Xiaowen? How did you sense my presence?" the celestial spirit exclaimed, suddenly appearing on the divine crow carriage, his youthful face filled with surprise. "When did you learn the innate art of calculations? You once mentioned that the heavenly book conceals mysteries with countless applications." Ren Hong replied nonchalantly. "I recently revisited the purple extreme heavenly book and discovered a method of calculating the heavenly transformations, known as the heavenly divination calculus. The heavenly principles evolve in cycles, and by escaping one can find the truth. This method, also referred to as the Great Transformation Arithmetic, is the unparalleled means of deciphering the heavenly mysteries at Kunlun, perfectly aligning with the principles of the Mi Luo Great Transformation Disc." With a modest smile, he added, "So now, I possess a rudimentary understanding of the art of calculations." Calculating heavenly transformations? The celestial spirit's lips twitched. "Indeed, this is the unparalleled art of Kunlun and the supreme method for deciphering heavenly principles. The calculations I employ are also derived from this art, but the layers of understanding differ. The Juntian celestial spirit, having taken 300 years to grasp the basics. Yet you comprehend the heavenly divination calculus in mere months? Such extraordinary talent and insight are hardly common." With that, the celestial spirit turned to leave. As he departed, the azure waves shifted and countless whirlpools erupted from the sea's surface. Ren Hong heard the celestial spirit's voice once more. "Then calculate where the flaws in this formation lie." The whirlpools unleashed torrents of water, shooting towards the divine crow carriage above. Ren Hong remained unfazed, gently patting the carriage. The surrounding wind and flames swirled rapidly, manifesting fierce gusts that shattered the encroaching water streams. He even raised his gaze to a point in the sky, asking, "What, Dao brother? Do you intend to test the results of my 2 years of cultivation? Very well, let us see the fruits of your labor." I am curious as to what you have truly learned from the Heavenly Book. Mastering the Six Harmonies technique and the Heavenly Origin Sword technique were inherent gifts of the Heavenly Book, and the Celestial Spirit would not comment on those. Comprehending the Lesser Rui Ban was Renhong's fortune, attributed solely to his keen insight. However, the Celestial Spirit, a prodigious talent, had taken centuries to grasp a portion of the heavenly divination calculus's intricacies. How could this youth have acquired such knowledge? Next time, will he also derive the Kunlun's radiant light and the golden light of the earth from the Heavenly Book? Contemplating this left the Celestial Spirit feeling somewhat unsettled. He even began to curse the group at Kunlun's Nine Immortals Peak, thinking, a bunch of blind fools. It's fortunate I accompanied them to prevent such talents from falling into the wrong hands. To offer such individuals to the Baidu sect would be sheer folly. After venting his frustrations, the Celestial Spirit felt somewhat better and focused on evolving the formation. He was indeed intrigued to assess Renhong's progress over the past 2 years. This way, he could devise what opportunities to present him next. As the formation continued to unleash attacks toward Renhong, even Gu Xiaowen below became entangled in the fray. Yet Renhong remained calm, secretly invoking the Fully Mirror to observe the grand formation. The formation being manipulated was, in fact, the 9-curved river pearl, which the Juntian Celestial Spirit and Renhong had acquired earlier. This pearl, a spirit object formed by the heavens, had been kept close after Renhong performed some refining. Though it was not a magical treasure, it inherently contained a natural formation. After much deliberation, Renhong had opted to employ this precious pearl to transform the formation, ensuring that the Celestial Spirit's assumed identity as an immortal remained secure. Dao brother, having kept this pearl by my side for days, do you suppose I am unfamiliar with the formation recorded within? Months prior, Renhong had projected the formation contained within the pearl onto the mirror, beginning to deduce its profound mysteries in order to practice his own heavenly divination calculus. The Fully Mirror, a treasure of Dao attainment, focused on self-cultivation and sensing the mysteries of the heavenly path, though it could not compete with the specialized Mi Luo Great Transformation Disc. As fellow disciples of the Jade Void, merely observing the formation's essence and deducing its flaws was more than sufficient. Be cautious, Dao brother. Suddenly, Gu Xiaowen's exclamation broke through his thoughts. Renhong abruptly looked up to see a shadow looming over him. It was a colossal white whale plunging down from the upper heavens. To Gu Xiaowen, this whale's might rivaled that of her own master, having reached the golden core stage. The massive creature surged through the azure sea, crashing violently against Luya Daoist's carriage. Yet, with a mere flick of his finger, Luya Daoist shot forth a beam of light, instantly slaying the golden core-level whale. Gu Xiaowen's eyelids twitched. Dao friend Jia, you once mentioned that Luya Daoist journeyed to the southern wilderness in search of the method to forge a spiritual fetus and cultivate the primordial spirit. It seems he is nearing a higher realm, on the verge of entering the 3rd stage of the primordial spirit. The root source, true fire, and golden core are collectively referred to as the 3 realms of the golden core, with the ultimate goal of this realm being the complete mastery of the golden core. Thus, one may address a fully realized practitioner as a grand cultivator. The spiritual fetus, purple palace, and primordial spirit are known as the 3 realms of the primordial spirit, with the hallmark of mastery being the pure yang primordial spirit, capable of soaring through the skies and achieving immortality. Hence, the level of the primordial spirit is also regarded as that of a grand cultivator. As for the final grand cultivator, it refers to the complete fulfillment of the 4 great realms and 12 tiers, culminating in the ultimate stage of transcendence. Are you still planning to fool this girl, my Daoist brother? Renhong, facing the white whale, naturally comprehended the situation. Although this white whale appeared to possess the powers of the golden core, it was essentially akin to himself, merely at the level of true fire. After pondering for a moment, Renhong advised Gu Xiaowen, you handle the beast here. I shall return shortly. The celestial spirit's actions this time had stirred a sense of eagerness within Renhong. He too was curious about the extent of his own power when exerted to the fullest. However, since many of his techniques were not suitable for public display, he deliberately maneuvered the divine crow chariot to the heart of the formation, intending to engage the celestial spirit in solitary combat. Chapter 50. The Art of Spirit Contracts. Suddenly, the celestial spirit emerged from the surface of the water. At the same moment, the heavenly soldiers brandished their long spears, aiming them at the spirit. I, too, am a practitioner of the Xianmen, having been bestowed with the Kunlun Dao Talisman. These heavenly soldiers cannot harm me. Calm and composed, he harnessed the waves to form an entirely new celestial dragon formation upon the sea's surface. With no one around, you are free to unleash your full power. Gazing at the mist-laden formation, Ren Hong dared not employ the fire crow carriage and withdrew even the vermilion bird illusion, opting instead for the black tortoise illusion while summoning another white jade flying carriage. This belonged to the Water Dragon Division of the Kunlun's 72 divisions, ranked 43rd. A formidable water army capable of controlling clouds and rain. At the front of the white jade carriage, 3 entwined water serpents danced, guiding the waves and ferrying Ren Hong into the formation. The celestial spirit's expression turned peculiar. Was it truly the 9 dragons' white jade carriage? This carriage is unique, being the sole flying carriage of the Water Dragon Division. However, its manifestation varied with the practitioner. If it were a Dao monarch casting the spell, it would transform into 9 sea dragons pulling the white jade carriage. If a true person were to cast it, 7 sea dragons would appear. For a golden core practitioner, it would be 5 river dragons. But for Ren Hong, only 3 water serpents remained. Yet, this carriage, adept at navigating water, proved especially effective against the celestial dragon formation. Ren Hong soared into the water formation, deliberately avoiding the inner passage, instead directing the carriage to crash into a shimmering water wall. Does this lad not realize that deviating from the formation makes it exceedingly easy to falter? The celestial spirit quickly grasped the situation, but it was too late. With a thunderous roar, the formation erupted. The black tortoises relentlessly charged the water wall until they forcibly created a breach through which the carriage could pass. The celestial dragon's secret formation resembled a labyrinth containing 9 water eyes. Unless each water eye was shattered, the maze would shift infinitely. The implication of the Dao brother was simply for me to deduce a correct path through the labyrinth and sequentially break each water eye. Yet I had already calculated that the water eye lay just behind this wall, so why take the long way? I could simply smash through. Relaxed and comfortable within the white jade carriage, upon breaking through the water wall, Ren Hong found himself facing a spring that bubbled with froth. With a slight curl of his pinky, the water spirit sword aura swiftly pierced the spring, shattering this pivotal point of the formation. Boom! The spring burst, and waves splashed against the carriage. However, the 3 water serpents danced, consuming the surging water and carrying Ren Hong toward another spring. Once again, the path was cleared through self-detonation, causing the celestial spirit's eyelids to twitch. He decisively activated the grand formation, shifting the maze into another layer of chaos, with countless passages suddenly displacing and rearranging. Ren Hong temporarily halted the carriage, recalibrated his strategy, and turned toward another direction, breaking yet another spring. Thus, Ren Hong shattered 5 water eyes in succession, while the celestial spirit began to ascertain Ren Hong's current strength. Previously, when utilizing illusions for self-detonation, Ren Hong would exercise caution, wary of potential ambushes. Yet seated in the carriage, Ren Hong felt no such trepidation. There was no need to hold back. He merely bombarded the path ahead with his powers to obliterate obstacles. As for defense, with the carriage's protection and the magic tool at his side, he felt utterly unconcerned. However, this was not the way to fight. Encountering those cunning and devious sword immortals, a single sword strike from behind could easily spell his doom. Contemplating this, the celestial spirit concentrated, gathering pure yang sword aura, carefully controlling its force, and swiftly thrusting it toward Ren Hong's back. The sword aura was fierce and swift, instantly slicing through the defense of the water serpent carriage. The 3 water serpents exhibited no reaction, and the sword aura appeared at Ren Hong's back. Indeed, the lad's reflexes were far too slow. The celestial spirit felt a twinge of disappointment at this outcome. Nevertheless, he had intentionally tempered his strike, ensuring it would merely graze Ren Hong's back without causing serious harm. As the celestial spirit's mind wandered, the water formation trembled gently, and a melodious sound resonated from above the carriage. A beautifully ornate heavenly gate materialized above Ren Hong's head. Within this gate were 2 additional portals, showering radiant light that shielded against the encroaching sword aura. This is the Ninefold Heavenly Gate. The Ninefold Heavenly Gate is another profound technique recorded in the Jade Scriptures, a passive secret art. This technique requires no cultivation from Ren Hong. Each time he transcends a realm, a new gate will automatically form to protect him. Though the sword aura attempted to ambush, the heavenly gate manifested autonomously, creating a defense above Ren Hong. He possesses this ability as well. To test Ren Hong's defensive limits, the celestial spirit gently beckoned, drawing a wisp of primordial energy from the seventh layer of the celestial realm, where the true immortals dwell, and unleashed it upon Ren Hong. This primordial energy descended upon the mortal realm, instantly forming an unending tide of azure light that pressed down upon Ren Hong. The force of the tide intensified with each wave, and the celestial spirit was eager to discover the extent of his defenses. While controlling the tide, the celestial spirit approached Ren Hong with caution, but upon witnessing the tide, Ren Hong was filled with admiration. In our cultivation, drawing upon the tidal forces of the nine heavens is indeed extraordinary. The Tao brother is at the true person realm, able to summon power from the primordial tide of the seventh layer, while I am merely at the third layer. As he gazed at the azure tide summoned by the celestial spirit from the seventh heaven, 3 inches of white spiritual light emerged from Ren Hong's brow, once more revealing 3 heavenly gates. After establishing his foundation, solidifying his roots, and refining true fire, he had already unlocked 3 heavenly gates. The 3 heavenly gates emitted celestial melodies, cascaded light, and unleashed boundless flames. Remarkably, when the fierce flames collided with the azure tide, although it descended from the 7th layer, it could no longer continue its fall under the intense blaze. With the foundation, roots, true fire, the golden core celestial spirit estimated that the power of the tide had risen to the golden core level, causing the 3 heavenly gates to begin to tremble. If this continued, it would be disadvantageous for me. Without hesitation, Ren Hong brought his right hand together, unleashing sword auras in 5 colors: blue, red, yellow, white, and black, sweeping fiercely across the celestial dragon formation. The mixed element sword aura, blending the energies of the 5 elements, converged into one. With this single strike, he shattered the entire water formation and propelled the attack toward the celestial spirit. The celestial spirit's expression sharpened, his left hand delicately pinching the sword aura with 2 fingers, devoid of any smoke or fire. This sensation led him to a realization. The amalgamation of 5 swords was comparable to golden core power. The celestial child remained unfazed, dissipating the sword aura with ease. Enough is enough. He has even comprehended the mixed element sword strike. The next step surely involves mastering the radiant light of the hand? Radiant light of the hand. What technique is that? Observing the curious expression on the young man's face, the celestial spirit silently refrained from elaborating. The radiant light of the hand condenses one's magical energy into a protective force, possessing both destructive capability and the finesse of safeguarding the path. It is a remarkably intricate Tao method of Kunlun. You should first achieve the golden core before discussing that. The celestial spirit rescinded the restrictions and dispersed the damaged water formation. With your current strength, you can barely exchange 3 blows with a golden core practitioner. However, your combat experience is severely lacking. Facing an ambush from the shadows, you would be entirely unprepared. You have merely relied on the intricacies of your Tao to gain a slight advantage. How long have I been cultivating? With this level of Tao, I am already capable of self-preservation. Ren Hong remained unperturbed. How are the 5 of them faring? We are still counting on them to help promote our identities. According to plan, they should have commenced their efforts. Once more, Ren Hong summoned the divine crow carriage, setting off to find Gu Xiaowen and the others. At this moment, Gu Xiaowen had subdued the dark figure, revealing a blue-winged fox. This mother fox appeared charming, endearing to the female practitioners. You tamed it yourself. It has nothing to do with me. I have found Jiayu. Let us regroup. The 2 promptly proceeded to another location as directed by the celestial spirit. Jiayu was riding a white wolf, conversing with Qiu Feihe, who sat upon a white crane nearby. Not far off, Tang Lan was entangled with a large serpent. This serpent possessed golden core cultivation and was a snake demon that had once infiltrated Linshan from Lianhua Mountain. Though it had joined Linshan, it did not belong among the 100 beasts. This time, it had voluntarily allied with the celestial beings due to the celestial spirit's coercion. As for the white crane beneath Qiu Feihe, it was a benevolent bird that had recently allied with the Xieji, unwilling to involve itself in the conflicts of the Sparrow Cliff. Listening to the exchanges among the 3, Ren Hong secretly chuckled at their fortunate taming of the spirit beasts. Fortunate? This was no mere stroke of luck. Yesterday, he instructed the celestial spirit to confer with the Xieji and procure a selection of spirit beasts from Lin Mountain that were willing to cultivate alongside immortals. Although becoming a steed would diminish their freedom and carefree existence, The opportunity to constantly attune to the profound truths of the cosmos and practice the esoteric arts of immortality was far preferable to a lifetime spent as a wild demon in the mountains. Today, he disguised himself as a venerable elder to assist them in acquiring steeds, merely facilitating a straightforward path for them to successfully obtain these mounts. Tang Lan engaged in a fierce battle with a great serpent of the Golden Core stage, ultimately triumphing over the snake demon after several hundred exchanges through the art of yellow talismans. Zhang Hua stood quietly to the side, her demeanor remarkably calm. With a sigh, she lamented her lack of fortune in failing the trial. Observing the four companions alongside their steeds, she managed to smile and offered her congratulations. It would have been ideal had all five received mounts. However, with four successful and one left empty-handed, Jia Yu hastily bowed to the immortal seated nearby, pleading, "Elder, might you grant him another chance?" Ultimately, the celestial spirit trusted her intuition and gently shook her head. This is the will of heaven, beyond human control. Before Jia Yu could plead further, the celestial spirit extended her hand, lightly touching each of the four. This is the method of the spirit contract. You shall establish a bond with your steeds, ensuring mutual loyalty and allowing for shared enlightenment on the path ahead. Typically, when celestial beings or demons capture steeds, various prohibitive measures are employed, yet it is challenging to guarantee the steeds will not turn against their masters. Thus, the practice of spirit contracts has been passed down within the mystical sections. By signing a pact with a spirit beast, both parties agree to assist one another within a specified time frame, fostering genuine allegiance and preventing betrayal. Spirit contract? Jia Yu gazed at his palm, where an unusual pattern appeared. He readily established a contract with the White Wolf, a mystical force from the void, weaving a 500-year agreement between them. This spirit contract technique, a secret art of yellow talismans, invoked the power of a certain Daoist monarch as a testament. Jia Yu, possessing an optimistic disposition, felt content with the 500-year pact, believing that by the time the period elapsed, he would have attained the status of a true immortal, rendering the notion of a mere steed inconsequential. However, the other three harbored different sentiments. They had anticipated capturing a submissive steed slave, yet they were met with the reality of signing a spirit contract instead. Especially for Tang Lan, who had envisioned acquiring a golden core serpent, only to discover it was merely the spirit contract method. The great serpent coiled beside him, feigning docility, yet internally scoffed. Were it not for the spirit contract, how foolish would I be to sell myself to you? Gu Xiaowen caressed the smooth fur of the winged fox, her heart heavy with reluctance. As for Qiu Fei he too was fond of his white crane, deeming the celestial bird fitting of his name. The old immortal, wearing a jovial expression, regarded the three, and despite their hesitance, they proceeded to establish contracts with the great serpent, winged fox, and white crane, albeit with varying durations. Particularly, Qiu Fei he only committed to a 100-year agreement, evidently planning to later capture another celestial crane from K Cliff. Witnessing the spirit contract technique, Ren Hong was equally surprised, his brow furrowing. The celestial spirit explained, the spirit contract technique originates from Qianyuan Peak. Your esteemed brother Qing Xian was the first to sign this method with a great demon. That spirit beast status is on par with a true immortal. Not merely an immortal, but that beast possesses the power of transformation, being a formidable ancient demon. The Jade Void Master once proclaimed that this beast holds the potential for ascension. The bond between Daoist Qing Xian and that great demon undoubtedly adds a significant asset to Qianyuan Peak. Currently, Qianyuan Peak is establishing the Qingwei abode, ostensibly to construct a beast garden for that great demon, allowing it to cultivate in peace. I believe granting these steeds some freedom would facilitate what you term steed networking. Renhong contemplated this notion without dissent. He persuaded these spirit beasts, serpents, and birds to ally with the cultivators, not solely for the sake of the spirit beast's futures, but also for his own considerations. He intended to leverage these steeds to penetrate the inner sanctum of the mystical sects, thereby weaving a network of connections. This was not mere fanciful thinking on Renhong's part. It was a tactic long employed by mortals. He had witnessed such scenarios in his homeland's affluent households. The estate's steward had 2 children. He sent his eldest to serve the master and the youngest to the second master, while his daughter was entrusted to the matriarch. Thus, although they all became servants, their familial ties with the masters solidified their position in the estate, occasionally earning them a degree of respect from the young lords. Indeed, he even managed to amass a considerable fortune through cunning dealings. Such networks of servitude were not uncommon among the elite. Even Rinhong's former attendants had been born to the servants of his parents. Rinhong intended to replicate this strategy within the mystical sects, aiming to construct his own network through these steeds, facilitating his navigation within the mystical realm. Chapter 51. Vanishing Celestial Shadow. Soaring Star Demon. Anticipating this very scenario, he had proactively relinquished the quest for a mount. At that moment, the venerable immortal, with a benevolent countenance, addressed Daoist Luya. Since you have journeyed here, it would be unseemly for you to depart empty-handed. I perceive that your cultivation has reached a bottleneck, yet your Daoist arts are unique and self-contained, suggesting a profound origin. I am unable to impart the secret arts of my lineage, but I shall bestow upon you my personal notes on cultivation from yesteryear, hoping they may aid you in your breakthrough. Upon hearing this, Daoist Luya bowed deeply in gratitude. Jiayu, standing nearby, also felt a surge of elation for him. Musing, my fellow Daoist sought an elixir for transcending his current state, yet he has stumbled upon an opportunity here. Observing his expression, the celestial spirit chuckled inwardly. Precisely. You are to be the witness, providing us with a pretext to elevate Daoist Luya's cultivation. During this sojourn with the 5 individuals, Rinhong further refined Daoist Luya's persona, a taciturn yet warm-hearted individual, poised to transcend the 3 realms of the nascent soul under the guidance of a senior, and possessing a swift chariot, hinting at an inheritance from an ancient immortal. Through the words of these disciples, Daoist Luya's identity was further solidified, facilitating Rinhong's and Xianling's future endeavors in the mortal realm. After bestowing the notes, Xianling feigned a few platitudes before mounting the xianxia and departing. The xianxia, with clouds billowing from its hooves, soared into the sky, resembling a propitious qilin carrying the ancient immortal into the distance. Gazing towards the west, where the Daoist had vanished, Jiayu pondered. The west. I recall my elders mentioning a great Xianmin immortal in the western wilderness beyond Kunlun. It is said that he presides over the Tao of longevity, with immortal roots suppressing the destiny of that region. Oh, are there Xianmin seniors in the desolate western wilderness? One person inquired in surprise. Isn't that land solely occupied by Buddhism? If Buddhism can spread eastward, why can't our Xianmin journey westward? Jiayu retorted. That great immortal is undoubtedly propagating the immortal Tao in the western wilderness, a rare sage of our immortal lineage. Jiayu refrained from further elaboration, turning instead to Daoist Luya. Fellow Daoist, we are unable to repay your assistance this time. Please accompany us to Yunxiu, where we shall host a banquet in your honor. After a moment of contemplation, Daoist Luya nodded slightly. With that, he steered the divine crow chariot away. Seizing the opportunity, Rinhong rendezvoused with the celestial spirit and the xianxia, who had departed earlier. However, he remained concealed, employing secret arts to mask his presence. The xianxia, having received the pure yang crimson talisman, had now transformed into a burly, bald-headed man with rugged features and bulging muscles. Thank you for your rescue. Esteemed immortal. It was nothing. At that moment, the celestial spirit transformed into Rinhong's true form. He continued the charade, encouraging the xianxia before sending him off to the mortal realm. This matter is finally concluded. The celestial spirit tentatively inquired. Perhaps we should seize this opportunity to wander around? Spare me. Our identities are extraordinary. Let us focus on our cultivation. This one outing this year has been quite sufficient. The star demon is here. Quick, let's go see. What? He actually dares to come? Eventually, even Yunxiu was sealed off. The envoy whom they had encountered in the scripture pavilion, upon seeing Daoist Luya standing on the cliff before Yunxiu, approached and instructed, fellow Daoist. The northern sacred sect is occupied. Yunxiu will be temporarily closed for 3 days. Having spoken, he departed with his companions. What is happening? Both Rinhong and the celestial spirit were perplexed. Observing the great tree ensnared by a golden light, the two had no choice but to await the return of Jiayu and his companions. The northern sacred sect is preoccupied, supposedly due to the star demon, and will be sealed off for 3 days. So, the star demon's invitation was genuine? Gu Xiaowen, atop the wind fox, exclaimed excitedly. The star demon has truly come to the northern sacred sect? Ahem. Tang Lan coughed softly, and Gu Xiaowen immediately fell silent, though she still appeared excited, wishing she could rush to the Hengshan sect to witness the star demon. Who is the star demon? Ren Hong directed his gaze towards Jiayu. Upon hearing the name Star Demon, Jiayu's expression turned peculiar. Fellow Daoist has long resided in the mountains and forests and is unfamiliar with the affairs of the Xianmen. This so-called Star Demon is a prominent figure who has emerged in recent decades. He antagonizes the various Xianmen sects, but always sends a Star Demon's invitation beforehand. The Northern Sacred Sect received the Star Demon's invitation a few days ago and summoned disciples from all quarters to return to the sect. He antagonizes the Xianmen. Is he perhaps a figure from the demonic sect? Jiayu silently shook his head. Zhang Hua interjected. The Star Demon's antagonism towards the sects does not involve duels or debates. Rather, he is akin to a mortal bandit, seeking to steal the sect's treasured inheritances. Stealing treasures? Jiayu clarified. The Star Demon is known as the greatest thief in the world. Fellow Daoist departed early and is unaware of the Southern Sacred Sect's affairs. We were in the Southern Barbarian lands, and the Star Demon was also there, seeking the Southern Sacred Sect's supreme treasure. The Southern Sacred Sect mobilized many, not only to capture the Jade Sound Demon King, but also to apprehend the Star Demon. Later, even a Southern Sacred Sect true person arrived, but he still managed to escape unscathed. I never imagined that I would be so connected to him, from the Southern Sacred Sect to the Northern Sacred Sect. Though Jiayu spoke thus, he knew in his heart that he had learned of the Star Demon's next destination, the Northern Sacred Sect, and had seized the opportunity to capture a mount. With the Hungshan sect preoccupied with the Star Demon, they would have no time to concern themselves with his capture of the Xieji, a Star Demon who only steals treasures and does not kill. Ren Hong could not help but feel curious. Discerning Ren Hong's curiosity, Jiayu seized the opportunity to say, "Fellow Daoist is interested, why don't we go take a look? Everyone is rushing there now. What use would it be for us to go? What could we possibly see?" Though Ren Hong was curious, he was too lazy to bother. He handed a few wagers to Tang Lan and summoned the divine crow chariot, intending to bid farewell. However, at that moment, a beam of silver light shot out from the direction of the Northern Sacred Sect's main peak. The entire main peak shook for a few breaths, and then the silver light swiftly sped towards Yunshu in the northern sky. "Everyone, I won't be playing with you any longer. I'll borrow the Northern Dipper Star Chain for a month of observation and return it later. Where do you think you're going, you thief?" From the Northern Sacred Sect's main peak, beams of immortal light crisscrossed as they pursued the silver starlight. Qiu Fei's eyes flickered. The Star Demon is heading in our direction? "Everyone, why don't we capture this Star Demon and curry favor with the Hungshan sect?" Tang Lan, who had a feud with the Star Demon, and whose junior sister harbored affection for the Star Demon, immediately responded. He not only acted himself, but also enlisted the aid of the Linshan Great Serpent to attack from both sides. Qiu Feiha unsheathed his magic sword and also employed his sect's secret arts, using sword light to impede the silver starlight. Jiayu, too, summoned the power of the Five Thunders to obstruct the Star Demon. Oh, this Star Demon is being attacked by Yellow Talisman arts. So he's not a member of the Xianmen, but he seems to have a hint of the Starry Sky Dao lineage. Ren Hong, do you want it? Before the celestial spirit could finish speaking, he saw Ren Hong had already summoned the Vermilion Bird Illusionary Spirit. This time, the Vermilion Bird Illusionary Spirit did not transform into a fire crow, but instead took the form of a firebird, becoming a divine bow wreathed in scarlet flames. Its wings formed the bow's limbs, and the flames served as the bowstring. Ren Hong held the bow and gazed into the distance, summoning another Vermilion Bird Illusionary Spirit. This Vermilion Bird cried out 3 times, condensing into an arrow that Ren Hong knocked onto the string. Then, he fired towards the southeast of the starlight. The Star Demon, fleeing from the Hungshan sect, also saw Jiayu and the others blocking his path. Whether it was the thunder net or the sword light, he easily evaded them using the Starry Sky evasion technique. "Hey, at least send a few golden core great cultivators. Do you really think you can catch me with these newly established foundation cultivators?" However, when evading the Linshan Great Serpent's poisonous mist and temporarily dodging slightly to the southeast, he suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. The Star Demon quickly used his cloak to block. Bang! Flames splashed across the surface of the star cloak. The power of that Vermilion Bird arrow completely blocked by the cloak. This is a self-detonating arrow? Before the Star Demon could react, another arrow followed closely behind. It also exploded upon approaching, forcing the Star Demon to use his cloak to defend. "There's actually a golden core cultivator?" The Star Demon looked up at Daoist Luya, who was sitting in the divine crow chariot. Seeing that the Daoist in the chariot was about to prepare a third arrow, the Star Demon decisively shot out a finger towards that direction. Haha, take one of my moves. The star demon's finger unleashed a surge of chi, striking head-on. Splendid and colorful starlight transformed into a celestial river before Ren Hong's eyes, pressing down with overwhelming force. Oh, was it truly the sword point technique? As the star demon came to a halt, poised to speak, the disciples of the Huangshan sect surged forth from behind, compelling him to swiftly employ his escape technique once more. Brother Luya, quickly intercept him. The Huangshan sect is in pursuit. We must not allow him to flee. In the midst of this chaos, Gu Xiaowen nearly tumbled from the Wind Fox, while Ren Hong's magical vehicle teetered on the brink of destruction. Ren Hong, stabilize the vehicle with the Rui. This vehicle was not a mere object, but rather an embodiment of Daoist resonance. It was on the verge of disintegration from the celestial energy's impact. The Rui landed within the vehicle, and the dual polar starlight firmly anchored the divine crow carriage. The audacity of this Huangshan immortal was truly excessive. Tang Lan pulled her junior sister close, her expression decidedly displeased. Though you have lost your treasures, we have extended our assistance. It is one thing not to express gratitude, but to rush past us so recklessly that you nearly sent my sister plummeting off a cliff? Several Huangshan sect masters pursued relentlessly, followed closely by a throng of golden core cultivators from their ranks. The willingness to assist had entirely dissipated. Ren Hong, unwilling to linger any longer, exchanged a few words with Jia Yu and the others before turning to guide the divine crow carriage away. Chapter 52. The 108 Demonic Seals. The Great Calculation of Change. Ultimately, the Huangshan sect turned the Taichung mountain range upside down. Yet they found no trace of the star demon. In these days, the Huangshan sect enforced a strict closure of the Taichung mountain range, making it difficult for Jia Yu and his companions to leave. Thus, they quietly sought a place nearby to meditate and refine their energy. Why are you here, brother? Running about recklessly? I am here for the star demon, unlike you. It is a pity that I still could not engage in conversation with him. That fellow refrains from killing. Although regarded as a demon by the Xianmen, he is not one of us. If one wishes to find him, it would be wiser to contact the Star Palace. Their sentiment suggests the star demon is somewhat peculiar, seemingly different from their star law. Hence they have entrusted me to investigate. From the shadow of Zhanghua, a man's upper body gradually emerged, yet in the end, I uncovered nothing. Perhaps I must venture to another territory to await the star demon and probe further. Zhanghua chuckled coldly, inwardly cursing the man. We are all from the same lineage of celestial demons. Who is not acquainted with whom? In the past, this task was assigned to several candidates, yet in the end, they all declined, leaving it to me. What of that individual from the Changxing Temple? That old master is busy attending to his spiritual roots and has no time for the eastern lands. The Holy Lords have decreed that as long as that great immortal does not come to the central plains, we shall not provoke him. Our current adversaries remain the Xianmen's 3 pure ones. The reason we refrained from acquiring mounts last time was due to the suspicion that they would employ a spirit contract, fearing the mounts might expose our identities as demon spies. By the way, there is something I implore you to pay attention to, junior brother, the shadowy demon said. Be wary around the Taichung mountain range. It is said that a certain saint was suppressed here long ago. Why does brother not investigate himself? It is rumored that a saint from a millennium ago was suppressed by the Xianmen and left behind 108 sealing locations in the mortal realm. Some of these seals merely contain Xuanmen's lethal techniques, devoid of any figures, specifically targeting the disciples of the Holy Church who dare to rescue. Zhanghua was not foolish. He understood the veracity of the seals in the Taichung mountain range. His brother's exhortation to investigate was merely a ploy to have him tread through potential traps. Though the saints hail from the 10 lands, they are closely intertwined with our Holy Church. My path to greatness lies in these saints. The demon spoke earnestly. During the 9 calamity, if we cannot rescue the saints in time, chaos will ensue, leading to yet another great conflict. As a disciple emerging from the true lineage of celestial demons, he was well aware of this secret. The 18 saints, originating from the ends of the 10 lands, were born of the primal essence of the great Tao and were destined to arise during the 9 calamity. Even if they were slain by the Xianmen, the ends of the 10 lands would give birth to them once more. However, a millennium ago, those formidable Xianmen masters employed sealing techniques to confine the 18 saints, and they remain unperished to this day. Consequently, new saints cannot be born from the ends of the 10 lands. They can only await the lifting of the seals during the 9 calamity. This situation complicates the question of supremacy between the ancient saints and their disciples from the Holy Church a millennium later. Ultimately, the Holy Church consists mainly of human cultivators, while the 18 saints originate from the lineage of earth demons, inherently disparate. I shall contemplate this matter. However, I request that you seek out the sealing locations of our own holy lords. A millennium ago, there were over 100 demon lords, yet only 18 survived. The others either perished or were sealed away. According to the Holy Church's own research, 49 demon lords remain in a sealed state. Of those 49, apart from one who is subdued by the Xuandu Palace at the Xianxia, 12 are confined in a demon-suppressing palace in the Eastern Sea, guarded by the Bio Palace. The remaining 36 lords are locked within 36 demon caverns, alongside the 18 saints, all incorporated into 108 demon-suppressing seals in the Divine Land. Even the Xianmin is unaware of the locations of these 36 caverns. Only the Kunlun sect possesses this knowledge. It is said that they have transformed this information into a true form of demon suppression map, concealed within a certain celestial artifact. Xuandu Palace, Bio Palace, Kunlun sect. To seek information from these three places is obviously a death sentence for me. Once one enters the demon realm, they are forever marked as a demon. Recalling the days spent with Jia Yu and others at Lin Mountain to capture mounts, their earnestness deeply stirred his heart. Ren Hong returned to Lianhua Mountain and immediately dismissed the guise of Luya. At the bottom of the cold pool, the old demon coldly smiled, quietly observing the actions of the two. Let them flounder. They can exhaust themselves as much as they like. One day, my disciples will come to lift the seals, and they will regret this. However, soon he noticed the celestial spirit engaging Ren Hong in a heavenly calculation on the platform of the cold pool, and his expression shifted. This lad has even mastered the art of celestial calculations? The celestial spirit transformed into human form, sitting alongside Ren Hong on the celestial rock. Millennia of Fate? Ren Hong placed his hand upon the foundation, perplexed. I have only recently studied the art of calculation. How could I predict matters from a millennium ago? Not through your efforts, but because the master sat here, subduing demons for 49 days. He secretly calculated the evolution of the heavenly path for a millennium. Now, as the various Xianmin sects act, they largely cannot escape the results of his calculations. This calculated outcome is referred to as the Great Calculation of Change. This is the terminology used by the Kunlun sect for heavenly calculations. Each result of a calculation is termed abord. From the minutiae of tomorrow's weather to the grand narrative of millennia of fate, all are encompassed within the calculation. The Great Calculation of Change also signifies the heavenly path. The Great Calculation of Change is the pinnacle of Kunlun's predictions. A millennium ago, the master calculated the fate of a millennium. Now, as we join forces, we will attempt to uncover the results of that ancient prediction, potentially saving us immense effort in our future endeavors in the mortal realm. The two combined their efforts in the art of calculation, as the white light of the celestial calculation scripture rose from them, enveloping both them and the celestial rock beneath. Chapter 53. The Calculations of the Universe and the Great Design of Destiny. Before Ren Hong lay an endless expanse of ocean, far more vast than the formation conjured by the celestial spirits not long ago. He found himself in the realm of the sea, surrounded by every wave and droplet, all woven from the fabric of destiny. This was the void of Time Ming, the very place where fate manifests. A voice emerged from beside him, drawing Ren Hong's attention. To his left, he discerned a diminutive celestial youth, obscured by the mist that clouded his vision. Look ahead, the voice urged. Ren Hong turned his gaze forward to behold a towering figure, harnessing immense magical power to gather the threads of heavenly secrets, crafting the great design of destiny. Is that you, Master? The figure was familiar. He had once caught a fleeting glimpse of this man alongside a female celestial, collaborating on the Book of the Purple Extreme at the moment of his foundation establishment. As a thought crossed his mind, the mirror of floatingly suddenly ascended from his brow. Its 3-foot aura dissipated the mist, illuminating the universe and allowing him to see his surroundings with clarity. Beside the master of Jade Void, intricate trajectories of destiny danced and intertwined, occasionally morphing into swimming dragons or solidifying into vibrant phoenixes, weaving a grand net that served as the foundation for the great design of destiny. In this moment, Ren Hong gained a deeper understanding of the calculus of destiny. The art of destiny captures celestial secrets and constructs designs akin to a spider weaving its web. He pondered, by centering oneself. One could encompass all heavenly secrets within their own grand net, creating a personal design of destiny. This, he realized, was the essence of a great design. The celestial spirit spoke with clarity. This is a scene from 1,000 years ago, when the Lord calculated the heavenly secrets. The essence of our Kunlun lineage's calculus is to be within the path of heaven, observing and measuring the earth, thereby weaving the conclusions of the calculus. They cast their nets to catch fish, positioning themselves at the center of the heavenly net, witnessing their fates gradually drawn in from the Tao of heaven, becoming part of their own design. The 7 realms of calculus differ primarily in the breadth of calculations and energy levels. The 7th realm, akin to the celestial being above, encompasses the entirety of humanity within one design. However, our own level cannot achieve such a feat. The celestial spirit remarked that even calculating the fates of beings at the same level proved challenging, let alone Ren Hong, who struggled to comprehend a golden core practitioner. Time passed, and the space where they stood became enveloped by the master of Jade Void's heavenly net. The once turbulent waves transformed into intricate threads of the net. Standing there, Ren Hong could distinctly perceive history from 1,000 years prior. From the sealing of the cold pool old demon to the collaboration of the 3 purities to subdue demons. From the flourishing of Kunlun to the decline of the Northern Dipper sect, culminating in Kunlun's establishment of the Purple Extreme Divine Diagram. He found it perplexing. Had not the Purple Extreme Divine Diagram been established 500 years ago? Why was it now noted as being set 600 years ago? This is the Lord's calculation of the destiny board from 1,000 years ago, the celestial spirit commented, examining the trajectories with a hint of awkwardness. What was predicted a millennium ago does not entirely align with the actual events that transpired. After all, there are not just one, but multiple great beings like the Lord. The master of Jade Void's grand design had, from a millennium ago, clearly outlined the fate of the next 1,000 years. Even the sealing of the Purple Yang Cave and the Western Kunlun were anticipated within this foresight. However, this was merely one perspective. Should other celestial beings intervene? The future predicted by the master of Jade Void may not come to fruition. For instance, the Purple Extreme Divine Diagram was ultimately not established solely by Kunlun, but through the collaboration of 3 sections. The sealing of the Western Kunlun should have occurred 500 years ago, yet it actually transpired 300 years ago. Had it been solely the Lady of Purple Yang or the Divine Mother of Yao Pool, they would not have interfered with the master of Jade Void's calculations. However, with the addition of the other 2 sect leaders, the situation changed. The supreme 9-yuan command of the heavenly strategy from the Taiching Xian Palace and the heavenly command spell of the Upper Clear are calculations of equal caliber to our Kunlun's heavenly design of myriad calculations. They counter our methods, allowing the Lord to predict worldly affairs, yet making it difficult to calculate the intentions of these 2 leaders. Taking this opportunity, the celestial spirit elaborated on the calculative principles of the other 2 lineages, cautioning Ren Hong to remain vigilant against their celestial truths. However, the Taiching lineage observed from the banks, maintaining a detached perspective on destiny, fishing for their desired secrets from the currents of fate. The Taiching lineage does not engage with the Tao of heaven, making it inherently challenging for the Yuqing lineage to measure such variables. Upon closely examining the master's destiny board, Ren Hong noticed a conspicuous absence of calculations regarding the Xiandu Palace, marked instead by blank spaces. Indeed, that is the reasoning, the celestial spirit exclaimed with a clap. The Taiching lineage is the most transcendent of all. The Xiandu Palace exists in a realm beyond the heavens, amidst the 9 layers of clouds, making it exceedingly difficult to measure. And what of the Upper Clear? Ren Hong inquired, intrigued by the mention of this lineage. The celestial spirit's expression contorted slightly at the mention of the Upper Clear teachings. Ren Hong continued, articulating his understanding. The calculative methods of the Upper Clear lineage are similar to ours, yet they do not calculate the heavens, but rather themselves. We exist between the Tao of heaven, capturing its flow and weaving nets to fish. In contrast, they muddle the waters and obscure the heavens, seizing the secrets of destiny against the current, modifying fate with their intentions, akin to standing in the river with a spear to catch fish. In conclusion, he reflected, though the secrets of destiny are vast and the great Tao elusive, I shall only capture a fragment. This, I believe, embodies the essence of the Upper Clear's interception. Indeed, among the 3 purities, the Upper Clear method is the most liberated, yet the effort expended in calculating destiny is no less than ours. We weave our nets in accordance with the heavens, gaining the assistance of the greater forces. The master of Jade Void effortlessly incorporates a millennium's worth of destinies into his design. Conversely, to operate against the heavens and attempt to calculate events a millennium into the future, the master of the Yao pool could accomplish this. Perhaps even more accurately turning an event into a predetermined certainty. However, in terms of breadth of calculation, he falls short of the master of Jade Void. One is broad and encompassing, while the other is precise and exact, showcasing the starkly contrasting styles of Yuqing and Upper Clear. If one were to calculate for their own sake, the Upper Clear's interception method might prove invaluable. Yet, what they sought now were the myriad pieces of information left by the Lord in his thousand-year calculations. As they spoke, the celestial spirit remained focused on observing. He noted events from 800 years prior, when the Northern Dipper sect lost a treasured artifact that transformed into the star god Peak in a certain valley. He recalled 700 years ago, a celestial couple quarreled and both fell into madness, while their son, striving outside, established a lineage of celestial teachings. The events he witnessed aligned perfectly with historical reality, having been foretold by the master of Jade Void a millennium ago. Ren Hong too observed the various minutiae calculated by the master. Through this design, they gleaned knowledge of a millennium's worth of worldly affairs. While there were numerous inaccuracies, it broadened their perspectives, preventing them from navigating the cultivation world as naive novices. Ultimately, the calculations of the past millennium led to the most recent century. Ren Hong witnessed the emergence of the 7 disciples of Kunlun as predicted by the master of Jade Void. However, the origins and identities of these disciples remained undetermined. The master merely utilized 7 celestial artifacts to filter potential candidates qualified to wield them. For instance, the Golden Lang exorcising sword had 12 individuals fated to it, their backgrounds clearly discernible through the current destiny board. Yet, in Ren Hong's memory, some were not of Kunlun lineage but had joined other sects, including Jia Yu of the Five Thunder sect. The master had screened those fated individuals a millennium ago, but in reality, there was not just one destined person. The further filtering process required them to survive and subsequently become disciples of Kunlun. Ren Hong observed the 3 candidates for the giant K Xian Light Shield. The siblings Fan Yuchen were among them. However, the actual choice had been made, with the elder brother assuming control. As for the Mirror of Floating Li, he noted that 9 candidates had been predetermined by the master a millennium ago, and he was one of them. However, the most likely candidate remained Qiu Yuzi's disciple. Ren Hong meticulously recorded the other candidates for the Mirror of Floating Li. Among them, 2 had yet to be born, and if Ren Hong were to take them under his wing, he might assist them in wielding the celestial artifacts. The same applied to the one Miao Pearl, which he silently noted down as well. As he prepared to call upon the celestial spirits, a sudden glimpse caught his eye, revealing a piece of information. It was from the master of Yushu, who had predicted a millennium ago that a great earthquake would strike Lingyang County 1,000 years hence. The reasons behind this seismic event remained shrouded in ambiguity, with certain aspects left unaccounted for. However, the outcome was unmistakably clear. Kunlun would extend its aid, and a maiden would ascend the mountain. Just one girl? Ren Hong's heart jolted. Why only one girl? In reality, 3 men and 2 women had embarked on the journey up the mountain together. Could this be a variable? If it were a girl, would it be Qi Yao or Su? Observing through the lens of fate, Ren Hong's expression shifted dramatically, alternating between hues of blue and white. Why her? The celestial spirit approached, and also beheld the scene Ren Hong had witnessed. He calculated with precision. This girl is the Master's named disciple, returning from her tribulation a millennium later? Yet something felt amiss. She didn't seem to be one of the 2 girls who ascended the mountain with you. Indeed, this girl had long since departed from Lingyang County. Ren Hong pondered. I recall that when she was 7, her parents passed away, and she was taken in by relatives. He vaguely remembered that she hailed from a prominent family and had a fleeting acquaintance with him in his youth. However, less than a year later, her parents had perished, and she had left Lingyang County. The master had predicted her as his named disciple, yet she had departed before the great earthquake. Even the celestial spirit began to harbor doubts regarding the master's calculation from a millennium ago. This accuracy was far inferior to Kunlun's calculations. Had I known she would escape, I would have recorded the master's calculations from Yushu Palace. A profound calculation was left behind by the master of Yushu on Lianhua Mountain a millennium ago. Yet before his ascension, 5 centuries ago, at Yushu Palace, He recalibrated his calculations. That calculation, which accounted for the affairs of the immortals post-ascension, boasted an accuracy of 90%, free from the interference of the two sect leaders and other celestial beings. Regrettably, the celestial spirit had not taken heed at the time and could not recall the contents of that calculation. Had they recorded it, they could have secured a strategic advantage. Ren Hong gazed at the celestial web of fate, filled with uncertainty. The master had determined his connection with the Honyuan mirror. Yet if only one girl ascended from Lingyang County during the earthquake, how then did he ascend Kunlun? Was there more to this than met the eye? He lowered his head, contemplating the mysteries of fate, when the celestial spirit nudged him. Let us not dwell on these matters for now. Instead, let us seek information about the Xiang Cave Heaven and discover how we may assist in finding its successor. Chapter 54, The Kan Yuan Dao Body. Master of Xiang Cave. However, the Xiang Cave Heaven has been sealed, and even the Xiang Dao sect, which is a lineage of the Xiang Cave, is not acknowledged. This is due to the edict left by Madame Xiang, which states that her successor must be female. Ren Hong's most prudent approach to acquire the celestial medicine is to find a new female master for the Xiang Cave Heaven. With a bit of favor from the Dao, obtaining a celestial herb would naturally follow. Furthermore, a Xiang Cave Heaven is an ally of the Kunlun sect. Establishing a connection here would provide Ren Hong with additional support for the future establishment of a new Kunlun lineage. Both the celestial spirit and Ren Hong employed the grand arithmetic of the Great Transformation, exploring the vast web of destiny that envelopes the world. Seeking information about Xiang Cave Heaven, the calculations of the Jade Purity are profound and extensive. After considerable effort, they finally extracted the information they sought from the obscure tapestry of celestial mechanics. Xiang Cave Heaven is set to emerge after 100 years. Upon discovering this information, both felt a sense of urgency. If they failed to find a successor within this time frame, would they not be outpaced by the Kunlun sect? As for the candidates for the cave's master, their expressions grew increasingly grim as they observed the 5 candidates deduced by Master Yushu. Although they had not matured in the past and could not directly manage the cave, there remained a few friends from their former lives, and during their reincarnation and recultivation, these acquaintances would undoubtedly lend their support, leaving little room for Ren Hong and the celestial spirit to intervene. After scrutinizing the relevant information for a while, Ren Hong suddenly felt dizzy and could no longer bear to stay. He shook his head and gently tapped the grand arithmetic abacus on the foundational stone of the platform with his rui. The entire celestial abacus was stored within the rui for future inquiries. When the destiny chart left behind by Master Yushu was also collected, the Jade Purity Dao Talisman suddenly radiated with brilliance. The 9th grade Dao Talisman floated into the air, flashing its divine light 9 times before transforming into an even more profound Dao Talisman. An upgrade, both the celestial spirit and Ren Hong were momentarily taken aback. Ren Hong sensed that his authority on the purple extreme divine map had risen a notch, allowing him to summon 8th grade Dao soldiers and various Dao artifacts. Indeed, the celestial spirit clapped her hands. This must be the Dao rhythm left by the master assisting us. Upgrading the Jade Purity Dao Talisman might allow us to comprehend the Jade Purity Dao, starting from the Master's relics. Ren Hong meticulously contemplated the 8th grade Dao Talisman. Not only had his authority increased, but the realm of the heavenly transformation arithmetic had also ascended. Could it be that my observation of the master's abacus has enhanced my own skills in arithmetic? Yet, the accompanying headache from scrutinizing the destiny chart lingered. The young man, feeling mentally fatigued, rubbed his temples and asked, "Dao brother, what do you think about the master of Xiang Cave?" The celestial spirit replied, "The fundamental true method of Xiang Cave Heaven requires a special constitution known as the Kan Yuan Dao Body. Only one possessing this Dao Body can be female. In other words, the master of Xiang Cave Heaven must inevitably be a female cultivator. However, there was a man who entered Madame Xiang's sect in the past, receiving her true teachings, and he is known as the Purple Xianxia-sci-fi. He established a work titled Xiang Collection and founded the Xiang Dao sect, which is considered another branch of inheritance from Xiang Cave Heaven. Yet, this branch only transmits to males, and although he is recognized as a successor by Madame, he cannot inherit Xiang Cave Heaven. As for those female disciples, one married into the East Sea and established Xiang Island with her husband. Currently, both have reincarnated, leaving only a few descendants to manage Xiang Island. All 5 female disciples have reincarnated and recultivated. Moreover, They have retained connections from their past lives, making it unnecessary for Ren Hong and the celestial spirit to intervene. What the celestial spirit spoke of, Ren Hong had already gleaned from the destiny chart. These 5 female disciples may have descendants to support them or backing from their sects, leaving no opportunity for them. However, if we do not take action, not only will we be unable to acquire the celestial herb, but Xiang Cave. According to the information Ren Hong had just perceived, Xiang Cave Heaven contains 3 divine wells, created at the dawn of the universe, harboring the essence of myriad waters, which can produce the 3 light divine water, Qin Yuan true water and pure Yang true water. These 3 divine waters have extraordinary origins and are high-grade materials for refining weapons and concocting elixirs. If Ren Hong could establish a relationship with the master of Xiang Cave, the benefits would be manifold. The celestial spirit appeared helpless and suggested, "Shall we shift our strategy and seek another spiritual herb?" "No," Ren Hong replied. "Xiang Cave Heaven is not merely about this. It is also about the identity of the person. Madame Xiang and Master Yushu are of the same generation. In terms of seniority, the current master of Xiang Cave Heaven shares the same rank as Ren Hong and the peak masters of Kunlun. If we could ally with her, it would greatly benefit Ren Hong. If we cannot connect with any of the named disciples, the best strategy is to find a woman who possesses the Qin Yuan Dao body." Ren Hong observed the celestial mechanics and realized why Madame Xiang did not select a successor in the past. None of those female disciples possessed the Qin Yuan Dao body, making them rare true heirs. The only one favored by her was expelled from the sect due to certain circumstances. However, if Ren Hong could find a female cultivator with the Qin Yuan Dao body, he might seize the opportunity. "Isn't your situation similar?" Ren Hong remarked. His control over the 5 Lotus Abode was not arranged by Master Yushu. He had come in unexpectedly. Perhaps the master of Xiang Cave could also use such a method to find an outsider? The celestial spirit pondered. The Qin Yuan Dao body is exceedingly rare. It may prove challenging for us to locate such a candidate. Otherwise, why would Madame Xiang have sealed the cave? Why would those female disciples reincarnate and recultivate? Merely to gamble on achieving the Qin Yuan Dao body in their next lives? The Qin Yuan Dao body is a female infant who has imbibed a trace of innate Qin water energy in the womb. If born in an auspicious year, month, day, and hour, particularly on a night when the stars shine brightly and the Big Dipper is visible, only then can it be considered truly achieved. After birth, the Qin Yuan Dao body also requires the blessing of the stars, ensuring that the innate energy within remains intact. Such a destiny is inherently one of great wealth and nobility, sometimes even bearing the auspicious fate of a phoenix. Yet, who among the wealthy families would allow their daughters to pursue cultivation? They would likely be betrothed early. It is human endeavor that matters. Rather than seeking the existing named disciples, wouldn't it be better to find someone clean and untainted to inherit Xiang Cave Heaven? Ren Hong responded. Those female disciples of Xiang Cave are reincarnating with this very intention, aren't they? Although they were not Qin Yuan Dao bodies in their past lives, each has accumulated merits and long-standing fortunes, aiming to condense their celestial family's luck into a phoenix fate upon reincarnation. Their souls and spirits carry the spiritual power from their previous lives, acting as water spirit energy in the womb, fulfilling another prerequisite for the Qin Yuan Dao body. The only concern is the timing of the birth. However, with the assistance of fellow practitioners, they could select the right moment. It would be best to acquire a token or technique to facilitate the search for the successor of Xiang Cave Heaven in the mortal realm. The celestial spirit paused. "Aren't you planning to go out this year?" "This is a matter of importance. I must arrange the master of Xiang Cave as soon as possible to ease my mind. Furthermore, Ren Hong has a feeling that this matter concerning Xiang Cave may have deeper entanglements." Chapter 55. The disappearance of Qi Yao. The Xiang Cave Heaven is a celestial realm hidden from the world. Much like the Xuandu Palace, it is situated at the pinnacle of the 9 heavens, accessible through merely 5 celestial pathways that descend into the mortal realm. After his master ascended, Zishuan Jinren took possession of one passage, transforming it into Zixia Mountain and establishing the Xiang sect. A named female disciple, Dongfang Lanyue, claimed another passage in the East Sea, founding Xiang Island, which is one of the 72 spiritual isles of the East Sea and serves as a semi-affiliated entity of the Biao Palace. After a brief respite, Xianling and Ren Hong departed from Lianhua Mountain once more, heading towards a passage. Both the Xiang sect and Xiang Island's passages are obscure, yet closely guarded. The remaining 3 passages include one near Kunlun, another in the eastern wilderness, and the last in the northern wilderness. Our destination is the Kunlun passage. The northern wilderness is frigid, while the eastern wilderness stretches across the sea. Thus, the most convenient passage is the one frequently traversed by Yushu Shanxing in years past. However, upon catching sight of Kunlun Mountain, Rinhong felt a wave of melancholy wash over him, prompting him to instruct Xianling to halt momentarily. Gazing at Kunlun Mountain, the youth remained silent. Reflecting on the sacred mountain he had cultivated beside for a millennium, Xianling pondered. After 2 years, no one has found Lianhua Mountain. Perhaps Su Yinyang and his cohorts are still busy refining the purple extreme divine map and have yet to emerge from their seclusion? If that is the case, could it be that the current leadership of the Kunlun sect rests in the hands of those mischievous spirits from Bailan? Although Bailan Daojun is formidable, one of the few experts among Yushu Shansheng's disciples, Xianling's true apprehension lies not with him, but with the individuals from Qianyuan Peak. The 2 disciples of Qingxian should have only one stationed at Qianyuan Peak, while the other is managing a separate abode with the old lion at Qingwei Palace. Xianling scratched his head, calculating the influence of the Qianyuan Peak lineage. It is worth noting that, including Qingxian Daojuan's steed, there are 4 Daojins presiding over Qianyuan Peak, which rivals the Donghua sect in strength. Should Qingxian resolutely pursue a schism, the fate of Kunlun would be dire indeed. Contemplating the imminent disintegration of Kunlun after a millennium of glory, Xianling felt a pang of discomfort. Although he harbored intentions to establish a small Kunlun of his own, witnessing the decline of the venerable Kunlun weighed heavily on his heart. At that moment, he observed Rinhong, who was cradling a Rui, employing the Tianyin calculation method to divine the fates of others. Rinhong, what are you doing? After several fruitless attempts at divination, Rinhong shifted his focus to another individual, yet still yielded no results. After repeating this process a few times, he conceded defeat. I wish to discern the circumstances surrounding Qi Yao and her 3 companions. Qi Yao, Dongzhu, and the Su siblings had ascended the mountain alongside Rinhong. Now, 2 years later, he sought to ascertain their fates, wondering if they had been affected by the events he once set in motion. Xianling remained speechless. They are within Kunlun Mountain, while you are outside. How can you possibly divine their fates? If anyone could simply calculate the circumstances of Kunlun disciples, what purpose would the Jiogong talisman serve? The Jiogong talisman is the emblem of Kunlun disciples. With its presence, aside from Kunlun's own, no one else can accurately divine the situations of Kunlun disciples without facing the obstruction of the Yuqing Dao, rendering such calculations exceedingly difficult. With that understanding, Rinhong had no choice but to relent. Fixing his gaze upon the distant Kunlun mountain, he inhaled deeply and said to Xianling, "Let us proceed to the Xiang cave heaven." Rinhong, now is the time. Without a moment's hesitation, Rinhong summoned a flying chariot and swiftly plunged into the portal. Ethereal purple vapors surged above Kunlun ruins, immediately drawing the attention of the Kunlun sect. However, this passage remained exceedingly concealed, aided by the protective concealment of the Yuqi Xianling. By the time Bailan Daojun turned his gaze towards the mountain sky, the portal had already vanished. Is someone employing the void crossing technique outside Kunlun Mountain? A genuine master? A Daojun? Bailan Daojun, preoccupied with administrative duties within the palace, extended his hand forward to probe the situation upon sensing the anomaly. Countless threads of fate were forcibly ensnared in his grasp, weaving a celestial net of intersecting white light. The Daojun casually deduced a grand calculation. Yet, concerning the celestial artifact left behind by their founder, Bailan Daojun encountered no discernible issues in his calculations. Though Xiantian Xianling's cultivation may be lacking, his essence remains formidable. To measure his true nature, one would require at least a heavenly immortal of the highest order. Could it be that Qianyuan Peak is secretly scheming once more? With a swift change of thought, Bailan Daojun suspected Qianyuan Peak. Master, something is amiss. A disciple hurriedly approached. Just now, a female disciple has gone missing during the Heavenly Gate trial. Missing? A shock gripped Bailan Daojun's heart as he rose from his jade cloud bed. Is it possible for someone to disappear within the Heavenly Gate's path to the heavens? The Heavenly Gate's path is a rite for disciples of Longsho Rock, marking their successful foundation establishment as they traverse the cloud sea towards the 12 celestial peaks. Due to the significance of this celestial route concerning the future inheritance of the 12 peaks, various prohibitions have been imposed, with genuine masters overseeing both sides. Even under the watchful eyes of 24 genuine masters, one could still vanish? What did the supervising masters have to say? In the midst of the crowd, the girl had simply vanished mid-journey. Bailin Daojun stepped forward, employing the technique of shrinking the earth to inches, and instantly appeared at the summit of Longsho Rock. Here, many disciples were in a state of panic, with numerous genuine masters continuously casting spells to search the mountain paths between Longsho Rock and the 12 celestial peaks, fearing that someone might have fallen directly from the cloud road into the ravine below. Upon his arrival, Zhang Feng, the disciple responsible for Longsho Rock, stepped forward to pay his respects. Zhang Feng from Qianyuan Peak pays his respects to Master Uncle. Zhang Feng glanced at Dong Zhu, who was restrained by the Su siblings, and quietly spoke. Today, the female disciple Qi Yao from Longsho Rock successfully established her foundation and attempted to traverse the cloud road. However, midway through, she suddenly vanished. A flash of azure light flickered in Bailin Daojun's eyes as he scanned the cloud sea and cloud road. The vast expanse of the cloud road, suffused with various celestial lights, revealed no trace of any person. The cloud road is divided into two sections. The first extends from Longsho Rock towards the center of the cloud sea, a singular path known as the Heavenly Gate Road. The second part branches out into 12 paths from the center of the cloud sea, corresponding to the 12 celestial peaks. From which section did she disappear? Zhang Feng hesitated, his expression somewhat awkward. The Daojun turned to the others, noticing that the genuine masters wore similarly grim expressions. The silence among them was palpable, while Zhang Feng chuckled nervously, casting furtive glances at Bailin Daojun without speaking. A genuine master from Yuchuan Peak intended to interject, but was discreetly pulled back by a fellow disciple, obediently falling silent. Is Bailin Shixiang feigning ignorance or genuinely unaware? Noticing Zhang Feng's peculiar demeanor, Bailin Daojun scrutinized the expressions of the younger disciples from the various peaks. Noting their strange reactions, Nanyu, the attendant disciple sent from Jiuxian Peak to Longsho Rock, discreetly pulled Bailin Daojun aside. Master Uncle, have you forgotten about that incident from 2 years ago? 2 years ago? It was only then that Bailin Daojun realized. Qi Yao is connected to Renhong? They ascended the mountain together. At that moment, Dong Zhu broke free from the Su siblings' grasp and approached. Qi Yao turned back halfway, because she did not wish to go to Putuo Peak. Humph. The female genuine master from Putuo Peak appeared displeased, retorting bluntly. The Daoist principles of the 12 celestial peaks are profound and esoteric. Do you think you little disciples can choose at will? However, Qi Yao's actions undoubtedly indicated her disdain for Putuo Peak, a public affront. At that moment, the genuine masters, who were safeguarding the cloud road, witnessed this scene, and the expression of the Putuo Peak female cultivator darkened instantly. Clearly, Qi Yao was rejecting Fan Yuchen and Master Su Yu, deliberately avoiding that direction. Now aware of the context, Bailin Daojun took it upon himself to conduct a thorough search. Yet, as Qi Yao had not yet been granted the Jiugong talisman, Bailin Daojun could not utilize the talisman for sensing, and thus had to search for every trace of life in the eastern Kunlun region. After a day of relentless searching, still, there was no sign. Unconsciously, Bailin Daojun's thoughts drifted back to the recent disturbances in the void. Could it be that Qi Yao had been abducted? Chapter 150. The Celestial Art of Stars and the Pinnacle of Swordsmanship. Final update before release. In the land of Qixien, blessed by divine favor since ancient times, celestial beings have emerged, cultivating their skills in the majestic mountains and vast waters. Mount Kunlun stands as the ancestral seat of the dragon vein of Qixien. Its 72 peaks towering and magnificent, housing the esteemed Kunlun sect. At the Zixia Peak lies the Rueguang Pavilion, a treasure hall where the Kunlun sect stores its magical artifacts. 2 revered masters are seated in meditation within the grand hall. Behind them stands a statue of the Jade Purity Celestial Lord, towering at about 10 feet. The statue exudes kindness and benevolence, shrouded in a halo of ethereal light, cradling a jade ruler in its hands. Suddenly, the jade ruler bursts forth in radiant brilliance, breaking free from the statue's grasp. The 2 masters open their eyes, and the one on the left wields a whisk, deftly flicking it to ensnare the ruler with a web of 3,000 silver threads, encasing it within a vast cosmic realm. Juntian, now is not the time for your emergence, one master speaks with a tone of resignation. As my teacher has previously stated, when the 9th absolute day arrives, You may descend to vanquish demons and accumulate virtue to attain a corporeal form. A light laugh emanates from the Jade Ruler, atop which blossoms pure yang golden flowers. Each flower ignites with true fire, shattering the cosmic realm conjured by the Master. Simultaneously, pure yang celestial light sweeps through the Rueguang Pavilion, activating numerous magical artifacts contained within, causing them to surge forth towards the outside. The other Master pales, hastily dispersing the incantation meant to restrain the Jade Ruler and redirecting his efforts to suppress the scattered artifacts. He exclaims urgently, "Senior brother, we must first subdue these artifacts. Juntian, you too are a master of our sect. How could you act so recklessly? If these artifacts fall into the mortal realm, the blame lies with the three of us. Then you may focus on gathering the artifacts." As the two masters frantically attempt to suppress the artifacts, the Jade Ruler transforms into a streak of light, making its escape from the Rueguang Pavilion. The departure of the pure yang Juntian ruler sends shockwaves through the hearts of the two rotating masters. One of them gasps, "Quick! Gung, go inform the sect leader that Juntian has left in a huff. I will handle the artifacts." As he speaks, Master Ming discreetly conceals several artifacts within his robe, taking advantage of his junior brother's distraction. At the Dragon Head rock beneath Kunlun, Rinhong gazes silently at the towering peaks behind him, majestic and proud. Rinhong remains wordless, his spirit deflated. Observing his typically spirited junior brother in such a dejected state, the young man sighs and advises, "Do not leave just yet. Wait for my news." With that, he mounts his flying sword and departs towards Qianyuan Peak. Rinhong's gaze flickers as he watches his amicable senior brother depart, a bitter smile creeping onto his face. "Do not leave? Even if I wish to. The myriad prohibitions of Kunlun Mountain render it impossible for one of my meager abilities to navigate without guidance." Dragon Head Rock serves as a training ground for the lower-tier disciples of the Kunlun sect, soaring to a height of 90 zhang, its form resembling a dragon's head, sprawled beneath the 48 peaks of eastern Kunlun. It also serves as the entrance to the Kunlun Daoist sect. Yet, even from this entrance, the true gateway to the Kunlun celestial realm lies 100 miles away. The path is fraught with guardian deities and prohibitions. Without a Kunlun disciple to guide him, one would surely perish beneath the defensive spells. Rinhong, once arrogant and reckless, had trespassed into forbidden grounds, unleashing demonic forces, and now faces the consequence of his actions by being stripped of his Daoist talismans and expelled from Kunlun. Recalling the elder from Jushin Peak's words, a flame of indignation ignites within Rinhong. "Trespass into forbidden grounds. Did you not realize the reason for my actions? Would I have ventured into the forbidden domain had it not been for the trouble caused by those from Jushin Peak? Moreover, the instigator of the chaos merely received a 30-year penance, while he, who acted to save others, is to be banished? What kind of justice is this? In this world, is there truly such a thing as law enforcement?" As these thoughts spiral within him, Rinhong's internal pure yang energy begins to swirl rapidly, mingling with the demonic essence he had recently acquired in the demon ceiling cave, pushing him dangerously close to a state of madness. Suddenly, the Juntian Jade Ruler descends from the heavens, striking the young man's forehead. "Hey, wake up!" The Juntian Jade Ruler, retracting its power, merely jolts Rinhong awake, cleansing him of the demonic energy with pure yang light, then enveloping him in a swirling aura of five-colored brilliance. From the outside, it appears as though a sphere of multi-hued light encases both the ruler and the young man, slowly fading from view. "Kid, are you angry or anxious about being expelled from Kunlun?" The teasing laughter of the Jade Ruler resonates in the air. Rinhong's expression turns icy upon hearing the ruler's playful tone. He is about to unleash a torrent of curses against the demonic forces when he suddenly perceives the Jade Ruler's energy as being of the same origin as his own. The Azure Celestial Ruler, adorned with a dragon's head and phoenix's tail, dances enticingly before him. Although I am one of Kunlun, I am not an elder, but rather the spirit of a magical artifact. I have grown weary of staying in Kunlun and wish to descend the mountain in search of new opportunities. Would you care to join me? Descend the mountain?" But the Jade Ruler, having anticipated this, continues to chuckle. The sect leader, along with several esteemed elders, is currently in seclusion at Yushu Palace. Otherwise, how could Kunlun be in such disarray, with several enforcement elders causing chaos and internal strife among the peaks, blurring the lines between good and evil? On the way, numerous fellow disciples greet him, yet he ignores them all, and heads straight to the Jingguang Palace to pay his respects to Master Yue. Master, this matter has been handled unjustly. Upon entering, Luo Yu kneels on a mat, pleading on behalf of Ren Hong. The trouble was caused by Fan Yechen, and Ren Hong rushed to save them. Why should he be expelled from the mountain? Upon seeing him arrive, the master shows no anger, merely smiling as he inquires, "Do you also find this unjust?" "Naturally, it is unjust," Luo Yu retorts indignantly. "That girl, Fan Yechen, relies on her brother's status at Jiuxian Peak to wreak havoc at Dragonhead Rock, yet no one dares to reprimand her. As a result, she has become increasingly arrogant. This time, driven by greed, she ventured into the Demon Ceiling Cave in search of treasures, endangering the lives of her fellow disciples. Elder Chiu merely stripped her of one opportunity to enter the Celestial Gate and sentenced her to 30 years of reflection in the mountains. Why should this be? Master Yue replies, simply because she has a brother who possesses a treasure bestowed by our ancestor. With him around, Elder Chiu must show some deference to Fan. And what of Ren Hong? Luo Yu protests. Ren Hong rushed to save those sisters. How can that be a crime? On the contrary, he has done a favor for Fan Yechen, Master Yue remarks. Do you truly believe that the trouble lies with those 3 little demons? The trifling 9-headed chickens and Peepa spirits cannot possibly cause any significant harm. Centuries of cultivation do not compare to your 3rd-generation disciples. Even the 1,000-year-old 9-tailed fox cannot withstand a mere flick of my finger. Simply put, this matter is a personal grudge of Elder Chiu against Ren Hong, driven by his determination to expel him from the mountain. The young man is taken aback. Elder Chiu has no past grievances with Ren Hong. What could be the reason? Is it not because of you? Master Yue huffs. Had you not brought Ren Hong to Qixingping, how would he have found himself in this predicament? Qixingping? The young man starts to comprehend. Is it yet another issue stemming from the ancestors' treasure? Do you understand why Jiuxian Peak is targeting you? The Juntian celestial spirit now speaks to Ren Hong. Qixingping harbors 7 treasures left behind by the Yushu master. Possessing even one grants great fortune and the chance to ascend to immortality. You inadvertently triggered the spiritual mechanism of a treasure there. Seizing the opportunity of Elder Chiu's prized disciple, an ancestor's treasure? Ren Hong is dumbfounded. Is it really just for this? Otherwise, what could it be? At Xianyuan Peak, Master Yue muses, your senior brother sensed the 6th treasure's spiritual mechanism long ago. He was only waiting for the right moment to collect the treasure upon returning from his tribulations, to bolster the prestige of Jiuxian Peak. How could they allow Ren Hong to claim this treasure? Luo Yu, at a loss for words, replies, my senior brother, Chun, has always been easygoing. How could he care about such a trivial treasure? Is it possible that without it, he would be unable to cultivate the Tao? To be chosen by the ancestors' treasure is a mark of distinction far beyond the ordinary. Indeed, your senior brother may not care. Had he truly valued this matter, he would not have garnered the ancestors' favor. However, your uncle does care. Your uncle shares a profound bond with your senior brother, spanning 3 lifetimes, and would never willingly allow your senior brother to lose this treasure. On one side stood the disciples of the 3 generations, while on the other, an unfamiliar named disciple of the Kunlun sect. How should one choose? Was there any need for further inquiry? Were the other elders merely spectators? Brother Ren Hong, having only practiced for 3 years, was poised to step through the heavenly gate and embark on the trials of immortality, demonstrating an exceptionally rapid cultivation speed. Why not directly accept him as a disciple? This was yet another contest between the leaders of the 9 Immortals Peak and the Qianyuan Peak. Since the ascension of Master Yusu from the Kunlun sect, who entrusted the position of sect leader to Su Yinyang of the 9 Immortals Peak, the 12 peaks of Kunlun had been embroiled in incessant internal strife for 5 centuries. Among them, the contention between the 9 Immortals Peak and the Qianyuan Peak was particularly intense. The Qianyuan Peak held the strongest influence among the 12 peaks. The esteemed Qing Xian Daojun presided over Qianyuan Peak, and the Tai I Ching Wei Jing elucidated the profound mysteries of Kunlun's righteous teachings. Conversely, the 9 Immortals Peak prided itself on being the rightful heir of the teachings, with Su Yinyang being a formidable opponent to Qing Xian Daojun. A true master of the great vehicle, the natural yin-yang treatise, passed down through the 9 Immortals Peak, expounded upon the ultimate truths of the heavenly way, thus regarded as an unparalleled method for ascension. The 2 peaks had diverged from Kunlun's doctrines, resulting in persistent friction over the past 5 centuries. The other celestial peaks found themselves caught between these 2 giants, forming alliances or adopting a watchful stance, each with its own strategy. Luo Yu's expression darkened. So, it seems I have brought misfortune upon my junior brother. Since Ren Hong is close to me, I had hoped to bring him to our Qianyuan peak. Thus, was Uncle Chio's move aimed at us? Realizing the implications, Master Yue laughed heartily. Indeed. With the teacher's response, the youth was left perplexed. Shouldn't we be safeguarding our junior brother instead? Well, are you not here? Master Yue gestured towards his proud disciple. You share a close bond with Ren Hong. What is there to worry about him not joining our Qianyuan peak? Consequently, the master instructed his disciple, you shall escort Ren Hong down the mountain without delay. Head directly to the western gate of Dongyao City. There, beneath 5 willow trees, the third tree conceals a fortune-telling booth. You must send Ren Hong to that booth, offering 3 coins to the fortune teller, neither more nor less. Once the fortune teller has read Ren Hong's fortune, you will approach and tear the divination slip, compelling the fortune teller to act against you. The youth gazed at his master in confusion. That fortune teller is your master uncle from Qianyuan Peak, who once descended to the mortal realm in a fit of anger, swearing never to utilize any celestial powers. Each of the 12 peaks of Kunlun possesses its own celestial scriptures. What they vie for is the cultivation of their disciples into immortals. With Ren Hong's considerable talent and the favor of the ancestral relics, Master Yue was unwilling to let such a promising disciple slip away. However, with 12 peaks in contention, there were only 7 ancestral relics to be distributed. The incessant infighting among the peaks could not allow Qianyuan Peak to hoard multiple treasures. After his disciple brought Ren Hong to the 7 Stars Plateau and established a connection with one of the relics, Master Yue sealed the news to prevent other peaks from prematurely claiming Ren Hong. Yet, the news still spread. Master Yue initially believed that Ren Hong would need to compete with the other peaks when he established his foundation. But now, with Qiu Yuzi from the 9 Immortals Peak scheming for his disciple, Ren Hong was hastily cast down the mountain, and Master Yue instantly recognized an opportunity. He would compel your master uncle to break his vow, then push the lad Ren Hong before him, instructing him to let them retreat to the Qingwei Immortal Mansion for a few years. The Qingwei Immortal Mansion is an estate established by Qianyuan Peak on the outside. Upon hearing this, the youth suddenly understood. So, Master, you have indeed thought this through. I shall set off immediately. Wait, Master Yue handed Luo Yu a 5-colored, luminous fan. I borrowed the Wanxiao fan from your junior sister earlier. Take this to protect Ren Hong on his descent. The Qianyu Wanxiao fan, one of the 7 relics of the Yusu ancestor, belonged to a female disciple of Qianyuan Peak. Your junior sister's fan? The youth received it and listened to his master's instructions. You must be cautious on your journey, as you will undoubtedly encounter individuals from other celestial peaks. Regardless of who calls you from behind, pay them no heed. Remember, after escorting Ren Hong down the mountain, make a beeline for Dongyao City without any delays. The disciple understood. He felt the weight of his responsibility. His success in bringing this close junior brother into Qianyuan Peak hinged upon this endeavor. At Jinting Peak, 2 elders strolled through the bamboo grove. The elder in purple robes stroked his beard and remarked to the elegantly dressed middle-aged man beside him. Earlier at the 9 Immortals Peak, Brother Chiu was somewhat excessive in his actions. Does Senior Brother Zhang share this sentiment? The elder in purple nodded as they ambled leisurely down the tranquil path. That child named Ren Hong is indeed innocent. Brother Chiu, in his attempt to curry favor with Fan's nephew and protect his sister, has inadvertently caused this innocent child to suffer. Upon hearing the musings of the Jinting Peak Master, Elder Gu felt a stir in his heart. I have heard that this Ren Hong lad possesses considerable talent in cultivation and a good disposition. Perhaps his cultivation is indeed commendable, yet his temper is rather explosive. He directly confronted Brother Chiu in the law enforcement hall, inciting discontent among several disciples from Putuo Peak and Yuanyang Peak, which ultimately led to his expulsion from the mountain. It must be noted that while the 9 Immortals Peak is the lineage of the sect leader, Su Yinyang had previously mandated the elders of the 12 peaks to jointly oversee the sect affairs. It is not a unilateral authority of the 9 Immortals Peak. Decisions are made collectively by the elders of the 12 peaks. However, Ren Hong, being young and stubborn, confronted Qiu Yuzi at the 9 Immortals Peak, which diminished the impression of him among several elders from other peaks, allowing Qiu's proposal to pass smoothly. Elder Gu contemplated for a moment and softly defended Ren Hong. Can we expect a 15 or 16-year-old child, who does good deeds yet is wronged, to remain entirely composed? The elder in purple replied. That is precisely why he requires a journey down the mountain to temper his disposition. Please send word to our disciples in the mortal realm to look after this Renhong lad, and if he can establish his foundation through his own perseverance, we shall endeavor to impart our Jinting Peak's teachings to him. The individuals of Qianyuan Peak were becoming increasingly unrestrained. A brash child who defied his elders was being relentlessly pursued. Yuner, you go to Longsho Rock and intercept Luo Yu of Qianyuan Peak. Xiar, you are to expel that Renhong child from Kunlun and simultaneously strip him of his Yushu true energy. Fairy Lingxia hesitated. Master, is this appropriate? After all, he did save Sister Fan once. Master Su Yu's favoritism towards the Nine Immortals Peak stemmed from a prior agreement that Fan Yuchen would join her sect. Naturally, she ought to protect her own disciple while shifting the blame onto Renhong. At Yinquan Peak, the elder instructed his peers, the handling of matters at the Nine Immortals Peak has been unjust. Sister Su Yu is notoriously harsh and extreme. I trouble you, my junior brothers, to intervene and prevent Putuo Peak from taking action, allowing Qianyuan Peak to take the child away. Elder of Yuanyang Peak proclaimed, Children, remain steadfast in your duties, focus on your cultivation, and do not meddle in the internal strife of the peaks. Elder of Yinshao Peak added, We maintain a good rapport with Putuo Peak. Although Sister Su Yu's actions may be somewhat misguided, they are intended to eliminate future troubles. Since this disciple has been cast down the mountain, it may be best to eliminate him altogether. Little did Renhong know that due to his expulsion from the mountain, dark currents surged among the 12 peaks, with several elders dispatching individuals to act. However, Jun Tian, the celestial spirit, was well aware. He sought to intercept Renhong, calculating that he would lead him away from Kunlun to seek his own path to fortune. As he saw the celestial lights from various peaks approaching, he hastily declared, You now have two choices. Either leave with me, and we shall seek the celestial scriptures of Master Yusu to establish a new Kunlun lineage, or obediently descend the mountain and fade into the mundane world. Establish a new Kunlun? I am a celestial artifact of Kunlun. How could I teach you to pledge allegiance to another sect? Yu Qi chuckled. Since we find the current state of Kunlun unsatisfactory, would it not be better to create our own Kunlun sect? As he spoke, the celestial spirit cautiously scanned the sky, fearful that the reclusive elders might emerge unexpectedly to reprimand him. Renhong's face reflected hesitation and conflict, but ultimately he steeled himself. Let's do it. Is it not merely the establishment of a new lineage? Since those at Nine Immortals Peak cannot distinguish between good and evil, I shall create my own Kunlun. Excellent. Yu Qi twirled around, and in a flash of brilliance, the two vanished. Chapter 56. The curse of Lady Xiang Renhong and the celestial spirit traversed through the portal, finding themselves amidst an endless expanse of violet clouds. Rays of light cascaded from the cloud sea, illuminating the vast land of the divine continent. How rich in spiritual energy. Upon entering, Renhong felt invigorated. The spiritual essence within the Xiang cave was far superior to that found in Lianhua Mountain or the Taichung Mountain range. Even the majestic Kunlun Dragonhead Cliff could not compare. Indeed, this place approached the heavens, being the most significant celestial realm above the eastern heavens, its spiritual energy unparalleled, surpassed only by the Kunlun ruins. As Renhong admired the celestial landscape, he turned his gaze to the earth. The sacred realm of the heavens stretched for 80,000 miles, dense with flourishing celestial woods, resembling an independent world. This was the Xiang Mansion of the eastern heavens, a celestial paradise established solely by Lady Xiang. Although the celestial spirit had accompanied the Jade Void Master here several times, they had always entered the mansion directly, without pausing to appreciate the grandeur of this celestial haven. This time, witnessing the cave's magnificence left him in awe. The beauty here was starkly different from that of Kunlun. Kunlun, renowned as the Pillar of Heaven, boasted an imposing and majestic atmosphere. Its 72 peaks nurtured the ancestral spirits of the mountains, being the very roots of the divine continent. However, the Xiang Mansion exuded a purity and elegance, a certain ethereal grace amidst its opulence. Look, in the central celestial domain, there are 9 primordial stars, and the area they illuminate is none other than the Purple Palace. Renhong remarked, gazing upward from his flying chariot. The 9 grand stars floated above the Xiang Mansion, swirling amidst the cloud sea, releasing their starlight and forming a magnificent river of stars that embraced the Purple Palace below, ultimately flowing into the edges of the world. Let us proceed to the heavenly gate at the edge of the Star River. That is the portal to the Xiang mansion. The celestial spirit used her evasion technique to bring Ren Hong before the mansion's entrance. The Star River encircled the Purple Palace, forming a protective barrier around the Xiang mansion. Be cautious, for the waters of the Star River are vast and unpredictable. Should you fall in, I would be unable to rescue you. Ren Hong peered down at the Star River, crystal clear and pristine, revealing the riverbed beneath. Yet, each droplet of its water harbored the essence of starlight. A mere touch could prove fatal. 8 celestial bridges were erected above the Star River, with the eastern gate being the one brought by the celestial spirit. The gate, intricately carved from white jade, bore the characters for Xiang in a swirling, elegant script. The grand door was tightly shut, yet beyond it, one could glimpse the North Star Bridge spanning the Star River and the eastern gate. We can go no further. Try to see if you can open the door. The celestial spirit held little hope for success. Ren Hong approached with a wishful heart, attempting to harness the starlight from the Big Dipper on his scepter to summon the 9 stars in the sky. The Xiang lineage was deeply intertwined with the doctrine of the stars, refining the essence of the North Star. As he focused, the shimmering light of the portal, cloaked in radiant hues, began to ripple as though responding to his call. There's a door. Ren Hong exclaimed joyfully, quickly channeling more of his magical energy. The radiant light continued to swirl, and runes leaped from the portal, dancing around him. Seeing these runes sparked an idea in Ren Hong's mind. He activated the mirror to record the symbols. Is this a form of the Great Dao's red script? Yet it differs from the Kunlun jade talismans. It must be unique to the Xiang mansion. With his keen intellect, he began to decipher a cultivation formula from the text, naming it the water mysterious art. This technique focused on the inhalation and exhalation of water essence. Once he reached the foundational realm, he could attempt to unlock the door. This was likely a key for those fated to arrive at this place and access the celestial mansion. As for how to find the water essence, was this not a river of starlight before him? Lady Xiang had indeed considered her disciples well. Ren Hong inhaled deeply, drawing the powerful essence of the Star River into his body, and began to cultivate the water mysterious art to refine the water essence. Being a practitioner of the true fire realm, he had no need to start from scratch. By comprehending the attributes of the water essence, he could employ his innate true fire to refine the waters of the Star River, forging the water essence within. The celestial spirit waited nearby, observing as Ren Hong commenced his refining process, silently pondering. How could I forget? His Violet Extreme book possesses the ability to command myriad energies. Although the paths of the Jade Void and Xiang lineages differ, under the dominion of the Jade Void's essence, that trace of water essence could hardly stir up a storm. Not only would it not create turbulence, but once Ren Hong opened the door and devoured the water essence, it would instead amplify his own Violet Extreme essence. As the water essence solidified, an inexplicable force emanated from within the portal. Ren Hong felt a sudden shift, and he found himself standing in a beautiful jade pavilion, where a woman dressed in dark palace attire awaited him. The celestial spirit, who had been waiting outside for an unknown duration, observed as Ren Hong slowly opened his eyes. What is the situation? A flicker of complexity crossed Ren Hong's gaze as he conjured a script of divine text with the power of the black tortoise. We find ourselves at an impasse. Yet through the Lady's grace, I have indeed comprehended a portion of the Xiang Cave's teachings. As long as I can find a suitable heir for the Xiang Cave, I may assist in its inheritance. But what of the conditions? Ren Hong slowly shook his head, recalling the glimpse of Lady Xiang's projection he had witnessed within the cave's prohibitions. Upon learning of Ren Hong's intent to seek a woman of the Kan Yuan Dao body to inherit the cave, she had shown no opposition. This was also the attitude shared by the Jade Void Master and Lady Xiang, who cared little for the identity of the heir, as long as the lineage continued. However, those former disciples held a certain attachment to their legacy, often seeking to secure their positions. Yet, if Ren Hong could indeed locate a woman of the Kan Yuan Dao body who could pass the trials of the Xiang Cave, Lady Xiang would not object. Of course, Ren Hong and the celestial spirit harbored ulterior motives, and thus, the projection of Lady Xiang had placed a curse upon him. While she imparted the foundational chapters of the North Star Kan Yuan Heavenly Book, she also issued a warning. Should he fail to fulfill this task, the consequences would be dire. At the thought of such repercussions, Ren Hong could not help but shudder. To avoid such a fate, he must quickly find an heir for the Xiang Cave. Only by ensuring its inheritance within 60 years could the curse be lifted, otherwise, he would be the one to bear the brunt of it. Are you in such a hurry? Noticing Ren Hong's unusual behavior as he eagerly sought to leave Lianhua Mountain, the celestial spirit was initially taken aback, but soon rejoiced, seizing the opportunity to finalize this matter. It would be beneficial to encourage him to be more active. As the two departed the Xiang cave, they were suddenly struck by an unexpected sight. What? How is it winter already? Surely you haven't taken a wrong turn and wandered into the northern wastes? Entering the Xiang cave from Kunlun ruins was the most direct route. However, emerging from this location would undoubtedly attract the attention of Lord Bailan. Thus, after some discussion, Ren Hong and the celestial spirit resolved to take a path that did not lead through Kunlun ruins, instead opting for the eastern sea's Xiang Island. Yet upon their exit, they were greeted by a flurry of snow, the island cloaked in a blanket of silver. They exchanged bewildered glances. The celestial spirit mused. Could it be that celestial beings are battling? Yet that seemed unlikely as the weather appeared. He calculated the days, astonished. Indeed, it has turned to winter. When they entered the Xiang cave, it was still the scorching summer. But now, they found themselves in a wintry landscape. We haven't even been in the cave for long, Ren Hong remarked with suspicion. By the clock, it hasn't even been a full day. How could half a year have passed? Do you not know that a day in the heavens equals a year on earth? The celestial spirit pondered. It must be that once the Xiang cave sealed itself, the flow of time became distinct from the outside world. After some contemplation, Ren Hong concluded, since we are on Xiang Island, we might as well take a look and see if that female disciple has been reborn. Although Ren Hong intended to find someone to inherit the Xiang cave himself, if he could not locate such a person, a fallback option would be to assist the 5 female disciples in inheriting the cave. At the very least, he would not fall victim to the curse. The thought of the curse sent a chill through Ren Hong amidst the cold winds. Chapter 57, Xiang Island Bo Palace, also known as the Eastern Sea Immortal Alliance. Overseas 36 immortal islands and 72 spiritual isles. Xiang Island is one such spiritual isle, modest in size, spanning merely a few dozen miles. In years past, Dongfang Lanyue and her Dao partner, Cui Bai, nurtured their love nest here, fostering the Cui clan. Under the guidance of 2 esteemed immortals, the Cui family, a lineage of cultivators, thrived in maritime trade, gaining a modest reputation in the Eastern Sea, even briefly being included among the immortal islands. However, as this couple reincarnated, their descendants saw Xiang Island's fortunes decline, relegating it to the lowest tier among the spiritual isles. One day, Xiang Island welcomed a young man who claimed to be Master Lingying. Would his identity hold? Would he be discovered? Ren Hong felt a slight sense of relief as he assumed the guise of Master Lingying to disembark at the port. Beside the port stood a towering granite rock, 5 zhang high, inscribed with the 3 characters for Xiang Island. Upon these characters, Ren Hong distinctly sensed the unique magical essence of the Xiang lineage. Moreover, these characters were engraved into the rock, which absorbed starlight daily, ensuring its preservation through the ages. Suddenly, Ren Hong recalled something and transmitted a message to the Jade ruler in his possession. Is there a distinction between immortal islands and those defined by the court? The current dynasty categorizes islands based on size, with those below 2,000 mu deemed islets and those above classified as islands, further divided into various ranks. According to the court's classification, Xiang Island would be considered a standard island, surpassing the islet level. Yet in the realm of Eastern Sea immortals, Xiang Island remained one of the 72 spiritual isles. The spirit retorted, dismissively, the court's influence is tethered to the mainland, unable to reach the vastness of the sea. Their classification of islands is merely applicable along the coastal regions, hardly relevant to the deeper realms of the Eastern Sea where immortals roam freely. Some immortals have even established their own kingdoms on their islands, entirely disregarding the commands of the central dynasty. Bo Palace, the foremost authority in the Eastern Sea's cultivation community, delineates 2 tiers of islands, immortal islands and spiritual isles. This classification is rather straightforward. Those with primordial spirit beings are immortal islands, while those with golden core cultivators are spiritual isles. The 36 islands and 72 isles were selected by Bo Palace from a plethora of islands. Gaining entry into these ranks grants the privilege of annual tributes to Bo, allowing one to listen to the Dao Lord's teachings. Consequently, competition for these ranks is fierce. Xiang Island once held a place among the 36 immortal islands, but now. Ren Hong nodded slightly, having gleaned information about Xiang Island from the celestial net left by the Master of Yushu. In the past, when Dongfang Lanyue and her husband were present, she was a registered disciple of Xiang Madam. Her elder brother was the leader of the Xiang sect, Zishuan, and she maintained close ties with various female immortals of Bo Palace, ensuring Xiang Island's security. However, with her reincarnation, Xiang Island's standing changed drastically. Fortunately, due to her past connections in the Eastern Sea, Bo Palace, out of respect for her, did not trouble her descendants, barely sustaining a spiritual ILS qualification. Otherwise, given Xiang Island's current state, it might struggle even to maintain that status. Bo Palace stirs the waters with its 108 rankings, a methodology seeking tranquility amidst chaos. Renhong pondered and understood Bo Palace's intentions. The Eastern Sea cultivators, unbound by the edicts of the dynasty, live carefree lives with little cohesion. Bo Palace has toiled tirelessly to unify these cultivators. By leveraging the allure of the Dao Lord's teachings and offering benefits like elixirs and techniques, they established the 108 islands to draw these cultivators closer. The spirit added, not only that, but the leisurely lives of Eastern Sea cultivators mean that these rankings serve to instigate competition, compelling them into a beneficial cycle of survival of the fittest. This stands in stark contrast to the philosophy of finding movement within stillness advocated by the master. The mountain sects led by Kunlun and the sea sects led by Bo embody entirely different ideologies. The Bo lineage often incites conflict among the islands through their rankings, honing the combat prowess of the cultivators, while the Kunlun lineage promotes seclusion among the mountains, remaining in stillness until calamity compels them to descend and discern the precious from the worthless. After some murmuring, Renhong remarked, "If we cannot thrive in the central lands, we could venture overseas. What would it matter for us, of the Yuling lineage, to intrude upon the domain of the Shangqing lineage?" The spirit gasped, "Oh no, I just remembered something. The master has a separate abode in the Eastern Sea. Could you lower your voice? Although we are communicating through secretive means." The sound still startled Renhong. "The master has 9 separate abodes, one of which is in the Eastern Sea, which you have mentioned before. However, I overlooked one detail. That abode is overseen by a Dao Lord of Kunlun." "Dao Lord? I suppose he is one of your senior brothers?" The spirit replied uncertainly. "Among the 18 Dao Lords of Kunlun, aside from the ascended master of Jinting Peak, the other 11 have chosen to remain in this world, revered as Dao Lords." Renhong: "Among the remaining 7 Dao Lords, excluding the 4 second-generation disciples, I have 3 senior brothers and sisters who are Dao Lords?" "Indeed. All 3 are registered disciples, and one may be in the Eastern Sea." The spirit urged Renhong, initially thinking the Eastern Sea was safe. Upon reflection, the presence of a Kunlun Dao Lord complicates our movements. It would be wiser to return to the central lands sooner rather than later. There's no rush. Let me explore Xiang Island first. The Chui family of Xiang Island operates maritime trade, akin to the flying carriages of the central lands, serving as elite transportation for immortals. However, many techniques of the Chui lineage have been lost, rendering their vessels far from excellent, still lingering at the level of magical artifacts. But how expensive? As Renhong approached the shop, he observed the various models on display, marveling at their craftsmanship. The Chui family's maritime vessels are few, including warships, painted boats, and flying craft. Among them, the battleship and tower ship are the most lavish, with the 7-treasure emerald tower ship priced at 5,500 jade pearls, measuring 30 zhang in length and 9 zhang in height, featuring 7 tiers of treasure towers. Another vessel, the Bilyuang Jingtai ship, is priced at 5,000 jade pearls and equipped with 3 Bilyuang Xiangyue cannons capable of slaying foundational realm sea beasts. Nearby, the colorful Liyuan painted boat and the flying Xia boat are priced between 2,000 and 3,000 jade pearls. These exquisitely crafted models are particularly favored by female immortals. As for smaller vessels like the flying craft and sailboats, their prices start even lower, from 500 jade pearls. Seeing these prices, Renhong's eyelids twitched. "Fellow Daoist, how much do you suppose our combined worth amounts to in jade pearls?" Jade pearls are a unique currency of the Eastern Sea, formed from the finest jade by Bo Palace in conjunction with the cultivators of various islands. The value of a single jade pearl rivals that of the elixirs used in the central lands. Our collection of Feixiao elixirs totals just over 500, barely enough to purchase a small sailboat. However, such a sailboat would not withstand rough seas and would likely fall apart after a few waves, unless we were to sell the Xianyuan sword or the jade pipa. Oh, right, The Jade Pipa is an artifact formed from a millennium of Jade's essence. Extracting jade pearls from it could yield at least 5,000. Yet, Rinhong was merely wandering about and had no intention of residing in the Eastern Sea for long. What use would a maritime vessel serve him? Compared to a ship, he preferred the lighter, more convenient flying carriages. After perusing the shop for a while, admiring the ship models, he sensed the essence of the Xiang lineage through the curse left on him by Xiang Madam. However, after searching extensively, Rinhong discovered many cultivators practicing water techniques on the island. Their auras were similar, suggesting they were all members of the Chui family. There was even a golden core cultivator among them, yet he did not detect the unique essence of the Xiang direct lineage. As for the Qin Yuan Dao body, he did not come across a single one. He did sense 2 or 3 cultivators possessing water spirit bodies, though. Hearing Rinhong's remarks, the spirit commented, while water spirit bodies can naturally attract moisture, facilitating the practice of water-based Dao techniques, they do not discriminate based on gender. Those possessing such a body are often strikingly beautiful, regardless of whether they are male or female. Oh, how do I compare? Rinhong mused, touching his face. Water spirit bodies lean towards the feminine. I imagine they lack a bit of my masculinity? The spirit honestly replied, indeed. The men with water spirit bodies are not as handsome as you. Yet the body of water spirit possesses skin that is smooth and fair, a quality in which you cannot compete. I am not a girl, so why would I desire such porcelain skin? As long as my face is handsome, that suffices. Rinhong let out a soft sigh. There is nothing I can do. This visage is a family heirloom. While I do not wish to boast, to deny my own attractiveness would be an affront to the gift bestowed upon me by my parents. Xianling refrained from interjecting and continued, speaking of the water spirit. Its ability to gather moisture results in a significant output, particularly excelling at. Suddenly, Xianling recalled that Rinhong had not yet reached the age of 18, and decisively fell silent. Excelling at what? Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. Xianling mumbled vaguely. Attempting to brush past the topic, I remember that the water spirit can awaken a unique divine ability known as heavenly weeping. This means that when they shed tears, it causes rain to fall from the sky. This water spirit path can be regarded as a lower-tier substitute for the Qin Yuan path. It is likely that Dongfang Lan Yue was a water spirit, which is why her descendants can awaken this path. Oh, this path can indeed be inherited? Rinhong showed no inclination to delve deeper into Xianling's earlier comments. Not only can it be inherited, but it can also be artificially created. Upon mentioning artificial creation, Rinhong's expression shifted as he recalled the curse, a flicker of terror crossing his eyes. He had no desire to become part of an artificial Qin Yuan path. My dear friend, might I inquire if you have a preference for maritime vessels? While Rinhong muttered to himself, a youth from the Chui family, who was overseeing the shop, could no longer contain himself. He approached to make his presence known. If you are interested, we can discuss the price at your leisure. Should it be suitable, I can take you to the storeroom to inspect the genuine sea vessels immediately. Chapter 58. Business Matters in the Realm of Commerce. Rinhong faced inquiries from the scions of the Chui family, and, discerning their intentions, replied with a smile. Although these sea vessels are commendable, one must acknowledge that items crafted by others seldom meet one's expectations. Might I inquire if your esteemed shipyard sells materials? I wish to inspect the timber or copper at the dock. To the dock? The Chui family scion immediately grew wary, scrutinizing the young man clad in azure. The dock is a crucial area of my family. As a mere collateral branch, I cannot escort anyone there. However, if you wish to purchase materials, please provide a list, and I shall see if our shipyard has them. Rest assured, the prices will be fair and not exploitative. If you require us to process or assist in crafting a sea vessel, we can arrange that as well. Despite the decline in the Chui family's shipbuilding prowess, such a pivotal site for ship construction could not be open to outsiders without due cause. Then I shall trouble the shipyard to procure 3 pieces of Cloud Tower wood heart. As for the processing, fear not, I can handle that myself. The person in charge of the shipyard, a practitioner at the True Fire stage named Chui Wanjian, was somewhat more knowledgeable. Hearing the request, he silently regarded the younger generation of his family. Cloud Tower wood heart, also known as Beiwei wood, is a unique spiritual timber of the Hongshan sect. We conduct business in the East Sea, which has no connection to the lands of the central continent. Where would we acquire such a thing? Go. Just inform that esteemed guest that we do not possess it. Chui Chunwen pondered. Uncle, perhaps you should go yourself? I perceive that the man is dressed extravagantly, and his powers are unfathomable. He may be a formidable opponent. What use are you? The person in charge glared at Cui Chunwen and rose to find Master Lingyin. However, upon entering the hall and seeing the man standing before the painted boat, his expression twitched, silently cursing Cui Chunwen. This was not someone whose strength was uncertain. He was clearly a formidable golden core cultivator. Cui Wanjian hurriedly invited Ren Hong into the inner hall. Please forgive me, esteemed elder, for the rudeness of my subordinates. If there is any neglect, I offer my sincerest apologies. Ren Hong entered the inner chamber with poise. The decor of this hall starkly contrasted with that of the main hall, featuring several models of sea vessels, but more prominently, antique jade artifacts, creating an atmosphere akin to a parlor for esteemed guests. Following Master Lingyin's invitation to sit, several mermaid maidservants approached to serve tea. Intrigued by the distinctly different aquatic race, Ren Hong couldn't help but observe them closely. These mermaids wore garments fashioned from shells, their cheeks adorned with faintly glowing scales. Yet, in terms of beauty, they paled in comparison to the floral fairies of his own kin. As his thoughts turned, he focused on Cui Wanjian. Regarding the items I seek. Cui Wanjian fawned. I hear from Chunwen that you desire Cloud Tower Wood Heart. This is a rare spiritual wood of Hengshan, which our shipyard truly cannot procure. However, should you require other materials, we can make an effort. Chunwen, hurry and bring forth the list of materials. Upon hearing this, the spirit Ling grew restless. Hey, do you truly wish to purchase? We have no funds. Ling whispered secretly. If he presents the list, it may lead to complications. What is there to fear? Ren Hong replied nonchalantly, comfortably sipping his tea. Gently shaking the teacup, he observed the tea leaves taking on shapes reminiscent of blazing flames, igniting in the water. The tea, upon tasting, felt like fire searing through his insides, yet he soon sensed his spiritual energy being refined, gaining an unexpected purity. Cui Chunwen approached with a beautifully adorned crimson booklet. Seeing the exquisite presentation, Ren Hong smiled knowingly. The business practices of his family in the past were akin to this. The same list of materials could be classified into various tiers based solely on their packaging and presentation. As he took the list with a smile, Ren Hong transmitted a thought to Ling. Do you now comprehend my intentions? His finger traced a line on one of the pages. Earth's core red copper. Sourced from the fire caverns of the East Sea, aged a millennium, valued at 1,000 jade pearls. Red copper? Oh, are you seeking a vessel for the floatingly mirror? Ren Hong had initially considered this when he journeyed from Lianhua Mountain to the northern sky cloud ruins. But unfortunate events had thwarted his plans. Now that he was in the East Sea, he was determined to see the floatingly mirror come to fruition. With this transcendent treasure that could pierce through the realms, he could seek the elusive Qin Yuan Dao body. Just as Ren Hong was poised to negotiate with Cui Wanjian regarding the red copper, a sudden tremor shook the entirety of Xiang Island, causing the teacup before him to crash to the ground. Great-grandfather, trouble is brewing. A child in a red coat rushed in, exclaiming, those from Wujin are causing a ruckus again. With a flick of his finger, Ren Hong summoned the fallen teacup back to the table. The mermaid maidservants hurriedly knelt to tidy up the spilled tea. Wujin Isle? Cui Wanjian's expression darkened. Those ruffians are relentless? Where is our ancestor? Our ancestor has gone to handle the situation, but as you know, indeed, their ancestor remains injured and has ventured to confront the dark forces of Wujin Isle, which may lead to dire consequences. Wujin Isle? Are those the burly men in black scarves outside? Ren Hong spoke leisurely. I observed an old Daoist wielding a black banner battling an elder clad in white. The magical essence of that white-clad elder seems akin to yours. Cui Wanjian, fearing the golden core cultivator before him might seize this opportunity for ill purposes, said, indeed, the white-clad elder you encountered is likely our ancestor. Wujin Al seeks to dominate Xiang Island, causing repeated disturbances. However, esteemed elder, worry not, it is of no consequence. Our family is among the 72 spiritual islands and has connections to the Bio Palace. Ren Hong was well aware of the identity of that white-clad elder, the grandson of Dongfeng Lanyue, who had recently sensed a golden core cultivator on the island. However, the injuries he bore seemed to stem from the toxic fires of the Earth's core. Ling and Ren Hong whispered to each other. What could he possibly seek in the depths of the sea? Could he be in search of materials? Remember, red copper is indeed sourced from there. Unlikely. Such materials are generally collected by the underlings. Does he truly need the island pillar to act? Ling remarked. I suspect he may have ulterior motives. Do those motives concern us? Ren Hong replied, we shall merely observe, and perhaps even gain some benefits from this affair. Clearing his throat, Ren Hong remarked, it appears your ancestor is in dire straits. Has fallen into the water. What? This was clearly a dismissal. Yet the great cultivator before him wore a half-smile. Are you certain you wish for me to depart? Cui Wanjian's expression darkened. Esteemed elder, should you desire anything, please speak freely. If I am able, I shall grant it to you directly. Given the current predicament of Xiang Island, it would be impossible to contend with two golden core cultivators simultaneously. If this Master Ling harbored ill intentions, it would likely spell disaster for them all. Why do you always suspect the worst in others? Ren Hong tilted his head. Upon seeing a golden core cultivator like me, shouldn't your first reaction be to request my aid in rescuing others? Engaging a golden core cultivator is beyond our means. Moreover, the dark arts are insidious. We fear that you cannot match them. Thus, Cui Wanjian sought to expeditiously send this esteemed guest away. After all, Wujin Isle knew its limits and would not truly endanger their ancestor's life. It was merely a matter of humiliation and relinquishing some of their interests, perhaps even yielding their spiritual island quota. Is that so? I had presumed you suspected me of collusion with Wujin Isle. The person in charge offered an awkward smile, for he certainly did not suspect Master Ling was sent by Wujin Isle. They could not afford a great cultivator, nor could the opposition. Otherwise, had Wujin Isle been able to enlist a golden core cultivator, they would have long since subdued them and seized the quota of the 72 spiritual islands. The most likely scenario was that this golden core cultivator had fortuitously arrived. Of course, a small chance remained that the other party had heard of Xiang Island's weakness and sought to take advantage. Nevertheless, as long as they could navigate through this incident with Wujin Isle, everything would be manageable, provided the materials Ren Hong sought were not excessively precious. Cui Wanjian was prepared to offer them freely, merely to expedite the departure of this esteemed cultivator. Uncertain of what the elder desires, there is no rush. Do you possess a guqin here? A guqin? Cui Wanquan was momentarily taken aback. What need does the elder have for this? Would a fine instrument entice you to depart? As you mentioned, I shall not confront a formidable golden core cultivator directly. However, extending a minor assistance is within my capacity. Cui Wanquan, perplexed by Ren Hong's intentions, nonetheless instructed someone to retrieve a renowned guqin. This instrument, albeit still a mundane object and not classified among magical artifacts, would suffice for the moment. Ren Hong gently caressed the strings and quietly spoke to the celestial spirit. Prepare yourself. I shall rely on you shortly. Understood, but are you certain of the approach? Would it not be more straightforward to act directly? There are 3 reasons for this. First, I intend to seize this opportunity to solidify the identity of Master Lingyin and forge an alliance with Xiang Island. And what is the combat style of Master Lingyin? To unleash the fire raven in a self-destructive explosion? That would be exceedingly foolish. Therefore, Ren Hong seeks to adopt an alternative method of engagement. Second, I wish to avoid a genuine confrontation with a golden core cultivator. Although our stay in the East Sea shall be brief, attracting undue attention is far from advantageous. Unless I can eliminate that obsidian-robed elder, Ren Hong will not readily disclose his identity, not even a fabricated one. Let the ancestors of the Cui family take the lead while we discreetly provide support. As for the third, what is the third reason? Simply put, due to financial constraints. Indeed, we are quite impoverished, unable to afford items nor willing to part with magical treasures in exchange. We resort to this method, offering assistance in exchange for a modest commission. However, how do we price the direct assistance in driving away the adversary for the Cui family? Initially, providing excessive help would complicate our ability to negotiate a fee. They may not be inclined to pay or might even question our intentions. Thus, we must first offer a small favor, provide them with a taste of benefit, and then gradually entice them to request further assistance, thus justifying a higher price. Chapter 59. The Resonance of Spiritual Melodies. Music that transmits the divine essence. The venerable ancestor of the Cui family wielded his flying sword, conjuring 7 ferocious, swirling dragons of water and sword energy. Although these water vapor dragons were formidable and bound the Lord of Wujin Island tightly, there lingered an undeniable sense of futility, as they could not deliver a fatal blow. Observing this scene, the Lord of Wujin Island chuckled inwardly. Encased in a shroud of demonic light and dark clouds, he laughed heartily. Old fellow, it appears your injuries from the abyss are quite severe. You can't even muster your spirit dragon oversea sword technique. The Chui family ancestor, incensed by the Lord's taunt, felt smoke rise from his 7 orifices and retorted furiously. You old bull-nosed rascal, if you possess any courage, wait until my wounds are healed. Then, I shall cleave your head with a single strike. Chui Yuxiu, the last remaining golden core cultivator of Xiang Island, was the grandson of Dongfang Lanhua. In his youth, he had received guidance in swordsmanship from his grandmother. Alas, he had squandered that time in indulgence and pleasure, neglecting his cultivation. Following a catastrophic event on Xiang Island, where both his grandparents reincarnated and his parents and siblings perished in battle, he found himself the strongest pillar of the island. From that moment on, each midnight, he awoke filled with regret, pondering how his life might have differed had he diligently practiced his arts. Witnessing Xiang Islands fall from the ranks of the 36 celestial islands to mere spiritual islands, and now being humiliated by an ordinary golden core cultivator, his heart brimmed with sorrow and rage, far too profound to articulate. If only his eldest cousin were alive. Such a golden core cultivator would surely have fallen to a single strike. Chui Yuxiu lamented, only to be struck down once more by the demonic light shot from the dark clouds. Fortunately, his lineage was adept in water warfare, allowing him to quickly regroup. Yet, as he resurfaced, the fire poison within him, suppressed by the true essence of the oversea technique, began to stir uncontrollably. This is dire. Not only was the fire poison spreading, but the water spirit sea dragons he had summoned also began to dissipate. A splendid opportunity arose. The Lord of Wujin's eyes glinted coldly as he summoned a dark golden divine blade, locking onto the aura of the Chui family ancestor. Chui, your family has no successors. Despite your efforts to hold on, what use is the title of 72 islands? You would do well to yield, and in consideration of our long-standing friendship, I might take 2 disciples from your clan. Perhaps they will have the fortune to revive the family. Upon hearing this, Chui Yuxiu's true essence surged violently, and the fire poison erupted from his body, forming black flames around him. The audacity of that bull-nosed rascal. Not content with stealing my position, he dares to covet my family's legacy. As for the affairs to come, he would leave them to his descendants to strive for. Chui Yuxiu summoned all his strength, preparing to unleash the forbidden techniques of the oversea sword art when suddenly, a melodious and enchanting sound of the zither filled his ears. The music flowed like a gentle stream, a refreshing spring that seeped into his heart, suppressing the restless fire poison. The black flames around him dissipated one by one, leaving Chui Yuxiu astonished. What a marvelous melody that can even heal wounds. Suddenly, the zither's tone shifted dramatically from a gentle drizzle to a torrential downpour. The rapid rain struck the floating lotus, prompting Chui Yuxiu's true essence to circulate swiftly, rivaling the forbidden technique he was about to enact. Who was the master behind this music? Chui Yuxiu pondered in astonishment, channeling his true essence upward to engage the Lord of Wujin Island. With the aid of the zither's resonance, he felt no trepidation and instead experienced a surge in power, becoming increasingly valiant in battle. Meanwhile, the Lord of Wujin Island sensed a shift. How has this old fellow suddenly intensified his assault? Could he be preparing a forbidden technique? He acted decisively, wielding the dark golden divine blade with unmatched sharpness toward Chui Yuxiu's neck. Chui Yuxiu glimpsed the flickering golden light, realizing the opponent's lethal strike had arrived. Having lived for centuries, the elder's experience shone through. He deftly pivoted his sword, and the sea dragons of the oversea sword art entwined around him, forming a pearl that gently collided with the dark golden blade. Haha, you old bull-nosed rascal. Do you really think your meager sorcery can compete with the oversea mystique of Xiang Island? Out of respect for his own descendants, Dongfang Lanhua dared not impart the true teachings of Xiang. Instead, she and her husband observed the waves of the East Sea and created the oversea classic, a profound technique capable of reaching the realm of the primordial spirit. Within Kunlun, the oversea classic barely qualified for the scripture library, ranking among the lower-tier texts. Chui Yuxiu utilized the oversea pearl to block the dark golden blade, allowing his pent-up frustration to finally release. This battle felt exhilarating. With the zither's support, he managed to unleash the power he had possessed a century ago at his peak. The dark golden blade became ensnared within the pearl, gradually sinking into the waves. Sensing the Lord of Wujin Island had lost a significant treasure, Chui Yuxiu's murderous intent surged. Now is the moment. Let us strike him down and seize Wujin Island in one fell swoop. Meanwhile, aboard the vessel, Cui Chunwen grew anxious. Master, why has the zither music ceased? Just as he believed his ancestor was poised for victory, the music vanished. Ren Hong glanced at him, leisurely lifting a teacup as he removed his hand from the strings. Do not dawdle. Retreat at once. Cui Wangquan, understanding the complexities of the world, scolded his kin before hastily thanking the spiritual musician. Thank you, Master, for your assistance. A single piece of zither music that aided his ancestor in this battle was already a great favor from the spiritual musician. They could not ask for more. I merely wish to avoid having my mood spoiled today. Ren Hong, embodying the demeanor of a musician, composed and elegant, lightly marked the materials on the list with a vermilion brush. Innkeeper, I shall take all the red copper you have. Name your price. Cui Wangquan glanced at the ongoing battle, gesturing repeatedly. We are willing to offer 3 copper pearls as gratitude for your performance. According to the pricing on the list, each copper pearl was valued at 1,000 jade pearls. These so-called copper pearls were refined from millennia-old red copper, designed to prevent counterfeiting. This was not without precedent. Centuries ago, transactions involving celestial mining materials primarily involved raw ore. A block of red copper would be purified, then mixed with sand and gravel, disguising it as raw or to inflate its size and weight for sale at a premium. This led to endless disputes between buyers and sellers. Eventually, a consensus emerged in the cultivation community. Any transactions involving or should involve processed semi-finished products. In the Xinzhou continent, the standard was to refine various raw ores into equal-sized cubes, pricing each cube accordingly. As for the East Sea, they condensed the purified ore into spherical forms, pricing them per pearl. Cui Wangquan, generous, quickly summoned someone to bring forth a brocade box. Inside were 3 fist-sized red copper pearls, nearly identical in appearance, worth 3,000 jade pearls, equivalent to a magnificent boat. The celestial spirit rejoiced, quickly transmitting, Ren Hong, accept this. 3 red copper pearls can not only forge the floatingly mirror, but we can also use the Antarctic cauldron to refine it further, elevating the floatingly mirror to the level of a treasured artifact. Yet, Ren Hong was unhurried, selecting only 2 red copper pearls, stating coolly, this piece of music is worth only this much. Cui Wangquan frowned, bitterly chuckling to himself. Indeed, this elder is not easily deceived. He observed the battle outside, lost in contemplation. After a while, as the standoff resumed, Cui Wangquan spoke again. Master, could I request another piece? Name your price. He sighed. I shall defer to your judgment. Clearly, he recognized the spiritual musician's intent, adopting a humble posture of submission. At that moment, Ren Hong leisurely picked up a 3rd red copper pearl and marked another material on the list. I require a piece of thunderstruck wood. Thunderstruck wood? Cui Wangquan's heart bled at the sight of the marked thunderstruck wood. However, he could not deny the musician's discerning eye, each stroke cutting to the core. It was a piece of peach tree wood, thunderstruck and aged over 13 centuries. The essence remained after a peach immortal met a tragic end during tribulation. And this single piece of wood was valued at 1,500 jade pearls. Had it not been for the wood's small size, its price would have soared even higher. Merely 1 piece of thunderstruck wood would not suffice to secure the musician's assistance. Hence he needed to add a red copper pearl as well. However, after adding the red copper bead, it seems that our side has incurred some losses, albeit still within an acceptable range. Then, I kindly request you, esteemed senior, to take action.